Chapter 3831 Terrifying Corpse Devil Dao. These evil corpses were all incredibly terrifying existences. How did these experts deal with them so easily? Long Chen quickly understood through observation. These experts were also members of the corpse devil race. To put it frankly, they were also corpses. Looking more closely, Long Chen and the others were stunned. These corpse devil experts' bodies possessed an immemorial aura. In other words, their current bodies were not their original ones. They possessed the evil corpses after entering the heavenly tomb. Long Chen and Mo Nian exchanged a look, seeing each other's shock. The corpse devil race's ability was heaven-defying. This heavenly tomb was practically a land of treasures to them. They could switch out to new corpses at any time. These corpse devil experts dragged back several evil corpses. After looking through them, Xianxia shook his head. It's too bad. There's not a single useful one. Extract their primal chaos chi and throw away the bodies. A corpse devil expert immediately stepped forward and took out a refined bottle. After placing it on an evil corpse's forehead, the primal chaos chi in the corpse's body was quickly absorbed into the bottle. It was even faster than Sha Chen's talismans. Clearly, they had come prepared. It seemed that this was something easy and familiar to them. Xianxia continued onward with these devil experts. The corpse devil experts were in charge of leading the way. Just as Long Chen predicted, these evil corpses viewed them as being on the same side. They didn't attack the corpse devil experts. It was to the extent that even when the evil corpses were attacked, they didn't retaliate. They were easily dealt with. However, the other members of the devil race didn't dare to act like the corpse devil race. They patiently followed from the rear. Long Chen saw that several of these supreme experts had incredibly powerful auras. It seemed that even if their power was inferior to Xianxia, it wasn't by much. For so many experts on this level to be gathered here, even Long Chen felt immense pressure. Within this limited space, if Long Chen and the others were to fight them directly, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. Furthermore, there were hundreds of corpse devil experts amongst them. Right now, over 10 of them possessed immemorial corpses. If they all possessed immemorial corpses, then their combat power would be horrifying. Seeing them checking the evil corpses, it seemed that not every corpse suited them. They needed certain conditions before merging into them. Xianxia and the others pushed onwards. They were very fast. These evil corpses had their primal chaos chi absorbed and then tossed aside. Mo Nian controlled the flying shuttle and slowly followed behind them, not daring to get too close. The flying shuttle also had its weaknesses. It could hide them from the senses of living creatures, but it was unable to hide them from the evil corpses. This channel was now filled with the bodies of dead evil corpses. Long Chen resisted for a long time, but in the end, he couldn't help it. He took the risk of stealthily drawing some of those corpses into the primal chaos space. That was because the wood foundation divine trees had started to wither again. Without the addition of more corpses, their life energy would be sucked away by the moon trees. Without an unending supply of corpses, the wood foundation divine trees might have all their life energy sucked away and die. The moon trees had reached a height of 3 inches and were enveloped by a fist-sized clump of moon flames. They looked strange, but the fist-sized clumps of moon flames were starting to fluctuate intensely. Their explosive power was gradually rising. This was quite the risk Long Chen was taking, gathering the corpses from the rear. If someone did come back and check, they'd be exposed. Fortunately, Xianxia was only focused on advancing. He wasn't paying any attention to the rear. After some time passed, Long Chen found that Xianxia had switched bodies. He was now in the body of a winged devil. Clearly, this winged devil's corpse must be stronger than his original corpse. This sight made their hearts sink. If this continued, Xianxia would probably get more and more difficult to deal with. The corpse devil race is truly heaven-defying. If Xianxia obtains the corpse of a peerless expert, we might be wiped out by him alone. Should we eliminate him first? Asked Mo Nian. They were now at a safe distance from Xianxia and the others and could communicate without fear of being noticed. Mo Nian wasn't afraid of the current Xianxia, but his abilities were truly heaven-defying. If he obtained some amazing corpse from the immemorial era and gained control of it, it would be troublesome. The corpse devil Dao's inheritance has its limits as well. The stronger the corpse, the more difficult it is to control. Even if he can control it, it will come at an immense price. But Mo Nian's worries are correct. If he obtains the corpse of an almighty expert from the immemorial era, although he might not be able to instantly control it, his rate of growth in the future would be shocking, said Yu Xiaochen. When it came to the devil race, no one knew more than Yu Xiaochen. Even the inheritance of the corpse devil Dao was not free of restrictions. The stronger the corpse, the more power was required to control it. Controlling a powerful corpse was more strenuous. As for the corpse of those almighty experts, if Shi Yong entered their body, he might not even have the ability to move a single finger. Despite that, the corpse devil Dao's inheritance had another terrifying aspect. Shi Yong could borrow the energy of a corpse to rapidly increase his cultivation base. His cultivation speed was astonishing, so Yu Xiaochen gave them a warning. Perhaps Shi Yong was unable to threaten Long Chen yet in this state, but if he did obtain some terrifying evil corpse, he would quickly become one of Long Chen's most terrifying enemies. Yu Xiaochen wasn't worried about the current Shi Yong but the future Shi Yong. No need, let him get stronger. They're all little sheep, so let him mess around. His life can be taken at any time, said Long Chen, shaking his head. Although Shi Yang's abilities were heaven-defying, Long Chen didn't care. He wasn't afraid of any genius. His own pride refused to allow him to do underhanded things. He could kill any enemy and wouldn't be afraid of anyone's growth. If he did try to cut someone off before they grew, that would be admitting that he was afraid of them. Long Chen's Dao was the true unbeatable Dao. He refused to believe that someone in the same realm could beat him. Good. In truth, no matter how strong he gets, it means nothing. The dreams of heavenly geniuses vanish without a trace as soon as they encounter Mo Nian. I'm just worried about Guo Ran and Sha Chen, said Mo Nian with a laugh. If Long Chen didn't want to take action, then he also couldn't, or it would make him appear like a coward. Guo Ran and Sha Chen looked at Mo Nian disdainfully. This fellow was actually putting the blame on them. However, it went without saying that they truly were afraid of Shi Yong. If they had a chance, they would definitely eliminate him before he could grow any further. Looking at them constantly gathering the primal chaos chi of the evil corpses, Sha Chen and Guo Ran were getting itchy. They wanted to charge over and snatch it away. Sha Chen, they have 2 of those strange bottles. We have to think of a way to take them, said Guo Ran sinisterly. Yes, I've already thought of a way. It shouldn't be a big problem. Sha Chen had long since set his sights on those bottles. Just then, they heard immense rumbling coming from ahead. At this time, Shi Yong and the others had reached the end of the passageway. They then opened a giant door. When this door was opened, divine light illuminated the entire passageway. Long Chen and the others saw a glorious world. However, this glorious world was filled with the aura of death. Long Chen saw endless corpses. Chapter 3832 Dual Yin-Yang Trees. When the giant door opened, Long Chen and the others saw a dazzling golden world. And the first thing that their eyes fell on within this enormous space was a towering tree, a giant golden tree. When they saw this enormous golden tree, Long Chen and Mo Nian's eyes instantly lit up. They recognized this tree, the Fusong tree. This was an enormous Fusong tree whose entire body looked as if it had been made out of gold. All of its leaves were golden and had golden flames burning on them. It was the sun flame. However, this sun flame was not exactly the sun flame ranked 6th on the heavenly flame ranking. It was an embryonic version of the sun flame. The sun flame on the heavenly flame rankings was a sun flame that had cultivated for millions and millions of years, experiencing breakthrough after breakthrough, tribulation after tribulation. In the end, it became the sun spirit. The sun spirit was an existence that didn't die even after having experienced 9 heavenly tribulations. It was capable of grasping the luck of heaven and earth for itself and standing above the heavenly Taos. The true sun flame was undying, an eternal existence that lasted as long as heaven and earth did. All the top 10 flames on the heavenly flame rankings were eternal existences once they reached their strongest state. But it seemed that within the history of all the heavenly flames, the only one that was truly eternal was Yanshu. The other flames, such as the heavenly rainbow flame or the ice soul divine flame, experienced countless nirvanic rebirths. Ultimately, they were unable to reach the level of being eternal. Right now, the most shocking thing about this enormous Fusong tree was that there were countless corpses on top of it. Those corpses were stuck motionlessly to the Fusong tree's leaves. When the door was opened, a terrifying murderous aura exploded out. Many of the devil experts at the front coughed up blood from the impact. The corpses here emitted terrifying pressures. Even from such a distance, they still found it hard to breathe. After getting accustomed to this aura, the devil race's experts slowly walked into this new world. As for Mo Nian, he silently sent the flying shuttle in as well. Once they were inside, they saw that it was a world covered in a dome. If this world shrank, it would be like a circular lamp cover, with the fusong tree being the lamp wick. The walls also had countless corpses embedded within them. They belonged to various races, with some of them being strange races that no one had ever seen before. There were humans, beasts, devils, and more. Long Chen and the others couldn't recognize them all. But curiously, the beasts that should be enormous were only the size of a human when stuck into these walls. The giant dragon, the barbarian elephant, the divine phoenix, the divine tortoise, and countless enormous descendants of those mythic creatures were buried here, but they were strangely the same size as the humans here. All of these lifeforms had incomparably terrifying auras. Their cultivation bases were within the divine venerate realm. Although they were already dead, their auras were over 100 times stronger than an ordinary divine venerate. They had just entered when Mo Nian had the flying shuttle go around Xiyong and the others. He looped all the way to the fusong tree. There were no evil corpses here, so no one noticed them. Xiyong and the others were still carefully examining the surroundings, but Mo Nian had brought them to the back of the fusong tree. Once they got up close to the fusong tree, Long Chen found that the corpses stuck to it were even stronger than the ones on the walls. The pressure that they gave up was also greater. Furthermore, the corpses on the fusong tree were lifelike. Their expressions were still healthy, like they were just sleeping. There wasn't the slightest injury to their bodies. At the start, the evil corpses that they had encountered were withered and even lacking limbs. And once they entered the main caves, the evil corpses were more complete but still had some damage to them. Now, every corpse was so perfectly intact that it looked alive. Their skin was plump and healthy. It had to be known that these were corpses from over 1 trillion years ago, but they were able to resist the erosion of time. Long Chen felt chills when he looked at these corpses. This definitely didn't make sense. As Long Chen and the others were getting closer and closer to a heaven-shaking secret, a haze of death was covering them. This fusong tree is still in a young state, its flame seedlings are listless. It's as if all its energy is being absorbed by the corpses. But a single young fusong tree definitely can't nourish the corpses of this many experts. There is probably something off down below, observed Yu Xiaochen. There were easily millions of immemorial corpses on the tree. To manage to preserve this many terrifying corpses probably required an unimaginable amount of energy. This giant tree is still in a young state. Guo Ran was speechless. Legend is that when the fusong tree reaches its full size, it can cover an entire star field. Its flames can raise millions and millions of golden crows for generations. Based on the wrinkles on the bark, this fusong tree has lived for many years, but ultimately, it never grew that large. It is definitely related to the corpses. If my guess is correct, this fusong tree is a vector planted here for these corpses, said Yu Xiaochen. Long Chen turned to Mo Nian. Now, do you still believe that this heavenly tomb was made by the heavenly Taos? Long Chen had sensed the whiff of a scheme at the start. He had felt that this heavenly tomb was not natural. As for Mo Nian, as a master grave digger, he firmly believed that a heavenly tomb could not be altered by people. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a heavenly tomb. However, more and more things showed that this heavenly tomb was not natural. It was not like the legendary heavenly tombs. A heavenly tomb was the result of the heavenly Tao's compassion. They couldn't endure letting those experts' corpses rot in the wilderness, so they buried them, letting their heroic spirits rest in peace. They no longer needed to experience the pain of reincarnation. Once a peaceful era came, the heavenly tomb would collapse, and their heroic spirits would be reborn, enjoying an era of peace. However, everything they were seeing in the heavenly tomb showed that Long Chen's guess was closer to the truth. If there was truly someone capable of controlling the heroic spirits that the heavenly Taos had buried, he didn't quite dare to believe it. If someone could even control the heavenly Taos, they would be the master of this world. They would be the heavenly Taos. So why would they do all this? If there was truly someone capable of creating a heavenly tomb, then the consequences of Long Chen and the others barging in like this were probably fatal. When Mo Nian thought of this, he felt a cold breeze on his back. Boss, look, Sha Chen suddenly pointed. Following his finger, Long Chen and the others saw a giant screen of light. This screen of light was like a gate. Through this gate, they could see that the other side also had an enormous tree. This tree was as black as ink, and its leaves had black flames burning on them. It was the legendary moon tree. That is the heavenly boundary line, said Mo Nian. This screen of light was the heavenly boundary line that split the 3,000 worlds, as well as the heavenly tomb, in two. The other side has the moon tree, and this side has the fusang tree. One yin and one yang facing each other. Yin and yang cannot produce life without being together. Xiaochen is correct, the real tomb is located below, said Mo Nian, muttering as he eyed the moon tree. Suddenly, Shi Yang shouted, causing Long Chen and the others to jump. Had they been noticed? Chapter 3833 appearing one after another. Long Chen and the others quickly noticed that Shi Yang wasn't shouting at them. He was looking behind him at the entrance to this area. Shi Yang, what a coincidence. An arrogant voice came from there. Following that, the flame-wrapped Yin Changsheng walked in. Also, he wasn't alone. Thousands of the Sacred Pill Hall's disciples followed him. Just like Shi Yang's group, they were all supreme heavenly geniuses, elites amongst supremes. When did supreme heavenly geniuses become so cheap? Where are they all coming from? Seeing so many supreme experts, Guo Ran couldn't help feeling profoundly powerless. He had a supreme bone, and although he didn't dare to say that he was unrivaled, he still felt that he should be an outstandingly rare existence. However, supreme heavenly geniuses were everywhere here. They were as common as dogs. That was quite the blow to Guo Ran. It's not surprising. Many of them have heavy auras, and their spiritual fluctuations are a bit different. They are clearly heavenly geniuses that sealed themselves. The heavenly geniuses of hundreds, thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years are accumulated in this era. It's only natural, said Yu Xiaochen. A powerful race like the Devil Race had an unimaginable foundation. Although the number of supreme heavenly geniuses present looked astonishing, this was the result of the Devil Race's various branches accumulating experts over a great deal of time. Just like them, the Sacred Pill Hall was also in existence with countless years of history. Flame cultivators depended on chance and the luck of the era. As many people were dissatisfied with their own era, they sealed themselves, waiting for a better era to emerge. It wasn't surprising. The reason Guo Ran found it surprising was because they hadn't seen so many supreme heavenly geniuses in the 9 Underworld Hall and the Bloodkill Hall. So, he had assumed that the Sacred Pill Hall would be the same, but their power was actually this terrifying. You followed me. Shi Yang looked at Yin Changsheng's smile, and killing intent appeared in his eyes. Followed you? There is only one entrance to this heavenly tomb. Tell me, what could I do that wouldn't count as following you? Sneered Yin Changsheng mockingly. He didn't care about Shi Yang. He didn't even bother coming up with an excuse. Clearly, he had followed Shi Yang. Considering how large his group of devil experts was, it was all too easy to notice him. This fusang tree is mine. As for the rest, I'm not interested. Yin Changsheng's gaze instantly fell on the fusang tree. As a flame cultivator, this fusang tree was a must-have. Big words. If you say it's yours, said Shi Yang coldly. If you don't agree, I can kill you first and then take the fusang tree, sneered Yin Changsheng. Hearing this, the devil experts were enraged and took out their weapons. They were already famous for their viciousness, and being looked down upon like this instantly provoked their killing intent. As long as Shi Yang gave the word, they would immediately attack the Sacred Pill Hall's experts. They were unafraid of death. The Sacred Pill Hall's experts also took out their weapons, ready to fight. As the top experts of the Sacred Pill Hall, they were unafraid. Suddenly, clapping sounds rang out and a figure walked out of the darkness. He appeared silently with no warning, so everyone jumped in shock. Ji Wuming. Startled cries rang out. This person was Enputa's personal disciple, Ji Wuming. Ji Wuming came alone. Without his followers, he walked right out of the shadows like a silent specter. No one knew how he had done this. Ji Wuming had his hands clasped behind his back. Standing in the air, his robes fluttered around him, and his figure occasionally grew illusory, as if he might vanish into the void at any moment. This heavenly tomb can't be split only between you two. I'm also thinking of getting a portion. Are the two of you willing to give me this face? Asked Ji Wuming lightly. Although he was alone, he was completely calm and full of confidence. He wanted his portion as well. Don't look at him, or you'll be sensed, transmitted Long Chen to Guo Ran and Sha Chen. The current Ji Wuming had completely changed. He was ephemeral, and even Long Chen's powerful mental energy was unable to lock onto him. This fellow had probably made some terrifying breakthroughs as well, otherwise, he wouldn't be so confident as to demand a portion from both the Devil Race and the Sacred Pill Hall. Ji Wuming didn't wait for them to fight and secretly profit. That meant that he was confident enough to openly take what he wanted. When Yin Changsheng and Shi Yang saw Ji Wuming, their pupils shrank. Yin Changsheng said, I didn't expect you to take that step first. I underestimated you before. Ji Wuming smiled. To tell the truth, I'm only slightly faster than you. Although I haven't fully completed the merger, compared to the two of you, I'm a small half-step faster. Otherwise, how would I dare to make such a demand? HMPH, even if you are a little faster than us, so what? Having your bone and blood merge isn't something that can be done in one go. Without profound primal chaos chi as a support, you will only ever take that half-step. It's meaningless. All it takes is me and a few brothers to fight, and you will have to flee for your life. If you're smart, you'll hurry and scram, sneered Shi Yong. What if I'm not smart? Then what? Ji Wuming smiled lightly, seemingly completely indifferent. If you're not smart, then the heavenly tomb will be your burial land. Shouted a large expert beside Shi Yong. Suddenly, a light sound rang out. Blood spurted. That large expert's head was pierced through, and his body slowly collapsed. He was dead. Everyone was stunned. No one had even seen Ji Wuming move. How had he killed him? It had to be known that this person was one of Shi Yang's trusted generals with immense power. But he was silently killed. When people looked back at Ji Wuming, they saw that he had a sparkling dagger in his hand. This dagger was now stained with black blood. An immemorial evil corpse's head really is hard. However, a radish is a radish. It doesn't matter how hard it gets. It still can't stop itself from being cut. Ji Wuming flicked his dagger, and the black blood instantly vanished. He looked at Shi Yong. Now what? Am I qualified to demand a share now? Shi Yong roared furiously and spread his arms. Corpse chi exploded. He was about to attack when a woman's cold voice rang out. Who do you think you are, Ji Wuming? Where? Do you think you're going to run now? The 9 underworld Luaka's figure slowly walked into the tomb. She was also alone. When she appeared, Ji Wuming instantly noticed the mark on her forehead. His calm expression finally changed as he narrowed his eyes. Asura Mark. Chapter 3834 Double Supreme. The arrogant Ji Wuming finally revealed a look of trepidation when he saw the Asura mark on the 9 underworld Luaka's forehead. Ji Wuming, you coward. You've already started merging your supreme blood and supreme bone, but you still dodge me. Are you planning on hiding like a tortoise your entire life? In the 3000 worlds, I have 2 things to do. One is to kill that bastard Long Chen, while the other is to defeat you, you turtle. Last time, Long Chen fled, and you did as well. Today, I followed you all the way to this tomb. Let's see where you can run this time. The 9 underworld Luaka looked at Ji Wuming coldly, and blood-colored runes flowed within her eyes. Her aura was sinister and violent, without a shred of the human race's characteristics within her. She seemed to have just finished some kind of metamorphosis. Can we not discuss our matter later? I know that you want to defeat me to win back face for your master. But it doesn't seem that this is the right time, right? This heavenly tomb is hiding an unknown number of secrets and treasures. It would be a waste of time to fight now. Why not change the time and decide victory and defeat another day? Said Ji Wuming. The 9 underworld Luaka looked at him suspiciously. Are you sure you're not tricking me? You're looking for another chance to run, right? Ha ha ha. Ji Wuming laughed arrogantly, disdainfully saying, 9 underworld Luaka, do you really think that I'm afraid of you? You're wrong. You and your master are wrong. The two of you are far too naive. What you have seen of me is only what my master and I wanted you to see. My master has always told me to endure and not fight you directly. That is simply a kind of trial he gave me. He told me that when my bone and blood start to merge, this trial ends. Although the current me has yet to fully become a double supreme, this trial is already done with. I can fight you at any time I want. To tell the truth, I also have a temper. I also wish to decide which of us is stronger. Double supreme. Mo Nian and the others instantly understood why Yin Changsheng and Shi Yong were so afraid of Ji Wuming. So, he had actually taken that step and started merging his supreme blood with his supreme bone. As they were in the flying shuttle, they were isolated from the outside world and hadn't sensed Ji Wuming's fluctuations. But now, they understood what was going on. A double supreme was someone possessing both a supreme bone and supreme blood. It had to be known that 99% of supreme experts either had only a supreme bone or only supreme blood. Very rarely did people possess both. Furthermore, even if they did have both, the chances of the two being able to merge were very low. A forceful merge would cause them both to be destroyed, and even if the conditions were met for the merge, it would require a large amount of primal chaos chi as a buffer to prevent the two forces from clashing. Without that, there was no way to become a double supreme. Double supremes were a mix of both talent and financial power. Only some exceedingly ancient sects had managed to preserve a bit of primal chaos chi, and that bit of primal chaos chi was viewed as top secret by the sect. Perhaps only the sect masters would know of it. This trace of primal chaos chi was their last hope to produce a double supreme. A single double supreme was enough to directly lead a sect to glory. However, in this world, double supremes were incredibly rare. Regular supremes were already rare, but a double supreme amongst supremes was even rarer. Also, people who had this potential and actually succeeded in becoming double supremes were next to none. Ji Wuming was the first double supreme that Long Chen and the others had seen. Although he had just taken the first step to the merger, he could still be counted as a double supreme. The first step was the most difficult step to become a double supreme. Now that he had succeeded, all that was left was to gather enough primal chaos chi, and he would naturally become a fully fledged double supreme. It was no wonder that the current Ji Wuming was so confident and unafraid of any of them. He no longer needed to be low-key as he had overwhelming power. The 9 underworld Luaka seemed to believe what Ji Wuming was saying. However, she didn't seem to feel much pressure over this double supreme existence. She also confidently said, "Fine, I'll trust you this time. If you dodge me next time and refuse to fight, although I won't kill you, I'll definitely make you pay a painful price for lying to me." Seeing her agree, Ji Wuming smiled and didn't say anything. He then turned to xianxia and Shi Yang. At this moment, Shi Yang's expression was gloomy. Ji Wuming had killed his powerful subordinate, and that was like slapping his face in front of everyone. It was a huge insult. A double supreme, Shi Yang, refused to believe in such nonsense. "You must pay the price for killing my subordinate," said Shi Yang darkly. As Shi Yang's body quivered, corpse chi erupted out of him. This violent power caused the ground to shake and cracks to spread throughout the land. The corpse devil Dao's abilities truly are heaven-defying. He just obtained this immemorial corpse, but he can already control it. If Ji Wuming's dagger is unable to pierce this corpse, he might not be able to win against Shi Yang, said Mo Nian when he saw this. Shi Yang's first body had been destroyed by Long Chen, and he had found a new body. Based on what he had said before, he even profited from that death, which caused his soul to get even stronger. After that, he abandoned that corpse for one of the immemorial corpses from this tomb. That meant that this corpse was even stronger than the last. This new corpse was clearly incredibly powerful. With just a look, it was obvious that this corpse had belonged to a body cultivator. A body cultivator's body was impervious to blade or spear, fire or water. They could even use their body to receive a divine weapon. Hence, if Ji Wuming was unable to damage this new body, he would be restrained. Even so, he wouldn't necessarily be beaten. Whether or not Shi Yang was in an undefeatable position was based on whether Ji Wuming's weapon was sharp enough. For Shi Yang to dare to fight Ji Wuming, he clearly thought that his body was strong enough. As long as he could receive one attack, that would basically decide things. Everyone was holding their breath as they watched Ji Wuming and Shi Yang. They all retreated, not wanting to get drawn into their battlefield. They quickly created a wide open space for them. Shi Yang's aura continued to crazily climb. It seemed that this body of his had endless power. "I can sense her. She's right below." Suddenly, a voice rang out beside Long Chen and the others. They instantly jumped in horror. At this climactic moment, the elder that Guo Ran was carrying suddenly spoke. As soon as he did, Shi Yang, Ji Wuming, Yin Changsheng, and the 9 underworld Luaka's eyes turned toward them like sharp blades. Chapter 3835. All fulfill your wish. Long Chen and the others had never expected this elder to suddenly wake up at this time. As soon as he spoke, he exposed their position. Although the others could not see them, as long as they launched random attacks, the flying shuttle would definitely be exposed. Furthermore, other than fleeing, this flying shuttle didn't have much defensive ability. With no other choice, Mo Nian put away the flying shuttle. Long Chen and the others appeared on top of the Fusong tree. The limitless palace in front of the limitless mountain, the limitless trees before the limitless gate. The dreams of heavenly geniuses vanish without a trace as soon as they encounter Mo Nian. "All the treasures here have a destiny with me. I'm sure you've heard that noble men don't take other people's things. Friends, I'd ask that you step back and not interfere in my matters, thank you." Mo Nian smiled while looking at Yin Changsheng and the other people's shocked expressions. Shi Yang, Yin Changsheng, the 9 underworld Luaka, and Ji Wuming all glared at Long Chen with blazing killing intent. Of the 4 of them, 3 of them had suffered at the hands of Long Chen. The 9 underworld Luaka in particular had been captured and tortured half dead by him. Her hatred for Long Chen had reached an indescribable level. "Hey, can you not be like this? Give me some face. I'm speaking here." Mo Nian was embarrassed. These fellows actually acted like they didn't see him, only glaring at Long Chen. Even the one that he had previously fought, Yin Changsheng, was acting like he didn't notice Mo Nian. That made him want to curse. At this moment, the void tore apart, and a sword came out of its sheath. The first to attack was the 9 underworld Luaka. She didn't bother saying anything and directly launched a killing blow. As her sword fell, giant ripples appeared in the air. This sword possessed incredible power that was perfectly condensed, not the slightest bit of it was dissipating. All her power was firmly locked within the sword itself. The 9 underworld Luaka's techniques were now completely different from before. Even such a terrifying power could be perfectly controlled by her. This level of control was astonishing. The Minghong saber also came out of its sheath, accompanied by a dragon cry that shook the world. When Long Chen's 7-color divine ring lit up, the Minghong saber slashed down. Boom! The moment the 9 underworld Luaka's sword met the Minghong saber, earth-shattering power exploded. Explosive power unfurled, causing the Fusong tree beneath Long Chen's feet to sway. The bodies that were originally lying on it rained down. With this one blow, the 9 underworld Luaka was blown back. On the other hand, thanks to the support of the 7-color divine ring, only half of the 9 underworld Luaka's power reached Long Chen, while the other half was dissipated into the void. As countless corpses fell from the Fusong tree, Long Chen reached out. After that, threads of lightning flew out and bound those corpses. Long Chen shouted and forcibly pulled the corpses into the primal chaos space. They directly landed in the black soil. Seeing Long Chen grab so many of the immemorial corpses, Shi Yong was enraged and directly attacked him with his fist. Long Chen's saber once more slashed down. When they collided, metallic ringing rang out along with the appearance of countless sparks. The immense power caused the void to collapse. Devil suppression. Suddenly, Yu Xiaochen cried out. Her devil suppressing seal lit up. When its light enveloped Shi Yong, countless runes on his body began to burn. Damn original devil race! Shi Yong roared furiously. He had just obtained this new body and had yet to fully merge with it. Perhaps it was no problem to use for fighting considering how tough this body was, but the original devil race was his bane. Without full control of this body, he couldn't resist Yu Xiaochen's devil suppression seal. In this aspect, this new body was a far cry from his original body, so his fatal weakness was fully exposed. Long Chen's Minghong saber then knocked aside Shi Yang's fist and slashed down on his neck. Shi Yang's head flew. Under Yu Xiaochen's devil suppression seal, his body's defenses were instantly broken. The corpse began to rot, it was no longer impervious. Kill that woman of the original devil race. Shi Yang roared. Even with his head off, he was fine. His voice came from his chest. Following his order, countless supreme devil experts charged at Yu Xiaochen. A bright light then appeared out of their bodies. When it clashed against the light of Yu Xiaochen's devil-suppressing seal, their light barrier began to burn. But it did manage to block the fatal effect of her holy light. Clearly, they were prepared. This light that they had summoned could help them resist her for a while. But they had to kill her before this light was burned away. All of a sudden, Long Chen slashed his saber at Yu Xiaochen's head. This action caused Mo Nian to jump in shock. Xiaochen, dodge, Long Chen shouted, and without hesitation, Yu Xiaochen dodged to the side. The next moment, the void quivered and a dagger appeared in the air. This dagger's target was originally Yu Xiaochen, but it was perfectly blocked by Long Chen. After this dagger appeared, Ji Wuming's figure also manifested. He stared at Long Chen with some astonishment. It seemed that he was bewildered that Long Chen could block this attack. Long Chen slammed his knee at Ji Wuming's body, but strangely, this knee passed right through. Furthermore, Ji Wuming's body slowly vanished like smoke, dissipating into heaven and earth. Space-time laws. Mo Nian's expression changed. The moment Long Chen's knee was about to touch Ji Wuming's body, it was like time grew slow. This wasn't just a time law or a space law. It was the two merged together. Mo Nian finally understood why Shi Yong and Yin Changsheng had shown such trepidation. Ji Wuming had dual supreme bones, one controlling time and the other controlling space. And now that these dual supreme bones were merging with his supreme blood, he could unleash both powers at once. Ji Wuming, scram, I don't need your interference, shouted the 9 underworld Luaka. At this moment, the Asura mark on her forehead began to burn, and her manifestation burst into appearance. A giant figure radiating divine light ignited her blood chi. In that instant, her power soared by several times, and it was continuing to climb. Her aura also grew even more sinister. It was like some strange energy was awakening within her body. Long Chen blocked 3 of the 9 underworld Luaka's attacks at once. After that, he retreated 3 steps. Her attacks grew stronger and stronger as if there was no limit. Suddenly, Long Chen stepped back, avoiding the 9 underworld Luaka and once more swinging the Minghong saber at Yu Xiaochen. Once again, a dagger silently appeared and was blocked by Long Chen. Ji Wuming had attacked Yu Xiaochen twice, and it made Long Chen's fury fully blaze. However, unexpectedly, the void shook and the 9 underworld Luaka's sword also fell. As a result, blood splashed. Ji Wuming, who had just started to merge back into the void, had his cheek cut by the 9 underworld Luaka's sword. Since you want to die so badly, I'll fulfill your wish. 9 underworld Luaka roared furiously. She actually abandoned Long Chen and shot after Ji Wuming. Chapter 3836 Asura manifests all things. It seemed that the 9 underworld Luaka was even angrier than Long Chen. She actually butted in and started attacking Ji Wuming herself, leaving even Long Chen dumbfounded. Are you fucking crazy? Ji Wuming's cheek was cut to the bone by the 9 underworld Luaka, so he was shocked and enraged. You idiot, I already warned you to scram, but you just have to get in my way over and over again. Since that's the case, you can just die first before I slaughter him. The 9 underworld Luaka was infuriated. She had lost to Long Chen last time and had been humiliated, so she wanted to wipe away that humiliation. After all, she was different from Ji Wuming. She wanted to openly defeat Long Chen for her vengeance. If Long Chen was being affected by other factors, then even if she killed him, it wouldn't be enough to wipe away her humiliation. If that happened, Long Chen would be dead, and the shadow over her heart would become impossible to erase. This shadow would then affect her Dao heart, and she might never be able to walk out of this shadow. As a result, she wanted to beat Long Chen in his best condition without interference. That was the only way to make her Dao heart flawless, fully erasing the shadow that Long Chen had left her in. From the start, she had said that Long Chen was hers. Furthermore, she had said it more than once. Ji Wuming's first attempt at assassinating Yu Xiaochen had angered 9 underworld Luaka. His interference was affecting her fight with Long Chen. She had then warned him, only for him to do the same thing again. With her temper, it was understandable that she would start attacking Ji Wuming. Asura manifests all things, she roared and her manifestation quivered. After that, the giant figure within it vanished, transforming into an enormous world. This world was filled with mountains of bones and seas of blood. It was an Asura world filled with death. It was like a battlefield where you had to kill in order to live. When her manifestation suddenly changed, her aura transformed as well. All kinds of runes appeared in her eyes. Lightning flashed when she opened and closed them. I can't wait any longer. Today, I'll make you kneel and beg for mercy. Even her voice had changed. It was like her voice was coming from another world, echoing endlessly. The next moment, her sword fell. The entire heavenly tomb quivered due to her attack, and Ji Wuming's concealment art was actually broken by her. You really are an unreasonable madwoman. Ji Wuming shouted furiously. This madwoman actually attacked him instead of killing Long Chen. He felt like he might explode in anger. Seeing the 9 underworld Luaka take out her strongest manifestation that caused the 10,000 Daos to rage and space to be compressed, he found that he was unable to conceal himself within the range of her manifestation. He could only fight her directly. You really are a chicken-hearted idiot. The 9 underworld Luaka also shouted back at him, her sword slashing down mercilessly. You're as much of an idiot as your master. Ji Wuming shouted. He was a cool-headed assassin, but facing the 9 underworld Luaka, even with his calmness, he felt like he might explode from rage. This madwoman simply couldn't be reasoned with. With a shout, runes lit up on his left and right hand. He activated both of his supreme bones. His dagger appeared in his right hand in front of him, while the palm of his left hand was placed behind him. The space behind Ji Wuming exploded. That wild power then spurted out of his hand and crashed into the wall of this room. As a result, the wall collapsed and countless corpses came tumbling down. Ji Wuming didn't want to fight the 9 underworld Luaka directly. He actually drew her power in from the front and released it out the back. He himself only endured a tiny part of her power. The majority was released behind him. "Useless fellow, when are you going to fight like a man?" shouted the 9 underworld Luaka disdainfully. She once more attacked, this time even more ferociously. "Only an idiot like Liao Benkang could raise a fool like you. If you're going to fight like this, why even be an assassin?" Ji Wuming felt like he might explode from rage. The Bloodkill Hall and the 9 Underworld Hall's disciples were both assassins. Assassins sought to kill their target with the smallest price possible, that was simply the basics. To fight directly with all one's power was taboo. The 9 Underworld Luaka actually mocked him for not fighting her directly. If it was anyone else, he naturally wouldn't even care about it. But for the future successor of the 9 Underworld Hall to say such a thing, he felt like he might cough up blood. "You're cowardly rogues. We're expert assassins. You keep playing such despicable games, but expert assassins like is practice skill. To put it frankly, you are degenerates, scum. The assassination Dao requires confidence in oneself. What nonsense is that about fleeing as soon as you fail to kill your target in one blow? You simply have no confidence in yourselves and came up with an excuse to cover it up. If you have no guts, then just say that you're a coward. Why spout so much nonsense? This is why our 9 Underworld Hall looks down on you the most," sneered the 9 Underworld Luaka as she continued to press the attack. Fuck you. Ji Wuming's eyes were red with rage. He wanted to retort, but what was he supposed to say to someone crazy? It was the first time in his life that he was driven to simply cursing someone. "You're just like your master. You say the right things but lack any real ability. What, is your Bloodkill Hall still drumming up skin-deep business?" Seeing Ji Wuming be so enraged, the 9 Underworld Luaka felt an unprecedented sense of accomplishment. Whether it was Enputa or Ji Wuming, they were both shrewd schemers. To be able to enrage him to this point was definitely something to be proud of. Ji Wuming's face was dark with rage. However, he still maintained his rationality. In front of the 9 Underworld Luaka's tempest of attacks, he continued to avoid fighting her directly. He naturally wouldn't be so foolish as to fight her directly. That would only result in both of them being seriously wounded. In the end, Long Chen would be the one to benefit. Originally, he was only planning on attacking Yu Xiaochen to throw Long Chen and the others' formation into chaos. In truth, his real target was Sha Chen. Attacking Yu Xiaochen was only a preparation for assassinating Sha Chen. Sha Chen was a formation master and was comparatively easier to deal with. Furthermore, considering how skilled he was with formations, killing him was the priority to make sure that Long Chen and the others couldn't get away. However, in all his calculations, he hadn't calculated that the 9 Underworld Luaka would actually abandon Long Chen to attack him. At this time, Long Chen was just watching the 9 Underworld Luaka chase down Ji Wuming wretchedly. He was a bit lost. He even suspected that the two were scheming against him together somehow, so he watched them closely. However, even after a long time of observation, he didn't notice any signs of some scheme. Only then did he join the battle and start attacking the devil experts coming at them. Wait, where is Yin Changshang? Suddenly, Long Chen noticed that they had neglected someone. At the same time, the Fusong tree beneath his feet quivered. Long Chen instantly realized that Yin Changsheng had taken advantage of the chaos to try to take the Fusong tree. "Put that down. That's mine." Long Chen shouted and shot toward the crown of the Fusong tree like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 3837 Drinking Blood. Yin Changsheng had silently snuck his way to the bottom of the Fusong tree. In truth, the moment the 9 Underworld Luaka, Shi Yong, and Ji Wuming attacked, Yin Changsheng had ordered the Sacred Pill Hall to join forces with the devil race to attack Yu Xiaochen. He was in no rush to deal with Long Chen and the others because he wanted to get the Fusong tree first. He was planning on raising it as his life tree. The Fusong tree was the seed of the Sun Flame. It was also the source from which the Golden Crow race was born and flourished. If he raised it, he would have an endless supply of flames. Although the flames on the Fusong tree were currently only an embryonic form of the Sun Flame, causing its power to be limited, it had to be known that even in this embryonic form, it was stronger than any flame below the top 10 of the Heavenly Flame rankings. The top 10 flames of the Heavenly Flame rankings were the supreme existences of all flames. Every single one of them represented a kind of heavenly Tao, a kind of pinnacle. Thus, Yin Changsheng instantly viewed this young Fusong tree as a must-have as soon as he saw it. Taking advantage of the chaos, he had avoided everyone and started stealthily cutting at the ground, wanting to expose the roots and pull it all out. However, the Fusong tree's underground root system was enormous. It was far larger than the tree that they saw above ground. There was no way for him to dig it all out. He quickly got impatient with this. After cutting a circle around the earth of the Fusong tree, he began trying to push it out of the ground. As a result, all of his power only caused the Fusong tree to quiver. He didn't manage to push it out by the roots. Instead, he alerted Long Chen. This Fusong tree was also a must-have for Long Chen. He already had the moon trees. If he added the Fusong tree into the primal chaos space as well, he would have the sun flame and the moon flame. He definitely wouldn't allow Yin Changsheng to obtain it. Long Chen shouted and pulled with all his power. Yin Changsheng was also pushing from beneath its roots. With one pushing and one pulling, they worked together to unearth the Fusong tree. The next moment, the world shook and dirt exploded. Golden silt turned this world golden, as the Fusong tree's roots were forced out of the ground. Once it was lifted up, divine light exploded from underground. A kind of power was erupting like a geyser from underground, scouring this world. Long Chen and Yin Changsheng had no time to bother with what was happening. They were now competing against each other. One pulled the top of the tree, and the other pulled the bottom of the tree. Both of them were trying to draw the Fusong tree into their own world. The two of them pulling were like ants compared to the Fusong tree. But as they pulled, rumbling rang out and cracks covered the trunk. At this moment, a roar rang out as a flame Qilin appeared behind Yin Changsheng. This flame Qilin had also entered the immortal king realm, and its pressure was 100 times greater than before. With a single roar, it destroyed countless runes in the air. It bounded toward Long Chen. Huo Linger, kill it. Long Chen snorted, and Huo Linger hacked the true fire sword at it without a word. The flame Qilin was struck directly. One was a divine flame beast, one was a flame spirit. Both of them were masters of fire. As soon as they collided, 5 golden flames erupted, turning this world into a world of fire. The flame Qilin was unprepared and sent tumbling back by Huo Linger. However, it wasn't injured. Instead, its killing intent was provoked, and it raised its head and howled. All its fur was lit ablaze. What are you shouting about? Today, I'll be killing you for meat. Huo Linger snorted and once more attacked with the true fire sword. However, just as she was about to strike the flame Qilin, the true fire sword vanished. In its stead, an ice thorn appeared and struck the flame Qilin directly. The flame Qilin was instantly invaded by the ice soul energy. Its flames were sealed, encased with ice. Raging flame slash. The true fire sword appeared in Huo Linger's right hand again and swung toward the flame Qilin's head in a strange arc. The moment the ice shattered, the true fire sword cut open a deep wound in the flame Qilin's head. As a result, blood poured out like lava, and it roared in pain. The flame Qilin was Yin Changsheng's contractual divine beast, and it had received the nourishment of the sacred Pill Hall's faith energy over a long period. Moreover, Yin Changsheng had also raised it with countless resources. That was what resulted in its immense power. In terms of pure power, it was not any weaker than Huo Linger. It had many terrifying divine abilities. However, many of those divine abilities required it to work together with Yin Changsheng to be released. With Yin Changsheng competing against Long Chen over the Fusong tree, the flame Qilin could only fight on its own. Regretfully, while its power was immense, its intelligence was limited. In this aspect, it was a far cry from Huo Linger. Under Huo Linger's attacks, it had no chance to unleash its ultimate moves before Huo Linger cut open its head. Qilin blood really is something good. Seeing this blood, Huo Linger became feverish. She directly rushed over and saddled herself on its head, biting down this wound. She then crazily sucked up its essence blood. The flame Qilin roared, feeling terrified. It swung its head frantically but was unable to shake her off. She was like plaster, stubbornly sticking to its head. The flame Qilin's essence blood was pure flame essence because Yin Changsheng had spent an enormous amount of resources on raising it. It was unknown just how many heavenly flames in the top 100 of the heavenly flame rankings had been fed to it. Furthermore, Yin Changsheng had fed it all kinds of flame attribute natural treasures and ores to assist it in cultivation. It was due to this that its power had reached such a terrifying level and also why the flame essence in its body was concentrated to such a monstrous density. As the essence blood entered her body, Huo Linger felt incredibly refreshed and delighted. Pure energy was flowing through her body. She felt like she was rapidly getting stronger, and this feeling drove her to suck it up even more frantically. Use the golden light barrier. Seeing the flame Qilin just roaring and swinging its body in this state, Yin Changsheng shouted an order to it. However, the flame Qilin was now completely terrified. Its mind was swamped with terror, so it had long since forgotten how to use any techniques. With its essence blood being absorbed by Huo Linger, its aura was rapidly weakening. Suddenly, there was an enormous explosive sound. The Fusong tree was unable to endure the pull from both of them and split in the middle. Long Chen received the upper portion, while Yin Changsheng received the lower portion. Yin Changsheng's expression sank. This was not what he wanted. With only its roots, he had no idea if he could raise the Fusong tree. Even if he could, who knew how many resources it would require to let it flourish? Long Chen, you're definitely dead today, Yin Changsheng roared. After that, milky white light exploded out of him. In his fury, he directly mobilized his immense reserves of faith energy. Chapter 3838 Chaotic Battle. Yin Changsheng was incensed. He had never been so furious, ever. In this life, when he wanted wind, he got wind. When he wanted rain, he got rain. Whatever he wanted, no one dared to compete with him. If he wanted to kill someone, that person didn't even dare to keep on living. However, he had suffered consecutive losses to Long Chen. This must have Fusong tree had actually been broken. Hence, he was furious and directly unleashed his faith energy. A pair of white wings then appeared on his back, glowing with sacred runes. A violent power caused the world to quiver. Suddenly, the roaring flame Qilin's body also lit up. Its fur vanished, and milky white armor covered it. After that, an irresistible power sent Huo Linger flying. With Yin Changsheng mobilizing his faith energy, as his contractual beast, his flame Qilin was linked to him. After that, Yin Changsheng used his power to let the flame Qilin escape from Huo Linger. The flame Qilin roared and was summoned back to Yin Changsheng's side. It bared its fangs, roaring at Huo Linger furiously. As for Huo Linger, standing behind Long Chen, she actually stuck out her tongue and licked up the blood around her mouth. That smile of hers was full of excitement. Like a child that had tasted honey, she was savoring this taste. Upon seeing this, the flame Qilin's fury rose to another level. Huo Linger was quite vicious. In that short moment, she had devoured 20% of the flame Qilin's essence blood. This would take half a year to replenish. If that had continued any longer, all its essence blood might have been sucked away by Huo Linger. Yin Changsheng howled furiously and attacked with his spear. It struck like lightning as it tore through the void. With the support of his faith energy, even Grand Dao runes were broken and suppressed by him. Long Chen let out a silent shout, and his star diagram appeared behind him. When his 7 stars quivered, violet chi filled the world. The ripples of the violet chi were like the waves of a great sea. When the 7-star battle armor appeared, the 10,000 Daos wailed and the world rocked. The 108,000 stars in his body blazed intensely, each of them shining like suns, unleashing endless light. After that, power coursed through Long Chen's body. The Minghong saber in his hand also rumbled. As this power entered the Minghong saber, it was like a dry riverbed being filled with water. It practically glowed with life. Yin Changsheng's spear stabbed into the Minghong saber. When they collided, an intense explosion destroyed the ground beneath their feet. Neither of them held back, so this wild power blew back everything around them. Dirt and rubble filled the air. Yin Changsheng, you idiot, are you forcing me to kill you? The 9 underworld Luaka's furious voice rang out from the distance. She then gave up on attacking Ji Wuming and came flying back. Scram, you madwoman, you're the idiot, if you don't scram, I'll kill you together. Yin Changsheng was different from Ji Wuming. He had never had any ability to endure. Upon seeing her come back and cause more chaos, his own killing intent was triggered. Although he didn't understand the 9 underworld Luaka, he did know that this madwoman had to be crazy if she was capable of changing sides at such a moment. Hence, he couldn't be bothered trying to talk reasonably with her. Idiot. Of the 4 halls, the Martial God Hall is number 1. The Sacred Pill Hall is then ranked 2nd, the Bloodkill Hall 3rd, and my 9 Underworld Hall last. But I've long since disliked this ranking. The Bloodkill Hall is a bunch of rogues that never fight. I also challenged you last time, but you refused. I then told you that Long Chen's life is mine, but you treat my words as nothing more than air. Since that's the case, We can all fight to the death and decide the real rankings of the 4 halls. The 9 underworld Luaka's voice grew colder and colder, becoming even more domineering. There was a sinister light in her eyes as those runes flowed within them. It was entirely the principle of follow me and prosper, defy me and die. It was unknown if it was because killing Long Chen herself was just that important to her, or if it was because of the Asura mark on her forehead making her even more haughty. You idiot, those rankings are based on the foundations of the 4 halls, not based on the power of the disciples. You don't even know this. You're an idiot, let alone someone who only has a trace of the Asura bloodline. Even if you were a true member of the Asura race, you wouldn't be qualified to be arrogant in front of me. Keep acting this way and the heavenly tomb will be your burial ground. Shouted Xianxia. He ignored her and continued to attack Long Chen. This time, when he attacked, his flame qilin also moved, attacking Long Chen from behind, right where it was most difficult for him to block. Seeing this, Long Chen snorted. He didn't even need to communicate with Huo Linger. She was already swinging the true fire sword at the flame qilin. At this moment, the 9 underworld Luaka barged into their fight, and everything became chaotic. Long Chen's enemies were the 9 underworld Luaka and Yin Changsheng. Yin Changsheng's enemies were Long Chen and the 9 underworld Luaka. And the 9 underworld Luaka's targets were also both Long Chen and Yin Changsheng. Hence, chaos ensued in the form of raging astral winds and exploding sword chi. The world grew dark and bright as explosion after explosion erupted. As the 3 of them fought, Huo Linger and the flame qilin joined in as well. This chaotic fight actually resulted in none of them daring to unleash a full power attack for fear of the third person taking advantage. In Long Chen's cultivation path, he had either been fighting or on the way to his next fight. But he had never encountered such a situation. In front of experts like Yin Changsheng and the 9 underworld Luaka, even someone as strong as Long Chen didn't dare to be careless. He could only fight conservatively and look for openings. Yin Changsheng and the 9 underworld Luaka were peak heavenly geniuses with the support of major powers behind them. They had countless trump cards. Hence, one careless mistake and Long Chen would suffer immensely. Yin Changsheng and the 9 underworld Luaka were thinking the same thing as him. With 2 opponents, they didn't dare to be careless. They were fighting in a steady fashion, so the question was who could find an opening first. If any one of them showed an opening, then the other 2 might instantly grasp it and attack, killing them. However, these 3 were true heavenly geniuses, experts who had walked out of the lands of death. As they had immense combat experience, their techniques came out naturally in an unending stream. There were no openings to take advantage of. None of the 3 dared to suddenly unleash their power. Thus, they were stuck in a stalemate. It was their first time being in such a senseless situation. Hey, what are you 3 doing? Should I join in for the fun? Mo Nian's voice rang out. Where is Ji Wuming? Long Chen's expression suddenly changed. That fellow hid himself. I can't find him, responded Mo Nian. He was by Yu Xiaochen's side, fighting off the devil race and sacred pill hall's experts. In truth, he was only forced to guard her to prevent Ji Wuming's sneak attack. However, even after all this time, Ji Wuming had not made his move. It was a bit odd. No, he went down. Long Chen suddenly noticed that after the Fusong tree was ripped out by the roots, it revealed an underground passageway going straight down. Fuck, this fellow really is crafty. Long Chen's lightning wings suddenly quivered, and he shot down the passageway like a bolt of lightning. As soon as he entered this passageway, an ancient aura struck him. Chapter 3839 Bronze Cauldron. When Long Chen charged down, the 9 underworld Luaka and Yin Changsheng immediately followed. After the Fusong tree's roots were ripped out, a large underground cave was revealed. This cave went so deep that they couldn't see the bottom. It was a channel, and there was an indescribable aura bursting out from within. It was incredibly bizarre. When Long Chen charged down, he quickly noticed that this underground area was its own world. When he reached the end of the channel, the first thing to enter his eyes was a golden lake. It looked like a lake of liquid gold. At the center of this lake, he saw a bronze cauldron floating on the surface of the water. It was an ancient cauldron with various carvings: the sun, moon, and stars, mountains, plains, and rivers, flying birds and walking beasts. This bronze cauldron was clearly no ordinary item, but curiously, it didn't give off the slightest pressure. Its runes were completely dark, and it even gave off a kind of rusty feeling. It was silently floating on the surface of the golden lake, but the translucent heavenly border line cut the lake in two, and that bronze cauldron was nestled right in the middle of the line. Half of it was on this side of the heavenly boundary line, and the other half was on the other side. As soon as Long Chen arrived, he saw a sneaky figure in the midst of rubbing that bronze cauldron. "Stop, that treasure is mine," Long Chen shouted and rushed over. In this life, he had seen countless treasures, so he could instantly tell that this bronze cauldron had a shocking origin. This was most likely the most valuable existence within this heavenly tomb. "That cauldron, you must obtain it." Just then, the dragon expert's voice rang out in Long Chen's mind. Its normal voice was calm as water, but now it was actually quivering slightly. That was enough to show how emotional it was. That made Long Chen jump. To be able to make the dragon expert this emotional, it was definitely an extraordinary existence. Long Chen slashed his saber at Ji Wuming. However, Ji Wuming didn't block it. Instead, he floated back. He actually gave the cauldron to Long Chen. Right as he dodged, Long Chen saw a piece of paper in his hand. There were countless marks on it now. Those were the bronze cauldron's runes and carvings. A rubbing. Long Chen hadn't expected Ji Wuming to have simply recorded the runes after being in here for so long. He hadn't taken the cauldron. From this, Long Chen instantly realized that taking this bronze cauldron would not be so easy. When Long Chen appeared in front of the 3-foot-tall cauldron, he immediately slammed a hand on it. Even so, there wasn't the slightest movement at all. There was not even a sound, leaving Long Chen's hand numb. He was astonished. He was currently in his 7-star battle armor state. The power of this palm could flip the heavens, but it was unable to shake the bronze cauldron in the slightest. He didn't even cause any sound to come out of the cauldron. Just how heavy was it? Just then, a flame spear tore through the air at Long Chen's back. This ruthless attack was from xianxia. Long Chen suddenly had a thought. Pressing on the cauldron, he pushed himself up, narrowly avoiding xianxia's attack. It narrowly missed hitting Long Chen's ribs and struck the cauldron. Long Chen didn't go far. He was no longer even thinking of killing anyone. His goal was only to take this bronze cauldron. He also wanted to see if xianxia's spear that was backed with faith energy would shake the cauldron. Then perhaps he would be able to take it. Xianxia's spear stabbed the cauldron, causing a crisp sound to ring out. However, that peerless spear actually shattered into countless pieces in front of Long Chen's shocked gaze. In front of this cauldron, the flame spear was as weak as a piece of wood. Xianxia coughed up blood. This was his life spear, something that he had nourished for many years. It had never failed him before, but it was actually broken today. As a result, his soul instantly suffered a severe injury. The spear shattered, but the bronze cauldron wasn't damaged in the slightest. It was as if there was nothing within heaven and earth that could shake it. Xianxia coughed up 3 large mouthfuls of blood, and his aura turned listless. Long Chen could clearly tell that it wasn't just because he had lost his spear. He also suffered a significant injury. This bronze cauldron is stuck in the heavenly boundary line. As long as the heavenly boundary line isn't broken, no one can move it. Attacking it is equivalent to attacking the heavenly boundary line, which is the same as attacking the entire heavenly tomb. Xianxia, you really are fortunate. You were smart to abandon your weapon and protect yourself with faith energy at that critical moment. Otherwise, you would already be a corpse, said Ji Wuming lightly at the shocked and enraged Xianxia. Being the first person to arrive, Ji Wuming was the first to realize that the cauldron couldn't be moved. That was why when Long Chen came charging over, he didn't stop him. He knew that no one could take it away. However, what he hadn't expected was for Long Chen to pull back his attack against him. When he dodged, Long Chen simply put away his saber instead of following through to strike the cauldron. When Long Chen tested the cauldron with his hand, he didn't use a weapon. Pushing with just his physical strength hadn't caused a backlash. On the other hand, Xianxia was unlucky. Ji Wuming had failed to bait Long Chen, but Long Chen managed to bait Xianxia. He was almost conned to death. However, for Ji Wuming to only say this afterward was no different than patronizing sarcasm. Xianxia wouldn't thank him for this helpful advice. He viewed it as Ji Wuming intentionally mocking him. Suddenly, the world quivered intensely, and bubbles appeared on the lake like it was boiling. At the same time, cracks appeared in the soil above his head. This entire world looked like it was about to collapse. Long Chen, there's another person from the other side. It's Mo Nian's voice rang out from above. With a huge explosion, the other side of the heavenly boundary line exploded. Based on the distance, that was where the corresponding moon tree should be. What Long Chen didn't know was that when he and Yin Changsheng ripped the Fusong tree out of the ground, the corresponding moon tree on the other side also reacted. From an aerial point of view, this world was like a giant taiji diagram. The moon tree and the Fusong tree were the eyes of the yin and yang fishes. When one eye was damaged, the taiji diagram started to lose its balance. After that, the other eye, the moon tree, started to crack and wither. Furthermore, at this time, from the other side of the heavenly boundary line, countless figures came charging in. They directly snatched away the moon tree. Furthermore, when Mo Nian and the others saw one figure in particular, they couldn't believe their eyes. Mo Nian hastily called out a warning. The space on the other side of the heavenly boundary line quivered, and a figure descended from above. When Long Chen saw him, his eyes instantly turned scarlet. That person also saw Long Chen. However, he laughed instead. Long Chen, ha ha ha, I, Long Aotian, have finally found you. Tell me, how am I supposed to thank you? Chapter 3840 Triple Supreme Long Aotian. It was still the same arrogant Long Aotian. His haughtiness had not diminished at all from back then, so it could be said that he lived up to his arrogant name. What was different about him was his adornments. His violet elegant robes, violet gold crown, violet gold belt, and even his shoes were all covered in dragon marks. Those dragon marks gave off powerful divine energy fluctuations. It was like his body was surrounded by dragon chi, bestowing him a noble air. Long Chen looked at Long Aotian with many emotions. There was excitement, there was rage. Back then, he had left Long Aotian alive as a clue to search for his father and mother. However, until now, he had only found some clues about his mother but not the slightest news about his father. He didn't know whether or not they were still alive. All of this was caused by Long Aotian's family. Although Long Aotian's father and mother were now dead, Long Aotian was the one who had benefited from them stealing Long Chen's spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone. Before killing him, Long Chen's killing intent would never be fully settled. Now that Long Chen was seeing Long Aotian once more, his killing intent exploded. All of his problems started because of Long Aotian. Yin Changsheng and the others were also shocked by Long Aotian's arrival. He possessed an indescribable air around him. With the heavenly boundary line in place, even though they couldn't sense his aura, just looking at the air around him was enough to make them feel shocked. Yin Changsheng, the 9 underworld Luaka, and Ji Wuming's hearts shook. They were all first-rate experts and had sharp senses toward other experts. Even through the heavenly boundary line, they could sense the immense pressure that Long Aotian gave them. They had never seen such a terrifying existence before. Long Aotian wasn't alone. Right as he descended, hundreds of others in similar violet robes covered in dragon marks also came down. However, those experts had silver dragon marks on their robes. Only Long Aotian's robes had golden dragon marks. They stood behind Long Aotian. It seemed that they were his subordinates. However, every single one of them had gazes as sharp as blades. They were all true experts. Long Chen and Long Aotian looked at each other. Their gazes were like blades crossing through the air. This pair of mortal enemies were actually meeting here. Long Chen, it seems that you're the same as ever. Wherever you go, you only create enemies. Even after ascending to the immortal world, you still haven't matured in the slightest. You're still constantly chased down and hunted by others, said Long Aotian, his hands clasped behind his back. His gaze disdainfully swept across Yin Changsheng, the 9 underworld Luaka, and Ji Wuming. Long Aotian seemed even more arrogant than he was back then, not placing anyone in his eyes. This arrogance of his instantly provoked Yin Changsheng and the others. Who do you think you are to dare saying such big words? Raged the 9 underworld Luaka. However, Long Aotian ignored her, like he didn't even see her. He only looked at Long Chen. Long Chen, I really have to thank you for not killing me on the martial heaven continent. Although I know you did it on purpose in order to torture me, I still have to thank you. Because you didn't kill me, I ascended to the immortal world. Here in the immortal world, after my body was checked, I learned just how valuable those 3 things taken from your body are. It is because of this that the Long clan valued me so highly. Even some ancestral patriarchs that are basically living fossils were disturbed. They not only expelled the poison you gave me, but they even spent a huge amount of resources and effort, sacrificing their precious longevity just to cleanse my spirit root, spirit bone, and spirit blood. I don't know if you've heard of this before. In this world, there is a kind of super genius called a triple supreme. That is precisely me. Long Aoshin looked at Long Chen through the heavenly boundary line with a touch of disdain, flaunting his fortune. Triple supreme, Yin Changshang, the 9 underworld Luaka, and Ji Wuming's hearts shook. A triple supreme was someone who had supreme blood, a supreme bone, and a supreme spirit root. Furthermore, they had merged all three into one, which allowed them to reach the very heavens. A person's spirit root and spirit blood were essentially innate, but a person's spirit root dominated their talent. It required constant cultivation and comprehension to allow the spirit root to be cleansed and purified. However, the spirit root was the most difficult to cultivate. The spirit root was already set when a person was born, and only a very small number of people could change it through cultivation. But even if they could change it, it would only be minuscule changes. Changing a spirit root was truly a heaven-defying conduct. In this case, changing a spirit root didn't make the spirit root stronger, nor did it make someone's talent better. Instead, it was to restore the spirit root to a state of empty spirit. This would bring it back to the flawless state from when a person was just born. This kind of cultivation of returning back to the origin was exceedingly difficult. It was like having a cultivator who had experienced countless tribulations, seen all the emotions of humanity, and experienced the hypocrisy of the world to the point of having been schemed against countless times return to their pure heart from their childhood. It was almost impossible. Once a blank piece of paper was covered in ink, returning it back to its pure state was almost impossible. However, the heavens were large and filled with monsters. There were truly some people who had defied the heavens and managed to purify their spirit root back to its original state. However, they were incredibly rare. One might not appear even in tens of thousands of years. Even if there was such a person, they would essentially be unrivaled, a transcendent existence. But this Long Aoshin in front of them was wild and domineering. He was clearly a vicious person. Thus, Yin Changsheng and the others refused to believe that such an existence was capable of purifying his spirit root back to its original state. A double supreme was already a supreme amongst supremes, only one or two would appear amongst tens of thousands of supremes. Furthermore, those two required lucky encounters. They had to obtain enough primal chaos chi in order to merge both aspects. If they weren't born in the right place, even if they had that talent, it would be wasted. The 9 underworld Luaka sneered. Don't brag. Even if you had the potential to be a triple supreme, you wouldn't be able to merge all three in the immortal king realm. A triple supreme can only start their merger in the divine venerate realm. Without reaching that realm, you can at most only merge your blood and bone. Unless I possessed an innate mutated spirit root. Long Aoshin smiled disdainfully. The 9 underworld Luaka and the others were shocked. That expression, could it be? But it was impossible. Long Aoshin enjoyed their shocked expressions and laughed. Long Chen, I really didn't expect that your spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone would be so amazing. I am now the Long clan's #1 expert of the junior generation. I am the successor of the immemorial Long clan. The current me is like the sun in the sky, so I have to thank you. Tell me, how do you want to die? I will let you choose as a reward for your contribution. After saying that, Long Aoshin walked right up to the heavenly boundary line, and in front of everyone's stunned gazes, slammed a palm on it. Chapter 3841 7 Color Supreme Blood. The heavenly boundary line was a condensation of the laws of the 3000 worlds. It represented an absolute dignity, an existence that could not be challenged or blasphemed. It split the 3000 worlds in two. Ever since it was born, no one dared to touch it. Otherwise, they would be provoking the laws of the world and be eradicated by those laws. However, Long Aoshin walked right up to the heavenly boundary line and slammed his palm on it. The moment his palm struck it, the heavenly boundary line quivered and rainbow light flowed out. The heavenly boundary line actually didn't reject him. Instead, a rainbow gateway actually appeared in it. This rainbow gate flowed like water. In front of everyone's stunned gazes, Long Aoshin's figure slowly passed through the gate. He went through the heavenly boundary line just like that. Yin Changsheng, the 9 underworld Luaka, and Ji Wuming were too stunned to move. Long Aoshin was actually capable of ignoring the laws of the 3000 worlds. What kind of heaven-defying ability was this? No matter how strong a person was, how could they actually seize the heavenly Taos and suppress the very laws of the world? Even people as strong as them were shocked. They had never heard of anyone possessing such an ability. Mo Nian, Yu Xiaochen, Sha Chen, and Guo Ran came charging down this passageway as well. Originally, Yu Xiaochen had managed to force Shi Yong to the brink of death, but at this moment, she couldn't bother with him. They all charged down. When they saw Long Aoshan and confirmed that they hadn't seen it wrongly, they were even more shocked. Long Aoshan was no longer the old Long Aoshan of the martial heaven continent. He was now so powerful that he had surpassed all their expectations. After crossing the heavenly boundary line, the rainbow gate behind him slowly faded. Looking at everyone's shocked expressions, he smiled. He seemed to greatly enjoy this sight. Long Chen, do you see? This is the power of your 7-color supreme blood. It possesses the innate ability to subdue the 10,000 Daos, so the laws of a minor world like the 3,000 worlds cannot stop me. It's such a shame that you were the original owner of this 7-color supreme blood, but it shows off its heaven-shaking might in my hands. I suppose the greatest tragedy is that you, the original master of this 7-color supreme blood, will now die to it. Hee, isn't that very ironic? Perhaps this is fate. Long Aoshan smiled, feeling very pleased with himself. He looked down on Long Chen like an emperor from high above. It was only once he passed through the heavenly boundary line that people could sense his true aura. He seemed to possess a transcendent energy, one that made people feel the urge to prostrate themselves toward him. This aura was noble and domineering, an aura that could subdue the 4 seas and cause the 9 heavens to kowtow. It could not be resisted. It was as if the 10,000 Daos could only crawl beneath his feet. What shocked Yin Changsheng, the 9 underworld Luaka, Ji Wuming, and the others the most was that this terrifying Long Aoshan's 7-color supreme blood was actually taken from Long Chen. They had heard Long Aoshan say that he had taken 3 things from Long Chen before. Now, they knew that one of them was this 7-color supreme blood. Then the other 2, tell me, where is my father? Long Chen clenched his teeth furiously. He had only let Long Aoshan off back then to learn the whereabouts of his father and mother. Although he did not know where his mother was, based on Luo Zichuan's character, his mother should not be in danger. However, his father's whereabouts were still a mystery. When Long Chen looked for the Long family, they had pulled up their whole family and left without leaving a clue. So, now that he was seeing Long Aoshan again, he had to learn of his father's whereabouts. Your father. Don't worry, your father is still alive. He's doing very well. After all, with me present, who would dare to touch him? His son caused the death of my parents, so how could I not let him live? Ha 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 ha. Long Aoshan might be laughing, but he was clenching his teeth angrily. His enmity with Long Chen was no longer as simple as stealing his blood, bone, and root. Long Aoshan had caused Long Chen's family to be separated. As for Long Chen, he had killed Long Aoshan's parents as a way of getting some interest on his debt to him. Long Chen hated Long Aoshan, and Long Aoshan hated Long Chen. Both of their hatreds had reached the point of being deeply imprinted in their souls. Although Long Aoshan hadn't died and had even profited from his defeat last time, he was still tortured by Long Chen. He might now have the favor of the immemorial Long clan. But before that, after Long Chen fed him his black soil pill, he was in such immense pain that he thought of ending himself many times. In the immortal world, he was unable to endure this pain and wanted to kill himself. That torture was unbearable. Later on, an expert from the Long family forcibly sealed his cultivation base, making him unable to even kill himself. However, they were unable to seal the pain, so he was tortured with every second. It was precisely this terrifying pain that had stimulated the self-protective will of his spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone. No matter how much pain he was in, he wouldn't die. He ultimately retained a trace of his life. During that time, it was truly a case of living a life worse than death. Originally, the Long family had decided to abandon him because they had no way to save him. It was only later that they noticed that Long Aoshan's spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone were incomparably powerful. No matter how the poison raged, it was unable to take his life. As a result, they requested aid from the experts in the clan, and someone crossed heavens just to check on him. After finding that Long Aoshan possessed the potential to become a triple supreme, this expert immediately sent him to the Long clan's ancestral land, willing to pay any price. They even disturbed the ancestral patriarchs. With the patriarchs personally taking action, the poison in his body was dispelled. They spent a huge amount of resources and effort to cleanse Long Aoshan's spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone. From that moment on, Long Aoshan soared, standing far above all other heavenly geniuses. He became the immemorial Long clan's strongest genius of this generation. Furthermore, his potential was viewed highly amongst all the patriarchs. They had great expectations of him. The current Long Aoshan could be said to want for nothing within the immemorial Long clan. If he wanted wind, there was wind. If he wanted rain, there was rain. There was no one who could match him. However, there was still a single knot in his heart. That was Long Chen, the person he hated to the bone. Now that the two were meeting once more, both of them became like bloodthirsty beasts glaring at each other with scarlet eyes. When Long Aoshan said that Long Zontian was in his hands, Long Chen's head buzzed. His fury exploded. If Long Zontian was in his hands, it was unimaginable just how much he was being tortured. Thinking of this, Long Chen's fury was out of control. I could make you live a life worse than death once, so I can do it a second time. Long Chen's roar was like thunder. After that, killing intent shook the void, and the 10,000 Daos howled. When his divine ring spun, his 7 stars quivered. He didn't hold back the slightest bit of power as he smashed a fist at Long Aoshan. Keep dreaming. I am no longer the old Long Aoshan. Starting today, only I will reign supreme within the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Everyone else is merely stepping stones on my path to the peak. As for you, Long Chen, you will be my first step. Divine blood infects, heavenly desolation. Long Aoshan's manifestation burst into existence. It was a multicolored desolate world. As soon as this world appeared, a supreme aura unfurled, causing everyone's expressions to change. Today, I'll show you what a true supreme is, what true power is. Long Aoshan didn't dodge in front of Long Chen's attack. He unleashed his own fist. These two destined mortal enemies once more clashed in the immortal world. Chapter 3842 7 Planet World Suppression. The moment the two of them clashed, their auras exploded violently. Even before truly exchanging blows, space already rumbled and exploded. The Golden Lake began to ripple and unleash huge waves. Both of them unleashed a fist, and the collision shook this entire world. Even the heavenly boundary line quivered. After that, a chi wave exploded, blowing both of them back. This direct clash lacked any technique or skill. It was a pure clash of physical strength. However, when their auras exploded, a tyrannical pressure crashed down on everyone, suffocating them. With Long Chen and Long Aoshan fighting, Yin Changsheng, the 9 underworld Luaka, and Ji Wuming stopped. They hadn't expected such an expert to suddenly appear. This was a perfect chance for them to test out just how strong Long Chen was. Without your 7-color supreme blood, you could only use other essence blood to replace it. But even if you have true dragon essence blood, so what? You can only be suppressed. Long Aoshan unleashed another punch. This time, the multicolored world in his manifestation became active, as if it was a magnificent painting scroll whose colors were now moving. The world became vivid and lifelike. At this moment, his fist was covered in a layer of divine light. When it fell, the world shook and a giant mass of spatial cracks appeared. The power of this fist was 10 times greater than his first. Since I dared to release you back then, it was because I was sure I could beat you again. In front of me, you can only ever be beaten. Long Chen's stars quivered. When his calm violet chi erupted, they ignited into violet flames. This was Long Chen's first time unleashing his violet chi without restraint. After getting accustomed to his new power, his body was entirely capable of bearing the pressure of his violet chi. Violet chi gushed out of the 108,000 stars behind him, which instantly blazed with light, becoming like suns unleashing endless power. That power flowed through Long Chen's body like rivers. The two of them once more clashed. This time, the void exploded and wild power unfurled. Cracks appeared on the ceiling above their heads. Whether it was this side of the heavenly boundary line or the other, giant cracks appeared. It appeared as if this world would collapse at any moment. The two of them fell back once more after clashing fists. Once they did, their auras erupted like volcanoes that had been sealed for millions and millions of years. Long Chen, I'll show you my manifestation. You'll then know the difference between us. Divine blood infects heavenly desolation is just the first form. I'll now show you the second form, 7-planet world suppression. Long Aoshan raised his arms toward the heavens and roared. His long hair whipped around him. As his manifestation rumbled and boomed, waves of violent chi came spurting out. At this moment, 2 new colors appeared in his multicolored manifestation world. They were black and white. When they appeared, it was like a sun and a moon had appeared. The sun was bright, and the moon was dark, one yang and one yin. With this addition of black and white, Long Aotian's aura soared crazily, unleashing chi waves that scoured this world. Mo Nian and the others were stunned. The current Long Aotian was absolutely terrifying. He was like an unrivaled celestial god, with an aura that shook their souls. Violet chi swirled around Long Chen's body like millions of flying dragons. His aura had also reached a critical point. All his violet chi surged toward his Feng Fu star. The Feng Fu star, Alioth star, Life Fate star, Enlightenment Palace, Divine Gate star, Nethergate star, and Violet Tower star lit up one by one. Every time one of them lit up, his aura rose to a new level. Last time, in his fight with Shi Yong, although Long Chen had summoned the 7-star battle armor, it was not the complete version. That time, although all 7 stars were lit up, it was still one step away from the complete 7-star battle armor. One reason was because Long Chen hadn't needed to take that step in order to defeat Shi Yong. The other reason was because he wasn't fully confident that he could endure the impact of that final step. However, now Long Chen had to cross that final step because the current Long Aotian had already pressed him to the point of needing to do so. He was truly the most frightening opponent Long Chen had ever met. Long Chen's aura erupted explosively. When the 7th Violet Tower star lit up, the violet chi around him ignited. Violet flames then raged around him, igniting the very laws of the heavenly Taos. However, what shocked Guo Ran, Sha Chen, and the others was that while both their auras raged, Long Aotian's manifestation almost filled this entire world, suppressing Long Chen's manifestation. It was unable to break free from Long Aotian's restrictions. It was like there was a giant tree blocking all the sunlight from reaching him. As a result, Long Chen's manifestation appeared much weaker in front of Long Aotian's manifestation. Guo Ran's expression changed. If Long Chen's manifestation was suppressed, then there was no way he could be a match for Long Aotian. Long Aotian was too powerful. Long Chen, it seems that I overestimated you. Under the suppression of my manifestation, the current you cannot even receive a single blow from me. Long Aotian looked at Long Chen derisively. His manifestation quivered, unleashing endless divine light around him. Long Aotian was in no rush to attack. He seemed to have immense confidence, so he arrogantly looked down on Long Chen. With his hatred of Long Chen, killing Long Chen just like this was letting him off too easily. He wanted Long Chen to die tortured and aggrieved. He wanted to return the pain he had suffered because of him 1,000-fold. It seems that I also overestimated you. You are just a pig who remembers feedings but not beatings. Even after being tortured by my medicinal pill for so long, you still haven't learned your lesson. Your arrogance is all faked. It is nothing more than an attempt to cover up your own sense of inferiority. Everything that you depend on does not come from you. It all stems from other people's shameless means. When all that outside power is stripped from you, what do you have left? I'll answer for you. When you lose those things, all you have left is nothing. Long Chen's manifestation was quivering and his 7 stars were constantly vibrating. Although it was suppressed and forced into a smaller space, Long Chen wasn't the slightest bit panicked. These words pierced deep into Long Aotian's heart. Just as Long Chen said, nothing he had was obtained by his own efforts. His pride, his arrogance, they were all to cover up the fear and self-inferiority in his heart. Even though he was so powerful now, he still had nightmares. He would see everything that he had stolen away. He also saw himself become nothing more than an ordinary person. That feeling of living a life worse than death kept returning. He knew that Long Chen had become his major heart devil. If he wished to continue cultivating, he had to kill Long Chen. Otherwise, sooner or later, he would be consumed by his heart devil. After being exposed by Long Chen, he roared furiously, "A bunch of nonsense. I'll slaughter you right now." Long Aotian flipped in the air and stamped down, diving down like a goshawk. Multicolored runes then flowed on top of his hands like sharp claws piercing toward Long Chen. Just then, the Violet Tower star's divine light illuminated the Feng Fu star. At this moment, the 7 stars were fully connected. This was the complete 7-star battle armor. With a heaven-shaking explosion, astral light erupted around Long Chen, and he unleashed a punch straight at Long Aotian. Chapter 3843 Power Shakes the World. The 7 bright stars behind Long Chen formed a starry ring, and their power flowed in an endless loop. Not a trace of their power leaked. Last time, when he summoned the 7-star battle armor, he still didn't dare to connect them in a perfect loop. That was because if he didn't unleash some of his energy into the air, he might blow himself up with his power. However, After getting used to his new power over a longer period, he gained more experience using his stronger meridians and could now fully control the power of the 7-star battle armor. The moment the power of his 7 stars began to flow, energy exploded out of his body. This fist's power could tear through the dome of the heavens. With a heaven-shaking collision, giant cracks appeared within heaven and earth. It was as if this entire world would shatter. After that, wild chi waves formed a domain of death that rapidly spread. The golden lake beneath everyone's feet was directly blasted into golden mist. As a result, xianxia, Ji Wuming, and the others immediately unleashed their full power just to brace themselves. Even then, they were blown back by this impact. On the other hand, Sha Chen was prepared. With his talisman, he brought Yu Shaochen, Mo Nian, and Guo ran away ahead of time. So, by the time they were buffeted by those astral winds, they had weakened a great deal. Even then, Sha Chen felt like the astral winds were like blades on his face. It felt like his flesh was being sliced off of his body. Suddenly, Guo Ran pointed to the bottom of the Golden Lake. The lake had been blown away by Long Chen and Long Aotian's exchange, revealing the bottom. There were 36 coffins located at the bottom of the lake. The moment they were revealed, a wild desolate chi assaulted them. That aura made Guo Ran and the others' hair stand on end. An indescribable sense of terror then filled all of them. It felt like something had set its sights on them. Not good. We've been involved in some terrifying karma. Mo Nian was bewildered as he looked at the coffins. As a professional grave robber, he was familiar with all kinds of tombs and had plundered many of them. Naturally, that resulted in him getting involved with many inauspicious things. This was what it meant to see more ghosts at night. Before entering this heavenly tomb, Mo Nian had set up a barrier. This was a secret technique of the Limitless Palace to shield from invisible energies like karma and curses. However, when these coffins appeared, Mo Nian was shocked to find that the barrier he had set up was instantly destroyed. It didn't have the slightest effect. The appearance of these coffins made everyone's heart shake. As experts, they could tell that they had just been infected by some karma. This feeling was like a terrifying monster had set its sights on them. It also felt like they would never escape from that gaze for the rest of their lives. Yin Changshang, the 9 underworld Luaka, and Ji Wuming's expressions changed. Once involved in this kind of karma, there was no escape. Those coffins had ancient totemic carves on them. There were tree monsters, strange flowers, as well as beasts that they had never seen before. Suddenly, hundreds of the devil races and sacred pill halls experts screamed at the same time. They covered their eyes with their hands, and fresh blood poured out from between their fingers. At the same time as that blood flowed, putrefied flesh could be seen in it as well. Don't look at those coffins. Don't look into the eyes of those beast carvings. If your life isn't strong enough, this karma will instantly kill you, shouted Yin Changsheng, stopping the sacred pill hall's experts from looking at them. Although he didn't know the origin of these coffins, this terrifying karma had infected them. Even he felt chills and his soul quivered. This place had something untouchable buried within it. Beneath that mysterious cauldron was the Golden Lake, and below the Golden Lake were these coffins. Anyone could tell that those coffins were the true heart of the heavenly tomb. Suddenly, 2 loud roars shook this world, and wild chi waves battered everyone. Those chi waves buffeted the world with no pause. Only then did people pull their attention from the coffins to midair, where Long Chen and Long Aotian's fists were still locked in combat. They were unleashing all their power to suppress the other. Everyone could see cracks where their fists met, and those cracks continuously grew. Grand Dao runes collapsed, fragments of spacetime flew. Under their violent power, this entire world was wailing, as if it would explode at any moment. The upper floor above them had been turned into dust at some point. The entire heavenly tomb was shaking, and the corpses on the walls fell. This place was in chaos. The experts present were terrified. They had never witnessed such a terrifying sight before. The 2 of them seemed intent on destroying this entire world with them. Long Chen and Long Aotian glared at each other, both of them exploding with killing intent. They didn't care about everything around them. They only had one thought: to defeat the other in the most direct, most brutal way. As their powers raged, their chi waves struck the heavenly boundary line. It was actually affected by their power and began to rumble. However, the curious thing was that even as the heavenly boundary line was shaken, the bronze cauldron at the center wasn't shaken in the slightest. It seemed that it wasn't affected by the heavenly boundary line at all. The entire heavenly tomb was wailing. The others didn't dare to make any rash movements. Even Mo Nian, who lusted for those coffins, was only appraising them silently, waiting to gain more information before making a move. Although those coffins were utterly terrifying, since they were already involved with their karma, there was nothing more to fear. He very much wanted to know what terrifying existences were buried within those coffins. However, he still couldn't make a move yet. If he did, Ji Wuming, Yin Changsheng, the 9 underworld Luaka, Shi Yong, and the others would also react. There were too many of them. Any rash moves would be disadvantageous, so Mo Nian was waiting for a more suitable opportunity. For now, he just watched Long Chen and Long Aoshan's fight. Long Chen and Long Aoshan were blown back at the same time. After that, the spatial cracks vanished and the ear-piercing sounds also subsided. The entire world fell silent. Good, as expected of you, Long Chen. You haven't disappointed me. I still have many trump cards I haven't gotten to use yet. If you were to lose already, it would be boring. Long Aoshan stood in the air. His manifestation thrummed according to a mysterious rhythm. At this moment, he was looking at Long Chen like a beast looking at his prey. Long Aoshan didn't reveal much shock at Long Chen's power. Instead, he seemed excited. Even against the full-power Long Chen, he was confident. It doesn't matter how many trump cards you have. You will never be able to escape your fate of being beaten. The moment you stole my spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone, your fate was set. Long Chen was also burning with battle intent. It was as if he lived for battle. Only in battle could he understand himself. Only in battle could he see himself clearly. Ha ha ha, you are still so conceited. Let me see how long you can keep up with that conceit. The next moment, Long Aoshan spread his arms, and the world within his manifestation suddenly changed color. When golden light erupted out of the world behind him, he shot at Long Chen. Sharp metal chi, he can control metal energy. Sha Chen cried out in shock. That golden light was like sharp golden swords. Most frightening of all, as these golden swords came flying out of his manifestation, the ground of the heavenly tomb turned golden as well. Those golden swords instantly sucked away this world's metal energy. At this moment, Yin Changsheng, the 9 underworld Luaka, and the others' expressions all changed. Chapter 3844 Terrifying 7-Color Supreme Blood. Golden swords filled the air, and they instantly extracted this world's metal energy. As they tore through the world, their divine light was so harsh that people didn't dare to look at them directly. When Long Aoshan's sharp metal chi merged with the metal energy of the world, millions of golden swords formed a golden flood crashing down on Long Chen. At this moment, astral light lit up on Long Chen's fist. He directly punched a torrent of golden swords, resulting in golden light filling the world. Countless golden swords were shattered. However, Long Chen smashed into the wall behind him viciously due to the impact of the golden torrent. After being blown apart, the golden torrent once more merged and crashed down on Long Chen like a golden dragon. These golden swords were incredibly sharp. Although Long Chen managed to shatter many of them with one attack, there were too many of them. Many of them passed by his body, leaving many cuts on him. In just an instant, blood dyed his robes. Long Chen was covered in dragon scales, but he was unable to resist those sharp swords. Although his body had reached a monstrous level of power, he was still injured. From this, it could be seen just how sharp those golden swords were. They were not inferior to world domain divine items. Although he was injured, they were no more than superficial wounds. These swords were unable to pose a fatal threat to him. Seeing them coming back at him, Long Chen roared and actually took the initiative to dive into this golden torrent. Astral light exploded out of his fists. With his bare hand, he struck this golden torrent. Long Chen dove into the flood in order to prevent it from accumulating more momentum. His fists danced along with golden light, and the shattered golden runes dyed the world in a new hue. Those shattered runes didn't disappear. Instead, they reformed, becoming sharp swords that once more attacked Long Chen in an endless torrent. Even then, those golden swords were unable to stop Long Chen. He actually pushed through this golden torrent toward Long Aoshan. Long Aoshan smiled sinisterly. Battle intent rose in his eyes. Long Chen, you must endure. I hope to be able to show you the full power of your 7-color supreme blood before your death. Suddenly, Long Aoshan's hand seals changed and his manifestation once more changed color. It went from golden to fire red. Following that, flame runes flew out of his manifestation. Flame energy. Everyone was shocked. Other than metal energy, Long Aotian also controlled flame energy. When this flame energy appeared, the world's flame energy was sucked dry just like its metal energy. A torrent of flames then ignited the world as it charged at Long Chen. The sharp metal current now had raging flames mixed within it. Seeing this, Long Chen only snorted, and astral winds blew out of his fists. Both these currents were blown apart. Again, shouted Long Aotian. The next moment, the earth crumbled, and a giant earth pillar soared into the sky toward Long Chen. Long Chen smashed his fist down. The earth pillar crumbled, but Long Chen was blown into the sky by a terrifying force. Earth energy. People were shocked even further. Long Aotian also possessed earth energy. Could it be? After that, the earth collapsed and vines came flying out like pythons. Long Chen was still in the midst of flying back from the earth pillar, but the vines already weaved into a net around Long Chen, instantly binding him and tightening. A thunderous roar rang out. After that, those vines exploded, scattering in pieces. But then, those broken pieces actually took root in the air and once more grew, transforming into even more giant vines that coiled around Long Chen. Wood energy. Suddenly, the air shook and a rain of light descended from the heavens. That rain was like arrows piercing toward Long Chen. How can this be? How can a person use all 5 elements at once? People cried out in shock. This didn't make sense. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. All 5 forms of energy weaved through the world. They all attacked Long Chen, but not one of them repulsed the others. Every form of energy was fatal. Facing them, Long Chen's fists continued to dance, and his violet chi continued to erupt. He fiercely counterattacked against the 5 elemental forces. Long Chen, do you see? This is the power of your 7-color supreme blood. This all should have been yours. Unfortunately, you didn't have that fate. Who cares about a double supreme or even a triple supreme? I have not even cultivated my supreme blood to its pinnacle, and I already possess the power to destroy heaven and earth. Once my supreme bone and supreme root fully awaken, all 3 will merge into one. Who will possibly be a match for me in this world? Unfortunately, you won't live to see me merge all 3 and be unrivaled. But that's fine. I will fully display my supreme blood's power to you. I will show you just how heaven-defying the 3 things I stole from your body are. To be killed by your own supreme blood, isn't it very ironic? Ha 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 ha. Long Aotian raised his head and laughed. What is mine will naturally be taken back by myself. Leaving them with you is nothing more than having you look after them. I have to thank you for spending so much time and energy on helping me raise them. Long Chen continued to fight through the 5 elemental currents. Although he was covered in blood, his expression was not at all panicked. He was still as calm as water. Your mouth is pretty glib. Let me see just how long you can be so tough. The power of 7-color supreme blood doesn't stop here. I'll let you understand as you die. Long Aotian's hand seals changed once more. Suddenly, the 5 currents quivered, and they formed giant runes. At first, they were indistinct, but then they merged together to form a giant sphere of light that trapped Long Chen inside. The 5 runes flowed around, forming 5 totemic symbols. Looking more closely, those totems seemed to be the legendary azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise, and qilin. When those 5 totems appeared, the sphere of light quivered and 5 roars rang out. Those voices seemed to come from ancient times and were filled with murderous killing intent. They made people's ears hurt and shook their souls. Because of them, some of the weaker experts of the devil race and sacred pill hall passed out, blood pouring out of their ears. Even if every person here was a supreme, in front of this mental pressure, a portion of them were unable to endure it. As for Long Chen, he was inside the sphere of light. The pressure that he was under was a million times greater. However, his expression was still calm. He just looked at those 5 totems. Rest in peace. 5 spirit bind. A sphere of light suddenly appeared on Long Aotian's hand as well. It was only an inch wide but shaped the exact same as the one trapping Long Chen. He then clenched his hand. The light around Long Chen compressed on him, and Long Chen felt space twist violently. Long Aotian was trying to directly crush him. Long Chen snorted. You are still as foolish as ever. After saying that, he pointed a single finger. A single flame directly touched the vermilion bird totem. Chapter 3845 Long Chen's New Technique. The light sphere contracted, and heaven and earth quivered. This power made people's hearts clench. It was an attack with apocalyptic power. Guo ran and the others instantly tensed. They knew that this move had to be one of Long Aoshan's killer blows. However, unexpectedly, just as his sphere of light contracted, Long Chen simply pointed at the vermilion bird totem. Endless flames gushed out of the vermilion bird totem. The 5 energies inside the sphere were originally perfectly balanced, but with Long Chen's injection of energy, the sphere instantly lost any semblance of balance. Endless runes flew about. That terrifying sphere of light was broken with a single finger from Long Chen. All the experts present were shocked. Such a terrifying technique had been broken with a wave of Long Chen's hand. Seeing Mo Nian and the others' uncomprehending expressions, Yu Xiaochen explained, the 5 elemental energies restrain and support each other. The reason Long Aoshan can use all 5 elemental energies at once is because he is using the Tao of the 5 elements. As for Long Chen, he possesses flame energy, and just by inserting the slightest bit of it into the vermilion bird totem, the vermilion bird totem's energy overwhelmed the azure dragon's wood energy. With the balance of the 5 elements broken, this technique naturally crumbled on itself. Only then did Mo Nian and the others understand. So it was such a simple trick. But without Yu Xiaochen's explanation, they wouldn't be able to imagine how Long Chen could destroy such a killer move with a point of his finger. Long Aoshan didn't seem surprised that his technique was broken. It was as if it was all within his expectations. He then waved his hand, and the 5 totems flew toward him, branding themselves on his forehead, hands, and feet. The Qilin was on his forehead, the vermilion bird on his left hand, the white tiger on his right hand, the azure dragon on his left foot, and the black tortoise on his right foot. The power of the 5 elemental totems was directly merged with his body. When that happened, heaven and earth quivered as if he had become the master of the world, an undefeatable existence that controlled all laws. His aura completely changed, becoming even more domineering and even more oppressive. Long Chen, do you think that I don't know you have flame energy? Do you think breaking my 5 spirit bind is something to be proud of? You're too naive. Long Chen, I won't let you die so easily. I'll show you just how terrifying your 7-color supreme blood is. I'll make you die feeling endless unwillingness and helplessness. I will return all the pain that you gave me multiplied by 1,000. Long Aoshan smiled sinisterly, his gaze sharp. On the martial heaven continent, you said that your physical body was the strongest. Today, I'll defeat you in your strongest area. What I have was originally yours, but you can only watch as everything is taken from you. You are powerless to resist. You can only die suffering. Long Aoshan suddenly unleashed a simple punch. The next moment, a golden fist image crashed down like a giant mountain. This punch came out without any hand seals and without accumulating any energy. However, all the metal energy of the world still followed the punch. Long Aoshan was able to unleash such a powerful attack without any preparation. When the mountain-like golden fist crashed down, Long Chen's heart shook. The pressure behind this fist made it impossible for him to breathe. However, this fist didn't strike Long Chen. Instead, it flew by him, smashing into the ground below. This fist directly struck the 36 coffins. The terrifying power caused the ground to crumble and the earth to turn into nothingness. Even so, this terrifying fist was unable to damage those coffins. After losing the support of the ground, they simply floated in the air. This unstoppable fist that destroyed heaven and earth was unable to damage those coffins. At the same time as people were stunned by Long Aoshan's power, they were all amazed by the durability of those coffins. The coffins simply floated in the air. Now, people could vaguely see some translucent chains binding them to the cauldron in the heavenly boundary line. Long Chen, you know that I missed this attack on purpose. I don't want you to accidentally die too early. That would be boring. Long Aoshan didn't look at those coffins, nor did he look at the cauldron. The only thing he was staring at was Long Chen, his hated mortal enemy. Go ahead and attack. I also want to see how powerful my 7-color supreme blood is. Since I'm going to take it back anyway, I should be mentally prepared, responded Long Chen coldly. Long Chen was also filled with hatred for Long Aoshan. His battle intent continued to rise. Long Aoshan's power was beyond imagination. But the stronger Long Aoshan was, the further he provoked the battle intent deep within Long Chen's soul. Long Chen, don't waste too much energy on him. Your goal is that bronze cauldron. Let me tell you, that bronze cauldron is a priceless treasure. You have to save energy to awaken it. Don't lose out on something this major. The dragon expert's voice once more rang out in Long Chen's mind. Clearly, this bronze cauldron's origins were immense, and the dragon expert greatly wished for Long Chen to obtain it. This person is my mortal enemy. He also knows the whereabouts of my father. Hence, I must defeat him and force him to spit out where my father is. As for the rest, I don't care. Long Chen shook his head. If he was facing anyone else, he would definitely choose to first think about obtaining the cauldron rather than fighting. But Long Aotian was the exception. The two were destined mortal enemies. Whenever they met, there would be a battle to the death. Ha ha ha, this arrogance is the same as back then, sneered Long Aotian. Regretfully, I am no longer the old Long Aotian. I came to realize this. Long Aotian unleashed another punch. This time, a wild aura locked onto Long Chen, forcing him to receive it. Golden light flickered and flashed. After that, the runes flowing on top of Long Aotian's fist increased in power. The entire heavenly tomb was quivering. On the other hand, 7 stars lit up on Long Chen's fist, which was enveloped by a sacred light. This was a miniature form of the 7-star battle armor. This was something that Long Chen had grasped from the 9-star heirs in the heavenly tribulation. It was to transfer the power of the 7 stars to just one area of the body, allowing the power of the 7 stars to erupt only in one spot. Back then, Long Chen had almost been crippled by one of the 9-star heirs with this technique. That was his first time seeing such a terrifying attack. But that attack also gave him enlightenment. Previously, his astral energy could only flow throughout his entire body, giving him full body protection as it was evenly spreading throughout the 4 limbs. But at the end of the day, that power was spread and incapable of concentrating into a single attack. But now that the mark of the 7 stars appeared on his fist, all the astral energy in his body merged into a point in an instant. It was like a volcano was finally erupting, its power exploded. This time, when their fists met, golden light shattered and Long Aotian grunted, his body swaying. Just as Long Aotian was forced back, Long Chen raised his left hand and slapped him viciously in the face. In front of everyone's shocked gazes, Long Aotian was sent flying straight toward the bronze cauldron. Chapter 3846 Superficial. Long Aotian was sent flying by a slap from Long Chen. But just as he was about to crash into the bronze cauldron, his hair stood on end. A terrifying sensation of death filled his heart. Long Aotian was stunned by this feeling. Ever since the Long clan's patriarchs awakened his spirit blood, he had never felt such a terrifying threat. His intuition told him that if he struck this cauldron, he would without a doubt die. Before this, he had only been focused on Long Chen, so he hadn't been paying attention to this bronze cauldron. Only now did he realize that it was something extraordinary. Vines twisted in the air, forming a net in front of the cauldron, and Long Aotian crashed into it. The net only quivered, and he bounced off. Flame energy, vermilion bird dance. Being slapped by Long Chen, Long Aotian was enraged. When the totem of the vermilion bird appeared on his fist, flames rose. The bird cry of the immemorial vermilion bird could vaguely be heard stretching to the present from eons ago. That sound could pierce clouds and shatter rocks. It directly penetrated people to their souls. So what if you have the power of the 5 elements? I only need one power to break it. No matter how strong the 7-color supreme blood is, it doesn't belong to you. Even if you do your utmost, how much can you control? Even though you stole my spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone, you were still defeated and will continue to be defeated by me. 7 stars flowed on top of Long Chen's fist. Long Chen felt carefree in a way that he had never felt before. After comprehending this technique, it no longer felt like he had endless energy to use. Instead, it felt like he was capable of concentrating all of that energy into one spot and detonating it. Long Chen didn't retreat in the slightest against Long Aotian. It didn't matter whether it was metal energy or flame energy. He would defeat it all with a single fist. Flame runes danced, shooting out in every direction like a glorious firework. The light was dazzling, but it was accompanied by a terrifying heat that turned this world into a burning stove. On the other hand, the power of Long Chen's fist shook heaven and earth. This technique that he had learned from the 9-star heirs showed Long Chen that if he wanted to use the full power of the 9-star hegemon body art, he needed to use the accompanying battle skills. Previously, he was like a beggar sitting on top of a mountain of gold. He had immense power but no way to unleash it all. But now, all of his power came bursting out of his fist. That feeling of being able to destroy even heaven and earth set his blood ablaze. His battle intent was erupting. Long Aotian's flame fist was blown apart. The clash of their fists was like 2 stars crashing together, and an aura of annihilation shook people's hearts. As astral winds raged, those coffins floating in the air were being affected by their power. They were beginning to shake. However, everyone was paying attention to the fight, and no one took note of some indescribable aura slowly leaking from the cracks in the coffins. Water energy, black tortoise attack. Wood energy, azure dragon stab. Earth energy, Keelin explosion. Long Aoshin's fists repeatedly struck, and the runes on his fists repeatedly changed. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, all 5 elemental energies appeared. Every power was a peak law that could destroy the heavens. However, no matter what energy he used, Long Chen faced him with a single fist. The full power of the 7-star battle armor was in his fist. Whatever force he met, he destroyed with a single fist. At this moment, Long Chen realized that he had barely grasped the tiniest superficial hair of the 9-star hegemon body art's body. Before this, he couldn't count as having grasped anything at all. This relaxing feeling of having all of his power be unleashed as he pleased gave him unprecedented satisfaction. As time passed, he grew more and more familiar with this new technique. The somewhat shaky feeling gradually passed. Now, his movements were efficient and graceful. Both of their fists and feet began to meet. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth energies raged, and every collision caused the world to shake. People felt like their insides were being compressed, as if a hand of the 5 elements was squeezing them, making them feel like they would vomit blood. Long Chen and Long Aoshin's fight caused a giant space to become a zone of death. Spatial cracks filled this region. Let alone people, even divine items would probably be crushed if they entered this region. People could only hide in the distance, pressing against the stone walls. They couldn't retreat any further, but the suffocating astral winds felt like blades across their faces. It had to be known that everyone here was a supreme heavenly genius. Within their individual factions, they were the top experts, capable of looking down on all others in the same realm. However, here, they were stunned to find that the battle between Long Chen and Long Aoshin was something that they couldn't get close to. If they tried to force their way through, they might be directly smashed apart by those astral winds before even getting close. Is the difference really so great? One of the Sacred Pill Hall's supreme experts couldn't help muttering to himself as he watched their intense fight. They couldn't help looking toward Yin Changshang. They saw that he and the others were also staring at Long Chen and Long Aoshin in shock. Boss really is the boss. He has never disappointed us. Hee, our worries were for nothing. Guo Ran had previously been nervous. Long Aoshin's power was truly terrifying. His power to control the 5 elements, with every single one of those elemental forces being at a level that could cause despair, caused Guo Ran to feel worried for Long Chen for the first time. However, now watching Long Chen clearly suppress Long Aoshin, Guo Ran was delighted. He wished for Long Chen to directly kill Long Aoshin with a punch. Have you not noticed that Long Aoshin's 5-element energy is starting to grow more fluid? It was rusty at first, but now the speed at which he moves through them has increased a great deal. The spatial pressure has also increased, said Sha Chen, still worried. Hearing this, Guo Ran noticed a huge mass of cracks around every single one of Long Aoshin's attacks. Their range was greater than before. You mean he's using Boss as a sparring partner to get used to his new power? Guo Ran exclaimed. Sha Chen nodded, his brow furrowed. Long Aoshin was truly terrifying. Or perhaps it should be said that Long Chen's 7-color supreme blood was what was terrifying. Thinking of how this 7-color supreme blood should belong to Long Chen, Guo Ran and the others were incensed. If Long Chen hadn't had his spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone taken, just how lofty his position would he be in the immortal world? You don't need to worry. Although Long Aoshin is powerful, have you not noticed that Long Chen's energy is also flowing more fluidly now? It's not as stiff as at the beginning. Long Chen is in the midst of figuring out his new technique, and he is using Long Aoshin as a training partner as well. In truth, neither of them is going all out just yet. Mo Nian, do you agree? Yu Xiaochen looked at Mo Nian. Cough, most likely. Mo Nian coughed a bit. In truth, his attention wasn't on Long Chen and Long Aoshin. He understood Long Chen's power far too well. Mo Nian, what are you thinking? Seeing his distracted appearance, Guo Ran couldn't help asking. Shish. Mo Nian's gaze roved around before landing on those coffins. He secretly transmitted, whatever is inside those coffins is priceless. While everyone's attention is on Long Chen and Long Aoshin, we must grab the coffins. Sha Chen, I just thought of a method. Let's try it. Mo Nian silently took out a small black case. This case was shockingly a palm-sized coffin. Chapter 3847,000 Illusion Spirit Coffin. The moment this tiny coffin appeared, strange marks appeared on top of it. Those marks were exactly the same as those 36 coffins. Moreover, it wasn't just the marks. Even the color and texture began to change, and it quickly became a perfect copy of the outer form of those coffins. Even their auras were identical. Sha Chen was startled. He didn't know what Mo Nian wanted to do. This is another one of my treasures, like the flying shuttle. The 1,000 Illusion Spirit Coffin can mimic the appearance and aura of any coffin. In the past, if I encountered some terrifying life form in a tomb, I would just hide inside this coffin, and they would never find me. We'll hide in this coffin, and Sha Chen, you use a mirror illusion art to replace our figures here. Leave behind some movement scenes to trick others. I trust that this isn't hard for you, right? Hehe, then we'll stealthily get close to those coffins. Based on my intuition, there is definitely something big inside, something that can let us become rich moneybags overnight, said Mo Nian stealthily. But boss is still fighting. Sha Chen was hesitant. For them to secretly open the coffins while his boss was in a bloody battle made him feel uneasy. So what? Just who is your boss? He has even more trump cards than me. Furthermore, they're still in the warm-up phase. Long Chen doesn't have time to search for treasures, while Yin Changsheng, the 9 underworld Luaka, Ji Wuming, and Shi Yong are all on guard against each other. They won't dare to make any moves rashly. Now is our best chance. Come, don't hesitate. If we miss this chance, we won't get another, urged Mo Nian. Sha Chen still hesitated and looked at Yu Xiaochen, hoping for her to decide. Neither he nor Guo Ran wanted to make any rash moves. Yu Xiaochen looked at Long Chen and nodded. Right now, Long Chen and Long Aoshan are both treating this as a chance to get accustomed to their new power. While it looks intense, there is still some time until they truly reach the point of deciding victory or defeat. Since Mo Nian is so confident, let's try it. Long Chen is too obsessed right now to think of getting treasures. We'll have to do it for him. Hearing that, Sha Chen stealthily set up the formation. Long Chen and Long Aoshan were unleashing a tempest of attacks, and everyone was watching them. Thus, no one noticed their tiny movements. In truth, at first, Ji Wuming and the others had been paying some attention to Mo Nian and the others. They didn't want them to get a hand on the treasures first. However, as the intensity of Long Chen and Long Aoshan's battle rose, as their attacks grew increasingly powerful and sharp, their attention was unconsciously drawn away. Long Chen was one of their most powerful enemies, and they didn't know much about his combat skills. Watching him fight would benefit them when they fought him in the future. Other than that, the main treasure that people cared about was the 36 coffins floating in the air. They were in the center, and if anyone got close to them, everyone would see it. Other than that, Yin Changsheng, the 9 underworld Luaka, and Shi Yang's attention wasn't on Mo Nian and the others. Instead, it was on Ji Wuming, who could control time and space. Only he had the ability to silently take the treasures without anyone being the wiser. However, even as they glared at him, Ji Wuming was very obedient and didn't make any moves. He just watched the fight. Very quickly, there was the slightest spatial change on Sha Chen's side. Their figures remained where they were, while their actual bodies stealthily entered a coffin. The figures of Sha Chen and the others that people were seeing were no more than a projection that Sha Chen had set up. It was a recording set to loop. If others didn't get close, they wouldn't notice anything. As for Mo Nian's coffin, it was about the same as his flying shuttle. People could hide within it, and it possessed its own concealing abilities. Even so, this 1,000 illusion spirit coffin didn't possess any flying abilities. It could only slowly float toward those coffins. Sha Chen and Guo Ran were all tense, afraid of being noticed. However, they quickly found that their worries were for nothing. Mo Nian had spent all these years grave robbing. He was a master at it. The treasures that he had obtained were things that most people would never even see in all their lifetime. Although the majority of those treasures were taken by his master, the immoral Taoist, he wouldn't touch his disciple's life-saving trump cards. After all, Mo Nian was his only disciple and also the heir to the limitless palace. No matter how immoral the immoral Taoist was, he wouldn't harm his own disciple. At this moment, the 1,000 illusion spirit coffin approached one of the coffins. Everyone's attention was still on Long Chen and Long Aoshan, no one looked at them. Mo Nian had them stop above the coffin. Following that, the 1,000 illusion spirit coffin slowly grew until it covered up this coffin. From the outside, it didn't look like anything odd. However, Mo Nian and the others now stood on top of one of the coffins. This coffin was 10 meters long and 5 meters tall. Standing on it, Guo Ran felt like he might explode at any moment from the terror. It was as though he was standing on top of the head of some monster. As for Mo Nian, his eyes were shining. He was rubbing the marks on the coffin like he was rubbing the skin of a beautiful woman. That gentleness and single-mindedness was impressive. Yu Xiaochen also studied those marks closely. She suddenly said, "These marks appear to be the veins of the red spider lily's leaves, and the netherworld's aura comes from inside. So, this coffin most likely contains some life form of the netherworld." Mo Nian praised, "Amazing, truly amazing. You even managed to find this out." "Yes, these marks are the veins of the red spider lily's leaves. The red spider lily is also called the hell flower. When the flower blooms, the leaves vanish. When the leaves are born, the flower disappears. It is just like the cycle of life and death, an endless cycle. The flowers represent new life, while the leaves represent death. These veins contain a powerful aura of the netherworld, so a netherworld expert should indeed be inside. I'm going to open it. When I do, death chi might instantly pour out. Sha Chen, help me purify it so it doesn't make a fuss." Mo Nian took out a brush, and it had blood-like ink on it. He then began to draw strange marks on the coffin. He spent a full incense stick's worth of time drawing before putting away his brush. After that, he sprinkled some powder on the coffin and formed hand seals, muttering something. It was unknown what he was muttering. It seemed to be a scripture. After a while, the designs that he had just drawn onto the coffin slowly lit up as if coming alive. Following that, the coffin quivered. With a light sound, the lid slowly opened. When the slightest crack appeared, a vast aura came erupting out. But when that aura appeared, Mo Nian and the others were dumbfounded. Mo Nian quickly cried out. What was coming out was not death chi but pure primal chaos chi. Chapter 3848 Three-Eye Giant. Sha Chen was dumbfounded. He had set up a formation to confine death chi, but what was coming out was primal chaos chi. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and changed his hand seals. Hundreds of talismans then flew out, taking the place of the original ones he had set up. The gushing primal chaos chi was firmly locked in. How could there be primal chaos chi? Exclaimed Sha Chen. Fortunately, he was fast enough, or if this much primal chaos chi suddenly appeared, people would definitely notice. I don't know. Mo Nian wiped off some sweat. He had deduced that it should be a netherworld expert buried inside here. But somehow, instead of death chi, primal chaos chi was the one coming out. His 1,000 illusion spirit coffin had no defensive ability, and it could only be used as a disguise. There was no way for it to lock in the primal chaos chi. If they were exposed, all their efforts would be for naught. Fortunately, Sha Chen reacted quickly enough, and the primal chaos chi was sealed. The four of them immersed their bodies within this primal chaos chi. Guo Ran, you can't absorb the primal chaos chi now. If you end up activating your heavenly Dao crown, we'll be exposed. Seeing Guo Ran absorbing the primal chaos chi, causing a crown to slowly appear on his head, Mo Nian hastily stopped him. Guo Ran hastily stopped. Only then did the heavenly Dao crown slowly fade. Guo Ran was currently only a single step away from condensing a heavenly Dao crown. The primal chaos chi here was continuing to surge out, delighting Mo Nian and the others. They had just opened a single crack from the coffin and already made such a gain. Mo Nian, Yu Xiaochen, and Sha Chen delightedly absorbed it. Only Guo Ran was forced to just watch. Looking outside, Mo Nian saw that no one noticed anything going on here. He then carefully pushed open the coffin further. They stuck their heads in. When they did, all four of them gasped. This coffin was its own world. There was a giant figure seated cross-legged within a 10,000-mile space. This enormous figure almost filled this space. It was their first time seeing someone so big. Guo Ran, sorry for this. Help us keep watch. We're going in to take a look, transmitted Mo Nian. Don't worry, leave this place to me, said Guo Ran. He knew that he had the least use in this place, so it would be better for him to remain up here and be the sentry. Mo Nian and the others carefully crept into the coffin. Once they were right next to that giant figure, they realized that it had 3 eyes. It was covered in black scales, but where its 3 eyes were, there was a single sword stabbed into it. Clearly, that was the killing blow. However, although this three-eyed life form was dead, the pressure it gave off still made Mo Nian and the others' souls hurt. It felt like it was radiating some kind of pressure, making it difficult for them to get close to it. What kind of life form is this? Why is it still so terrifying even in death? Sha Chen wondered in bewilderment. If such a terrifying life form was alive, it probably wouldn't even need to attack. With a single sneeze, how many people within the heavenly tomb would survive? This should be the legendary Netherworld's tripartite race's three-eye giant race. That was a race whose might once shook the 9 heavens in ancient times, said Yu Xiaochen, carefully examining it with a trace of shock. She couldn't believe that such a terrifying existence would be buried here. Sister Xiaochen, what is the tripartite race? Asked Sha Chen. Yu Xiaochen's learning stretched far and wide. There was practically nothing that she wasn't familiar with. The tripartite race refers to the race with 3 arms, 3 eyes, and 3 heads. Ah, the 3 arms here refers to 3 pairs of arms. The 3-arm race possesses terrifying physical bodies. It is said that their arms can raise the heavens and stretch all the way to the stars. On the other hand, the 3-eye race possesses magical abilities, which overflow from their eyes limitlessly. Their 3 eyes contain 3 different laws, and they possess amazing pupil arts. As for the 3-head race, it is said that they are undying existences, existences with the same longevity as the very cosmos. Whether it is the 3-arm, 3-eye, or 3-head race, they also have many branches within them. This fellow should be from the 3-eye giant race. They not only possess terrifying pupil arts, but their physical bodies are also very powerful, said Yu Xiaochen. Don't look at its eyes, shouted Yu Xiaochen suddenly. Unfortunately, her warning came one step too late. At this moment, Sha Chen coughed up blood. Yu Xiaochen then waved her hand, and a white light barrier appeared in front of Sha Chen. Mo Nian was also affected. He bent his waist and dry heaved, almost vomiting. What just happened? Asked a pale Mo Nian. The 3-eye giant's eyes might be closed, but even its eyelids possess innate blood runes. The moment you looked at its eyes and used spiritual strength to investigate, it drew out an automatic counterattack, said Yu Xiaochen. You can't even look at its eyelids. Then what would happen if it opened its eyes? Exclaimed Sha Chen. This was an incomprehensibly terrifying existence. Fuck, I also got affected. Even if a fallen life form's physical body doesn't decay, their blood should have already congealed. They shouldn't have a consciousness to counterattack. Something is definitely off here, cursed Mo Nian hatefully. Just then, he had been drawn into a manifestation and had seen something absolutely vile. The 3-eye giant might be an existence with power beyond anything that we've ever seen. We have to be careful, said Yu Xiaochen a bit worriedly. The realm of this 3-eye giant already exceeded their current understanding. We can't care about it. Now, help me look after things. I'm going to start my archaeology. Mo Nian took out a set of tools. He then put on gloves and a belt that was covered in pockets and recesses for an axe, chisel, pincers, brush, tweezers, and other tools. He also put on a strange set of chain mail. Once he was wearing this chain mail, he actually managed to directly jump onto the 3-eye giant's shoulder, completely disregarding its pressure. In front of Yu Xiaochen and Sha Chen's shocked gazes, he took off one of the 3-eye giant's earrings. Then it was the wrist protectors, the heart-protecting mirror, and a giant wolf-tooth club beneath its buttocks. It went without saying that Mo Nian truly had some skills. With his tools, he could even lift up such a giant body without the slightest effort. His movements were practiced and easy. After gathering those treasures, he began to study the sword stuck between the 3 eyes. However, after studying for it a long time, in the end, he didn't dare to touch it. It's too bad. I don't dare to take this corpse. If Long Chen saw it, he would definitely start drooling. Ah, whatever, I'll have Long Chen take it later, said Mo Nian helplessly. Long Chen liked to gather corpses. This was known to all. Regretfully, no one dared to take this corpse. They left it as it was. The 3 of them then summoned their manifestations and quickly absorbed all the primal chaos chi here. After that, they crawled out. They had just come out when they heard a huge explosive sound. A figure then shot toward them. It was Long Aoshan. Chapter 3849 Long Chen's Fury. The 3 of them jumped in horror. Long Aoshan was actually flying at them, had they been noticed. However, they quickly realized that he was flying backward. Long Aoshan smashed into a coffin, and the coffin quivered. The chain connecting the coffin to the bronze cauldron was pulled taut. The immense force actually caused the bronze cauldron, which had been impossible to budge in the slightest this entire time, to finally quiver ever so slightly. Then looking at Long Chen, they saw him surrounded by violet chi. The sea of stars behind him continued to revolve. He was like a battle god of the starry sky. Seeing this scene, Sha Chen and Guo Ran felt their blood heating up. Long Aoshan was already so powerful, but he was still beaten by Long Chen. Through this fight, Long Chen had fully mastered the power of the 7 stars. His power concentrated where he wanted it to with just a thought. There was no longer the slightest stiffness to it. It could be said that the current Long Chen had finally touched the entrance door of the 9-star hegemon body art. A 7-star diagram could be seen on the back of Long Chen's right and left hands, and violet stars flickered on top of his clothes. It was like a heartbeat as it possessed some profound rhythm. Following this rhythm, the laws of the heavenly Taos flowed like the tide. The heavenly boundary line was constantly quivering due to Long Chen's power. At this moment, violet chi flowed within endless stars, and the entire heavenly tomb was now a starry sky world. The vast stars emitted endless power, and people couldn't help being amazed. Now, Long Chen's aura was completely different from before. It was even more domineering and colder, overflowing with killing intent. Just a look at the current Long Chen made people's hearts shake. However, what was also shocking was that even after smashing into the coffin that hard, to the point that the coffin shook and the chain was stretched taut, Long Aoshan got back up as if he was completely fine. His manifestation, Yu Xiaochen, was shocked too. Find that the world within Long Aoshan's manifestation was no longer filled with color. It had become a world of only black and white. The black world had a crescent moon shining high above it, while the white world had a bright sun filling it. White and black were both filled with their own individual flavors. While 5-colored divine light shone out of Long Aoshan's body, the black and white world behind him reflected each other. It looked extremely bizarre, and yet, when these 7 colors were released, they released a grand and dignified aura. The experts in the distance were all stunned by the 2 of them. They were monsters. From the start to now, their auras only continued to climb. They had never stopped, so they were only growing stronger. Yin Changshang, the 9 underworld Luaka, Shi Yong, and even the always calm Ji Wuming were all clenching their weapons tightly. An expert thirsted to find a powerful opponent. For them, a terrifying opponent was even more beneficial than 10 masters. True experts all viewed battle as the real master. Battle was what tempered their will through the line between life and death. Battle was what raised their power, what gave them enlightenment of laws and Taos. The terrifying power that Long Chen and Long Aoshan had displayed shook everyone's heart. They were all the peak experts of their respective factions. In all their life, they had never met an expert who could push them to the brink of death. Hence, Long Chen and Long Aoshan's terrifying power didn't spark fear in them. It only made their blood heat up. To any expert, a life and death battle had a powerful attraction. If they won, they would break out of their cocoon and be completely transformed. If they lost, their body would be destroyed and their soul extinguished. Thus, cultivation was a path of no return. If you wanted to get stronger, you needed to constantly challenge your limit. Despite clearly knowing that you might lose your life, you still had to face it enthusiastically. At this point, they no longer cared about the coffins and didn't even look at the cauldron. They were currently hesitating about whether or not they should join this immense battle and have a real clash of experts. Interesting. It seems that you also have a lucky opportunity in the immortal world. However, just relying on your starry star cultivation technique, you cannot beat me. Long Aoshan wiped the dust off of his body calmly. That calm contained a certain disdain. Starry star cultivation technique. Long Chen's expression twitched. At this moment, the dragon expert's voice rang out in his mind. When you sent him away, I erased all the memories relating to the 9 stars from his soul. Looking at your 7-star battle armor, he cannot recall your 6-star battle armor from the martial heaven continent. He thinks that your cultivation technique was learned in the immortal world. Only then did Long Chen recall it. The dragon expert had helped him do many things in secret. It was just that he wasn't aware of them. It doesn't matter how powerful you are. In front of me, you will still be defeated. Furthermore, you will have no choice but to accept your complete and utter defeat. But it must feel bad because everything I have originally belonged to you, ha ha ha. Long Aoshan laughed. It seemed that the stronger Long Chen was, the more excited he grew. He didn't show the slightest fear. Your laugh is as loathsome as ever. I just don't know how long you can keep laughing. Long Chen stepped forward, instantly crossing a giant space of hundreds of miles to strike Long Aotian with his fist. It's useless. All your attacks have no effect. You can never harm me. Long Aotian laughed. What shocked people was that he directly stuck out his chest to receive Long Chen's attack. Long Chen's fist caused Long Aotian's chest to cave in. Long Aotian then shot back like a shooting star, smashing into a distant wall, leaving a giant hole. Debris and dust fell. However, Long Aotian calmly walked out of that rain of rubble. After lightly wiping some dust off of his body, he sneered. It's useless. Your attacks cannot injure me. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Just what was going on? Even such terrifying attacks were unable to harm Long Aotian. Even Xianxia and the others couldn't believe their eyes. This strange phenomenon exceeded their understanding. Long Chen, don't waste time with him. Theoretically, I shouldn't say this, but the current you is not a match for him, said the dragon expert heavily. I don't believe that. Long Chen's heart shook intensely. The dragon expert was actually saying that he was inferior to Long Aotian. Long Chen was extremely reverent and grateful to the dragon expert. He also had the utmost confidence in it. However, for it to say that Long Aotian was superior to him, he refused to accept it. Do you know just how powerful your 7-color supreme blood is? Before you obtain my Dragon King Essence blood, you cannot defeat him, said the dragon expert calmly. Therefore, you shouldn't waste time on him. It would be better to take that cauldron. You must preserve enough energy to leave your mark on that cauldron to awaken its slumbering self. Senior, I'm sorry, but I cannot listen to you this time. I must defeat him. Long Chen shook his head. The dragon expert's words had provoked Long Chen's battle intent. He then shot after Long Aotian. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, and his battle intent was fully ignited. Chapter 3850 Long Chen's Undefeatable Tao. Long Chen's fist shattered heaven and earth. One punch after another struck Long Aotian. However, Long Aotian simply sneered and waved his hand. Although Long Chen was repeatedly forcing him back, constantly blasting him away like he was a sandbag, he still didn't suffer any injuries. Sha Chen and the others were all dumbfounded. Did Long Aotian possess an undying body? Anyone else would have long since been blown apart by a single punch from Long Chen. However, no matter how Long Aotian was struck, he remained fine. Everyone was bewildered. You really are stubborn. He is using your 7-color supreme blood. Even if you beat him, you're only beating yourself. Are you going to get competitive even with yourself? The dragon expert couldn't help being a bit vexed upon seeing Long Chen crazily unleashing attack after attack despite knowing that his attacks were meaningless. Senior, you don't understand. Ever since I was born, my life has been full of trouble and misfortune. Although what I've experienced is just a fraction of what you've gone through, I can see my path clearly. I know what I must face, and this path of pitfalls and holes must be traversed directly. I know my strongest point is not my talent, intelligence, or any treasures I have. The reason I could walk through this blood-stained path of mine until today is entirely because of my unyielding spirit. I cannot lose to anyone, not even myself. I have to maintain that sharpness. In all these years, no matter what dangers I faced, I did not shrink back or hesitate. I faced them head-on with utmost confidence that I would pass through another bloody battle that pushed me to the brink. Thus, no matter what kind of opponent I'm against, as long as it is someone in the same realm, I cannot be defeated. That is my path, that is my Tao. No one can block my path, not even myself, responded Long Chen as he continued to fight. Hearing that, the dragon expert was silent for a long time before slowly saying, "What you're saying is also logical. Fine, since you have that confidence, do as you please." Long Chen and Long Aotian's fight, or perhaps it should be said Long Chen's violent beating of Long Aotian that caused no injuries to Long Aotian, left everyone stunned. Even Xianxia and the others, true experts that had experienced countless battles, were unable to see what was going on. Long Chen, even if you use up all your energy, how long can you last? Once your aura starts to drop, how will you fight me? Ha ha ha, are you angry? Resentful? I will make you experience having fate toy with you, leaving you helpless, ha ha ha. Long Aotian laughed arrogantly even as he was beaten. Just as he laughed, another slap struck his face, sending him flying. This time, Long Chen didn't pursue him. He only stood in the air and coldly looked at him. Other than the power of the 5 elements, you also have the energy of light and dark. The dark energy is devouring power, and the light energy as healing power. Your dark energy absorbs a portion of my energy, so you only end up enduring 50% of my attack's power. Even then, 50% is enough to injure you, just not too badly. In order to show how strong you are, you act fine even after being injured, making you seem undefeatable, creating the illusion that my attacks have no effect. In truth, you are simply using your light energy to heal as well. HMPH, in this world, there exists no perfect technique. Long Aotian, you are still the old you, always playing with shameful tricks. Long Aotian was enraged at this slap. He didn't fear Long Chen's punches or kicks, but a face slap was a humiliating attack that no one could accept. However, after this speech from Long Chen, Long Aotian was startled. Long Chen had actually seen through his technique. The black and white in his manifestation was just as Long Chen said. One devoured and the other healed. However, Long Aotian had not fully awakened his 7-color supreme blood. His dark and light energy was unable to be summoned outside of his manifestation like with the power of the 5 elements. Despite that, they still gave him immense power. When most people attacked him, the dark energy directly devoured all of the damage. But then, Long Chen's energy was too powerful and concentrated to be devoured whole, so Long Aotian's previously unmatched dark energy could only absorb half of it. As for the remaining half, he had to rely on the power of the 5 elements in his body to block it. The power of the 5 elements also blocked a portion of Long Chen's power. As a result, only around 40% of it ended up striking Long Aotian. Of course, even 40% was enough to blow up a group of average supreme experts. On the surface, Long Aotian acted unmoved. But in truth, his body was repeatedly injured. It was simply that his light energy possessed powerful restorative abilities. His injuries were silently healed. Thus, it appeared to everyone that Long Chen's attacks were ineffective. So what? Other than having the power of the 5 elements, I also have devouring power and healing power. Your attacks are weakened and unable to harm me. Even if you do injure me, those injuries are instantly healed. As for yourself, every bit of energy that you use up is gone. Once your aura drops, your fate will be set, sneered Long Aotian. It was only after hearing them talk that xianxia and the others understood the mysteries behind this strange phenomenon. However, they were still completely shocked by Long Aotian's 7-color supreme blood. Xianxia and the others were also supreme experts, and their supreme blood also had special qualities. Those powerful abilities made them incredibly arrogant. However, compared to Long Aotian's 7-color supreme blood, their supreme blood seemed completely ordinary. They had never heard of a supreme blood that possessed the powers of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, dark, and light. Clearly, Long Aotian wasn't planning on bringing out anything else. Just by relying on this scoundrel technique, he wanted to forcibly exhaust Long Chen to death. It's too bad that your dark and light energy isn't strong enough. You can't summon it outside of your body, so you need to rely on your manifestation to use it. Otherwise, if you could do that, it really would be a bit troublesome to break this move of yours, said Long Chen lightly. My 7-color supreme blood still hasn't reached perfection. Only the power of the 5 elements can be summoned outside of my body. Despite that, it's enough to deal with you, said Long Aotian confidently. Is that so? Then try and receive this attack. When Long Chen formed hand seals, space quivered and the sky darkened. A starry sky then covered the world. Astral summoning. Long Chen unleashed a single fist. 7 stars flowed on top of it, with 999 stars appearing around this ring of 7 stars. This time, up in the sea of stars above the sky, 999 stars suddenly lit up. Long Chen's fist smashed into Long Aotian. As a result, Long Aotian's arms were both broken, and Long Chen's fist struck his chest. People also saw Long Chen's fist almost go through his back. Long Aotian hacked up blood and bent like a shrimp, flying back. Chapter 3851 Dual Blood. This punch shocked everyone. Before this, no matter what Long Chen did, he was unable to cause any substantial wounds to Long Aotian. However, this time, he managed to make Long Aotian hack up blood. But they were unable to sense any change in his aura. All they saw was 999 stars appear on his fist. In fact, when they appeared, everyone vaguely sensed that Long Chen's aura seemed to weaken slightly. In truth, when Long Chen drew the power of the stars into his body, he was using the astral energy that existed beyond the heavens. This power wasn't Long Chen's power, so he could only use it. He was unable to reach the level of absolute control. When this power was concentrated to the peak, even Long Chen couldn't control it, and Long Aoshan's dark energy was unable to devour it. Thus, Long Chen's fist solidly struck Long Aoshan. His arms were broken and he hacked up blood. Cracks appeared in the space behind him. This punch seemed to almost cause heaven and earth to explode. This one punch instantly reversed the tides. However, seeing Long Aoshan coughing up blood, Long Chen's heart pounded wildly. Violet blood. The blood that Long Aoshan hacked up was actually violet. The violet was a bit illusory, seemingly spiritual. There seemed to be invisible runes flowing within it. When this violet blood was spat out, it transformed into illusory violet chi that enveloped Long Aoshan and slowly merged back into his body. Violet blood race. Impossible. Other than 7-color supreme blood, he also possesses the supreme blood of the violet blood race. Exclaimed Yin Changshang. The moment this violet blood appeared, a supreme chi filled the air. That aura was not at all weaker than the aura of his 7-color supreme blood. A single person possessing 2 kinds of supreme blood. How could that be? It wasn't just Yin Changsheng and the others. Even Yu Xiaochen and the others couldn't believe their eyes. Just what kind of heaven-defying opportunities had Long Aoshan encountered in the immortal world to come to possess violet blood? It had to be known that the only ones in this world with violet essence blood were the members of the violet blood race. No other race possessed this attribute. The violet blood race was one of the strongest races during the human race's peak. It was on par with the Julie and Heavenly Eye races. They were existences that suppressed all other races. After all, the violet blood race was one of the human race's most ancient, most powerful bloodlines. Its fame was unmatched. Long Chen was also glaring at that violet blood, his eyes full of hatred. He knew that this violet blood was his. More accurately, it came from his mother. If his supreme blood came from his father, then this violet blood came from his mother. He hadn't expected this violet blood to also awaken within Long Aoshan's body. This all should have been his. They were the gifts his father and mother had left for him, but these gifts were what caused their family of 3 to be separated. Seeing this violet blood caused him to think of his mother. How could he not be enraged? Long Chen let out a roar. It was like the roar of a wounded beast. It shattered Grand Dao runes, causing them to fall from the sky like rain. Long Chen was furious. He thought of his father. He thought of his mother. He thought of how he had grown up without them. Because of this, his killing intent caused even the laws of the heavenly Daos to change. At that moment, he was like a god of slaughter that had come from the depths of hell. Are you angry? Ha ha ha. Long Aoshan laughed when he saw black marks appear in Long Chen's murderous eyes. The angrier Long Chen was, the happier he became. Your current expression is very satisfying. I didn't misjudge. This violet blood is also your supreme blood. You are the rarest dual supreme blood possessor. The Long clan's patriarchs even said that my violet blood's purity has reached the pinnacle. That is why even though my 7-color supreme blood is so powerful, it does not manage to assimilate my violet blood. Both of them complement each other to give off unimaginable power. It is precisely due to this that awakening my dual supreme bloods is thousands of times more difficult than others. Even the Long clan was only able to help me reach this extent after exhausting all their resources. To fully awaken my dual supreme blood will require a huge amount of primal chaos chi, which is why I came here. But I really am fortunate to listen to the patriarch's arrangements. Do you know, at the same time as the 3,000 worlds opened, the heavenly origin world also opened. That is also an ancient desolate world with primal chaos chi. The Long clan's immemorial ruins are located there, and the Long clan's inheritance can also be obtained there. But the patriarchs were worried that there wasn't enough primal chaos chi there to activate my spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone, so they made me come here. Now thinking about it, it really is the workings of fate. The heavens want me to kill you to avenge my father and mother. Long Aoshan smiled. That smile was twisted with killing intent. No, you're wrong. This is the heavens telling me to take back what is mine. Long Chen clenched his teeth. No longer wasting more words, he charged at Long Aoshan. There was no flashiness, it was simple and direct. Another fist smashed down, and it could not be simpler. It was entirely a competition of power. Violet blood dyes the heavens, limitless magical power. Long Aoshan raised his head and roared. After that, a pair of violet wings suddenly appeared on his back. They were made entirely of his essence blood. The moment that they appeared, divine light turned this world violet. Within this violet world was also a black and white world, and in front of this black and white world was Long Aotian's five-colored figure. 3 kinds of forces layered on top of each other, so beautiful divine light flew about. Long Aotian was like a divine bird cutting through the void toward Long Chen. This is my strongest state. I will teach you what true power is. Long Aotian laughed arrogantly. Heaven and earth were torn apart, while the stars in the sky shook. Long Chen and Long Aotian were both blown back. Heavens, the heavenly boundary line. A startled cry rang out. This collision actually caused cracks to appear in the heavenly boundary line. Both of them were even with this exchange, neither was able to suppress the other. The two had just been blown back when they once more crashed toward each other. The two of them both shouted, and the void beneath their feet exploded. They crashed together like stars. Both of them had scarlet eyes as they fought, creating a chaotic zone around them. In this zone, the light of the stars quivered, and blood chi gushed out. The two of them were surrounded by a giant domain of death. The Sacred Pill Hall and the Devil Race's experts were completely horrified by what they were seeing. They had unleashed all their power to defend against these astral winds, but still felt waves of pressure crashing down on them. It felt like they might be crushed at any moment. All of them were supreme experts, but they were more like ants here. This was an immense blow to their ego. Not good. Long Chen is enraged. He's going all out now. Victory or defeat will be decided soon. We don't have much time. We have to quicken the pace. Seeing the heavenly boundary line rumbling and cracking, Mo Nian had a bad feeling. He hastily sent the 1,000 illusion spirit coffin toward the next coffin just as silently as they had with the first. Chapter 3852 Enraged Long Aotian. This Long Aotian is too powerful. Do we really not need to support boss? Sha Chen hesitated. 7-color supreme blood on top of immemorial violet blood. Long Aotian was a monster. Don't be such a worrywart. Long Chen's power definitely exceeds your imagination. Furthermore, his battle with Long Aotian is one fated by the heavens. We cannot interfere. With Long Chen's pride, he will not permit us to help. So let's just do what we should do, said Mo Nian. He truly understood Long Chen. Although he hadn't spent that much time with Long Chen, he was another peak expert, so he could sense just how terrifying Long Chen was. Thus, no matter how terrifying Long Aotian was, Mo Nian wasn't worried about Long Chen. Mo Nian brought them to the rest of the coffins. With their experience with the first one, everything became easy. What shocked them was that every coffin contained an absolutely terrifying lifeform. Their physical bodies were perfectly intact. Although their souls had died, their physical bodies were so perfectly intact that it looked like they were alive. That terrifying pressure pressed them back. Guo Ran was in charge of keeping watch, while Sha Chen gathered the primal chaos chi. Once all the primal chaos chi was gathered, they moved on. This was a priceless treasure. After all, the primal chaos chi eruption had yet to occur. If they wanted to absorb it, they would have time later. However, if their heavenly Tao crowns manifested too soon because they absorbed too much of it right now, they would no longer be able to fight. In that case, they would have to find a safe place to go into seclusion until their heavenly Tao crown was fully condensed. Otherwise, if they missed that, the heavenly Tao crown that they condensed might collapse or be imperfect. Thus, they didn't dare to absorb too much primal chaos chi right now, especially Guo Ran. They might pass the critical point with just a bit more. Now wasn't the time for that. Sha Chen absorbed most of the primal chaos chi with his talismans. Only a very small amount remained which they directly absorbed. Mo Nian demonstrated what a true professional was. The things within the coffins were all stripped away by him. Even the fur, scales, and horns on some of these lifeforms were taken away. Of course, there were also their weapons, battle armor, and other priceless treasures. Other than some of the things that he could use, he gave the rest to Sha Chen. To use his words, if he were to keep them, his immoral master would come and take them away. Thus, he chose to keep the wealth in the family by giving it to Sha Chen. After all, the Dragonblood Legion was newly gathered and needed wealth and treasures to equip themselves. Hearing this, Sha Chen was very grateful to Mo Nian. It had to be known that the auras of these weapons were terrifying. They definitely exceeded world domain divine items, but Mo Nian didn't even bat an eye as he tossed them all to Sha Chen. That was something worthy of respect. The regretful thing was that these terrifying weapons lacked item spirits. They had countless runes on them, but those runes were lightless. Without an item spirit, there was no way to activate the runes and draw out the full power of these weapons. However, that wasn't difficult for Sha Chen. He could nourish new item spirits in the future and inject them into these divine items. At that time, these terrifying weapons would once more see the light of day. Although Mo Nian took all the weapons and items, he didn't dare to touch the corpses. He had a feeling that these lifeforms might not be actually dead. Perhaps they were in a slumber and could awaken at any moment. They went through over 10 coffins. All these lifeforms came from different races, not one of them was identical. The more they searched, the more stunned they grew. These lifeforms were absolutely terrifying. Just getting close to them caused their souls to hurt. If they were alive, just how powerful would they be? All these lifeforms had actually been killed. They had fatal injuries, and those injuries were alarming. It was as if they spoke of what kind of terrifying battle that had been. Just as Mo Nian and the others were stealthily flipping through the coffins, Long Chen and Long Aoshan's fight grew increasingly intense. They had reached their peak power, and both of them were dyed with blood. Long Chen was unleashing all of his power with every attack, not holding back at all. As for Long Aoshan, he was also facing Long Chen with his full power. Every exchange caused heaven and earth to tear and crack. Both of them were injured. From the start to now, they had been fighting for 6 hours. But even now, their attacks were like a wild tempest without any sign of weakening. Their attacks grew increasingly sharp. At this moment, a fist struck Long Aoshan's chest, causing it to cave in. The sound of bones breaking then rang out and he coughed up blood. As for Long Chen, he was clawed by Long Aoshan in the arm, leaving 5 bloody cuts through which people could see his bone. The two once more exchanged blows and were injured again. But they didn't bat an eye and kept attacking. My light energy is limitless. It doesn't matter how many times I'm injured, I can always heal. But how long can you last? Shouted Long Aoshan as he fought. His chest healed in just a few breaths. His recovery ability was astonishing. You should worry about yourself. If you have any final words, say them now, snorted Long Chen. Previously, when he competed with Yin Changsheng for the Fusong tree, he obtained the crown of the tree. Luckily, there were millions of corpses on the crown, and Long Chen had tossed them all into the primal chaos space. As a result, the primal chaos space was filled with life energy and primal chaos chi, so his injuries were nothing. Everyone watching was dumbfounded. The two of them didn't just have terrifying power, their recovery speed was also monstrous. It was like they had undying bodies. Long Chen, you idiot, you are still as conceited as ever. You don't even understand even with death at hand. My trump cards. Just as Long Aoshan started speaking in the middle of their fight, Long Chen's ghost-like slap struck him in the face again. He wasn't even done talking before he was slapped away. After slapping him, Long Chen disdainfully said, "You're the idiot. Even if you take my spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone, so what? How much of their power can you bring out? You want to defeat me in my strongest area. In truth, your power is weaker than mine, your speed is lower than mine, your reaction speed is slower, and your combat experience is completely insufficient. Other than bragging and saying big words, I really don't know in which area you are stronger than me. An insect is an insect. Even if you steal someone else's talent, you can never cultivate into a dragon. Your father and mother were shameless thieves. The dragon births dragons, phoenixes birth phoenixes, but a rat can only give birth to more rats. Your entire family is simply a group of thieves capable of only doing shameful things in the dark. Remember, experts are experts. They don't covet other people's talents. As for you, you will never be more than a dancing clown. A monkey wearing imperial robes will never be able to pass itself off as an emperor." Long Chen's words were like arrows piercing Long Aoshan's soul. They pierced him in his weakest spot. "Bullshit, I'm not playing around with you any longer. You can just die." Long Aoshan's face twisted. He suddenly waved his hand, and a 5-colored flag appeared in it. Long Aoshan had finally taken out his weapon. When this weapon appeared, divine might unfurled throughout this world. Chapter 3853 Sun Moon 5-Element Flag. This was a terrifying divine weapon. The flagpole was 10 meters long, looking like a spear, and its entire body was covered in a twisting black and white pattern. With a quiver of this flagpole, the void rumbled. On top of the flagpole, the triangular flag had 5 blank runes. At this moment, the runes on Long Aoshan's forehead, hands, and feet came off of his body and were embedded in those 5 spots. Once the 5 elemental runes were embedded in the flag, it seemed to come to life. 5-colored divine light burst out of it, and the power of the 5 elements tore through the void. This is the weapon that the Long clan's patriarch personally created for me, the Sun Moon 5-element flag. Today, your life will end in front of it. Long Aoshin roared, his hair flying about wildly. He then raised the flagpole, wrapping it in all the power of the world before directly smashing it at Long Chen. In that instant, it was like all the energy of the world was sucked away by the Sun Moon 5-element flag. Heaven and earth were about to be crushed. Facing it, the Minghong saber came out of its sheath, with stars flowing on top of it. Long Chen instantly transferred the energy of the stars into his saber. As a result, 999 stars lit up on the blade. 2 divine weapons crashed together, containing all the power of these 2 peerless experts. It was an exchange to end everything, to kill the opponent or die trying. The next moment, countless fragments of divine light shot out in every direction. They were like sharp swords piercing the void. Yin Changsheng and the others hastily summoned defenses, but they were still one step too slow. Those sharp swords swept through them. Countless experts of the devil race in the sacred pill hall were annihilated by these rays of light. In front of this destructive power, they were like ants, unable to even resist in the slightest. As the sharp swords tore through the world, flames raged and lightning danced. It was truly an apocalyptic sight. Following that, they heard an immense explosion as endless fragments of spacetime exploded. Everyone was drawn into that chaotic flow. Their vision twisted and turned. When space finally calmed down, the heavenly tomb was gone. All the survivors saw was a barren wasteland. This minor world known as the heavenly tomb had been forcibly destroyed. However, although the heavenly tomb was gone, the heavenly boundary line remained, and so was the bronze cauldron. The coffins chained to it were also still floating in the air. Damn, that was dangerous. Sha Chen and the others stuck their heads out of a coffin. Looking at the ruined world, they felt a chill. Fortunately, they had been hidden in a coffin, so none of that power reached them. They silently managed to pass through this calamity. As for Yin Changsheng and Shi Yong, their expressions weren't very good right now. Of all the experts they had brought with them, only a few hundred remained. They had been careless to not summon defenses in advance. That terrifying aftermath came before they had time to react, resulting in them only able to protect the ones directly behind them. Tens of thousands of supreme heavenly geniuses were killed. Thinking about this, Shi Yong and Yin Changsheng were both shocked and enraged. To not even be able to protect their own subordinates was a naked slap in their faces. The most infuriating thing was that Long Aoshin and Long Chen weren't even looking at them. The two of them didn't care about what was happening outside their battlefield. Long Chen and Long Aoshin's weapons were still locked against each other. Chi waves continued to crash out of the two of them as they tried to suppress the other. Both of them were badly wounded. There were countless cracks throughout their bodies, and blood oozed out of those cracks, blown away by the astral winds. They were like 2 porcelain bottles that had been struck and were on the verge of shattering. However, they both clenched their teeth and endured. Neither retreated. That ominous sight was astonishing. Even for Yin Changsheng and the others, seeing 2 people be so ruthless was a first. Long Chen and Long Aoshin were both severely wounded, their lives hanging by a single thread. But neither was even thinking about retreating. Right now, they were seeing who could suppress the other. Retreat represented defeat, and they would rather die than admit defeat. At this moment, even Mo Nian was no longer in the mood to search for treasures. Victory or defeat would soon be decided. However, Mo Nian wasn't worried about Long Chen losing. What he was worried about was Ji Wuming, this terrifying assassin, making a move while both of them were severely wounded. That would be too dangerous. Suddenly, both of them howled and the essence blood around them ignited. This was clearly a self-mutilating technique to draw out even just the slightest bit more power. The stars behind Long Chen rumbled and roared. As he had pushed his astral energy to the limit, his stars were flickering, their astral energy exhausted. It could be said to be his most difficult fight ever. As for Long Aoshin, he was in no better condition. The 5-colored light around him had retreated and the 7-colored world behind him was now illusory, looking like it might fade at any moment. Suddenly, Long Aoshin's body shook, and coughing up blood, he flew back. Coward, this is why even with my spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone, you aren't a match for me. I, Long Chen, walked out of the mortal world step by step. Everything I have, I obtained myself. As for you, you don't even. Dare to risk your life. That only proves that your inner heart is that of a coward. You are afraid of losing. You are afraid of death. The reason that you are so afraid is because you aren't confident in yourself. Someone who can't even believe in themselves can never become an expert," shouted Long Chen. Both of them had reached their limits and were seeing who would be the first to be unable to endure. That person would die, but in the end, Long Aoshan was too afraid to do so and ran. The price of retreating was that Long Chen's overwhelming power flowed into his body. As a result, Long Aoshan hacked up 3 mouthfuls of blood, and his aura grew listless. "Idiot, a man knows how to use his brain. My supreme blood hasn't fully awoken yet. How can I waste it on someone as worthless as you? Killing you is a minor matter that I can do whenever I want. Why foolishly waste my talent on someone like you?" shouted Long Aoshan darkly. Previously, Long Aoshan had said that he would defeat Long Chen in his strongest area. Regretfully, he had failed and now he quibbled about it. That was slapping his own face. "My 7-color supreme blood hasn't fully awoken, and I can only control the slightest bit of my violet blood. Most importantly, the primal chaos violet blood is not used to strengthen myself. Well, I'm not going to waste words on you. You're already powerless. On the other hand, I've pretty much exhausted my 7-color supreme blood, but I still have the majority of my violet blood. You can rest in peace now. Dying to your mother's family's supreme technique should make you die happy." Long Aoshan's voice was already weak, but when he raised his left hand, violet blood gathered into mysterious runes that revolved in the air. A violet spear then slowly condensed in his hand. When it appeared, terrifying pressure caused this world to shake. The earth slowly sank. This violet blood spear was something gods and devils would flee from. The Long Aoshan that was weakened to this extent was actually capable of summoning such a powerful move. Everyone's heart clenched. With a wave of his hand, Long Aoshan sent that blood spear piercing toward Long Chen. Chapter 3854 World Extermination Snow Lotus. This spear was condensed of violet blood runes. As Long Aoshan's 7-color supreme blood was exhausted, he switched to his violet blood. Long Aoshan was too powerful. He possessed dual supreme blood, with both being the unmatched type. Either one could be used to dominate the world, yet he actually possessed 2. Legend had it that the violet blood race was a race chosen by the heavens. Their essence blood was innately a miniature version of the heavenly Tao's. It was divine blood that was closest to the laws of the heavenly Tao's. When the violet blood appeared, the power of the heavenly Tao's converged. The void was constantly being broken, unable to contain the power of this violet spear. Facing it, Long Chen put away the Minghong saber. The next moment, a flame lotus appeared in his left hand, and a sphere of lightning appeared in his right hand. He actually summoned both the World Extermination Flame Lotus and the World Extermination Lightning Radiance at once. Flame sword and lightning thundered. Long Chen smashed the two together in a forceful merger. "You idiot!" This attack caused the dragon expert to curse. The current Long Chen didn't have much energy left. It was not at all suitable to go for a direct clash. If Long Chen instead used his lightning and flame energy to defend, creating a solid defense that exhausted all the energy of Long Aoshan's essence blood, he would definitely save a great deal of energy. However, instead of saving energy defending, he had chosen to face an attack with another attack. He was completely wasting this opportunity. When the lightning and flame energy crashed into the spear collapsed. Long Aoshan then hacked up blood and was blown back. As for Long Chen, he was no better off. He coughed up blood, and his arms were a bloody pulp. Even his bones were exposed. Long Chen once more drew on the primal chaos space's life energy to recover, but he was shocked to find that there was no longer any life energy to draw out. When he looked inside, he found that the wood foundation divine trees were withered and the medicinal plants were listless. Even the devil eye water lilies had wilted and simply lay in the water, exhausted. The entire primal chaos space was dried up. Only then did Long Chen think of how he had repeatedly drawn on this life energy in his fight against Long Aoshan. He hadn't even realized that he had used up all his life energy reserve. At this moment, the only living vegetations were the 7 treasure-colored glass tree, the heavenly Dao tree, and the sprouts of the moon trees. The rest had all withered. This battle had truly been intense. So many immemorial corpses were devoured, unleashing an ocean's worth of life energy, but it was all used up. It's time to end things. Long Chen took a deep breath and formed hand seals. The next moment, lightning raged, forming a sea of lightning within this world. As a result, The aura of heavenly tribulation unfurled, and the destructive will of the heavenly Taos descended. Lei Linger appeared, holding a lightning sword. Immersed within this sea of lightning, she raised her sword, and that sea of lightning was sucked up by her sword. Lei Linger didn't say any vicious words. She directly hacked down her sword. Long Aoshan had just exchanged a brute force attack with Long Chen, so he was still coughing up blood. Seeing Lei Linger coming for him, he raised his hand. His violet blood spear once more appeared. The violet blood spear was shattered by Lei Linger's attack. Long Aoshan had been exhausted, while Lei Linger was unleashing all her power in one attack. She even borrowed Long Chen's spiritual strength. At this moment, Lei Linger's sword struck Long Aoshan's head. Everyone thought that he was definitely dead. However, just as Lei Linger's sword touched Long Aoshan's head, a golden imperial crown appeared on his head, blocking her attack. Following the appearance of the golden crown, golden scales covered Long Aoshan's body. He was quickly completely covered. All of a sudden, an ancient and sacred aura erupted. Lei Linger's body was actually blasted apart by that aura, transforming into lightning runes. Big brother Long Chen. Lei Linger once more took human form and returned to Long Chen's side with a shocked expression. She hadn't had any ability to resist that power just now. That isn't his power. It should be the immemorial Long clan's life-saving trump card. I knew that the Long clan wouldn't let him die. Long Chen looked sharply at the Long Aoshan that was wrapped in golden light. Let me go, big brother Long Chen. Give me all your spiritual strength, and we'll use the Nirvana scripture together. I will unleash the power of the Ice Soul in the World Extermination Flame Lotus. That will definitely kill him, said Huo Linger. The current Long Chen still had 80% of his spiritual strength. Just now, he had only split a portion for Lei Linger because he had had a feeling that Long Aoshan wouldn't be so easy to kill. This premonition was not wrong. Long Aoshan still had a trump card. When this golden crown and armor appeared, a figure appeared in his manifestation. This figure was blurry, looking to be an elder. But his face was unclear and he gave off an exceedingly ancient and dignified aura. As Long Aoshan's aura was infected by him, golden light filled this world. This powerful aura then pressed against everyone. Long Chen, I told you that you were definitely dead today. Now, do you have anything else to say? Wrapped in this golden light, Long Aoshan's voice was like that of a god and resounded throughout this world. Even his voice had become a bit ancient and bloody. Moreover, Long Aoshan's injuries were already fully healed. It was like he was reborn, and his aura was even stronger than before. At this moment, Yin Changsheng and the others' expressions all changed. Long Aoshan was practically a monster. His trump cards were limitless. You've already lost. You are simply relying on external power to save yourself. However, you still have the face to act arrogant. How can a loser who has fully lost still be so arrogant? I really admire that shamelessness. To be able to eat your own shit so easily, I will never be able to match you in this regard, said Long Chen disdainfully. A person about to die also dares to say such words. Go cry in the other world. As Long Aoshan formed hand seals, the figure behind him moved, and a fist came out of that illusory manifestation. An ancient aura then unfurled, filling with an undying divine radiance. Even before this fist landed, the world began to sink. This was a killer blow. Long Chen, I will help you block this attack. Go grab the cauldron. The dragon expert's voice rang out. No, I will take the cauldron and kill him myself. Long Chen and Huo Linger formed hand seals and chanted, emitting the holy sound of the Nirvana scripture. A snow-white flame lotus then appeared. This flame lotus rapidly grew. Just before the fist landed, it was fully formed. Go, World Extermination Flame Lotus. Long Chen and Huo Linger's hand seals changed one final time, and this snow lotus crashed into the fist with boundless divine might. This attack was Huo Linger's full power attack. She didn't hold anything back. Chapter 3855 World-Shaking Collision. One was a fist that could destroy the 10,000 Taos, and the other was a flame lotus that incinerated the 9 heavens. At this moment, two apocalyptic powers crashed ruthlessly in front of everyone's horrified gazes. This time, Yin Changsheng and the others had learned their lesson. They had not only fled far into the distance, but they had also raised their defenses. As for Mo Nian and the others, they hastily sank back into the coffin and closed the lid. Mo Nian and the others let out muffled grunts as they were shaken by the impact. When the coffin rocked, it felt like their insides were being displaced. This attack was even more terrifying than the last exchange. After the terrifying shockwaves were gone, Mo Nian and the others stuck their heads out of the coffin again. However, they were shocked to find that their coffin was now covered in cracks. The heavenly boundary line. Mo Nian couldn't help crying out in shock. The heavenly boundary line was actually gone, and this world was still shaking. Having lost its balance, the 10,000 Daos were quivering and the laws were crying out. Even so, they couldn't look at anything else. Their gazes all fell on Long Chen, and they saw him standing in the air, his aura incredibly weak now. There was a lightning dragon coiling around his body. The lightning dragon shattered at this moment. Lei Linger had dragged out her final bit of power to protect Long Chen. Otherwise, that terrifying attack would have reduced him to dust. Let alone Long Chen in his current state, even in his peak condition, at such a close range, he would definitely lose half his life if he was struck. Heaven and earth were in ruins as Huo Linger had mobilized the Ice Soul's core energy. Although her Ice Soul power had not reached its full potential, the Ice Soul Divine Flame was ranked 8th on the Heavenly Flame. It was a terrifying existence with the power to destroy entire worlds, so her full power attack was something that exceeded the 10,000 Daos. Furthermore, with both of them using the Nirvana scripture, its power was multiplied. Even Lei Linger's full defensive might had almost failed to hold on. Then looking at Long Aotian, they saw that his crown and armor were slightly dimmer. But he hadn't suffered any injuries. Truly monstrous. Mo Nian clicked his tongue when he saw the devastation around him. Whether it was Long Chen or Long Aotian, they were both monsters. Yin Changsheng, Ji Wuming, Shi Yong, and the 9 underworld Luaka were all stunned. These two were already exhausted, yet still had such terrifying trump cards. Ji Wuming in particular was shocked. He had been thinking about launching a sneak attack to eliminate Long Chen and Long Aotian together. Fortunately, he had held himself back. Otherwise, if he had rashly attacked while the two of them still possessed such terrifying power, then if the two of them joined hands, not even 100 of his lives would be enough to survive this. After this exchange, snow fell through the air, and remnant flames were still burning. The Ice Soul Divine Flame had ignited the very laws of the heavenly Daos. Only once there was no fuel left did they turn to ashes and fall from the heavens. Even as ashes, they possessed terrifying flame energy. The icy flame burned this world, and every person felt like they were on a stove. This was the Ice Soul Divine Flame. Even if its full potential was yet to be reached, it still possessed the power to destroy the heavenly Daos. Looking at this terrifying aftermath, Yin Changsheng's eyes were red. This Ice Soul Divine Flame should have been his, but it had been taken by Long Chen. Long Aotian's body was wrapped in golden light. Although that light had dimmed slightly, he himself wasn't injured in the slightest. As for the figure behind him, he was forming hand seals and sending more divine light into Long Aotian's body. Long Chen, my gold dragon crown and gold dragon armor are the priceless inheritance treasures of the immemorial Long clan. The unmatched divine power of the Long clan's great ancestor is contained within them. As long as he doesn't die, then even within the 3,000 worlds, I have an endless source of energy. If the crown is not destroyed, the battle armor will exist forever. With these two treasures, no one in this world can kill me. I already said that it didn't matter how strong you were. Everything is meaningless. The person to die will be you. Do you feel regretful now? You are also a descendant of the immemorial Long clan, but it was I who soared to the peak because of your spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone. On the other hand, you will lose to your own ancestors' divine might. Ha ha ha, that really is satirical and pitiful. Long Aotian laughed. His voice was still as arrogant as ever, but now it was lacking some power. His aura was weakening. Even with the assistance of his ancestors' divine energy, even with the protection of the crown and armor, he was on the verge of collapse. How contemptible. This bastard has always been this despicable. Boss uses his own power, while he hides behind the Long clan's tortoise shell, and yet he can still act so pleased. How hateful. Guo Ran cursed furiously upon seeing Long Aotian's pleased expression. Don't call their ancestor a tortoise randomly. Boss is also from the Long clan. However, this Long Aotian is truly despicable. Despite clearly losing, he still acts so arrogant. It's like he doesn't realize that he has lost. Fuck, don't let him end up in my hands, or I have 10,000 ways to make him regret coming to this world, said Sha Chen, clenching his teeth so hard that they itched. Long Aotian had been planning on defeating Long Chen in his strongest area. He had wanted to beat Long Chen directly, overwhelmingly, with brute power. It was because he wanted Long Chen to die while feeling endless unwillingness and despair. That was the only way to resolve his hatred. However, Long Chen was too powerful, so powerful that it exceeded his imagination. No matter what technique he brought out, Long Chen could beat him back in the most domineering manner. After both of them had brought out their trump cards, Long Chen was still above Long Aoshan. Now the two were exhausted, and Long Aoshan actually brought out the power of the Long clan. Unfortunately, at this time, Long Chen no longer possessed the power to retaliate. That's about enough. Now, it's time for Grandpa Mo to show off. Mo Nian chortled. This result was entirely within his expectations. From the start, he already felt that Long Aoshan wouldn't be a match for Long Chen. That was his expert's intuition. It didn't matter how powerful Long Aoshan was. He was only powerful due to external forces, while Long Chen's power came from himself. Even if the two were equally matched, if they were to fight 10 times, Mo Nian believed that Long Chen would be the victor every time. The greatest difference between them was their confidence in themselves. Long Aoshan relied on external power for everything. All his power came from others, and not one thing was built up by himself. Thus, in a clash of power, Mo Nian believed that Long Aoshan would undoubtedly lose. An expert's intuition was truly shocking. Mo Nian's prediction was very accurate. In the end, Long Aoshan still lost. It didn't matter what terrifying trump card he took out, he would be unable to change this result. Toward the end, he even cheated. This was also within Mo Nian's predictions. For a heavenly genius with limitless potential like Long Aoshan, the immemorial Long clan would definitely not let him die. They would prepare countless life-saving treasures for him. Long Chen, I admit that I lost this time. But so what, you're still the one who's going to die. Ha ha ha, so what if you're strong? In the end, you lose to fate. Long Aoshan laughed and walked toward Long Chen with the Sun Moon 5-element flag in his hand. Mo Nian raised his bow. He was about to stand when Long Chen suddenly sneered. If I want to kill you, then even if all the gods and devils of the world came, they would be unable to protect you. Who cares about some little ancestor of the Long clan? Long Chen closed his eyes. At the same time, endless dark energy erupted from inside his body, dimming heaven and earth. A sinister murderous aura then filled the world. Chapter 3856 Three-Flower Deathblow. At this moment, a 3-petal flower mark appeared in Long Chen's left eye. This was the appearance of the 3-flower pupils. Long Chen was using the power of 3-flower pupils with his purgatory eyes. An enormous 3-flower diagram then appeared within the world. When this 3-flower diagram covered Long Aoshan, his hair instantly stood on end. An intense sensation of crisis also filled his heart. His Sun Moon 5-element flag then quivered and he smashed it at the 3-flower diagram. However, the void simply trembled, while the 3-flower diagram was untouched. It was visible but somehow invulnerable. The next moment, the mark in Long Chen's left eye spun. Only when his cultivation base had reached this point could he barely control the true power of the purgatory eyes. 3-flower deathblow. Long Chen clenched his teeth, and the flowers in his eye quivered. The spot where they all met was originally empty. But as Long Chen's spiritual strength surged, that empty space became a whirlpool. Once this whirlpool formed, black blood came out of his eye, and an intense pain struck his soul. The 3-flower diagram was originally illusory, but right now, it became solid in an instant. A strange whirlpool then appeared right in front of Long Aoshan. Heaven-earth cover. Seeing this strange whirlpool, Long Aoshan hastily cried out. His manifestation quivered and the figure's hand seals changed. A protective barrier then appeared around him. However, this protective barrier had just appeared when it was destroyed by the whirlpool. The figure behind Long Aoshan also exploded. Long Aoshan screamed. Half of his body was devoured by that whirlpool, blood mist filled the air. It was like an invisible beast had just bitten away half of his body. The next moment, the 3-flower diagram exploded and Long Aoshan was sent flying. Everyone was shocked to find that half of his golden armor was gone, devoured by the whirlpool. Shit, I didn't have enough spiritual strength. I missed. Sharp pain stung Long Chen's left eye as though it was going to split open. Unleashing this attack came at an immense price for him. Regretfully, as this was his first time doing this and his spiritual strength was already exhausted, the center of his pupil art was a bit off target. Previously, he had made sure to reserve some power when unleashing the world extermination flame lotus with Huo Linger. Back then, his spiritual strength was about 80%. He then kept half of that in reserve to use the purgatory eyes. 40% of his spiritual strength was enough to activate the purgatory eyes, but his control was a bit off. If the core of the whirlpool had been accurately placed on Long Aoshan's head, he would definitely be deader than dead. At this moment, lightning wings appeared on Long Chen's back. He shot after Long Aoshan. The current Long Aoshan had lost the support of that illusory figure and was on his last breaths. He no longer had the power to fight. Killing him would require only one move. Heavenly Dragon Space Lock Formation. Before Long Chen could get close, countless experts had come over to interfere and set up a formation. They were the experts of the immemorial Long clan. A group of ants think they can stop my revenge. Seeing these supreme experts block his path, Long Chen snorted and the Minghong saber swung out. Even if he was exhausted, his killing intent was still decisive. Fool, ignore that Long Aoshan. Yin Changsheng is already placing a spiritual mark on the cauldron. If you still do nothing, the bronze cauldron will be taken by him, and you'll regret it for a lifetime. Just as Long Chen was about to blast his way through, the dragon expert urged him to give up, sounding completely exasperated. Only then did Long Chen notice that the floating bronze cauldron was starting to glow. Milky white runes had appeared on top of it. Yin Changsheng had long since noticed that this cauldron was extraordinary. After he arrived here, he secretly used his spiritual strength to commune with it. This cauldron had countless flame runes on it, so Yin Changsheng used his flame energy to secretly nourish it, hoping to form a resonance with it. As long as he formed a resonance with it, he could place his spiritual seal on it and take it. However, he was paying an immense price to do so, as he was using his essence blood and faith energy to nourish it through space. After a while, it was finally starting to react, and now he was placing his spiritual mark on it. This was all done using a secret art that no one else noticed. Only when the spiritual mark was starting to manifest did people notice something. The 9 underworld Luaka was the first to turn against him. That bronze cauldron was clearly a priceless treasure, but Yin Changsheng actually wanted to take it first. Ha ha ha, it's useless. The spiritual mark has already been placed. This cauldron is mine. Yin Changsheng laughed loudly. In front of the 9 underworld Luaka's attack, he didn't block. Instead, he shot toward the cauldron. The chains around it were clinking. Strange sounds came from them. It was as if the cauldron would escape from its bindings at any moment. Sorry, but this treasure has a destiny with me. Don't even think about taking it. At this moment, Mo Nian suddenly blocked Yin Changsheng along with Yu Xiaochen, Sha Chen, and Guo Ran, not giving him a chance to get close to the cauldron. Idiots, no one can take what is mine. Yin Changsheng was startled to see them appear in front of him but quickly realized that the figures he was seeing in the distance were no more than illusions. They had all been tricked. However, he was still very confident. What? Then I want to try it. Mo Nian laughed and lightly pulled his bow. His crescent bow completely locked onto Yin Changsheng. Suddenly, Yin Changsheng slipped out of Mo Nian's lock, startling him. It was his first time having someone escape from his lock. Yin Changsheng's body vanished. When he reappeared, he was on top of the bronze cauldron. He can already use the power of the cauldron. Sha Chen's expression changed. Mo Nian unleashed his arrow. But before it could even touch Yin Changsheng, it was blasted apart by the divine light of the bronze cauldron. Not good. Mo Nian's expression changed. He hadn't expected Yin Changsheng to be so efficient. He could actually control the bronze cauldron. What they didn't realize was that Yin Changsheng had gambled. He had fed 80% of his essence blood, spiritual strength, and faith energy to this cauldron. He had thought about giving up several times midway because he was worried that the cauldron wouldn't react even if he fed it all of his power. Then he would lose his chance to fight for it at all. However, Yin Changsheng was a ruthless figure, so he continued to feed it all his energy until he finally succeeded. After consuming so much of his essence blood, this cauldron finally felt close to him. The 9 underworld Luaka, Ji Wuming, Shi Yong, and the others all attacked, but their attacks were unable to touch Yin Changsheng. All their attacks were shattered by the bronze cauldron. Thus, all of their expressions grew ugly. Ha ha ha, accept your fates. I, Yin Changsheng, am the destined master of this cauldron. This treasure is mine. Bronze cauldron, recognize your master. Yin Changsheng laughed and shouted. He then fed his remaining essence, qi, and spirit to the bronze cauldron. A giant rune lit up on the cauldron, and that was the rune to acknowledge a master. This bronze cauldron was on the verge of fully becoming Yin Changsheng's weapon. You're getting happy too soon. This treasure is mine. Suddenly, Long Chen's ice voice rang out. The three-flower mark once more appeared, this time on the cauldron. Yin Changsheng was shocked. Chapter 3857 Fight for the Ancient Cauldron. The three-flower mark once more appeared, and the target was the large Master Acknowledgement rune. That rune was originally shining brightly, but all its power was instantly erased when this whirlpool appeared. As the rune dimmed, Yin Changsheng coughed up blood. After that, the bronze cauldron's divine light sent him flying. Long Chen, you goddamn bastard. You won't have a good death. Yin Changsheng let out a heart-rending roar. This attack had directly erased all of his efforts. With the Master Acknowledgement interrupted, all his efforts were for nothing. The chance has come. The 9 underworld Luaka, Shiyong, Ji, Wuming, Mo Nian, Yu Xiaochen, and the others all charged at the bronze cauldron. With Yin Changsheng stopped, the others now all had a chance. As a result, they were all blown away. Not one person managed to get through the cauldron's protective divine light. Only Long Chen slipped through that protective light and directly flew to the bronze cauldron. Everyone was dumbfounded. How can this be? Raged Shiyong. Just as Long Chen was about to touch the bronze cauldron, a figure reached it even faster than him. Everyone was further shocked. Long Aoshan was actually faster than Long Chen despite being almost killed just now. He now only had half of his body left and looked horrifying. With a blood-stained hand, he smacked the bronze cauldron. The cauldron rumbled. It was actually moved by Long Aoshan and was sent smashing toward Long Chen. I understand. The bronze cauldron absorbed the blood of 3 people, so it has recognized all 3 of them. Exclaimed Yu Xiaochen. With that, everyone instantly understood. Yin Changsheng had secretly fed the cauldron his essence blood, but during the fight between Long Chen and Long Aoshan, plenty of their blood had been spilled and absorbed by the cauldron as well. However, the rest of them hadn't paid that price. That was why they were all instantly rejected, but Yin Changsheng, Long Chen, and Long Aoshan could go through its protective light. Die. There's no weapon that can stop this cauldron's attack, roared Long Aoshan. With Long Aoshan's hands on it, the bronze cauldron's Master Acknowledgement rune once more lit up. It was also willing to accept Long Aoshan as its master. All 3 of them had the capability to make the bronze cauldron acknowledge them. It was just a matter of who would be first. It was a pity that Yin Changsheng had already been blown away. As for Long Chen, he was now being attacked by the cauldron. If he blocked it, he would definitely be blown apart by the cauldron's power. If he dodged it, Long Aoshan would complete the Master Acknowledgement process. Then no one would be able to touch him. In front of this rumbling cauldron, Long Chen took out the black dagger. However, he didn't dare to actually stab it. Instead, he threw it at the bronze cauldron. The black dagger smashed into the bronze cauldron with a strange sound. It was heavy, as if 2 enormous existences had lightly touched. It wasn't loud and didn't unleash intense fluctuations. But the chains on the bronze cauldron shattered. Following that, Long Aoshan, who was still pushing the cauldron, hacked up blood and was blown away. The black dagger and the bronze cauldron were undamaged. But this light touch caused the entire world to shake. At this moment, the chains exploded and those coffins were no longer bound by them. They began to explode one after another. Following that, heaven-shaking auras erupted. Not good. Those immemorial corpses are being awakened. Mo Nian's expression completely changed. If those terrifying lifeforms really did come out, then let alone fighting them, everyone would probably be wiped out of existence with just a breath. Suddenly, a giant figure came out of one of the broken coffins. It was a devil ape whose entire body was black. Beating its chest, it roared and a wild soundwave destroyed the void. The sacred pill hall, the devil race, and Long Aoshan's people simply exploded. As for Mo Nian, Yin Changsheng, and the others, they coughed up blood. It was like a volcano inside of their bodies had detonated due to that devil ape's roar. When this black ape beat its chest, it was like the heavens were unleashing celestial thunder. The world shook. People felt like the world was being flipped, and their bodies couldn't endure it. Yin Changsheng and the others were shocked. They didn't know how strong the monsters inside these coffins were. At this moment, a giant tore through the dome of the heavens with a single punch. It felt like the world would explode. That giant was shockingly the 3-eyed giant that Mo Nian had just robbed. One terrifying life form after another came out, their auras horrifying. In total, there were 72 coffins sealing 72 lifeforms, but the heavenly boundary line had split them into 2 groups of 36. After all, Mo Nian and the others had only gone through over 10 of the coffins on their side, and there were still many that they hadn't seen yet. Yin Changsheng and the others were finally afraid. If these lifeforms were to simply breathe on them, they would perish. Hence, they were in no mood to care about the bronze cauldron and just fled. Get in here. Mo Nian and the others were about to move as well when Long Chen shouted. Long Chen was standing on top of the bronze cauldron whose master acknowledgement rune was already shining. Although the process was not yet complete, the current Long Chen could count as half its master. Mo Nian and the others didn't hesitate. They were already close to the cauldron, so they directly charged over. This time, the bronze cauldron's light didn't reject them, and they all entered. Once they were inside its protective light, they all sighed with relief. With just this one barrier, they were blocked off from those terrifying qi and sound waves. Sha Chen, quick, eat this. Long Chen hastily fed Sha Chen a medicinal pill. His face was as pale as paper, and his body was shaking. His limbs were about to break. Although he had protective talismans, he almost lost his life. The monsters sealed within those coffins were too terrifying, simply beyond their comprehension. Fortunately, the bronze cauldron's protective light was a solid barrier. They were temporarily safe here. Hee, these idiots are in trouble now. Looking at Yin Changsheng, Shi Yong, Ji Wuming, the 9 underworld Luaka, and Long Aoshan struggling outside, Mo Nian smiled sinisterly. Wild qi waves and astral winds were raging. The experts here were like tiny boats on top of an angry sea, and they might capsize at any moment. Also, space was already twisting violently. This world was on the verge of collapse. Within this apocalyptic space, only the area around the bronze cauldron was safe. Help guard me. I will finish becoming this cauldron's master. Long Chen pressed his hands on the cauldron. He then focused his essence, qi, and spirit, circulating what dregs remained of them through the cauldron. Just then, there was a huge explosion. A giant cage suddenly appeared, completely covering this world. This is... Mo Nian was appalled. Chapter 3858 Six Dao Heavenly Eye. A giant cage appeared around this world. At this time, Long Aoshan and the others had just escaped its bounds. The giant cage instantly contracted. It was made of the laws of the heavenly Daos and was like a chicken cage covering this world. Ha ha ha, Long Chen, you're definitely dead now. Even while covered in blood and gasping like an ox, Long Aoshan laughed at Long Chen. The cauldron and those terrifying lifeforms were now sealed within this cage. Mo Nian and the others' expressions changed. The cage was either there to stop these lifeforms from escaping or because Long Chen took this cauldron. Mo Nian had researched all kinds of tombs. Although this was his first time actually venturing into a heavenly tomb, everything here was different from what was recorded in the books. It was all bizarre. The cage quickly shrank. In just a second, the terrifying lifeforms that had come from the coffins instantly stilled. Following that, they slowly turned toward Long Chen. Long Chen and the other souls almost fled in terror. Not good. Long Chen, looks like your unlucky mouth was right. This heavenly tomb was probably set up by someone. Perhaps it was all to seal this cauldron, said Mo Nian anxiously. He had no idea what to do. These lifeforms were so powerful that they were beyond comprehension. Mo Nian and the others had no ability to retaliate against them. At this moment, these lifeforms walked toward the cauldron. However, their erupting auras were gone, and it was as if they were puppets under someone's control. They walked closer step by step. Boss, is the master acknowledgement not done yet? Have this cauldron bring us away, cried out Guo Ran. Long Chen was anxious. He had exhausted all of his energy, and his spiritual strength was very low. It was impossible for him to complete this process faster. Now do you regret it? I already told you to save your energy to take this cauldron, but you refused to listen. Long Chen could practically see the dragon expert shaking its head. Senior, Junior was wrong. Please save our lives. Long Chen was instantly revitalized when he heard its voice. Sorry, I don't have that ability, replied the dragon expert coldly. Senior. Long Chen's heart turned cold. Just then, one of the lifeforms punched the bronze cauldron. As a result, the cauldron quivered and its protective light shattered. Another lifeform then reached a hand toward them. That was their only thought. These lifeforms were too powerful. There was no way that they could fight them. Just as they thought that they were doomed, that hand exploded. Its flesh fell to the ground, but even that blood emitted a horrifying pressure that caused the void to shake. Everyone was shocked. They suddenly noticed that the elder on Guo Ran's back had opened his eyes at some point. Long Chen was shocked and delighted. Right now, strange marks appeared in this elder's eyes. He slid off Guo Ran's back and looked at a figure at the rear of this group of terrifying lifeforms, his body quivering. Only then did they take note of that existence. It was a beautiful woman holding a sword, and her aura was also as vast as a sea, beyond their comprehension. Qi Luo, I have finally found you. A smile appeared on the elder's wizened face. His eyes were full of light. That woman's body quivered when she heard the elder's call. Her lifeless eyes slowly lit up. Xing Yu, is it really you? Her voice quivered. Even as the light returned to her eyes, it was as if she couldn't see anything. Just then, all the lifeforms charged at the cauldron. Long Chen and the others gasped. However, the 6 Dao runes in the elder's eyes simply spun, and time seemed to freeze. Those lifeforms couldn't move. Qi Luo, I have finally found you. The elder's voice contained endless emotion. He laboriously walked toward the woman, and the woman also walked toward his voice. Her beautiful hands slowly held the elder's wizened hands. When their hands touched, her body shook, and she suddenly spread her arms and hugged that elder, weeping. Why did you leave me? I was afraid on my own. This place is dark and I can't see anything. I kept calling your name, but you never answered me. The woman cried out, feeling aggrieved. I'm sorry, I broke our promise and made you suffer. Don't worry, I'll never leave you again. The elder warmly stroked her hair, his heart filled with guilt. Looking at them, Long Chen almost teared up. Their conversation made him think of the old man and Ku Jianying. When Ku Jianying fell, the old man said that while she was powerful and stubborn, she was afraid of the dark. So, he had to accompany her to the other world. As for this elder, he had already died long ago, but he refused to let go of his attachment and still bitterly searched for his beloved. How could they not be moved? He gently comforted the sobbing woman. He then looked at the lifeforms around them, as well as the giant cage around this world. He sighed. The heavens are no longer the old heavens, the Tao is no longer the old Tao. Even in death, you still have to bind us and use us. How can you be so cruel? The elder then turned to Long Chen. Little brother, you kept your promise. It's only thanks to you that my wish was fulfilled. Unfortunately, I am already dead and unable to repay the favor. I'm ashamed. Senior, what are you saying? As fellow members of the human race, it is only natural for us to assist each other, said Long Chen hastily. The elder nodded. Little brother, you are a peerless hero, and I truly like your character. Unfortunately, I will not be able to see you fight through the 9 heavens, slaying demons and devils. However, I still have one request for you. Please help me out. Senior, please just tell me. As long as I can do it, I will, promised Long Chen. Suddenly, they cried out. The elder had actually plucked out one of his eyes. The eye then transformed into a gemstone with 6 kinds of flowery marks in it. Countless images could be seen within it as though countless lifeforms were evolving. It was as if it was the manifestation of some kind of grand Tao. After that, the elder handed this gemstone-like eye to Long Chen. Little brother, this is my 6th Tao heavenly eye. Even with these eyes of mine, I could not reverse the tide. I hope you can help me continue the inheritance of the pupil arts inside of it. If these pupil arts are lost because of me, I would have committed a major sin. Senior, Long Chen knew that the elder was transmitting his pupil arts, but he was afraid that Long Chen wouldn't accept if he simply said it directly, so he put it this way to make it impossible for Long Chen to refuse. Little brother, I entrust this to you. I still have my other 6 Tao heavenly eye. It's enough to execute the reincarnation art of the 6 Taos and reincarnate with Qi Luo. The elder then turned to the surrounding lifeforms and sighed. Dust to dust, earth to earth. All of you, come with me. When the marks in the elder's eyes revolved, runes of 6 different colors appeared within this world. This giant cage enveloping this world exploded. Chapter 3859 Treacherous Shiyong. The moment this heaven-encompassing cage exploded, the entire 3,000 worlds quivered. All the experts came flying out of the various cities and domains. They then looked at the sky. Countless chains were shattering, and a majestic aura unfurled within the 3,000 worlds. Primal chaos chi has descended. All the treasure lands are about to open. Mountains exploded, rivers suddenly stopped flowing, and spatial gates opened. When all kinds of secret lands opened, primal chaos chi flooded the 3,000 worlds. The next moment, everyone within the 3,000 worlds went crazy. They began to pursue the currents of primal chaos chi to their source. Within the heavenly tomb, Long Chen, Mo Nian, and the others were staring in shock at the elder of the Heavenly Eye race. When he activated his Heavenly Eye, he instantly destroyed the cage encompassing them. Just how terrifying was this one attack? Since you're all dead, it doesn't matter if you were good or bad. Go back to wherever you came from. The elder looked at these lifeforms and sighed. A ripple then spread from the elder's eye. It was a gentle light that seemed to contain an indescribable energy. Long Chen had never seen this kind of power before. After this ripple passed, those immobile lifeforms fell one by one. This mysterious ripple stripped them of the energy supporting them. They were like puppets being controlled, and the elder had severed the strings controlling them. As a result, those lifeforms collapsed and the terrifying pressures coming from their bodies slowly faded. This time, they seemed to be truly dead. Little brother, my wife and I were reunited thanks to you. There is no way to repay this favor. Now, we are about to reincarnate, and all the karma between us will be severed. Although there are no words that can express our gratitude, we will probably never meet again, so I can only say thank you, said the elder. Senior, it is only natural for fellow humans to help each other out. Furthermore, Senior is a hero of our human race. You have experienced that ancient battle. Without the sacrifices of your generation, this world would not have a Long Chen. You used your lives to give us a chance to live. Senior, please don't be so courteous. As a hero of the human race, it is an honor for me to help you, said Long Chen. These words of his were sincere. All the heroes of ancient times were amazing figures. Long Chen could see that this elder viewed his wife as even more important than his own life. However, he and his wife had still chosen to participate in that battle that had taken countless lives. What kind of bravery did that require? On the other hand, Long Chen would set foot onto a terrible battlefield himself, but he did not wish to see his beloved accompany him. From this, it could be seen that both this elder and his wife were true heroes. It's a shame that we weren't born in the same era, truly a shame. Now the time has come. Little brother, goodbye. The elder looked at Long Chen emotionally. Seniors, go in peace. Long Chen bowed. Mo Nian and the others followed. After the elder nodded, the runes in his eye revolved. Both of their figures slowly faded away, disappearing into nothingness. These two elders that had participated in that ancient battle finally had their souls return to the cycle of reincarnation. Suddenly, Mo Nian shouted and raised his bow. The next moment, the void exploded and a figure vanished. Mo Nian's attack missed. Just as the elder vanished, Ji Wuming actually launched a sneak attack, trying to kill Long Chen. However, he was noticed by Mo Nian. Long Chen was in an extremely weak state, so his reaction speed was 10 times slower than normal times. Because of this, he actually hadn't sensed Ji Wuming's presence. If it hadn't been for Mo Nian, Long Chen might have lost his life just now. After failing, Ji Wuming snorted. Long Chen, count yourself lucky today. But just because you were lucky this time, doesn't mean that you'll be this lucky next time. Just wait for me to cut off your head. Ji Wuming's figure vanished. It was truly a case of fleeing 1,000 miles after one attack, the dogma of the Bloodkill Hall. Long Chen, just wait. Now that the primal chaos chi has descended, treasure lands are opening. When my supreme blood reaches full power, I will take your life. Long Aoshan glared at Long Chen hatefully. He was in a miserable state. Half his body was gone, and it looked like he might die at any moment. But a faint layer of violet chi was swirling around him. It seemed that his aura was recovering slowly. After saying that, Long Aoshan crushed a talisman and was directly transported away. As for the 9 underworld Luaka, she eyed Long Chen icily before leaving as well. At this moment, Xianxia was incensed and flames almost burst out of his eyes. That appearance of his was like he wanted to bite Long Chen to death. Last time, Long Chen had taken the ice soul divine flame that was arranged for Xianxia. And this time, Long Chen managed to take the bronze cauldron after Xianxia had spent a huge amount of his blood and soul essence to get it. It was like Long Chen was specifically targeting him. Long Chen, next time we meet, I will definitely take back all that is mine. Xianxia also left. As everyone was gone, the only ones left were Long Chen's group. Guo Ran curiously asked, why are they all leaving? What would they do if they didn't leave? Ask us for a meal. Mo Nian shrugged. Sha Chen laughed and said, they were affected by the rampage of the immemorial creatures, while we were protected by the cauldron. Although on the surface they look fine, in truth, they no longer have the power to fight. If they were to attack us, they'd be the ones to lose. Guo Ran nodded in comprehension. So it wasn't that they didn't want to attack them, but more like they couldn't. Long Chen, we'll help you take this cauldron first, said Mo Nian, placing a hand on his back. His energy poured into Long Chen. Yu Xiaochen also pressed a hand on Long Chen's shoulder, feeding him some energy. Even if the bronze cauldron wanted to take him as a master, in his current state, he didn't have the power to ignite that rune. With their assistance, Long Chen pressed his hands on the cauldron. Blood then slowly poured out of him, dyeing that rune. After that, the bronze cauldron quivered and its divine light shone brightly. The master acknowledgement process was complete. Long Chen was originally planning on drawing it into the primal chaos space, but then it directly charged into his spiritual space. It automatically chose its resting space. After putting away the cauldron, Long Chen sighed with relief. He had no time to study it and just began to go through the battlefield with everyone. Mo Nian, Sha Chen, and Guo Ran were gathering the items on the corpses. These items were all true treasures. Curious, why didn't I see Shi Yong? Did he run before Ji Wuming attacked? Yu Xiaochen suddenly tugged on Long Chen. No, everyone, watch out, he might already be in control of some corpse. Long Chen's expression completely changed. Suddenly, one of the corpses on the ground moved. Chapter 3860 A Call. Guo Ran, watch out. Long Chen shouted. Guo Ran was standing on the head of a certain corpse and had taken out a saw to take off its horn. But at this moment, that corpse actually reached out toward Guo Ran. Upon hearing Long Chen's warning, his battle armor's wings flapped and he seemed to teleport. However, he was still the slightest bit too slow. The lifeform's claw touched him ever so lightly, and he was sent flying like a shooting star, smashing into the ground, his body vanishing within the earth. That lifeform stood up, only then did Long Chen and the others see that it was a winged devil. He, Long Chen, die. That winged devil laughed sinisterly and walked toward Long Chen. That voice was Shi Yang's. He had actually taken control of his immemorial devil corpse secretly. Impossible, he can't possibly control such a powerful corpse. Yu Xiaochen couldn't believe it. Her devil suppressing seal then lit up and blasted at this winged devil. It's useless. This corpse's runes have not been activated, so your divine seal has no effect at all. I bet you never thought of this, right? I'm actually not from the corpse devil race. I only joined the corpse devil race in order to cultivate the corpse devil Dao. I'm actually a winged devil, and my soul still has the seal of the winged devil race deep within it. Controlling this corpse from my own race is naturally as easy as breathing for me. Since everyone else has left, let me end things here. Shi Yong lunged toward Long Chen. His speed wasn't very fast as his body was swaying clumsily. It seemed that he could not fully control this corpse yet. However, this corpse's body was too terrifying. If struck by his palm, with Long Chen's current state, he would definitely be killed. Earth Spirit Binding, Mo Nian shouted. It was unknown what he tossed out, but chains suddenly shot out of the earth and bound Shi Yang's legs. Those chains exploded instantly. However, Shi Yang staggered and fell flat on his face. He wants to steal this corpse. Trap him and leave him to die here, shouted Mo Nian. He then took out a shovel and with a single heave, the earth collapsed. Shi Yang's corpse was drawn underground. The next moment, Sha Chen tossed out one talisman after another. His talismans transformed into a net of chains binding the corpse's body. Shi Yang struggled crazily, but this body didn't want to listen to him. It was too clumsy, like a drunkard tossed into a mud pit. No matter how he struggled, he was unable to escape. Mo Nian continued to dig, so the hole grew deeper and deeper. On the other hand, Shi Yang could only roar furiously. After a while, he suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood. That blood was then absorbed by the wings on his back. With a flap of his wings, the void exploded and he shot out of the ground like a shooting star. However, he didn't fly straight up. Mo Nian had already dug a giant hole for him, and now he ended up smashing through the ground diagonally. He pierced right through thick layers of earth and out in the distance. Just wait, once I get accustomed to this corpse, you will go see the yellow springs. Shi Yang once more flapped his wings and ended up in the wrong direction. He actually ended up going straight toward Long Chen and the others. When he realized this, his expression changed and his wings flapped crazily. As he forcibly changed directions, he smashed into things several times before eventually escaping beyond their line of sight. This scene was both shocking and funny. But once he was gone, they were all worried. That's not good. Xiang has now gained such a terrifying body. Next time, we'll probably have to run, said Sha Chen. It's not that bad. This corpse isn't something that he can control. At most, he can use it to scare people. Mo Nian waved off his concern dismissively. That's right, a corpse on this level. Without reaching the World King realm, there's no way that he can fully control it. Even if he is from the winged devil race, he can't control that corpse's divine abilities. If he wants to control those abilities, he'll have to activate the corpse's innate runes. But if he does that, he will be suppressed by my seal. I would guess that he will choose to first control the corpse's physical body, as it is too tough for us to damage. However, as long as we don't fight him directly, he also won't have the ability to do anything to us. Yu Xiaochen gradually recovered from her shock. Xiang might possess this terrifying devil corpse, but he couldn't activate its divine runes and would only have its most basic physical power. However, the winged devil race wasn't a brute power race that only fought with their physical bodies. Thus, even if Xiang did manage to control it, it wasn't too bad. Even in the worst case, they could simply avoid him. With Xiang gone, they once more began to go through the battlefield. After taking everything of value, Long Chen began to draw the corpses into the primal chaos space. After bringing them in, he didn't directly toss them into the black soil. Instead, he placed them to the side and looked at the Fusong tree. He had not had a chance to look at the Fusong tree after he had tossed its upper portion into the primal chaos space. Now, he finally had a chance. As he was recovering, he used the black dagger to cut off its branches, planting them in the soil. Long Chen then planted 108 of its branches along the edge of the primal chaos space, leaving a huge amount of space between each one. It was only after this that he tossed one of the immemorial corpses into the black soil. However, what shocked Long Chen was that it was clearly very difficult for the black soil to devour this corpse. It was only after an incense stick's worth of time that life energy came out. This corpse had not even changed appearance. The black soil had barely broken down the tiniest bit of its body, but the vast amount of life energy unleashed was enough to revive all the vegetation in the primal chaos space. This life energy caused the withered vegetation to revive at a visible speed. As for Long Chen's wounds, they rapidly healed as well. The best thing for Long Chen was that the branches of the Fusong tree also started sprouting. One tiny shoot after another sprouted from the branches, looking like they were made of pure gold. Now Long Chen was incomparably excited. With this, he would have an endless supply of the sun flame and the moon flame. As endless life energy filled the primal chaos space, a mist-like substance quickly covered this world. This mist made this entire space look as if it was made out of primal chaos chi. This corpse actually possesses such a huge amount of primal chaos chi. Long Chen suddenly found that it wasn't just life energy being unleashed here. There was a great amount of primal chaos chi as well. However, this primal chaos chi was actually locked within the primal chaos space. He was unable to absorb it, as the primal chaos space leaving it for itself. Long Chen muttered to himself as he eyed this primal chaos chi. He seemed to have sensed something. In less than an incense stick's worth of time, the primal chaos space's vegetation was fully recovered. The moon trees and the Fusong trees were slowly growing. They had already grown to the height of a foot. Their bodies were wrapped in black and golden flames respectively. Although they were still tiny shoots, those flames still emitted powerful fluctuations. Long Chen, the heavenly tomb has exploded, and the laws of heaven and earth have changed. Treasure lands are all opening. What do we do now? Asked Yu Xiaochen. You should go absorb primal chaos chi in those treasure lands and condense heavenly Dao crowns, said Long Chen. And what about you? Asked Yu Xiaochen. When I used the purgatory eyes, I saw a world. Something there seems to be calling to me, so I want to take a look. Long Chen took out an eye patch and covered his bleeding left eye. With his remaining eye, he looked in a certain direction, murmuring. Chapter 3861 The Dragon Expert's Suggestion. Using the purgatory eyes, Long Chen had broken that illusory figure in Long Aotian's manifestation. He had also broken the laws of the heavenly Daos, and from the fragments of space, Long Chen sensed a strange fluctuation. However, it was extremely familiar. Furthermore, when the Elder of the Heavenly Eye race destroyed the heaven-encompassing cage, it also caused a change in the world. After that, that aura grew even stronger, dragging Long Chen's attention to it. I also felt a summons. It must be from an inheritance left behind by the original devil race's experts in the 3000 worlds. It has also appeared, said Yu Xiaochen. Xiaochen, you should hurry there. Don't let others get a head start, said Long Chen. The current Long Chen might no longer have wounds riddling his body, but his aura was still extremely weak. She was worried about him encountering some powerful enemy on his way. I will be fine. I'll recover a bit here, and then I'll go to that place, said Long Chen comfortingly. I've also sensed the aura of a treasure. This time, it's definitely some big business. Chortled Mo Nian. Why didn't I sense anything? Demanded Guo Ran, feeling displeased. I didn't sense anything either. Sha Chen smiled bitterly. Hee, it's fine. My nose for treasures is very sharp. If us three brothers work together, what treasure can escape us? Mo Nian winked. Haha, that's right. With brother Mo Nian here, all treasures have a destiny with me. Laughed Guo Ran. Exactly. Let me tell you, I can smell the scent of an ancient tomb. As soon as Mo Nian said this, Sha Chen and Guo Ran's expressions sank. This heavenly tomb had been incredibly dangerous. Hence, they were all somewhat traumatized by tombs now. Seeing their expressions, Mo Nian hastily said, "Don't worry. It's not a heavenly tomb this time. It definitely won't be as dangerous, I guarantee it." The two of them hesitated. Mo Nian had so many treasures. To say that they didn't covet such things would be a lie. Mo Nian had also said that he was going to give them some treasures, but how could the two of them accept that? They still had a bit of shame left and couldn't simply take other people's things. However, if they worked together with Mo Nian and put in some work, naturally the treasures would have to be divided up between the three of them. Even so, the very first time they worked together with Mo Nian, they just had to enter this heavenly tomb where they had almost died many times. Although they had made astonishing gains, after experiencing this danger, they didn't want to go through it again. However, the light of treasures truly had a fatal attraction. The two of them were moved. What about our brothers in the city? Are they supposed to go grave robbing with us? Asked Sha Chen. Mo Nian was baffled. If he brought that many people along, it would not be convenient at all. Have your brothers in the Dragonblood Legion stay where they are. Once you deal with your matter, they can absorb the dragon blood with you. Suddenly, the dragon expert's voice rang out in Long Chen's mind. Long Chen didn't quite understand what it was saying, but he didn't pursue the topic. After all, he hadn't listened when it had told him not to fight with Long Aoshan. He had clearly irritated this dragon expert, so he obediently listened to it this time. Long Chen had them deal with their own affairs for now. The Dragonblood Legion was to wait where they were and await further orders. With this, everyone split up again. Yu Xiaochen had to leave on her own, while Mo Nian brought along Guo Ran and Sha Chen. None of them wanted to waste any time. They all knew that the primal chaos chi coming out of the world right now was nothing more than a small eruption. When the final current appeared, it would be the day that all the heavenly geniuses of the world gathered. That would be the time for a true bloody battle. Sha Chen left many talismans for Long Chen, especially transportation talismans. Long Chen was in a rather weak state right now, so he needed them. With everyone leaving, it wasn't convenient for Long Chen to stay here any longer. He then used transportation talismans, leaving as well. "Senior, I need to go somewhere first, but I'll immediately get your dragon scale after that," transmitted Long Chen as he flew. "Do you think you're so badass that you need to report to me?" The dragon expert snorted. It was clearly displeased with Long Chen's previous actions. "No matter how badass I am, there's no way that I could compare to you. Without you, who knows how many times I would have died on the martial heaven continent." Long Chen knew that he had to first fawn on the dragon expert a bit before anything else. "Don't bother fawning on me. You're just a stubborn donkey. Tell me, what was the point of that fight? You're down to one eye again, and you've messed up my calculations. Now there are even more variables to getting my dragon king reverse scale," snorted the dragon expert. Junior was hot-headed, said Long Chen helplessly. "Let's discuss this calmly. If you fought purely in terms of bloodline power, would you have beaten Long Aoshan?" Asked the dragon expert. Long Chen was silent. It was true, in terms of bloodline power, he wasn't a match for Long Aoshan. Although he won in the end, in terms of bloodline, he had indeed lost. Furthermore, at the start, he had been planning on just using the power of his physical body to beat Long Aoshan. It was all to prove that even without his supreme blood, he could still suppress Long Aoshan. Even if you say that you ultimately won, who cares? Even if he lay there and let you kill him, would you dare to? Demanded the dragon expert. "Why wouldn't I dare?" asked Long Chen in confusion. Why wouldn't you dare? Are you a pig? If you kill him, how will you take back your spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone? Did you think ripping his corpse into a million pieces would allow you to take them back? Cursed the dragon expert. Ah! Long Chen was left silent. Back then, when he encountered Long Aotian, his head went blank. All he had been thinking about was killing him, nothing else mattered. With this reminder, he understood. Naturally, he wished to take back all the divine abilities of his spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone. Senior, are you saying that it is possible for me to? The dragon expert irritably said, isn't that obvious? They were yours from the start. No matter how many changes they go through, as long as they return to the original master, they will be home. All the benefits will be yours. Your spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone are only temporarily placed in him so that others can help you nourish them. The immemorial Long clan possesses enough power and resources to do so. Moreover, your spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone still haven't fully matured yet. If you take them now, even if I had a method for you to merge back with them, they will be damaged. Their quality might even drop, and that wouldn't be worth it. Upon hearing this, Long Chen's heart pounded excitedly. He was so emotional that he almost cried. So, he still had a chance to take back his spirit bone, spirit root, and spirit bone. It wasn't about how powerful they were. What was more important to him was that these were things that his father and mother had left for him. He had to take them back. Alright, don't get emotional. There's not that much time. Hurry up and go wherever you want to go, urged the dragon expert. Long Chen nodded. After settling his emotions, he flew off. Chapter 3862 Unbelievable. Senior, do you know what called me? Asked Long Chen as he flew. I know, answered the dragon expert lightly. Can you tell me? Probed Long Chen. If I told you, you'd think that I set it up and accuse me of being bothersome. You might even be such a stubborn donkey that you'd intentionally go against me, said the dragon expert irritably. Long Chen was embarrassed but not angered. He knew that this dragon expert's origins were shocking. Who knew just how powerful it was? The dragon race was innately prideful. For it to give Long Chen guidance and then get ignored was just too much for it. It was naturally displeased. Senior is joking. I actually like to listen to other people's advice. Listening to others can fill your stomach, said Long Chen awkwardly. Give it up. I understand now. Once you get the bit in your mouth, no one can drag it out. This temper of yours, although it's annoying, I like it. Once you decide on something, you aren't easily swayed. It is a clear and decisive character. Even though you are so foolish that you make my teeth hurt sometimes, most of the time, you are very satisfactory, said the dragon expert. Hehe, this is just me. Mountains and rivers change, but people don't. Don't lower yourself to my level, said Long Chen with a laugh when he heard this. It seemed that the dragon expert wasn't truly angry. Lower myself to your level. Do I seem so petty? Said the dragon expert disdainfully. I have seen some things, but I don't want to speak of them. I am disgusted with the human race, but I also don't understand the human race. Through you, I want to learn why the human race is called this world's most complicated life form, why they possess the power to destroy this entire world. But you, little fellow, you really are a marvel. You can be deathly smart and deathly stupid at the same time. I really can't understand your human race. Long Chen was instantly embarrassed, not knowing if he was being praised or scolded. Thus, he didn't know how to reply. Not knowing what to say, Long Chen simply continued flying. His mind then sank into the primal chaos space. The primal chaos space was thriving. The moon trees and fusong trees were already 3 feet tall. Seeing this, Long Chen carefully took out his dagger and cut the sprout of a moon tree in the middle, planting its upper half in the soil again. He found that this half quickly spread roots. The primal chaos space was truly marvelous. Even this worked. With this, he began to cut the moon trees and plant even more of them. The primal chaos space was filled with life energy, to the point that even legendary trees like the moon tree and fusong tree were growing at a visible speed. As for that one corpse he had tossed into the black soil, it still hadn't changed at all. It was still unleashing an enormous amount of life energy. It was astonishing. It was also releasing a large amount of primal chaos chi, but this primal chaos chi was absorbed by the primal chaos space itself. It seemed to be undergoing its own silent transformation, but Long Chen was unable to sense what exactly was changing. The inside of the primal chaos space was growing crazily. The moon trees and fusong trees were constantly growing, and he continued to plant more of them. However, after planting more and more of them, he suddenly found that the new sprouts he planted didn't survive. When he planted one, it rotted and vanished into nothingness. Long Chen was bewildered. He had never seen such a thing before in the primal chaos space. Whether it is the moon trees or the sun trees, a single world can only have 3,000 of each, not one more. This is an inescapable part of the laws of the Grand Tao, transmitted the dragon expert. The laws of the Grand Tao. 3,000 major Taos, the 3,000 worlds, is there some connection between them? Asked Long Chen, feeling shocked. You should slowly research this kind of thing yourself. In this world, many numbers are filled with profundities. Also, the Grand Tao is not something that can simply be spoken of. You should rely on your own comprehension, said the dragon expert. Long Chen nodded. It seemed that this might touch upon the secrets of the world. The dragon expert also couldn't explain it too clearly. Long Chen counted. Just as the dragon expert said, there were exactly 3,000 moon trees and 3,000 fusong trees. When he planted another one, it could not grow. He sighed inside. This world was truly full of secrets. It was like a giant sea, and he was nothing more than a tiny boat on top of it. All of his understanding was nothing more than a speck of water in this great sea. This unknown world was truly mysterious. The primal chaos space now had 3,000 fusong trees and 3,000 moon trees. As they crazily absorbed life energy, they reached a height of 3 meters. They were covered in golden and black flames. Those were the sun flame and the moon flame. At this moment, Huolinger had taken the form of a flame dragon and was almost transparent. Clearly, that final attack of hers had exhausted almost all of her energy, and she was in a weak state. Huolinger was currently drooling over the moon trees and the fusong trees. Alright, that's about enough. You can slowly absorb their flame energy to recover. However, you can only absorb a tiny bite from each one. Alternate the ones you absorb so as to not affect their growth. After all, if you leave them healthy, you'll always have more, said Long Chen. Hearing this, Huolinger was instantly revitalized. She then charged toward one of the moon trees and took a bite. As a result, those flames on it instantly dimmed, but Huolinger's body actually solidified with that one bite. It could be seen just how beneficial this one bite was. The moon flame was truly powerful. Even in this tiny weak state, it was a fat piece of meat to Huolinger. Huolinger quickly recovered as she started taking bites of the flames. It seemed that after 2 rounds of all the trees, she would be fully recovered. The moon trees and fusong trees were truly amazing. Just their companion flames were already priceless treasures. Even without the mature trees, Long Chen was already profiting from them. This trip to the heavenly tomb had benefited Long Chen immensely. Thinking of his gains, Long Chen thought of the bronze cauldron. His mind then left the primal chaos space and into his spiritual space. Within his spiritual sea, the bronze cauldron silently floated before the divine gate. It hadn't changed in the slightest and didn't give off a single ripple. Long Chen couldn't even sense any fluctuations from it. Curious. Didn't you accept me as master? Why can't I sense you at all? Long Chen looked at the cauldron questioningly. He was trying to commune with it with his soul. It's useless. It is in slumber. The master acknowledgement ceremony was done completely based on instinct. Also, with your current spiritual strength, you cannot awaken it. Little fellow, this was your greatest gain this time. Hee, just wait, it will give you endless pleasant surprises, said the dragon expert with a laugh. Suddenly, he heard rumbling ahead, so his mind left his spiritual space. This land was a wasteland, and there were long cracks in the sky like scars from a terrible battle. Those cracks were filled with tumbling spatial blades. There was also lightning flashing, like the devil's maw bearing its fangs at Long Chen. I've arrived. Looking at these cracks, Long Chen took a deep breath. He then walked into one of those spatial cracks just like that. The instant Long Chen stepped into this spatial crack, a startled cry rang out. Long Chen then looked toward that voice and quivered. He couldn't believe his eyes. Chapter 3863 God-Sealing Seal. Long Chen saw a twisted space before him. It was like a flowing stream. Through this twisted space, he saw a vague figure and also a spatial gate. That figure was standing in front of this spatial gate. Although his vision wasn't clear, Long Chen instantly knew why this aura was so familiar. This man was the Luo family's leader, his grandfather on his mother's side, Luo Zichuan. It seems that the one I sensed before was you. I didn't expect to see you again here. Luo Zichuan smiled with gratification through space. You've grown more, getting stronger and stronger. Good, very good. Family head, why are you here? Long Chen was emotional. He hadn't expected to run into Luo Zichuan here. He was about to walk over when Luo Zichuan shouted at him. Don't move. Although it looks like there's only a short distance between us, it's actually a great distance. If you take one wrong step, I don't know where you'll be drawn to by the chaotic flow of space. Concentrate. Have your aura form a resonance with the surrounding spatial fluctuations. Don't resist. Once you reach the point of allowing the spatial fluctuations to pass through your body, I will teach you how to walk over. Long Chen calmed himself after Luo Zichuan said this. Suppressing his excitement, he acted according to Luo Zichuan's method. He gradually accustomed himself to the surrounding spatial fluctuations. He quickly managed to reach the point where his blood qi and spiritual fluctuations reached an equilibrium with the surrounding spatial fluctuations. It was as if the spatial energy in the surroundings flowed through him, as if he was one with this space. Good. Now, use your spiritual strength to probe the surroundings. See if you can see something, said Luo Zichuan. Footprints. Violet footprints, exclaimed Long Chen. Excellent. Follow those footprints over. Do not take one step away, said Luo Zichuan. Long Chen nodded. He carefully walked across those violet footsteps, which were left behind by Luo Zichuan. Curiously, they looked to twist and spiral in arcs, yet when Long Chen walked across them, he found that he was walking in a straight line. By following these footprints, Long Chen quickly crossed this chaotic space and arrived in front of Luo Zichuan. Luo Zichuan appeared the same as ever, but now there was a hint of weariness in his eyes. Seeing his grandfather, Long Chen hastily bowed. Luo Zichuan was also moved. To be able to see Long Chen here was a surprise. How did you get here? Asked Luo Zichuan. After Long Chen explained about the opening of the 3,000 worlds, Luo Zichuan nodded. So that's the case. The descent of the 3,000 worlds compressed space. That's why the chaotic flow of space here has grown more active. Long Chen looked at the spatial gate behind Luo Zichuan. Seeing countless violet runes on it, he asked, Family head, is this your construction? You wanted to enter the 3,000 worlds. Luo Zichuan shook his head. This spatial gate was constructed by me, but it leads to another world. It's a good thing that you came. You can help me out. But what happened to your eye? Will it affect your combat power? Luo Zichuan looked at Long Chen's eye patch curiously. It's fine. It's just a minor injury and won't affect my fighting. But I did just experience a large battle and haven't recovered to my peak state. If you give me another day, I will be mostly recovered, said Long Chen hastily. Luo Zichuan nodded. All right, then start recovering now. Once you are in your peak state, we will join forces and see if we can open the God Sealing Seal. Long Chen didn't know what this God Sealing Seal was, but he didn't ask further. He sat down and focused entirely on recovering. The wounds on his physical body had long since healed. However, his soul had yet to fully recover. If he wanted to be in his peak state, he had to fully recover his spiritual strength. As Long Chen recovered, Luo Zichuan also focused on recovery as violet qi flowed around him. His blood qi energy was many times stronger than Long Aoshan's. If Long Aoshan were to meet Luo Zichuan, he would definitely be shocked. Luo Zichuan's blood qi had countless runes flowing within it. Every rune was like an entire world, and they were all linked. It was like a starry sea. In comparison, Long Aoshan's violet blood was like a plate of loose sand, so there was no way for him to unleash his violet blood's true power. They were in completely different dimensions. A day later, Long Chen opened his eyes. He was fully recovered. At this moment, he had the urge to find Long Aoshan for another battle. However, when Long Chen saw the endless violet sea behind Luo Zichuan, he was stunned. They were both immortal kings, but Luo Zichuan's blood qi energy was absolutely terrifying. It was like an entire cosmos was displayed before him. This sight shook him to his core. This is the true power of violet blood. It's practically an unrivaled divine blood. Nonsense. The unrivaled divine blood is my true dragon race's dragon blood. What do you know? The dragon expert's dissatisfied voice rang out in Long Chen's mind at his comment to himself. Once you obtain my Dragon King reverse scale, you will understand what a true unrivaled blood is. Just then, Luo Zichuan woke up as well. His violet blood manifestation was put away. He seemed even sharper, like an unsheathed sword. Long Chen, the inside of this spatial gate is the God Sealing Seal. The God-sealing seal is its own world filled with corpse devils. When I left the Luo family, I came here and started slaying those corpse devils. Just 1 month ago, I finished killing the 1 billion World King corpse devils inside. However, the final 18 divine venerate corpse devils have stopped me. I tried 3 times and failed all 3, said Luo Zichuan, eyeing the gate darkly. Then those corpse devils definitely aren't ordinary, said Long Chen. Those billion World King corpse devils were all on the level of supremes. As for the 18 divine venerates, they are double supremes, said Luo Zichuan. Long Chen jumped in shock. 1 billion World King supremes, as well as 18 divine venerate double supremes. The God-sealing seal space is a passageway to the Violet Blood race's prison. Our Violet Blood race has been sealed behind it for trillions of years without being able to leave. Who knows how painful it is for them inside? As descendants of the Violet Blood race, we must assist them. We will save our ancestors. Let's go. Today, us men will join forces. Luo Zichuan stepped into the spatial gate with Long Chen. As soon as they entered, an ominous murderous aura crashed upon them. Chapter 3864 Combined Attack. Long Chen had just stepped in when a murderous aura made him feel like he had fallen into an icehouse. Goosebumps covered his skin. He saw endless corpses. They were like a vast sea, like surging mountains, and they stretched beyond the horizon. These corpses were terrifying greater demons, supreme world kings. Also, the ancient runes on their bodies emitted a desolate chi that was very similar to the corpses in the heavenly tomb. In other words, these were species from that ancient era. The monsters from back then were many times stronger than the ones now. But so many had died here. The majority of these corpses were mangled. Some had even been cut in two by a sharp blade. Those corpses still had violet light on their wounds. From this mark, Long Chen knew that they were killed by Luo Zichuan. Furthermore, Luo Zichuan's actions were clean. Looking at those wounds, Long Chen could practically see how he had cut through their monstrous bodies like melons. When Long Chen had gone to the Luo family for the first time, he had been completely suppressed by Luo Zichuan. In their fight, he had been unable to even retaliate. At that time, Long Chen thought that Luo Zichuan had relied on his realm to suppress him. However, even now that he was also an immortal king, Long Chen felt that Luo Zichuan was an absolutely terrifying existence. Looking at those wounds that were as sleek as glass, he knew that Luo Zichuan's power was highly concentrated. This kind of phenomenon would only occur when none of his power leaked out. Concentrating all one's power wasn't difficult for experts like them. What was impossible though was for this power to not leak out at all even after striking the core runes in. Powerful defenses of these immemorial creatures. Even with Long Chen's immense power and profound control, this was something impossible. This level of minute control required perfect mastery over one's power and spiritual fluctuations. It was no longer a matter of talent. It was something that could be honed through endless time experiencing intense battles. This control was practically the pinnacle of the Tao, something untouchable. Long Chen was first shocked by these corpses, but his eyes quickly lit up. He directly reached out and grabbed all of them. At this time, the single corpse on the black soil had only been half decomposed. It was too slow. In other words, a corpse on this level was so powerful that even the black soil's devouring power was less effective. However, when he tossed these new corpses into it, the black soil quickly devoured them. Although they weren't as powerful as the corpses from the heavenly tomb, they were worth something. Furthermore, with their numbers, the amount of life energy being unleashed now was even greater than what came from that single corpse. As these corpses were thrown in, the moon trees and fusong trees rapidly grew. Even the 7 treasure-colored glass tree at the core of this land began to grow. Its rainbow radiance grew even more mysterious. What do you want those corpses for? Luo Zichuan couldn't help asking when he saw Long Chen gathering them like they were treasures. Fertilizer. These corpses are very important to me, said Long Chen with a chortle. In just a moment, the moon trees and fusong trees already grew to 30 meters. The flames on their bodies also grew denser, their flame fluctuations becoming more intense. Also, Huo Linger had already recovered, but as the trees grew stronger, she almost went crazy with joy and began absorbing their flame energy again. She was like a landlord demanding payment from her farmers. She was constantly gathering their fruit. Fortunately, Huo Linger was smart and only absorbed a tiny bite from each tree so as to not affect their growth. As she absorbed the sun flames and the moon flames, her aura grew stronger. With them as fertilizer, she nourished her ice soul source. This source energy then grew stronger and stronger, to a shocking level. The full 1 billion corpses were thrown into the primal chaos space, piling into a giant mountain at the core of the primal chaos space. Even with the black soil's terrifying devouring speed, it would require some time to digest them all. An enormous gate quickly appeared ahead of them as they advanced through this world. This gate had a circular seal on it. Long Chen could see 18 ancient beast totems carved into the seal. Moreover, those totems seemed alive. When Long Chen approached them, a terrifying killing intent locked onto him. This is the God Sealing Seal. There are 18 ancient beast corpse devils sealed inside, and they are different from the other lifeforms here. First, they emit endless devil chi. And second, they are double supremes that are a merger of devil root and demonic blood, and they are all in the divine venerate realm. I tried to kill them 3 times and failed every time. The first time, I was almost killed. Do not be careless. Once we start, you must immediately use your full power, warned Luo Zichuan gravely. Family head, at your realm, isn't fighting them directly too disadvantageous? Asked Long Chen. Luo Zichuan said, that's how it's set up. If you want to activate this seal, your cultivation base must be in the Immortal King realm. If it weren't for that restriction, I wouldn't have suppressed my cultivation base. Back then, I was planning to do this with Ningxuang. Luo Zichuan shut his mouth, but Long Chen already understood. Luo Zichuan's original plan was for Luo Ningxuang and her future child to join forces with him to open this seal. Unfortunately, his mother fled to the lower plane and married Long Zontian, resulting in Long Chen being born. Because of this, the plans that Luo Zichuan had spent countless years preparing were ruined. For him to shut his mouth suddenly, it was to avoid Long Chen feeling guilty. He then continued, these 18 corpse devils are incomparably ferocious. But after 3 tries, I've figured out the rules behind them. Together, they are in a set formation, and their blood chis are linked. This means that the combined power of all 18 of them can be instantly unleashed in one go. The first time I fought them, I almost died because of that move. 18 double supreme divine venerates that know a combination technique. Long Chen jumped in shock. If the power of all 18 of them was concentrated together, just who could resist? But Luo Zichuan had actually survived. In a bit, I will activate it. Using a secret art, I'll drag away 17 of them. As for you, your mission is to immediately kill the last one in a single blow. As long as you can kill a single one, their formation will be ruined. After that, we can easily cut them down one by one, said Luo Zichuan. Family head, are you sure? Long Chen was startled. Luo Zichuan wanted to handle 17 of them himself. Luo Zichuan smiled slightly and patted Long Chen's shoulder. Luo Zichuan raised the violet fern divine saber. Violet chi then erupted like the tide and rushed toward the seal. Chapter 3865 Pointers. Are you prepared? Luo Zichuan stopped a few miles from the gate and looked at Long Chen. Long Chen nodded and took a deep breath. After that, his 7-color divine ring appeared behind him, and the 7 colors flowed smoothly. This immense power then tore at the dome of the heavens. The void was squeezed by this power to the point that the laws of this world rumbled. Luo Zichuan looked at the violet color in Long Chen's divine ring. After that, the slightest ripple appeared in his eyes, and his expression became a bit complicated. In front of Luo Zichuan, Long Chen didn't conceal anything. He shouted and 7 stars lit up on his divine ring. All of Long Chen's power was unleashed. Like a volcano erupting, Long Chen's power instantly reached its peak. If it was before, Long Chen would have to activate each star one by one. But after his fight with Long Aoshan, he had mastered his new power and could directly unleash it without worrying about his body not being able to bear it. A starry sea appeared in his divine ring, containing 108,000 shining stars. A starry sea also appeared in the sky as if the cosmos had descended into the dome of the heavens. Luo Zichuan was finally moved. Long Chen's power was even greater than he had expected. Your potential is truly astonishing. Unfortunately, your violet chi is lacking. If you had the assistance of our Luo family's violet blood, your power would at least rise by 10 times. Your control would also be 100 times greater. Luo Zichuan looked at the raging violet chi in the starry sea and sighed regretfully. As a peak expert, he instantly saw through Long Chen's shortcomings. Although Long Chen's aura was powerful and astonishing, his full power was still leaking. Although Long Chen himself felt that he was under complete control of this new power, in Luo Zichuan's eyes, this level of control wasn't worth anything. If your control is lacking, then your actual power will be reduced by at least half. When you unleash your power, the compression of the laws and spatial resistance will silently grind away the majority of it. Imagine your full power attack as striking countless pellets. Even those light collisions will disperse most of your power. That is especially true the moment your power is unleashed. Even if only a trace is leaked, it will greatly reduce the full eruption of your power. Show me one of your attacks, said Luo Zichuan. Long Chen slashed his saber. The void shook and a giant saber image tore through heaven and earth, cutting a bottomless ditch in this world. After seeing this, Luo Zichuan shook his head. You only have power but no control. It seems that I taught you last time for nothing. Although the heavenly Daos had some rejection of you last time, it wasn't the full heavenly Daos. Last time, you already grasped the feeling, but now that feeling is gone. Your power has grown, and you've started suppressing the heavenly Daos once more. The heavenly Daos have now become the resistance. It is like you are swinging your saber in water. The greater your power, the greater the resistance. Long Chen was a bit ashamed. He then closed his eyes and focused on himself. After a moment, he once more slashed his saber. This attack contained the same amount of power behind it. However, the rumbling sound was much quieter, and it was slightly faster. After that, another bottomless ditch appeared in the ground. It was much thinner than before. Luo Zichuan nodded. Your comprehension ability is good. A single pointer is enough for you, and that last attack was not bad. However, against the corpse devils that were about to fight, it's still not enough. If you cannot kill your target in a single attack, we will have to retreat. They won't give us another chance. This seal will instantly heal the injured corpse devils, returning them to the seal. They'll then come back out at full power. Long Chen gasped. This seal not only had restrictions for any incomer's cultivation bases, but it also had such recovery abilities. It was absolutely monstrous. Long Chen, you don't have violet blood energy, so you cannot reach the point of absolute control. But your spiritual strength is very powerful. When you attack, don't look at your target. Just focus your mind on the edge of your blade. That will reduce the amount of energy leaked. This kind of attack won't work on other enemies. But at this moment, it will have the greatest effect. Try it. Long Chen acted according to Luo Zichuan's pointers, and his mind sank into the edge of his saber. He then ignored everything else and slashed his saber, producing only a light sound in the void. It was like a thin piece of paper being sliced in two. After that, a 30-meter ditch appeared in the ground. His first attack had left a giant ditch many miles wide, the second ditch was about a few miles wide, and this one was about 30 meters wide. From this, Long Chen instantly understood. The more concentrated his power, the greater damage it could cause. When Luo Zichuan killed these lifeforms, he also used such a method. It was clear from the wounds he had left behind on them. Luo Zichuan's power was highly concentrated. Even runes, scale armors, and bones were unable to cause his power to disperse. That was what resulted in those wounds that looked like sliced tofu. Furthermore, according to Luo Zichuan, as long as Long Chen possessed violet blood, his control would increase 100 times. Even if he didn't reach that level, he wouldn't be that far off. Fuck, Long Aocean, just wait. I'm only leaving my things with you for now. When the time comes, I'll take everything back plus interest. Long Chen now thirsted for his violet blood even more. Only now did he know just how terrifying his violet blood was. It wasn't just the violet blood, but there was also his 7-color supreme blood, along with his spirit root and spirit bone. Fuck, why am I even working so hard? As long as I take back what's mine, I'll instantly be unrivaled. Would I need to do all this? Long Chen's random train of thought was broken by Luo Zichuan. Because you focused your entire mind on it, your spiritual strength was concentrated on the edge of your saber. But like this, you won't be able to lock onto your target. So, before we attack, you have to make a mark on where your saber is to land to avoid missing. That's no problem, right? No problem, assured Long Chen. He had Huo linger and Lei linger, so there was no way he would miss. Then let's start. Luo Zichuan took a single step forward. The instant he took that step, the 18 totems lit up. Following that, 18 enormous figures charged out. The roars of demonic beasts shook their ears when these 18 ominous demonic beasts opened their mouths at the same time. After that, they unleashed 18 sharp swords of light at the two of them. The terrifying pressure made it impossible for Long Chen to move. He was fully locked down. If he were to directly receive the combined attacks of 18 double supreme divine venerates, would there be any chance of survival for him? Just then, Luo Zichuan made his move. Forming hand seals, a violet blood shield condensed in front of him and smashed toward those 18 rays of light. Chapter 3866 Violet Blood Divine Shield. Violet Blood Divine Shield, Luo Zichuan shouted, and the blood shield in front of him smashed into the 18 rays of divine light. With a heaven-shaking explosion, those 18 rays of light exploded along with the blood shield. He forcibly received this sudden attack. The moment the blood shield exploded, it transformed into chains winding toward those monsters. After that, the violet blood sea behind Luo Zichuan surged. His full power erupted. Those corpse devils had just attacked and had yet to store up energy, so they were instantly bound by the chains. Those chains were stretched taut by their intense struggle. Suddenly, one of them roared. It spread its arms, shattering the chains binding it, and it charged out. This life form was a two-winged tiger. The runes covering its body made it look like it was made out of gold. However, the moment it escaped from Luo Zichuan's bindings, the aura of the other 17 lifeforms instantly dropped a bit. Long Chen realized that this was Luo Zichuan's method for dealing with them. These 18 lifeforms possessed a combination technique to gather all of their power. Long Chen immediately attacked. A giant saber image tore through the dome of the heavens. At this moment, the power of his blood qi, astral energy, and the full might of the 9 stars were gathered in this one attack. The two-winged tiger was struck head-on. The Minghong saber slashed onto its head, and blood spurted out of Long Chen's hand. The Minghong saber could only enter its skull and then stop. Long Chen could no longer pull it out. The tiger roared furiously. After that, white light appeared in its mouth, and a fist-sized sphere instantly grew to an enormous size, thrumming with destructive power. A sensation of deathly danger enveloped Long Chen. Long Chen had long since been prepared. At this moment, the flame lotus he had been preparing in his left hand shot out. The tiger didn't even have a chance to unleash its attack before a fist-sized flame lotus struck it. That sphere was directly detonated by the flame lotus. It exploded in its mouth, blowing apart the tiger's head. Long Chen already summoned a flame shield, but he was still blown back far into the distance. His blood qi flipped inside of him and he almost coughed up blood. That winged tiger's attack was absolutely terrifying. Keep going. Luo Zichuan's expression changed and he shouted. Long Chen was startled. Even after the tiger's head exploded, it wasn't dead. Its fatal weak spot was not its crystal core but its nidan. At this moment, its body shot toward the totem. Long Chen hastily used his lightning to rush there ahead of it. If it reached the totem, all of this would be for nothing. According to Luo Zichuan, it would instantly heal and come charging back out. The Minghong saber once more slashed down. After that, Long Chen began to chant. A giant white lotus condensed in his hand, and he smashed it at the tiger as well. His saber attack was no longer the technique that Luo Zichuan had told him to use, concentrating all his power into a single thin thread of an attack. Instead, it was a huge area attack just to stall the tiger. His true killing blow was the white flame lotus. This was a full power attack containing the ice soul source energy and Long Chen's spiritual strength. The winged tiger was devoured by this white lotus just as it reached Long Chen. After that, terrifying icy flames unfurled. The winged tiger's body was blasted into the distance. But what shocked Long Chen was that even as its flesh was blown off, its skeleton didn't fall apart. At the core of this skeleton was its nidan, which was still sparkling with divine light. As long as the nidan was not destroyed, this winged tiger would not die. Long Chen was shocked. This winged tiger's physical body was probably not much weaker than those 72 corpses he had encountered in the heavenly tomb. Suddenly, a violet saber silently slashed down and cut that winged tiger in two, crushing its nidan. Luo Zichuan had attacked. However, Luo Zichuan coughed up blood. He was already holding back 17 of these monsters. Now that he also helped Long Chen, the distraction caused him to receive an injury from the 17 of them. Grandfa family head. Long Chen was ashamed. Luo Zichuan was dealing with 17 of these monsters, while Long Chen actually needed his help just to deal with one, even causing him to be injured. The Minghong saber then rumbled in Long Chen's hand. The 17 lifeforms roared furiously and opened their mouths again. Seeing this scene, he shot toward them. Don't be impetuous. Seeing Long Chen turn toward them, Luo Zichuan was annoyed even though he was also moved. Long Chen was willing to risk his life to protect him. While that was manly, it was no different than sending himself to his death. It was stupid. Violet blood-heaven merger, one with the cosmos. Violet chi flowed out of Luo Zichuan, condensing into a huge net in front of Long Chen. When 17 rays of divine light struck that net, the violet chi surged. All the energy from this attack was then sent rushing out of the 8 main strands of the net. Just like that, the power of these 17 lifeforms was dispersed. Dust and dirt flew, and the entire world almost flipped because of their power. Just like that, Luo Zichuan managed to resolve the current crisis. Luo Zichuan then attacked with his violet fern saber. When the violet divine light flashed, another one of these immemorial lifeforms was killed. Its head was split open, its devil core shattered. "Kill them as quickly as possible," shouted Luo Zichuan. Hearing this command, Long Chen attacked with the Minghong saber, causing his target's protective divine light to shatter. Just then, Luo Zichuan's saber fell and that lifeform was cut in two. Luo Zichuan's saber didn't unleash any saber image or saber chi. Instead, its sharpness was fully concentrated on the edge of the blade without leaking any energy at all. With the support of his violet chi, nothing could stop him. Long Chen was powerful, but he lacked Luo Zichuan's control. Thus, he directly chose to focus on creating opportunities for Luo Zichuan to kill them. Grandfather and grandson worked together and slaughtered these lifeforms one by one. When the final one was dead, Long Chen felt like he was out of energy. The intensity of this battle was not at all inferior to his fight against Long Aotian. He could barely raise his arms after this, and his body felt like it would fall apart. These lifeforms were too terrifying. They took a brief break before Luo Zichuan walked over to that gate. The beast totem seal on it slowly dissipated. After taking a deep breath, he pressed both hands on the gate. But then, Luo Zichuan coughed up blood and was sent flying back. Family head. Long Chen was shocked and hastily supported Luo Zichuan. Was everything for naught? Luo Zichuan looked at the gate with fury and unwillingness. Chapter 3867 Claiming Blood. Luo Zichuan's chest was dyed with blood. He instantly grew listless, as if he had lost the majority of his blood chi. With Long Chen's support, he stood and stared at that gate dispiritedly. Even after reaching this point, is it still a failure? Family head, what is going on? Asked Long Chen. He didn't know what the problem was. He knew that Luo Zichuan was wise, a natural leader and strategist. For something this major, he had to have planned and calculated things countless times. How could it be a failure right at the end? Luo Zichuan didn't reply. He was just staring at the gate, and Long Chen didn't dare to disturb him. He knew that Luo Zichuan was calculating how to open the gate. After a couple of hours, Luo Zichuan shook his head and sighed. Sometimes a person's power is limited. Some things cannot be resolved with just the mind. Family head, tell me, what is going on? You're making me die of curiosity, said Long Chen. If it was anyone else, Long Chen would have long since grown impatient. But when it came to his grandfather, he didn't dare to be so brash. My violet blood isn't pure enough, so I cannot open this gate. Perhaps this is all fate. It isn't something that humans can defy. Luo Zichuan sighed helplessly. Then what if we found my mother? Wouldn't it be? Luo Zichuan was shaking his head. Your mother is already a divine venerate. She cannot come here. Luo Zichuan suddenly looked at Long Chen. His thinking was seen through. He was thinking of finding where his mother was. Long Chen acted like he had no idea and said, what if someone with powerful violet blood also came and worked together with you? Then could you open it? Opening this gate is not something that can be done by gathering a great deal of violet blood. It is only possible when a person's violet blood reaches the necessary level of purity. But in the Luo family, other than your mother, no one can compare to me. As for the other branches of the violet blood race, they don't even know this secret. Furthermore, even if they are descendants of the violet blood race, they aren't all worthy of trust. There's nothing that can be done. Let's go. We cannot stay in this sealed world for too long, or we won't be able to find the entrance next time. We can think of something later. Luo Zichuan slowly collected himself. In an instant, he seemed to have aged a great deal. His figure looked lonesome. Family head, I have a method to open this gate. Can you give me some time? Asked Long Chen. You have a method, truly. Luo Zichuan looked at him in surprise. He knew that Long Chen's character was impetuous, but he was very reliable, so he wouldn't randomly make such claims. Hearing this, Luo Zichuan was instantly revitalized. I am 90% sure, said Long Chen. He was thinking of Long Aotian. As long as he could claim Long Aotian's blood, then adding on Luo Zichuan's violet blood energy, they could definitely open this gate. 90%. Then, let's try it again. However, I can only stay in this space for 3 months. After 3 months, the spatial displacement will be too much. If I try to keep it here any longer, space will shatter. It will then be impossible to get back here, said Luo Zichuan. 3 months. That's enough. Tell him not to worry. The dragon expert's voice rang out in Long Chen's mind. Hearing that, Long Chen was even more confident and immediately agreed. Family head, do my techniques and fighting style have many problems? Even with the same power, the difference in our attacks is incredible. Long Chen couldn't help asking for advice from Luo Zichuan. Just now, Luo Zichuan had killed those immemorial greater demons like slicing melons. But Long Chen's power was explosive and only blew them back, failing to cut through them. Long Chen knew that despite being in the same realm, the two were still far from being on the same level. You foolish child, what are you asking for? His path doesn't suit yours. Don't waste your time. Even before Luo Zichuan said anything, the dragon expert was already speaking for him. As for Luo Zichuan, after pondering it for a moment, he shook his head. When I think back to the pointers that I gave you before, I feel a bit regretful. I shouldn't have taught you. What? Long Chen was dumbfounded. In this world, there is no one size fits all, there is no technique that is perfect for everyone. My fighting style doesn't suit you. If you try to imitate me, you will produce the opposite effect. The power in your body is too immense and mixed. As for myself, I only control one kind of power. Although you are unable to concentrate all your power, limiting its destructive power, the area of effect is much greater. It will compress space, giving you a sharper sense of your surroundings. In a chaotic battle, that is an advantage. Furthermore, it is impossible for you to calm your heart. This is your character, and no one can change such a thing. Your fighting style suits you. On the other hand, my fighting style is only something you can use as a reference. It would be best if you didn't try to imitate it, said Luo Zichuan. Luo Zichuan's words actually echoed the words of the dragon expert. Long Chen very much admired Luo Zichuan's control. The difference in their fighting styles could be compared to using the body of the saber to smack people versus using the edge of the blade to slice through people. The body of the blade was larger, but its killing power was definitely inferior to the edge of the blade. After hearing them both say such a thing, Long Chen temporarily set this aside. It seemed that he would only be able to rely on himself to adapt his own fighting style. He was the one who knew best what kind of fighting style suited him. Long Chen, if you really have a method, then let's gamble. Our violet blood race has countless members trapped behind this gate. Everything will be up to you. Luo Zichuan patted Long Chen's shoulder solemnly. Family head, don't worry, just leave it to me. Long Chen nodded. He knew that this was Luo Zichuan's greatest wish in his lifetime. If Long Chen could accomplish this, that would be enough to redeem what his mother had done. If Luo Zichuan forgave his mother, then the entire Luo family would forgive her. After that, the father and daughter could be reunited, their estrangement over. Thus, this was a must-do for Long Chen. Luo Zichuan was left alone in this world. After Long Chen put away the corpses of those greater demons, he followed the steps that Luo Zichuan had left. He went out of this chaotic space, returning to the 3,000 worlds through the spatial crack. Long Chen made a mark in this place, as well as leaving a formation disk here. As long as he was close enough, he could directly do a spatial transportation here. Go to the right, said the dragon expert. Long Aotian is in that direction. Asked Long Chen, are you trying to send yourself to your death? Long Aotian has found a place to absorb primal chaos chi. He wants to fully activate his 7-color supreme blood and violet blood. If you go now, you won't be a match for him. I want to bring you to find my Dragon King reverse scale. As long as you merge with my Dragon King reverse scale, you won't get beaten by those fellows, said the dragon expert. But the time, everything is within control. There will be time. Stop wasting words and hurry. With the dragon expert urging him on, Long Chen flew off in a certain direction. Chapter 3868 Dragon Burial Land. Long Chen was like a shooting star piercing through the void. His lightning wings pushed his speed to the peak. As he flew, he saw eruptions of primal chaos chi in the distance around him. Countless lifeforms fought over those places, so bloody battles were everywhere. Looking at those eruptions and the soaring pillars of primal chaos chi, Long Chen truly wished to go fight for some as well. As Long Chen flew, he saw more than 10 such locations. These treasure lands were all different. For some, the primal chaos chi eruptions were small, only emitting pillars of primal chaos chi a few hundred meters thick. However, for the large ones, the pillars could be thousands of miles thick. The greater the scale, the more numerous the lifeforms present and the greater the competition. Even from this distance, Long Chen could see them roaring and tearing at each other in a bloody battle. In order to gain more primal chaos chi, they were going crazy. Senior, should I first go compete for some primal chaos chi as well? Long Chen's eyes reddened as he looked at those surging pillars of primal chaos chi. Primal chaos chi was the original energy of heaven and earth. It was the purest kind of energy. So, the more primal chaos chi that a person controlled, the greater their control over heaven and earth's energy would be, and the more familiar they would feel toward the heavenly Taos. It was something that Long Chen urgently needed. Who cares about this tiny bit of primal chaos chi? Let me tell you, this primal chaos chi is only the slightest taste of what is to come. At this initial stage, both the quantity and quality of the primal chaos chi are lacking. The best time to fight for primal chaos chi is once the primal chaos chi eruption reaches the end. Fighting with these small fish now is meaningless, said the dragon expert disdainfully. Since the dragon expert had said this, Long Chen ignored the primal chaos chi eruptions for now. He didn't say much. In any case, listening to the dragon expert couldn't be wrong. Long Chen flew for 3 days. As time passed, he saw fewer and fewer eruptions. On the final day, he didn't even see a single pillar of primal chaos chi. He couldn't help asking, Senior, are you sure that we're not going in the wrong direction? We didn't end up running to the edge of this world, did we? Nonsense. We'll arrive soon, said the dragon expert irritably. Just as it said this, Long Chen's essence blood began to heat up. It felt like it was boiling as he felt an intense summons. Furthermore, at this time, a mass of broken space appeared before him. It was like a broken gate. Through this gate, he saw a desolate world. Once he got close to this gate, Long Chen's heart pounded wildly. He saw countless dragon corpses and a great amount of dragon chi in this place. When the mist rose through the air, those skeletons seemed to fade in and out of the mist. After that, a sacred dragon might that was wrapped in primal chaos chi blasted at Long Chen. A dragon roar came from Long Chen's soul. That roar seemed to come from far in the distant past and wanted to drag Long Chen out of reality and back into that ancient world. By the time Long Chen arrived here, countless other lifeforms were already absorbing the dragon chi. Most of these lifeforms were related to the dragon race, and they were absorbing the dragon chi to nourish their own bodies. However, there were also some lifeforms with special divine items that were absorbing the dragon chi into storage receptacles. When Long Chen arrived, quite a few lifeforms looked at him warily. Some didn't even hesitate to unleash their killing intent. They had already occupied their own areas. Anyone who dared to get close would be attacked. What, did I get here too late? Long Chen's expression changed. He saw endless dragon corpses littering the ground. Many lifeforms had already carved out their own territories. Ignore them. Keep going forward. This place is nothing more than the edge, said the dragon expert. Long Chen continued flying forward. He ignored the lifeforms below and had no intention of fighting for their territories. With him flying high above, they didn't make things hard on him. Hey, little brother, wait a moment. I'm willing to share half of my territory with you. Just as Long Chen was flying by, a tall and muscular woman with a horn shouted loudly at him. Ignore her. She's from a branch of the coiled dragon race, the Li dragon race. They're all greedy and corrupt. As soon as they see someone of the opposite sex that they like, they'll try to copulate with them, not caring from which race, said the dragon expert disdainfully, clearly looking down on her. In fact, its tone was almost hateful. Long Chen looked at her. Her arms were thicker than his own legs, and her chest was like 2 large watermelons. She seemed to be about to drool when she looked at Long Chen. Upon seeing this, his hair stood on end, and he immediately shot off. Senior, isn't your entire dragon race very lustful? Asked Long Chen. Bullshit. Who said that? Raged the dragon expert. Aren't there stories? There's even an expression, the dragon has 9 sons, all of them different. Isn't that because they mate with different lifeforms? Is that incorrect? Asked Long Chen. HMPH. The dragon race has 3,000 major races and 1,000,000 minor branches. Only those from the weaker branches will mate with other powerful lifeforms in hopes of improving their bloodline. It's merely self-preservation. The truly powerful races have powerful bloodline divine abilities, and they usually can't even awaken half of those divine abilities. If they aren't even done awakening their own divine abilities, why would they covet other races' divine abilities? Those dragons that copulate outside the dragon race are simply weak and have reached the limit of their own bloodline. It is the sacred dragon that transforms from the serpent to the python to the drake, and the drake to the dragon. After experiencing countless dangers and tribulations, the sacred dragon transforms step by step, gradually gaining this sacred power. The dragon race's sacred dragon is the greatest existence in the dragon race. The dragon is the king of the beasts, and the sacred dragon is the emperor of the dragons. The sacred dragon's bloodline is the most sacred and noble bloodline. Do you think that such an existence would lower themselves by mixing their bloodline with other lifeforms? Snorted the dragon expert disdainfully. Then are you a sacred dragon? Probed Long Chen. What do you think? Retorted the dragon expert. Why do I help you? Isn't it because our experiences are very similar? We are growing from weak to strong through experiencing countless dangerous trials, breaking through bloody bindings of fire, and walking the path of experts step by step. Thus, I am telling you that Luo Zichuan's cultivation path does not suit you. It is not just his path. Everyone's paths are different from yours and are not suitable for you. You should constantly accumulate experience and grasp your own comprehension from bloody battles. In the end, you will walk a path that only belongs to you, an unrivaled path that cannot be replicated, said the dragon expert profoundly. Long Chen nodded inside. The dragon expert's words resonated with him. Let alone Luo Zichuan's path, even the path of the 9-star hegemon body art was no longer his. He had to find his own path. As he advanced further, the dragon chi grew stronger, and he heard dragon cries ringing out in waves. Those voices descended through the heavenly Taos, transmitting to the present from the distant past. They were filled with an ancient feeling, as well as sorrow and fury. Suddenly, he heard a wild dragon roar that shook his heart. Looking toward it, he saw a giant golden dragon 10,000 meters long. It was coiled on the ground like a sleeping golden dragon. This giant dragon's head was looking toward the heavens as if it was roaring. Although it had been dead for countless years, its terrifying dragon pressure still caused all the surrounding space to twist. Long Chen was delighted. Senior, is this you? Are you stupid? I'm not dead yet, raged the dragon expert. Oh, sorry. Long Chen hastily apologized. Long Chen's pupils suddenly shrank. He saw someone on top of that golden dragon's head. Someone had gotten here first. When Long Chen saw that person's face clearly, that person also saw Long Chen. The moment he saw Long Chen, his face twisted. The scar on his face made him look even more sinister. Long Chen, let's see how arrogant you can be without Sha Guhong. Chapter 3869. Once more seeing Long Qianian. Long Chen hadn't expected to run into this guy who was from the same generation as Sha Guhong. Back in the Violet Flame Heaven capital, Long Chen had slapped him in the face. But after that, Yu Qingshan came, so Long Chen simply ignored him. Later on, Long Qianian lost his patience and furiously attacked him. Long Chen then ended up guiding his attack toward that irritating eunuch Wei, causing the latter to be injured. Although the two had yet to truly exchange blows, Long Qianian possessed dragon blood power and was shockingly powerful. In his era, other than Sha Guhong, he had never had anyone else be a match for him. Long Chen hadn't expected to run into him here. Seeing his murderous gaze, Long Chen disdainfully said, I, Long Chen, have been arrogant for a long time. What does it have to do with big brother Sha Guhong? But as for you, are you okay? Does your face not hurt? Long Qianian was enraged. The instant he thought of how he had been slapped in the face by Long Chen, his killing intent exploded like a volcano. He shouted, Long Chen, come and face your death. Little child, it seems that you've forgotten your lesson now that the pain has faded. Today, if I don't beat the crap out of you, you can count your ass tough. Long Chen had long since grown to hate Long Qianian. Long Qianian had despicably used Luo Qingdiang's death to antagonize Sha Guhong. Due to this, Long Chen had been longing to beat him for a long time. Now, his chance had come. Long Qianian pointed his spear at Long Chen, arrogantly saying, let's cut the crap. Come and fight. Ignore him, you have more important matters. Go around him, said the dragon expert just as Long Chen was about to charge over. Ah, isn't our target this golden dragon? Long Chen was startled. Ah, this isn't a sacred dragon. Furthermore, I'm not dead. How could I leave behind a corpse? Did your brain break in the last battle? Cursed the dragon expert. Oh, Long Chen clapped his forehead. He had been too shaken by this giant dragon's aura, so he had thought that this was the molting of this dragon expert. Little child, just wait. I'll put you in your place on my way back. Long Chen obediently ignored Long Kenian and went around him. Gutless coward, you're running. Raged Long Kenian. Fool, if you have guts, then come fight me. Sneered Long Chen. He was no fool. He knew that this fellow was absorbing this dragon's energy. Most likely, he was in a special state and could not leave the dragon's body. That was why he kept demanding Long Chen to come to him. You are just a gutless coward. You're as gutless as your big brother Sha Guhong, shouted Long Kenian, shouting like a fishwife. I can't be bothered to even pay you any attention. Long Chen disdainfully ignored him. All of a sudden, he noticed another giant dragon in the distance. He instantly guessed that the reason this fellow wanted him to stay behind was to prevent him from touching those other dragon corpses. Long Kenian was quite greedy. Sha Guhong is trash, and you're trash too. Sha Guhong's beloved was killed, and you're definitely not going to have a better end. Long Kenian continued hurling abuse. Long Chen's expression instantly changed. His body froze in the air, and he looked back at Long Kenian. His killing intent instantly erupted. These words had touched upon his reverse scale. This fellow has obtained the inheritance of the ghost fox evil dragon. He's crafty. He has set up a trap with that dragon corpse and is waiting for you to send yourself to your death. So keep ignoring him and hurry to my dragon scale. You can deal with him later, urged the dragon expert. Long Chen clenched his teeth furiously. Your mouth really is slutty. Next time, I'll tear it off. Long Chen directly shut off his senses to avoid being further antagonized. He was really close to losing his patience and charging over. But even if he killed Long Kenian, it wouldn't be worth it. Long Chen continued onward and saw another giant dragon corpse. This was also a dragon king's corpse. Although it had been dead for so many years, its blood chi wasn't withered at all. Its dragon might had yet to dissipate. There are three. Just then, he spotted another giant dragon body. Long Chen was shocked. There are a total of 18 immemorial dragon kings. They are in a circle. Just hurry up to the core, said the dragon expert. Long Chen's heart shook. There were actually 18 immemorial dragon kings here. He instantly thought of the warriors of the Dragonblood Legion. Don't be in a rush. Once you place a spiritual mark on my dragon scale, you can summon them. Otherwise, considering the distances involved, any other messages will fail to reach them. The dragon expert seemed to see through Long Chen's thoughts. With Long Chen flying in the direction that the dragon expert indicated, it wasn't long before he saw a blazing sun. That golden light illuminated the world, its light stabbing into the dome of the heavens. Although Long Chen knew that this dragon expert's reverse scale would definitely be a shocking existence, he still hadn't expected this. It was a giant reverse scale thousands of miles long. It was floating in the air, and the primal chaos chi was swirling around it like a protective barrier. Furthermore, that terrifying divine might gradually appeared when he got closer. There was no dragon cry or berserk fluctuations. Instead, there was only silence. It was this silence that hid the power to destroy entire worlds. It seemed to be in slumber. Once it was roused though, who knew what would happen? A stabbing pain struck Long Chen's physical body once he was closer. His blood chi then surged and oozed out of his flesh. Golden blood came out of his skin. What is going on? Exclaimed Long Chen. Don't worry, your Dragon King essence blood is from the bloodline of my descendant. Although it's weaker, it's from the same source. Anyway, our dragon race's bloodline grades are very strict. After seeing my true dragon blood, my descendant's blood naturally retreats. Golden dragon blood oozed out of Long Chen's body, forming golden chains that were like golden dragons wriggling toward that dragon scale. The dragon expert continued, when I told you to get that dragon scale, it was preparation for today. This dragon blood is the bridge that will awaken my dragon scale. As Long Chen's dragon blood continuously flowed out of his body, he quickly started to get dizzy. He felt weak as his dragon blood was sucked dry. 8 chains now flowed out of his body and toward the dragon scale. Just when Long Chen felt like he would faint, those chains finally pierced the barrier of primal chaos chi and struck the dragon scale. The 8 blood chains instantly ignited. Long Chen could only grunt in pain, and veins throbbed on his forehead. At the same time as his essence blood was ignited, his soul was burning as well. However, he knew that this was the only way to awaken the dragon scale. He could only endure. Suddenly, the silent dragon scale quivered ever so slightly. Following that, countless runes lit up on it, and the space around the dragon scale fractured. Quick, place a spiritual mark. Don't shatter this barrier of primal chaos chi, or everyone in the 3,000 worlds will be drawn over. Ordered the dragon expert. The half-unconscious Long Chen was instantly startled awake. After forming hand seals, his spiritual strength gushed toward the dragon scale. Chapter 3870 Bloodline Summoning. When Long Chen's spiritual strength entered the dragon scale, it was like ice falling into a burning hot piece of metal. White smoke came out. Sharp pain directly struck Long Chen's soul. This was even more painful than his soul igniting. Long Chen's pain tolerance was already at a high level, yet this pain made his face twist. "Senior, what's going on? Why is it rejecting my spiritual brand?" asked Long Chen while clenching his teeth in pain. "It has been off my body for too long, so it has its own consciousness now. Originally, it was not in this world. This dragon burial land attracted it, and it broke through space to come here to cultivate. By absorbing the energy of these dragon corpses, it protects its divinity and has now evolved. It is using the primal chaos chi and dragon blood energy here to cultivate. Maybe within an additional 20 or 30,000 years, it will escape its limitations as a dragon scale, becoming a dragon spirit and creating its own cultivation path," said the dragon expert. This dragon scale was originally a part of it, but after so many years, it came to possess its own life. In order to protect its divinity, it produced its own consciousness and began to use the laws of heaven and earth to protect itself. It could be said that the current dragon scale was its own independent body. This matter had slightly exceeded the dragon expert's expectations. Fortunately, it can recognize my fluctuations. It isn't rejecting you or attacking. That is a good phenomenon. Just keep trying. You'll succeed sooner or later. In any case, you have powerful spiritual strength, consoled the dragon expert. However, no matter how powerful Long Chen's spiritual strength was, this process was still painful. This soul-burning pain was not something an ordinary person could endure. However, Long Chen had no other choice but to keep unleashing his spiritual strength. An hour later, a humanoid figure gradually appeared on the dragon scale. That figure was Long Chen. However, this mark was very light. Without paying attention, it wouldn't be noticed. The good thing was that after it appeared, Long Chen finally had a spot to focus his spiritual strength on. It was starting to gather. When Long Chen's spiritual strength was exhausted to the point of only having 10% left, when his concentration was plummeting and his head grew dizzy, there was finally a reaction. Just as he felt incredibly weak, a dragon scale mark appeared in his mind, and in that instant, he felt spiritually connected to the dragon scale. Long Chen was revitalized. He had almost been unable to endure this. Due to his spiritual strength being so badly exhausted, his spirit was no longer as powerful. He even felt like he was about to fall. "Success. It's too early. First, hide inside the dragon scale and recover," said the dragon expert. After having his spiritual mark on it, it was like a treasure that had acknowledged him as master. He easily passed through its protective light. Heavens, what dense primal chaos chi! Once he was on the dragon scale, Long Chen cried out excitedly. He had experienced running into primal chaos chi multiple times. Even in the primal chaos space, the primal chaos chi was now incredibly dense. Just by extending a hand, he could touch the primal chaos mist. However, here, rather than mist, it was like he was immersed in water. The primal chaos chi was in liquid form. Standing here, he didn't even need to absorb it. The primal chaos chi was squeezing into his body. Don't randomly shout. Your time is precious. Hurry and recover your spiritual strength with the primal chaos chi. Then summon your Dragonblood Legion to absorb the dragon blood, said the dragon expert. That little fellow with the ghost fox evil dragon's inheritance also came here, but he didn't have the ability to approach my dragon scale. That's why he went to absorb the essence blood of that golden dragon. Once he finishes, he'll definitely come here. He can't take my dragon scale, but he might ruin things for you, so hurry up. Long Chen didn't tarry. He summoned his divine ring and sucked in the primal chaos chi. In less than an incense stick's worth of time, his almost completely exhausted spiritual strength was fully recovered. It wasn't just recovered to its previous state, but it was now even stronger and purer. Long Chen's divine sense could stretch even further, and he felt closer to heaven and earth. Long Chen then took out a tablet and injected his spiritual strength inside. Countless runes lit up on it. "What are you doing?" asked the dragon expert. "I'm summoning my brothers." "Isn't that what you said?" Long Chen was dumbfounded. "Fool, this tablet will only reach the Dragonblood warriors in Clear Sky City. What about the other Dragonblood warriors?" Long Chen was still dumbfounded, but he quickly thought of something. He cried out, "Senior, do you have a way to summon them?" "Of course. All the members of your Dragonblood Legion cultivate the Dragonblood body tempering art. Use the power of the dragon scale to unleash a bloodline summons. As long as the Dragonblood warriors are within the 3,000 worlds, no matter what corner they are in, they will definitely sense it. I will transmit the summoning mnemonic right now. Memorize it." The dragon expert quickly taught Long Chen a set of very strange syllables. Long Chen focused intently on it. After a moment of reflection, all those syllables came out in a roar. A majestic dragon roar then pierced through heaven and earth, and a golden ripple spread in every direction, crossing mountains and charging past rivers. This roar was like a spiritual summon. Formless energy was spreading throughout every corner of the 3,000 worlds. It didn't matter if they were at the peak of a mountain or deep underground, or even in seclusion behind powerful formations. All the Dragonblood warriors opened their eyes at the same time. They then rose and began flying toward one place. This dragon roar hung in the air for a long time. At this time, Long Chen felt like a dragon god in control of heaven and earth. He even sensed that countless Dragonblood warriors had heard his summons and were flying toward him. He felt like he was overlooking this entire world. Long Chen grew emotional and his eyes reddened. His brothers were finally going to reunite with him. He missed them so much. "Senior, can I absorb the essence blood now?" asked Long Chen. He was itching to start. "You must wait until your Dragonblood warriors arrive. Once there are people protecting you, you can start absorbing the dragon blood. After all, the huge disturbance will draw countless experts over. Without others to protect you, you will definitely die," said the dragon expert. "How big of a disturbance?" asked Long Chen in shock. "Let me put it to you this way. Beneath the dragon scale is the primal chaos source. Once you start absorbing the dragon blood, the primal chaos source will erupt. This amount of primal chaos chi will look like a child's peeing in comparison to that eruption. They are completely incomparable. At that time, all the experts in the 3,000 worlds will charge over like madmen. Whether it is the natives or the foreigners, they will come. As for you, you will be in a weak state and unable to retaliate. Without anyone to protect you, you will definitely die," said the dragon expert. Long Chen's heart sank. If that was the case, was he not becoming enemies with the entire world? Just then, two quivering voices rang out. Long Chen saw two muscular men shooting toward him like shooting stars. The earth constantly quivered, as if excited by their arrival. Long Chen was incomparably moved when he saw them. His eyes teared up. These two were Li Qi and Song Mingyuan. Chapter 3871, A Shine that illuminates past and present. It had been over a year, but Li Qi and Song Mingyuan still looked the same as ever, except for the additional weariness to their faces. Clearly, they had matured a great deal compared to when they were on the martial heaven continent. Both of them had immortal qi curling around them and shocking auras. After they arrived, the earth quivered according to a certain rhythm as if welcoming them. The two of them had grown even stronger. They exuded the air of peak experts. However, these two peak experts couldn't stop themselves from spilling hot tears when they saw Long Chen. The two of them had no words. After that, the three of them embraced tightly as if afraid that this was all a dream, as if as soon as they let go, they would wake from this dream. "Good brothers, don't cry. We have important matters to deal with." Long Chen wiped away his own tears from the corner of his eyes and patted them on the shoulder. Long Chen was delighted by how powerful they were. It wasn't just their physical bodies that were powerful, but their profound earth energy made them seem linked to the earth, as if they had roots in the earth. That kind of heavy feeling was amazing. However, he had no time to ask them about their current state. He said, "I'll give you the dragon blood activation rune. Prepare yourselves to receive the baptism of dragon blood." A dragon-shaped rune appeared on each of Long Chen's hands. He then pressed them on their foreheads. Both of their bodies quivered and this dragon-shaped rune lit up. Following that, the dragon scale lit up, and dragon chi poured into their bodies. Suddenly, They both coughed up blood. Long Chen jumped in shock. Senior, what's going on? They cannot endure the impact of the true dragon's will. If you forcibly draw my dragon blood into their bodies, even if their bodies don't directly explode, their wills will crumble, turning them into madmen. Thus, activating the true dragon rune is already their limit. You cannot force things. Have them absorb the essence blood of other dragon kings. With the true dragon rune, they will not be rejected by those dragon king corpses. They'll have a much easier time absorbing their blood, said the dragon expert. Long Chen saw Li Qi and Song Mingyuan's pained expressions. However, neither of them made a sound. They clenched their teeth hard. There was no way for them to do this. Originally, Long Chen was hoping for them to absorb at least a trace of this essence blood, but it seemed he had been dreaming. It was impossible. This dragon scale's energy could only be absorbed by him. All he could do was help them receive the true dragon rune. Li Qi, Mingyuan, you've been branded with the true dragon rune. There are 18 immemorial dragon kings in the surroundings. Pick one that suits you and absorb its dragon king essence blood to increase the power of your physical body and bloodline power, said Long Chen. Can we really absorb their essence blood? Li Qi and Song Mingyuan had seen 2 terrifying dragon kings on their way here. Just their auras alone were suffocating. Hence, they didn't quite dare to believe their ears. Go. Time is pressing. Absorb as much as you can. You'll only have this one chance. Long Chen urged them on. The 2 of them then nodded and rushed toward one of the immemorial dragon kings. As the dragon expert said, with the true dragon rune, they easily went to the top of the dragon king's head. When they activated the dragon blood body tempering art, blood oozed out of their bodies, but golden blood also flowed into them. Their essence blood was being switched. The 2 of them were earth element cultivators, and their spirit roots had been changed by an earth element treasure that Long Chen had given them. Luckily, absorbing the true dragon essence blood wouldn't destroy this attribute. On the contrary, earth cultivators were all in possession of the thick power of the earth. That immense power would only be further supported by a stronger physical body. The 2 of them quickly benefited. With this dragon king essence blood, their bodies were completely transforming. The 2 of them almost cried out excitedly. Following their boss truly was a blessing. Suddenly, the world quivered and a ray of light illuminated heaven and earth. It was only once the source of this light got closer that Long Chen could see a glossy bald head reflecting the divine light of heaven and earth. It appeared exceptionally dazzling. Long Chen, Li Qi, and Song Mingyuan cried out at the same time. This bright head whose light could stretch through past and present could only belong to one person. Who else could possibly be so dazzling? The first captain of the Dragonblood Legion, Ji Yuyong. It was only once he got close that they could see his face through the shine. The current Ji Yuyong was even more muscular than before. It looked like tiny serpents were wriggling beneath his skin. The power of his physical body was on the verge of exploding, and he gave off immense pressure. First captain of the Dragonblood Legion, Ji Yuyong, reporting to boss. Ji Yuyong actually knelt on the ground toward Long Chen. Long Chen immediately lifted him up, his eyes red. What nonsense are you spouting? When did us brothers ever deal with such things? Long Chen patted Ji Yuyang's shoulder. The resulting sound was like he had struck an iron wall. Ji Yuyang's physical body was incredibly powerful. He had obviously run into his own fortuitous encounters. Alright, now isn't the time to celebrate. Absorb the essence blood of the immemorial dragon kings. After that, come guard me. I also want to absorb some. Long Chen gave Ji Yuyong the true dragon rune and had him go as well. Ji Yuyong originally had many words to say, but now wasn't the time to talk. He then found a nearby dragon corpse and started absorbing its essence blood. One dragonblood warrior after another came, coming from every direction. When they saw Long Chen, Ji Yuyong, Li Qi, and Song Mingyuan, they all wept, their voices hoarse. Long Chen had no time to catch up with all of them. He gave each of them the true dragon rune and had them quickly absorb the Dragon King essence blood. Some of the Dragonblood warriors simply didn't possess enough talent and relied entirely on their toughness to enter the 3,000 worlds. Some were not even thinking about leaving this place alive. A few of them couldn't even count as primals. Seeing this, Long Chen was aggrieved and hastily took out heavenly Dao fruits for them. First, they became supremes, and then they absorbed the dragon blood energy. Damn, Long Chen, it seems that my business was small compared to yours. Space quivered and Mo Nian, Sha Chen, and Guo Ran also arrived. They were stunned by the dragon scale beneath Long Chen's feet and the surrounding immemorial dragon kings. It's a good thing that you're here. Guard me, I'm going to absorb the dragon blood. Long Chen was delighted by Mo Nian's arrival. He didn't even wait for a reply. He directly condensed a large batch of true dragon runes and handed them to Mo Nian for him to distribute to the dragonblood warriors who would arrive later. Long Chen had long since grown impatient. He then sat down on the dragon scale and formed hand seals. The next moment, the golden dragon scale quivered and countless runes lit up on it. Golden liquid flowed into Long Chen. Chapter 3872. So simple. When this golden liquid entered Long Chen's body, his body shook intensely. Divine light appeared around him. It was like he was plated in golden powder. After that, the earth split open and endless primal chaos chi erupted. This eruption of primal chaos chi shook the heavens. At this moment, an absolutely enormous dragon mark appeared in the 9 heavens. It was millions and millions of miles wide, forming a giant totem illuminating the entire world. It was possible to see it from every corner of the 3,000 worlds. Primal chaos source, Dragon Vein Land. When Mo Nian saw that giant dragon totem as well as the terrain of the surroundings, he suddenly realized something. A so-called dragon vein was like a meridian that carried the world's chi flow. It was what oversaw the lifeline of the world. When the earth collapsed and primal chaos chi gushed out, the entire 3,000 world shook. Dragon might radiated in every direction. A sacred and holy aura then spread throughout the 3,000 worlds. Damn, so much primal chaos chi. It's even denser than where we went. I have to condense a heavenly Dao crown. Guo Ran cried out excitedly. Guo Ran, don't mess up the proper sequence. Absorb the Dragon King essence blood first before condensing a heavenly Dao crown. Shouted Sha Chen. With that reminder, Guo Ran changed targets, flying toward a golden Dragon King. What the fuck, you're all going and I'm stuck here. I have to absorb primal chaos chi too. Shouted Mo Nian unhappily. Don't worry, I'll be done soon. Just look after boss, and I'll look after you in a bit. Guo Ran didn't even look back. As time passed, more and more dragonblood warriors arrived. They were all incredibly excited to see Long Chen. However, they had no time to talk. Mo Nian had to keep an eye on the surroundings as he absorbed the primal chaos chi. At the same time, he also had to keep handing out the true dragon runes to the newly arriving dragonblood warriors. As for Long Chen, he was fully in a meditative state. He was wrapped in golden divine radiance and was like a statue. Even his aura was isolated from the outside world. Within the divine radiance, Long Chen sensed one drop after another of golden dragon blood entering his body slowly. His almost dry meridians were nourished by this dragon blood and began to grow plump again. Every drop of dragon blood brought with it supreme divine might. With every drop of dragon blood, powerful fluctuations would cause sharp pain throughout his body. Even cracks started to appear on his meridians. Long Chen blessed his fortune that the dragon expert had tirelessly arranged things for him to strengthen his meridians. Otherwise, a single drop of this blood would have caused his old meridians to crumble. There would be no way to absorb it. Right now, although there was a stinging pain in his meridians, it was still within his tolerance. As one drop after another entered his body, his meridians transformed. They became golden and incomparably tough. Long Chen sensed every drop strengthening him. It was like a single drop contained the power of a volcano. Just this is powerful. We've just started. You will soon understand what the strongest bloodline of the 9 heavens and 10 lands is, said the dragon expert disdainfully. That disdain contained immense pride. Senior, can we go faster? I'm afraid of others coming, said Long Chen. He knew that everything was under the control of the dragon expert, but at this rate, many enemies might arrive soon. The disturbance here was truly enormous. All the experts of the 3,000 worlds were probably rushing over with all their power right now. He needed to go faster. It is impossible. My essence blood contains a supreme will and power. That is the result of tens of thousands of years of my cultivation, the result of experiencing countless tribulations and dangers. Although there's no problem for you in terms of the will, in terms of your physical body, you are still human. You are a far cry from my dragon race. In the end, you've only lived a few years. As for myself, I had tens of thousands of years to accumulate the experiences that produced this scale. Any faster and your meridians will still shatter. Other than that, any faster and the dragon blood will not properly permeate through every inch of your body. Then there will be imperfections. If that happens, you will not be able to use my bloodline power and will be unable to unleash my innate divine abilities. With my bloodline, you must reach my requirements. Otherwise, if you were beaten by others, I would lose face. That is unacceptable, said the dragon expert. Long Chen's heart shook. This dragon expert's essence blood was even stronger than he had imagined. His meridians were already so tough, but there would still be a danger of them exploding if the rate of this absorption was increased. Just how powerful was the dragon race? Suddenly, a figure flew off of the head of a dragon. Surging blood chi power came out of him in waves, causing huge ripples in space. This person was Guo Ran. He laughed arrogantly. I, Guo Ran, have finally condensed a heavenly Tao crown. I will sweep through the world unrivaled. Golden scales covered Guo Ran's body like golden battle armor, and they had countless dragon marks flowing within them. It looked like there was a dragon moving within his scales. Most shocking of all, there was a halo of light behind Guo Ran's head. It was like a crown, making him appear holy and sacred, an existence that couldn't be blasphemed. What the fuck? It was that simple. Mo Nian looked at Guo Ran in disbelief. Wasn't it said that condensing a heavenly Tao crown required 10 to 15 days at least? It had only just been a few hours. How did Guo Ran do this? What Mo Nian didn't know was that Guo Ran's talent was incredibly lacking. Everything he had right now was essentially thanks to Long Chen's efforts building him up. The so-called Tao of the heavens were fair. If something had a drawback, it also had an advantage. Guo Ran was so incredibly weak that even the heavens felt pity for him. Amongst all the lifeforms in the 3,000 worlds, the weakest existence in this realm was Guo Ran. Thus, in order to make it up to him, the heavens lowered the difficulty of all advancements. For heavenly geniuses with greater talent, condensing a heavenly Tao crown was much more difficult. This was the fairness of the heavenly Taos. Mo Nian didn't know about these profundities. Seeing Guo Ran condense a golden dragon battle armor and a heavenly Tao crown in just a few hours, he was completely dumbfounded. Leave this place to me. You can go absorb the primal chaos chi. Guo Ran patted his chest confidently. He then took the remaining true dragon runes from Mo Nian's hands. Mo Nian didn't argue. The primal chaos chi here was incredibly dense, and it was the optimal time to condense a heavenly Tao crown. He couldn't miss it. After that, he flew into the sky, and his manifestation burst into existence. The giant palace rumbled as he absorbed this primal chaos chi. Mo Nian had just settled into this cultivation state when lifeforms of other races appeared. Clearly, they had been drawn over by the disturbance. Amongst these lifeforms, one of them spotted Long Chen on the scale and immediately erupted with killing intent. Without a second word, he charged at Long Chen. Chapter 3873 Guo Ran vs. Wang Tianyao. This person was the Violet Thunderclap Empire's #1 expert, Wang Tianyao. Furthermore, there were thousands of the Violet Thunderclap Empire's heavenly geniuses around him. During his heavenly tribulation, Lei Linger had taken his priceless treasure, the Wild Blade. That was the divine weapon that Wang Taibei had used to sweep through the world, and Wang Tianyao viewed it as important as his life. For it to have been taken by Lei Linger, he was driven practically insane. After the tribulation, he went into seclusion to recover and somehow found a treasure land to absorb primal chaos chi. There, he solidified his realm and also prepared to condense a heavenly Tao crown. Only by condensing it could he unleash the full potential of his innate thunder force. Once his preparations to condense a heavenly Tao crown were complete, he planned to start looking for Long Chen to take back his Wild Blade. The Wild Blade was a peerless divine weapon, the national treasure of the Violet Thunderclap Empire. Thus, its importance could not be overstated, and it could not be allowed to fall into other people's hands. He then gathered the Violet Thunderclap Empire's experts and drove away all the other lifeforms in a treasure land. They dominated that place, but after spending a few days absorbing the resources there, they were disturbed by the dragon mark phenomenon. As a result, they abandoned their treasure land and came here. Although Long Chen was covered in golden divine radiance and looked like a statue, Wang Tianyao would recognize him no matter what. Even if Long Chen turned into dust, Wang Tianyao would recognize him. Wang Tianyao furiously attacked without hesitation. His lightning spear pierced toward Long Chen. He could tell that Long Chen was in a special state. As Long Chen couldn't fight back, this was the optimal time to kill him. However, halfway there, a figure suddenly appeared before him, blocking his way. With a single punch, golden light erupted, and his lightning spear was shattered. Terrifying chi waves surged, blasting Wang Tianyao back. Having been consumed by his fury, he actually hadn't noticed Guo Ran behind Long Chen. Guo Ran was standing in the air, still in his punching posture with his body covered in golden scales. At this moment, a dragon cry seemed to still hang in the air, like a roar that came from the distant past. The divine light made Guo Ran appear exceptionally majestic. Right now, endless power surged within Guo Ran's body. It was like the tide of the great sea, possessing unimaginable strength. The current Guo Ran was incredibly excited. In his entire life, he had never felt such terrifying power. He almost couldn't believe that this immense power was his. The power of the dragon blood circulated within him, and his supreme bones runes also flowed around his arm. With the dragon blood's support, all the runes of the supreme bone were fully activated. Even without his battle armor, he was capable of drawing out the full power of his supreme bone. Most terrifying of all, with his dragon blood, his supreme bone's runes became exceptionally active. They were nourished by the dragon blood, seemingly undergoing a metamorphosis just like Guo Ran. "Who are you?" demanded Wang Tianyao, Long Chen's subordinate, general of the Dragonblood Legion. "Guo Ran," announced Guo Ran. "What Dragonblood Legion? What general? That's all dogshit. You can die first." Wang Tianyao roared furiously. After learning that Guo Ran was Long Chen's subordinate, he no longer had any misgivings. A giant sea of lightning then appeared behind him. He had summoned his manifestation. "Who do you think you are to dare say such big words? Come, Grandpa Guo will teach you how to behave," sneered Guo Ran. He was filled with power and didn't fear anyone. In front of Wang Tianyao's challenge, Guo Ran directly charged over. His golden battle sabers rumbled as the power of his dragon blood erupted. When Guo Ran unleashed Split the Heavens, divine light lit up behind his head, illuminating heaven and earth. At that moment, Guo Ran seemed to become a god in control of this world, in control of all laws of heaven and earth. When he unleashed this saber attack, countless currents of invisible energy poured into his sabers, and their power grew explosively. This phenomenon even shocked Guo Ran. Heavenly Dao Crown. Impossible. Wang Tianyao's expression completely changed when he saw the light behind Guo Ran's head. How could someone have condensed a Heavenly Dao Crown so quickly? Heavenly Lightning Divine Shield. Wang Tianyao hurriedly slammed his hands together. His manifestation actually surged in front of him, and the giant sea of lightning instantly condensed into a 3-meter shield. The lightning shield rumbled. It was incredibly solid and emitted a terrifying divine pressure, as well as the aura of heavenly punishment. His thunder force also came from heavenly tribulation, so it was filled with the destructive power of tribulation lightning. When Guo Ran's saber fell, Wang Tianyao's solid shield crumbled instantly in front of everyone's shocked gazes. Guo Ran's saber attack continued, aiming for his neck. However, Wang Tianyao hurriedly twisted his body, causing the saber to slightly miss. After that, his protective lightning armor shattered, and a giant cut was left in his chest. It was so deep that others could see bone. Wang Tianyao fled, but Guo Ran simply stood there foolishly instead of chasing. He himself was stunned by his terrifying power. So a Heavenly Dao Crown actually has such a terrifying power. Once I attack, the Heavenly Daos resonate and assist me. It increases my attack power by multiple times. Guo Ran stared at his saber as if he was in a dream. The moment he attacked, it felt like an invisible hand of the world also held his saber, multiplying its power. Primals, Supremes, those are all dogshit compared to Grandpa Guo. I am the true chosen of the heavens. I'm your daddy, ha ha ha. Guo Ran raised his head and laughed as if he had gone insane. This one attack taught him what it meant to be close to the Heavenly Daos. Previously, he had thought that it meant to borrow the power of the Heavenly Daos, using a very humble attitude of asking for aid. Moreover, the power that could be borrowed was limited. However, now it was different. The moment he attacked, the heavens didn't need him to ask, and he didn't need to borrow anything. The heavens directly gave him power without asking. Bastard, so what? Even if you have condensed a Heavenly Dao Crown, I can still kill you. Wang Tianyao roared and his manifestation once more appeared. This time, a heavenly tower was present in his manifestation. At the same time, an identical tower appeared in his hand. Once this tower appeared, waves of lightning scoured heaven and earth. An enormous space tens of thousands of miles wide became filled with endless lightning as if heavenly tribulation had descended. TCH, who are you trying to scare? Come, today, I'll make you beg for mercy. Guo Ran's confidence was already inflated. Even in front of this unknown tower, he wasn't the slightest bit afraid. Young master, there are immemorial dragon corpses nearby that no one has occupied yet. But people are coming quickly. If we still don't make a move, at this moment, one of the experts of the Violet Thunderclap Empire shouted. They had noticed the other dragon corpses. Just as Wang Tianyao was about to unleash the power of his tower, he heard this person's shout and hesitated. He clenched his teeth. Brat, I'll let you live a few more days. In the end, he chose to first occupy one of the dragon corpses. Every dragon corpse was equivalent to a primal chaos source. It was where the primal chaos chi was gushing out the most. What he needed most right now was primal chaos chi. It was his ultimate goal in coming here. He could also tell that since Guo Ran had condensed a heavenly Dao crown, although he was confident that he could still beat Guo Ran, it would not be a matter of one of two moves. As he didn't have that much time to waste, he chose to give up. How gutless. You're quite good at acting tough, said Guo Ran disdainfully. However, he didn't chase after him. He had to guard Long Chen and Mo Nian, so he didn't dare to go too far. Suddenly, space shook and Guo Ran jumped in shock. He then roared furiously and directly slashed his saber in Long Chen's direction. However, he was still slightly too slow. A dagger flickered with cold light, stabbing toward Long Chen on the dragon scale. Chapter 3874 Ji Wuming retreats. This person appeared bizarrely, without any warning. Considering that Guo Ran had his heavenly Dao crown on, he had a high level of control over the surrounding space. But even then, he hadn't noticed him. When Guo Ran saw the attacker clearly, he was enraged. It was the Bloodkill Hall's #1 heavenly genius, Ji Wuming. Ji Wuming's dagger stabbed straight toward Long Chen, and Guo Ran had no time to stop him. However, just as Ji Wuming was a few feet away from Long Chen, golden light shot out of Long Chen. The dragon scale beneath him quivered. Ji Wuming then grunted as he was blasted back by formless divine might. Ha 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 ha, you want to sneak attack my boss? Keep dreaming. Seeing that Long Chen was safe and sound, Guo Ran laughed. Ji Wuming was unable to harm Long Chen, so Guo Ran directly attacked him. Ji Wuming was shocked, looking at the dragon scale beneath Long Chen. He sensed a terrifying pressure. From it, the next moment, Guo Ran's saber fell and Ji Wuming received it with his dagger. With an explosive sound, the space behind Ji Wuming collapsed, but his actual body didn't shake in the slightest. He transmitted the power of Guo Ran's attack into the space behind him. Guo Ran was astonished. In just a short time after their last encounter, Ji Wuming's control over spatial energy had grown to the point of him being able to control it at will. He was capable of controlling it easily without showing any openings. As a result, Guo Ran's attack was unable to injure him. Suddenly, Guo Ran's heart shuddered. An intense sensation of danger swelled within him. At this moment, Ji Wuming's dagger had somehow appeared next to his throat. It was so fast that Guo Ran didn't have time to react. Sparks flew and the dagger cut across his armor, emitting a scratching sound that made Guo Ran wince painfully. The moment he had sensed danger, he summoned his battle armor. Thus, there was now a large cut in his Devil Dragon battle armor. Fortunately, in his Dragon Blood battle armor state, the scales on his neck had managed to stop the dagger. But that chilling dagger still gave him goosebumps. Your reaction speed isn't bad. But it's still useless. Killing you is as easy as turning a hand. Ji Wuming was slightly surprised that he hadn't cut off Guo Ran's head in one attack. But his tone quickly became one of disdain. Guo Ran shouted angrily and attacked. Seeing him attacking, Ji Wuming snorted. His dagger then swept through the air until he was holding it behind him. At the same time, a strange mark appeared on his left hand, and he slammed it at Guo Ran. However, just then, Ji Wuming's expression completely changed. The rune in his left hand instantly changed to a different rune. Countless pinholes suddenly appeared on Guo Ran's chestplate. After that, golden needles shot out, instantly piercing through Ji Wuming's body. At this distance, he had no chance to dodge. Ha ha ha, you thought that you could. Guo Ran laughed. His saber attack was nothing more than a distraction to draw Ji Wuming's attention, and his true killing blow was the mechanism on his chest. This move was very sinister. He gave Ji Wuming no chance to react. Seeing those needles piercing his opponent's body, Guo Ran was excited. But that smile quickly stiffened. The needles actually passed straight through Ji Wuming's body. There was no blood, At the same time, an intense sensation of crisis instantly struck Guo Ran. Without hesitation, Guo Ran's wings folded around him, forming a powerful protective barrier. The next moment, a dagger stabbed into his back. It directly struck his wings, and the immense power actually dented them. Guo Ran tumbled into the distance. Guo Ran was shocked. His wings had multiple states to which he could switch between. When his wings folded like an armored beetle, that was their strongest defensive state. However, even in this state, a dent was left in his wings and multiple of their runes were destroyed. Ji Wuming's attack was simply terrifying. Guo Ran was instantly covered in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he had condensed a heavenly Dao crown and had even sharper senses than before. Otherwise, he would probably have died. Fuck, I refuse to believe that I can't beat you. Guo Ran's battle intent was stimulated. He had just made his breakthrough, and someone was already trying to deal a blow to his new confidence. That was unacceptable. At this moment, his battle armor lit up and golden light flowed on top of his dual sabers. He directly attacked. Seeing this, Ji Wuming was finally a bit afraid. Having both of his attacks blocked startled him. Previously, he didn't view Guo Ran as any threat. It was because he knew Guo Ran's abilities and so he didn't place Guo Ran in his eyes. However, he could no longer view Guo Ran so lightly. Not only was his reaction speed astonishing, but the golden needles that had shot out of his chest just now truly made Ji Wuming jump in shock. If he hadn't absorbed some primal chaos chi recently, which caused his control over space and time to rise, he wouldn't have been able to dodge this sinister move. Guo Ran's needles were all backed by runes and would explode on contact with blood. So, even someone as powerful as Ji Wuming would have a miserable death if he was struck. As a result, he had a headache when it came to Guo Ran, whose battle armor equipped him to the teeth. As Ji Wuming couldn't fully penetrate his defenses, it was hard to cause any substantial wounds to Guo Ran. On the other hand, Guo Ran had countless sinister moves up his sleeve. If Ji Wuming fell for a single one, he would not be able to survive. Seeing more and more experts coming here and fighting for the dragon corpses, he snorted. "I'll take your life later." His figure swayed, and he instantly melded into nothingness. He merged into the void like water, vanishing without a trace. As a result, Guo Ran's attack missed. Having completely lost track of Ji Wuming, he also snorted. "Shameless things, all you know how to do is hide. If you have guts, come fight Grandpa Guo. Let's exchange 30,000 blows." Guo Ran was a bit unhappy with this fight. He had just condensed a heavenly Dao crown and the golden dragon battle armor, so he still wasn't fully accustomed to his current power. Most importantly, his devil dragon battle armor was built for his previous power level. Now that his power had suddenly soared by dozens of times, it was no longer a perfect match for him. Guo Ran was not used to this. Despite all his terrifying power, he was unable to fully draw out his potential. He cursed furiously, but Ji Wuming ignored him. He left just like that to absorb primal chaos chi from another dragon corpse, and Guo Ran didn't dare to chase him. After all, he had to look after everyone and didn't dare to be careless. Although Long Chen was protected by the dragon scale, making it difficult for others to harm him, there were also Mo Nian, Sha Chen, Ji Yuyong, and the other members of the Dragonblood Legion. If someone sneak attacked them, that would be troublesome. He had to guard them. After a while, rumbling rang out and black chi surged over the horizon. Within this black chi was a terrifying lifeform. When this lifeform appeared, every expert present without exception felt an icy chill. They stared in horror at that lifeform within the black chi. Chapter 3875 Shiyong appears. This gushing black chi made it seem like the gates of hell had been opened. At this moment, endless death chi unfurled. Within this black chi was a lifeform possessing an ancient aura. It was a horned lifeform with 2 wings and sharp claws, and its aura caused the laws of the world to shake. Guo Ran's heart pounded hard when he saw this lifeform. This was precisely the lifeform that Shiyong had possessed in the heavenly tomb. It was the corpse of an immemorial winged devil expert. Back when Shiyong had first taken control of this corpse, he had wanted to launch a sneak attack to kill them. However, he was unable to fully control this powerful corpse well and was almost captured. After that, he had to flee in a panic. However, now his footsteps were steady and natural, no longer tottering like he was drunk. Most terrifying of all, the devil chi around him fluctuated with every breath. It was as if the heavenly Daos were thrumming to his rhythm. Shiyong instantly spotted Long Chen and exploded in rage. He wanted to charge right over, but then he saw Ji Wuming occupying a dragon corpse all on his own. After that, he suddenly calmed down. Shi Yong only looked at Long Chen, Mo Nian, and the others. With a cold snort, he didn't attack. Instead, he went toward one of the immemorial dragon corpses. If you don't want to die, then scram. Shi Yong shouted thunderously, and wild death chi erupted. There were originally quite a few experts on this dragon corpse, but they all fled in terror. Although the immemorial dragon corpses were all primal chaos sources with the greatest and purest primal chaos chi, if one didn't have the necessary level of power, occupying them would be courting death. Everyone could see how terrifying Shi Yong was, so they didn't dare to compete with him, fleeing. As a result, Shi Yong easily occupied one of the dragon corpses just like that. Curious, why didn't he attack? Guo Ran was prepared to fight, but Shi Yong actually chose not to, not even launching a probing blow. Guo Ran couldn't help finding it curious. However, after thinking about it, he realized that the dragon scale Long Chen was on was emitting a sacred aura, which must be restraining Shi Yang's evil corpse chi. Thinking that he wouldn't gain any advantage if he attacked, Shi Yong put that idea aside for now. After looking at Ji Wuming in the distance absorbing the primal chaos chi, he came to the conclusion that Ji Wuming had also been powerless to do anything to Long Chen. Thus, he also chose not to waste the effort. He could always absorb the primal chaos chi first before anything else. Shi Yong spread his wings and crazily devoured the energy of heaven and earth. Space was constantly collapsing around him as he absorbed the primal chaos chi. After a while, the black runes on his body gradually grew brighter. It was just like a devil king was slowly awakening. Time passed bit by bit, and more experts arrived. Some of them directly attacked Long Chen when they saw him. A newborn calf wasn't afraid of a tiger. Not all experts were so experienced. Some were simply arrogant existences who liked to look down on others, but they didn't actually have much power. Due to thinking that they were unrivaled, they often did brainless things. As a result, those experts were quickly put in their place by Guo Ran. The current Guo Ran didn't even need to summon his armor unless it was against the likes of Ji Wuming or Shi Yong. He simply blasted them apart with a single punch. However, Guo Ran also did encounter a few tough fellows. But once he brought out his heavenly Dao crown, he still crushed them. He could fight these experts all alone, and even if they joined forces, it wouldn't be hard on him to stop them. Guo Ran also became smart, and he wasn't just thinking about showing off. He used these new experts to temper himself, gradually growing accustomed to his power. As a result, his usage of dragon blood power and heavenly Dao crown grew increasingly skilled. 3 days passed. After 3 days, Guo Ran's saber was fully stained with blood, and there was an unknown number of corpses on the ground beneath him. After all, Long Chen's position was too conspicuous. All people wanted to tear him off of it, so Guo Ran had no choice but to start being vicious to stare off any competitors. The fortunate thing for Guo Ran was that amongst the true peak experts, only Shi Yong, Wang Tianyao, and Ji Wuming came. As for Yin Changsheng, the 9 underworld Luaka, and the others, they actually didn't come. Despite that, there were countless terrifying new faces. Some of them didn't have auras that were much weaker than Yin Changsheng and the others. However, those experts were all smart. Seeing the current situation, they didn't directly attack Long Chen, nor did they compete for the immemorial dragon that the Dragonblood Legion occupied. Instead, they chose to fight over other dragon corpses. They were all true experts and instantly saw that Long Chen, Mo Nian, and the others weren't existences that could be easily provoked. Hence, they chose not to take the risk. Despite that, there were still many distasteful fellows staring at Long Chen. They could see how terrifying this golden dragon scale was, so they were like a group of mosquitoes. Even if they couldn't eat this dragon scale, they would at least get their bit of blood. Some people had actually managed to charge to the dragon scale. Using secret arts and treasures, they managed to absorb the slightest trace of dragon blood energy. However, it wasn't because they were so powerful. It was more like the process of Long Chen absorbing the dragon blood energy did cause some slight dregs to ooze out. In truth, the dragon blood that they absorbed was the essence blood that escaped out of Long Chen. But even this slightest trace was enough to drive countless people crazy. One of the people to succeed in absorbing a trace of this dragon blood was from a mixed blood dragon race, and after devouring that slightest trace of essence blood, his aura instantly erupted by dozens of times, shocking everyone. Although this person was still slain by Guo Ran in the end, his death didn't extinguish the flames of greed that he ignited. In fact, they only grew even crazier because after he died, his body still retained the slightest bit of the true dragon essence blood. After that, someone else obtained and absorbed it, causing his aura to also grow by several times. The increase in their blood chi was enough to drive them crazy, but the truly crazy thing was the sacred aura contained within that blood. That slight sacred aura was enough to change their lives and even the fate of their entire race. With that sacred aura in their bodies, they would be able to transmit it to future generations. That would be greatly beneficial to their race. The sacred dragon race's essence blood was an unmatched treasure to any beast lifeform. Although Guo Ran was slaughtering these newcomers, he wasn't able to stop them all. After 3 days of fighting, Guo Ran was tired. He had been facing a group of madmen that came in droves, and he couldn't kill them all. He only gained more and more enemies. Most hateful of all, so many people were charging toward the dragon scale just to get a taste of that essence blood oozing out of Long Chen. After a taste, they became even crazier. Guo Ran roared furiously as he slaughtered those oncomers. However, they had figured out Guo Ran's weakness. That weakness was that he was all alone. The dragon scale was more than 10,000 miles wide, so how could he possibly cover all that area by himself? As soon as he showed any openings, they would snatch some essence blood, infuriating Guo Ran. Suicidal idiots, do you think you can touch my boss's plans? Even as Guo Ran hunted them down, there was nothing else he could do. Although he knew that this little bit of essence blood oozing out of Long Chen counted for nothing, it still enraged him. Worst of all, after seeing others succeed, more people were joining in. His greatest worry was that Shi Yong, Ji Wuming, and the others would also come. Heavenly lightning curse. Just as Guo Ran was infuriated to the point of almost coughing up blood, a shout rang out. 36 talismans then appeared around the borders of the dragon scale. Before those lifeforms even understood what was going on, those talismans detonated. Chapter 3876 Unrivaled Sha Chen. 36 talismans detonated at once, summoning lightning runes that instantly blasted apart any nearby experts before they could even react. If Long Chen saw this scene, he would definitely be shocked. These lightning talismans actually contained the terrifying might of heavenly punishment. Furthermore, it was the power of heavenly punishment compressed to the pinnacle and then detonated. That destructive power was shocking. The only one he knew capable of such a thing was Lei Linger. Guo Ran was delighted to see Sha Chen appear. At this moment, Sha Chen also had divine radiance behind his head, a heavenly Dao crown. He had also succeeded in condensing one. After condensing a heavenly Dao crown, Sha Chen seemed to have merged with heaven and earth. His aura had completely changed, and he seemed to be the one in control of all laws. One wave of his hand could destroy heaven and earth. Suddenly, the space behind Sha Chen quivered and an assassin appeared. This person was from the Bloodkill Hall, and he had slipped past just like Ji Wuming without alerting any of them. This person's position in the Bloodkill Hall was definitely not low. Just as Guo Ran was about to shout a warning, Sha Chen simply swung his hand back without even looking. There was a web-like design on his palm. When that design lit up, a giant net hundreds of meters wide appeared, hanging in the air. Seeing this scene, that assassin instantly had a bad feeling. He stamped on the air and shot back. His switch of direction was quick as lightning. To be able to come to a sudden stop like that showed that he was an expert. The only one capable of such a thing was an expert amongst experts. Regretfully, even that was useless. The net already stuck to him, and he was like a fly caught in a spider's web. Split. The design on Sha Chen's palm suddenly separated along with the net in the air. However, it brought away that person's limbs and head as well. That expert assassin was torn to pieces. After his corpse was pulled apart, the pieces exploded, transforming into blood mist. He was killed in body and spirit. What? Guo Ran was dumbfounded. He knew Sha Chen the best and was familiar with his techniques. Sha Chen was now capable of condensing talismans barehanded. Having escaped the bindings of paper and writing, Sha Chen had condensed this talisman using only his essence, qi, and spirit. This was the dream of any talisman master. Unexpectedly, Sha Chen had reached this level today. With his bare hands, he could control the power of heaven and earth. Merge with heaven and earth, condense talismans empty-handed. I've actually reached this realm. No wonder it is said that only after condensing a heavenly Dao crown are you truly a king amongst immortals. Sha Chen looked at his own hand excitedly. Sha Chen's arrival scared off the people who were throwing themselves at the dragon scale. This was their first time seeing such a terrifying talisman master. Sha Chen had destroyed heaven and earth with a wave of his hand, killing people without even touching them. With just 2 moves, he scared them off. Ha ha ha, congratulations Sha Chen. I was the first in the Dragonblood Legion, but you were second, laughed Guo Ran. Although Guo Ran was saying congratulations, he was also bragging. He was the first one in the Dragonblood Legion to condense a heavenly Dao crown, and the next fastest took 3 more days. He would be able to brag about that for a lifetime. Sha Chen naturally knew that Guo Ran was showing off and simply smiled. Right now, he was fully immersed in the laws of heaven and earth, getting control over this marvelous feeling. Just then, countless experts shot toward the dragon scale once more. Although Sha Chen's arrival had scared them, some of them had already had a taste and were willing to give it another try. Previously, they had taken turns to distract Guo Ran, and now tens of thousands of experts charged at once, wanting to use their collective force to crush the 2 of them. They knew that they had to join forces in order to get the benefits. HMPH, trying to use numbers against a talisman master. Truly foolish. Let me see how many of you can survive. Sha Chen sneered and formed hand seals. This time, 48 talismans flew out. When those talismans appeared, heaven and earth rumbled explosively. It was like 48 claps of thunder, so loud that people's ears bled. Damn, Guo Ran jumped in shock. He recognized those talismans to be Sha Chen's most precious heaven-shaking talismans. Hold some back, don't. The 48 talismans caused explosive sounds in the world just by flying. The moment they arrived around the dragon scale, Sha Chen detonated them. As a result, 48 heaven-shaking talismans exploded at the same time. That sound shook the entire 3,000 worlds. 48 ripples also appeared, devouring the surrounding space. Chaotic spatial currents then blew apart those experts, and even the dragon scale was swallowed by the spatial current. Originally, Guo Ran was shouting for him to hold back and not end up affecting Long Chen. But Guo Ran's words stopped in his throat midway. He couldn't hear anything. Seeing Long Chen and the dragon scale vanish within that chaotic space, his soul almost fled in terror. He actually thought that Sha Chen had just killed Long Chen. However, when space settled, the dragon scale was still standing as solidly as a boulder. It wasn't at all affected by the heaven-shaking talismans. Only then did Guo Ran sigh with relief, but he was already covered in a cold sweat. Who else wants to die? Just come. Sha Chen clasped his hands behind him. His heavenly Dao crown shone as he looked at those distant lifeforms, his voice backed with a murderous aura that made their hearts shake. That attack terrified even Guo Ran, let alone these other experts. All the others who were thinking about touching the golden dragon scale instantly left, preparing to go somewhere else. Brother, that attack of yours almost made me piss myself. Praised Guo Ran. I benefited from boss. My spirit was strong enough before, but my essence and chi weren't. As a result, I was unable to resist the backlash of the heavenly Daos. I could only scatter my power in my talismans and avoided drawing in the power of heaven and earth, so I wasn't injured by the backlash. Now, my essence, chi, and spirit are finally in equilibrium. I also have the heavenly Dao crown. Because of it, my talismans are now supported by 10 times the heavenly Dao energy. Furthermore, the backlash is easily endurable. Hehe, I've finally vented a bit. Sha Chen laughed delightedly. The current Sha Chen seemed to have completely transformed. He was a different person compared to before. He had finally stepped into the realm that he had longed to reach. Sha Chen, do you feel like something is off? Suddenly, Guo Ran's expression became a bit grave. He looked into the distance vigilantly. Chapter 3877 All-Out Assault. What's wrong? Asked Sha Chen. Don't you feel like there are fewer people than expected? Responded Guo Ran. Just as Guo Ran said, 3 days had passed, and this disturbance had definitely shaken the vast 3,000 worlds. With their great talents, the peak experts possessed the ability to traverse the majority of the 3,000 worlds to come here. However, Yin Changsheng, the 9 underworld Luaka, and experts of their caliber were conspicuously absent. What piqued Guo Ran's curiosity the most was that even Long Aotian hadn't come. Given the magnitude of this disturbance, it should have reverberated far and wide, reaching the corners of the 3,000 worlds, drawing countless experts over. It's not surprising. There are many treasure lands with special inheritances in the 3,000 worlds. Perhaps the other experts have found great places, so they are ignoring the disturbance here. I guess those who came here either had no special inheritances to obtain or had simply abandoned their original treasure lands due to the huge disturbance here. But now that they've left, they probably won't be able to get anything if they go back to those places. Anyway, spending all their time running around will only cause them to miss out on the surging primal chaos chi. Then they'll have wasted this golden opportunity. Sha Chen eyed the many experts around. They were glaring at Sha Chen and the others, wanting to come over yet not daring to. There were also some who knew how to judge the situation and began to go for the other dragon corpses. Although the ones at the core had been occupied, there were still other corpses in the outer regions. Although the primal chaos chi in that area wasn't even a tenth of the core, they had no other choice. If they were to return to where they were from originally, they probably wouldn't have a spot either. After hearing this, Guo Ran nodded. He felt that Sha Chen's theory was reasonable. After all, the 3,000 worlds had more than one treasure land. They had just come from such a place with Mo Nian. In a tomb, they had obtained plenty of treasures, and the primal chaos chi there had also been abundant. Thus, they had been planning on just staying there to absorb that primal chaos chi. However, after sensing Long Chen's summons, Sha Chen and Guo Ran knew that they had to leave. Thus, they abandoned their treasure land and came here. Perhaps others had simply decided not to abandon the places that they found. After all, who knew what the situation was like in other places? Furthermore, in most cases, it was better to find things that suited you. Some treasure lands contained different kinds of energy. Because of that, many experts would sense the specific energies that suited them and make those treasure lands their targets. No, that's bad too. Guo Ran's expression suddenly changed. If that's the case, what if they condense heavenly Dao crowns and then rush over here? Sha Chen said, "You're right. That's why we have to prepare in advance. Guard this place. I'll set up formations to protect boss." Sha Chen then took out formation discs and embedded them in space. There were a total of 108 formation discs, like stars floating around the dragon scale. Every formation disc also had 108 talismans inside of them. In total, they formed a giant grand formation protecting Long Chen. As for Long Chen, his condition had changed. Now, the divine light around him was denser, and the golden light was like silk threads wrapping him. He was soon completely covered. Every strand of that silk possessed boundless power and emitted a sacred aura. It was like a single strand of it could sever heaven and earth. Sha Chen and Guo Ran didn't know what Long Chen was experiencing, but they knew that he could not be disturbed. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 10 days passed. More and more golden silk appeared around Long Chen. He was now fully wrapped in a golden cocoon. The golden dragon scale's aura finally began to fade, its energy pouring into this cocoon. Clearly, Long Chen had entered a critical state. Not that far from Long Chen was an ancient, majestic palace. It seemed to exist beyond the cosmos, standing above the 10,000 Daos. However, this was not a true palace but Mo Nian's manifestation. He hadn't occupied a dragon corpse. Instead, he was absorbing the terrifying primal chaos chi beside Long Chen. After all, the dragon scale was the primal chaos source of the 3,000 worlds, a place where the primal chaos chi was gushing out of the most. Long Chen couldn't even absorb it all himself, which was why Mo Nian benefited from him, taking in the energy that Long Chen couldn't absorb. Also, Mo Nian didn't stand on courtesy. He made sure to suck in every drop of primal chaos chi that Long Chen couldn't absorb. It was all absorbed into the palace. His manifestation was originally very indistinct, but as he absorbed all this primal chaos chi, it grew clearer. The roof, the doorposts, the marks on the brick walls, they all gradually became clear. As the palace grew clearer, the signboard on the gate was particularly conspicuous. There, written in gilt, was the name Limitless Palace. Just that writing alone seemed to contain endless profundities, as if the energy inside of it was manifesting some great secret. Mo Nian was seated before the gate where a pine tree stood tall. Most palaces seldom had trees adorning their gateways. Instead, they were often adorned with majestic divine beast statues, standing guard with an imposing presence. Even if they did plant a tree, there should be one on each side. But the Limitless Palace only had a single tree planted right in front of the gate, blocking the entrance. That was very much against normal aesthetics and feng shui. This peculiar arrangement piqued the curiosity of onlookers, leaving them unable to resist questioning its significance. It was an enormous pine tree thousands of miles tall, but other than being large, it appeared really ordinary. At this moment, drops of strange light fell from it, enveloping Mo Nian. Those drops of light were extremely bizarre, almost demonic, so when they fell on him, his slightly wretched face became even more wretched. Even the limitless palace's sacred light could not conceal his wretchedness. This was something that people found very strange. As the image of limitless palace grew more and more solid, the space on its edges began to collapse. It was as if the palace was being brought into reality, shattering the 10,000 daos within its domain. Other than Mo Nian, there were also Ji Yuyong, Li Qi, and Song Mingyuan. All their blood qis were soaring. Also, their bodies were swollen with power as if they might explode. Countless cracks appeared on their skin, and light red blood slowly oozed out. Beneath those cracks, people could see golden blood flowing. That was the true dragon essence blood expelling their original essence blood, a complete blood exchange. They had also reached a critical juncture and were on the verge of switching out their blood. Once their blood was switched out, they could start condensing heavenly Dao crowns. However, they took far more time than Guo Ran and Sha Chen. That proved that the potential of their physical bodies was far greater than theirs. Suddenly, a group of lifeforms appeared in the distance. The world rumbled as they tore through the void. When Sha Chen and Guo Ran saw this group, they instantly tensed up and prepared to fight. This time, it'll probably be an all-out assault. Chapter 3878 The Transformed Sha Chen. These newcomers all had a divine radiance shining behind their heads. At this moment, the might of the heavenly Daos crashed down. They were all experts who had condensed a heavenly Dao crown. Clearly, these experts had been in other treasure lands. After condensing heavenly Dao crowns and gathering all the treasures there, they rushed over to this place to fight for more primal chaos chi. When they saw the endless primal chaos chi gushing out of this place, their eyes reddened. In particular, the sight of the golden dragon scale encircled by the big 18 immemorial dragon kings evoked a profound emotion within them. Greed glimmered in their eyes, igniting the insatiable hunger for boundless power. Hundreds of them were from different races, but without hesitation, they charged at the golden dragon scale together. These people were originally already powerful, and now that they had condensed heavenly Dao crowns, their confidence naturally inflated. That golden dragon scale made them directly ignore the 18 dragon king corpses and rush straight at Long Chen. If they were going to fight over something, they would fight over the best. This is the most critical juncture. The first batch of experts that have condensed heavenly Dao crowns has shown up, and more of them will be appearing. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like boss will be coming out of seclusion anytime soon, so we have to prepare for a long-term fight. Remember, every bit of our power counts. Don't waste your energy, reminded Sha Chen. Don't worry, I won't waste energy just to show off. Guo Ran laughed valiantly while feeling slightly guilty inside. If it weren't for Sha Chen's reminder, he would have immediately charged out for a glorious display. I'm going. Sha Chen had runes flow around his hands. The next moment, his figure swayed and he vanished. When he reappeared, he was in front of a large life form, and he sent a single palm at it. Those who block me will die, shouted it. Confronted by a feeble scholar from the human race, the large life form unleashed a seemingly simple punch, yet it radiated an awe-inspiring brilliance of golden light. Unexpectedly, this life form was a metal energy cultivator. Sha Chen's palm met his fist just like that. Upon contact, a mesmerizing display unfolded. A cascade of golden dragon scales materialized upon Sha Chen's arm, and each intricately adorned scale bore a mystical golden rune. Amidst a heaven-shaking sound, that large life form shattered into pieces and fell to the ground like a broken statue. With such weak control, how dare you boast so loudly? Sha Chen sneered. After that, he shouted, all those who approach the golden dragon scale will be killed without exception. After killing that life form, Sha Chen vanished and reappeared in front of another life form, which was then blasted apart by another single punch. Sha Chen was like a phantom, coming and going without a trace. Every single one of his attacks killed a powerful expert. In just a short moment, 7 powerful lifeforms were slain. It had to be known that these were terrifying existences that had condensed heavenly Dao crowns, but Sha Chen was killing them one after another. Damn, he's unrivaled. Guo Ran had just killed 2 powerful lifeforms with his battle sabers. Eyeing Sha Chen's clean movements, he was amazed. The current Sha Chen was using the dragon scales covering his body as a vector. With his essence, chi, and spirit controlling his blood, he could use his blood as ink to directly inscribe talismans on his scales. As a result, any talisman that he could control could be freely inscribed on his dragon scales. For example, when he had fought that metal energy cultivator, his arm had been backed by metal energy talismans. With them, Sha Chen crushed his enemy using his own metal power. Supported by his dragon blood, he was no longer afraid of close-range combat. The next 6 lifeforms were also killed with different talismans depending on Sha Chen's desires. He directly picked the best talismans to beat them with. As a result, those experts didn't even have a chance to do anything before they were slain. Die! With a thunderous roar, Guo Ran resolutely put away his sabers, opting instead for a devastating punch. As the void shattered, a torrential chi wave mercilessly obliterated the closest dozen experts. It was the power of his supreme bone that fueled this great display of might. I already told you to save your energy. Even more terrifying experts might come soon, scolded Sha Chen angrily. Hearing this, Guo Ran instantly blushed. After seeing how powerful Sha Chen was, he also wanted to erupt a bit and ended up forgetting Sha Chen's reminder. I'm intimidating them with power so they will go somewhere else. Otherwise, if we have to kill every single person who comes, we'll exhaust ourselves. Transmitted Guo Ran. Although he was quibbling, this was also reasonable. After this attack, the charging lifeforms fell back, their momentum stopped. The greed that had clouded their heads was cleared up. There are so many treasure lands around, yet you just have to send yourselves to your deaths. Why bother? Guo Ran's words reverberated, instilling a sense of dread into their hearts. After scaring them, Guo Ran shook his head in pity. With that reminder, these experts looked toward the other dragon kings, hesitating. Clearly, Sha Chen and Guo Ran's immense power had shaken them. No matter how amazing the treasure was, they had to be alive in order to enjoy it. After all, even if hundreds of them stood united, they might not fare well against Guo Ran and Sha Chen. If things went badly, they might even be killed one by one. The problem was that they all came for one particular treasure land, but they weren't from the same power, their hearts not united. So, even if they went all out, their lack of cooperation would not give them much advantage. Everyone, don't fall for his plan. They're stalling. If we keep waiting, others will come, and the benefits will all go to them. Shouted a devil lifeform. He was at least a bit smart. You think we're stalling? How laughable. Since you're so smart, why don't you come over? What, you want to instill others to fight while you benefit from the rear? Come, as long as you dare to take the lead, I'll believe what you just said, challenged Guo Ran disdainfully. All eyes turned toward that devil expert. Bristled with indignation, that devil expert was unable to even retort. If he took the lead, Sha Chen and Guo Ran would instantly kill him. Even one of them would be enough to easily wipe him out, let alone their combined forces. HMPH, treacherous human race. Let's see how long you can last. I'll put you in your place later. Lacking the audacity to take the lead, the devil expert swiftly set his sights on a nearby dragon corpse and charged toward it. He knew that there weren't that many experts there. Once the devil lifeform left, the others also found their own targets. After all, although they had condensed heavenly Dao crowns, they could strengthen their crowns even further by absorbing more primal chaos chi. However, before they could catch their breath, the world erupted with a deafening rumble once again. From every direction, a swarm of experts emerged, converging upon them with relentless force. Sha Chen and Guo Ran's expressions changed, their initial alarm escalating as they realized the number of opponents had multiplied tenfold. We can't fight them all. It seems that we need to switch to your tactic. You take the front, I'll take the rear. Sha Chen took a deep breath, and runes flowed on top of his dragon scales. After that, he exchanged a glance with Guo Ran, and they both nodded. They actually charged at those terrifying lifeforms. 99 talismans swirled around Sha Chen's hands, weaving together to create a colossal lotus. In the blink of an eye, flames surged from the runes adorning his dragon scales, coursing into the center of the lotus. Instantaneously, the lotus blazed into a raging inferno that gave off an apocalyptic aura. I'll try boss's trump card, the world extermination flame lotus. With a resounding shout, Sha Chen unleashed this giant flame lotus upon the onslaught of approaching experts. Chapter 3879. The situation turns critical. 99 talismans transformed into a flame lotus, which then erupted amongst the incoming experts, unleashing a ferocious wave of flame that devoured them whole. Even as these experts went all out, some were still torn asunder by the explosive flame. The majority, however, succumbed to the overwhelming impact, coughing up blood as they were blown back. It's too bad I'm not a flame cultivator. If I could use Boss's Nirvana scripture, the flame lotus's power would be 100 times greater, enough to wipe them all out. Compared to Boss's move, this one is greatly lacking. Xianxia couldn't help but sigh when he saw this result. Empowered by the heavenly Tao crown and the support of the dragon blood, Xianxia felt himself to be invincible. In his dragon blood battle armor state, he possessed the ability to directly inscribe runes onto his dragon scales, granting him the freedom to unleash a vast array of magical arts. As long as he could inscribe the runes, he could effortlessly unleash any talisman at his disposal. He was no longer constrained by the limitation of traditional paper talismans. However, some things could only be replicated but not truly mastered. He could imitate Long Chen's world extermination flame lotus, but it was just the form, not the essence. Without innate flames and the Nirvana scripture, although Xianxia's talismans could draw out the flame energy of heaven and earth, the effect was much worse than the Nirvana scripture. As a result, the eruption of the 99 talismans wasn't as good as he had expected. With this attack, he understood his shortcomings. As a talisman cultivator, although the heavenly Tao crown and dragon blood power enhanced his combat versatility, his true essence still resided in the realm of talismans. They were the embodiment of his path, his Tao. Xianxia had just unleashed the world extermination flame lotus when Guo Ran's saber descended with decisive precision. A giant saber image then cleaved through the world, resembling a giant crescent moon cutting through the fabric of reality. The devastating impact shattered over 10 powerful lifeforms, reducing them into fragments along with their weapons. A mist of blood then spread, staining the air with a gruesome taint. On the other side of the battlefield, countless other experts were sent flying, hurtling through the battlefield in disarray. Those who aren't afraid of death can come. Harnessing the might of his swinging saber, Guo Ran bellowed with an intimidating roar. Unfortunately, there were thousands of them this time. Although the power of Guo Ran's saber was shocking, it wasn't enough to fully stop them. The thing that troubled Guo Ran and Xianxia the most was the incessant rumbling of the surrounding space, a sign that more and more experts were coming over. Like vultures drawn to the scent of decaying flesh, their numbers swelled with each passing moment, an unyielding tide of adversaries steadily closing in. Just 2 people think that they can stop us? What a joke. We'll blast through them and take that dragon scale for ourselves. Time is of the essence, we must act quickly before the peak experts appear. Otherwise, we won't have a chance. You all, boldness begets fortune. Whoever is the luckiest will get the biggest piece of meat. At this moment, a powerful demonic beast shouted and took the lead to charge over. He was extremely powerful. With a surge of unleashed blood chi, akin to a blazing fire, his wings spread as he tore through the sky with unmatched ferocity. The sheer force of his chi wave blew back the other experts around him. Since you want to die first, I'll fulfill your wish. Guo Ran was enraged. As expected, the very concern that troubled them really happened before his eyes. With this one rallying shout, the other lifeforms came charging over, joining the fray. The golden dragon scale indeed possessed a fatal attraction to everyone. Guo Ran's saber slashed down with tremendous force, descending upon the mighty demonic beast's own weapon. A heaven-shaking explosion then erupted between them. As a result, that demonic beast coughed up blood, and cracks covered his body. A touch of fear appeared in his eyes after this blow. He finally experienced just how terrifying the current Guo Ran was. On the other hand, Guo Ran was cursing inside. He realized that his inability to kill this demonic beast in one blow would only stoke the others further. As expected, seeing that demonic beast survive fueled the confidence of countless others. After all, they had numbers. With newfound determination, they crashed down upon Guo Ran and Xianxia. In the face of overwhelming odds, Guo Ran and Xianxia's rage ignited like an inferno. They knew that there were too many enemies for them to stop all at once. Nevertheless, the 2 of them began unleashing a torrent of attacks. Each of their attacks could kill dozens of these lifeforms, but they couldn't hold them off forever. As one expert was about to reach the dragon scale, a sudden quiver rippled through the void. In a split second, a barrier of light appeared, obstructing his way to the dragon scale. He then struck the barrier, and without a single sound, was blown apart into a crimson mist. He ended up triggering the formation that Xianxia had set up. Even so, those experts refused to give up. They still took out their weapons and struck that barrier ferociously. As a result, Violent power coursed through their weapons and into their bodies, blowing them up. Only then did these lifeforms grow a bit more cool-headed despite the fatal attraction of the dragon scale. They no longer simply charged forward. As for Guo Ran and Sha Chen, they were slaughtering these lifeforms as fast as they could. These lifeforms might be powerful, but they weren't a match for the two of them in individual combat. Just like that, dozens of them were slain with every passing moment. However, these lifeforms seemed to have gone insane. They were lunatics. Despite knowing the danger, they didn't know the meaning of retreat. It was like they were afraid that they would lose any chance to obtain the dragon scale if they ran away. After all, experts were always crazy when presented with a chance to get even stronger. Don't attack the formation directly. Use long-distance attacks to exhaust the formation's power and then we can break through. Shouted a human expert. You traitor. Hearing this shout, Sha Chen and Guo Ran were both incensed. The two of them had pushed these experts to the limits of their courage, but someone just had to drive them even crazier. Moreover, as this person was from the same race as them, their fury was indescribable. Die. Guo Ran furiously shot toward him like a shooting star. You want to kill me? Keep dreaming. That person sneered and took out a jade talisman, crushing it. However, the moment he crushed it, his smile stiffened. To his dismay, his transportation talisman failed to activate. In that instant, translucent talismans manifested around him, forming a barrier that blocked any attempts at spatial transportation. Sha Chen had ruined his talisman from a great distance. At this moment, Guo Ran's saber fell, and that person screamed. But nothing he did could stop the scythe of the death god. Alas, although he was dead, because of his reminder, countless lifeforms were now unleashing rays of divine light at the barrier. Countless runes glowed on top of the quivering barrier, blocking these relentless attacks. However, those once glowing runes were rapidly dimming. All the attacking experts had already condensed their heavenly Dao crowns. As a result, their formidable power was taking a toll on the formation, draining its energy reserves at an alarming rate. Now, Guo Ran and Sha Chen began to panic as they couldn't think of a way to kill all of them swiftly. Once they broke through the barrier, the consequences would be unimaginable. Overwhelmed by the attacks of thousands of experts, the barrier exploded in a sudden burst, unleashing a surge of wild dragon qi. Upon sensing it, those experts descended into a frenzy and charged at Long Chen like hungry wolves, their rationality forsaken. However, just as these wolves were about to touch the dragon scale, one figure after another descended from the heavens with remarkable speed. Like celestial beings, their weapons tore through the void, striking down these experts with unparalleled precision and efficiency. The Dragonblood Legion has arrived. If anyone seeks death, come forth and fulfill your desire. The arrival of these formidable warriors was announced by a chorus of heroic and hot-blooded voices. Chapter 3880 Dragonblood Legion fights all sides. One warrior after another appeared, with a heavenly Dao crown on their heads and golden dragon scales covering their bodies. Like unsheathed swords, their blood qi reverberated through the heavens, and their overwhelming killing intent manifested like a whirlwind. With a single strike, the closest life form to the golden dragon scale was directly hacked in two by a Dragonblood warrior. Crimson blood then spilled down, marking the beginning of a counterattack against their enemies. This Dragonblood warrior roared, feeling as though he had returned to the martial heaven continent and was fighting alongside Long Chen. With this roar, the hot blood that had been slumbering for so long once more ignited. At this moment, the battle wills inside their hearts erupted like volcanoes, and a desire for blood and slaughter rapidly grew. They lived in battle. In battle, they found the true essence of life in their true selves. After all, every single one of them was a warrior who had experienced hundreds of battles. But after ascending to the immortal world, they were like divine weapons covered in dust. Their light was gradually covered. Their days apart from Long Chen were not easy. Every single one of them had gone through a tough time struggling at the bottom level of the cultivation world. Ascending to the immortal world was like starting over. All of them returned to the time before Long Chen, when they were constantly suppressed and squeezed out by others. They had to fight bitterly just to survive. The light that Long Chen had bestowed upon them was no longer visible. After all, their talent and aptitude could only count as average in the immortal world. However, Long Chen had also taught them invaluable lessons that would forever be etched in their minds. One such lesson was to always have a relentless pursuit of strength. No matter what time it was, they would unleash their full power to get stronger. Without resources and talent, they could only go all out. If they were not given any opportunities, they would create them themselves. There were no excuses to be lazy. They would not submit to the cruelty of reality, nor would they give up in despair. In order to reunite with the Dragonblood Legion, they cultivated day and night, not daring to slack in the slightest. In this world, they had to create a path for themselves at all costs, even if they had to spill their blood to do so. All that pain and suffering did not make them collapse. It only made them tougher, sharper. They were like dragons that had survived through the crushing weight of the depths. While accumulating power, they were waiting to find Long Chen. Now, they had finally found him, and in an instant, the sand covering the sharp blades was blown apart. These divine weapons finally unleashed their sharpest light. After the suffering of this time, they were ground and sharpened. Now, with the dragon blood and heavenly Tao crowns, they possessed unimaginable power. Dragonblood warriors roared in unison, causing the stars above the heavens to shake because of their overflowing battle will. It was a roar that caused even gods and devils to feel uneasy. When the Dragonblood warriors charged out, those lifeforms aiming for the golden dragon scale were like sheep waiting for slaughter. As packs of wolves descended upon them, mercilessly rending their flesh, the air became a chaotic flurry of broken bodies and weapons, scattered in disarray. However, some of those broken weapons were from the Dragonblood warriors. Most of them had been very poor. So, their weapons were no good, unable to compete with the weapons of the elites. Their old weapons shattered upon impact. Fortunately, the dragon blood battle armor was always their strongest weapon, and the dragon scale served as their strongest armor. With their bare hands, they directly crushed the divine weapons of their enemies. The exhilarating sensation of slaughtering formidable foes caused their hot blood to surge. They then reveled in the feeling of effortlessly sweeping through their enemies, unmatched and unrivaled once more. Even without proper weapons, the Dragonblood warriors were so powerful that not one of their enemies was capable of enduring a single blow from them. Guo Ran and Sha Chen rejoiced, filled with delight as they witnessed their immense power. The Dragonblood Legion was finally back, no longer merely the number 1 legion of the martial heaven continent, but now the greatest legion throughout the 9 heavens. One by one, the Dragonblood warriors emerged, soaring through the air with unstoppable force. They had awakened from their seclusion. Each of them had condensed a heavenly Tao crown and had also absorbed the dragon blood, further strengthening their power. 100, 200, 300, with time, more and more Dragonblood warriors arrived, halting the frenzied charge of these lifeforms. They were all stopped before reaching the golden dragon scale. However, even more lifeforms were coming in relentless waves, driven by their thirst for more resources. It was evident that they had taken everything within their own treasure lands, which compelled them to go out in search of fresh resources to exploit. They were from various races. Some of them arrived in waves numbering in the hundreds, while others came in groups of tens of thousands. Seeing the dragon corpses, they immediately charged over to absorb the primal chaos chi. But when they saw the golden dragon scale unleashing a heavenly pillar of primal chaos chi, they went crazy, charging over like lunatics. Defensive formation. Sha Chen shouted out orders, directing the warriors. Somehow, those lifeforms seemed crazy, seemingly willing to bite a chunk of Long Chen's flesh even if they had to die in the process. Boss, Sha Chen and Guo Ran widened their eyes in surprise. They took notice of the dragon scale beneath Long Chen, which had begun to undergo a transformation. It shrank and shrank until it was just 3 meters wide. Intriguingly, the dragon scale started to flex and curve, slowly wrapping around Long Chen like a protective shell, resembling an egg in shape. The egg was translucent, so everyone could see countless strands resembling tubes entering Long Chen's body. When the connection formed, his body also became translucent. They could see a mystical rune on the dragon scale fragmented, its pieces assimilating into his body. When Sha Chen saw that mystical rune, his heart shook. It was definitely the dragon scale's innate divine ability rune. If Long Chen could assimilate this rune, he would be able to use its divine ability. After seeing it, Sha Chen understood why those lifeforms were going so crazy. If they shattered the egg, those runes would become masterless items that they could fight over. Anyone who wasn't an idiot knew that this dragon scale had a shocking origin. Its innate runes could completely change a person's fate, so how could they not go insane? The golden egg had a total of 8 such runes. Long Chen was absorbing the first one right now, but the absorption rate was very slow. Seeing this, those lifeforms grew even more frantic. Not good. More and more enemies will be arriving soon. Tens of thousands of experts were still assaulting the blockade of the Dragonblood warriors. Although their defenses were rock solid, this information was still worrisome. The enemies would be stronger figures that had spent more time absorbing primal chaos chi before coming. Furthermore, some people were still eyeing the situation. If any hidden experts made a move, that would be even more trouble. They were all waiting for the defenses of the Dragonblood Legion to weaken. The presence of Ji Wuming, Shi Yong, and Wang Tianya was also a great concern. Their heavenly Dao crowns were gradually taking shape, and they might finish condensing them at any moment. Suddenly, the space in the distance collapsed and a middle-aged figure appeared with hundreds of thousands of experts, charging over with furious killing intent. When Sha Chen and Guo Ran saw that middle-aged man, their expressions instantly changed. Silver Moon City's Lord, Chapter 3881 Malevolent Spirit Possession. Silver Moon City's Lord had come with hundreds of thousands of experts. Seeing Long Chen inside the egg, he smiled sinisterly. Enemies truly meet often. Ignorant brat, you'll finally pay the price for your ignorance. Even if you found the treasure, you'll only end up offering it to others. The city lord's figure swayed, and he suddenly shot at Long Chen. Old fellow, if you want to touch my boss, you'll have to get past me first. Guo Ran appeared in front of the city lord, wielding his dual sabers. HMPH, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. You don't know your own power. The city lord sneered as he slowly extended his hand. A gleaming silver sword materialized within his grasp. With a swift yet deliberate motion, he raised the sword high above his head, causing divine radiance to erupt from its blade. After that, he slashed it at Guo Ran. As he launched his attack, a powerful manifestation burst into existence, taking the form of a silver crescent moon that arched forward like a hook. The glow emanating from it should have carried an aura of holiness and sacredness, yet an inexplicable sinister aura tainted it. Guo Ran's dual sabers clashed directly with the city lord's sword, resulting in an explosive collision. A dazzling mix of silver divine radiance and golden blood chi then burst forth from the impact. The city lord's body trembled involuntarily as he was affected by the force of the collision. On the other hand, Guo Ran was hurtled backward into the distance. The space behind rippled as he passed through it, indicating the terrifying force that had struck him. Despite the tremendous impact, the city lord was shocked to see Guo Ran remain unscathed. He didn't even cough up a drop of blood. However, deep inside, Guo Ran was not in a good state. The forceful strike had thrown his blood chi into chaos, and he found himself unable to gather his power again. That was a very dangerous state, as he needed to quickly regain control of his body. That attack was truly terrifying. Interesting. A weak person who somehow manages to control power 1,000 times beyond their capabilities. But so what? You are still a mantis futilely trying to stop a chariot. Only death awaits you, sneered the city lord. Big words. You, a divine venerate, have lived tens of thousands of years longer than I have, but you still have the face to brag about bullying a youngster. Your face is thicker than Silver Moon City's walls, retorted Guo Ran. Guo Ran was both shocked and infuriated by the city lord's mocking words. His dragon blood energy was as vast as a sea, and his power could topple the heavens. However, he was in a miserable state right now. The majority of his combat power resided within his battle armor, so the sudden surge of his bloodline power actually rendered his once ideal battle armor inadequate. After all, the runes inscribed in his armor were adjusted to his previous power level and couldn't swiftly keep up with such an increase in power. As a result, he found himself unable to use his battle armor properly. His battle armor had been like perfectly fitting shoes, but now that his feet were too big, his battle armor couldn't match his requirements anymore. He would have to inscribe new runes so that the two were a good match once again. The current Guo Ran was like running barefoot. Perhaps such a thing wouldn't be a problem for others, but to Guo Ran, who was used to wearing his perfect shoes, it was not a good situation to be in. If Guo Ran could get some time to adjust his armor, he would definitely be much stronger and wouldn't need to care about this city lord. Most infuriating to Guo Ran, however, was the audacity of this city lord. The latter had lived for so many years but had the gall to put on arrogant airs in front of him. The city lord seethed with anger at Guo Ran's words, unable to deny the truth behind them. As the lord of Silver Moon City, he had indeed lived for countless years and boasted a cultivation base 2 major realms above Guo Ran's. Thus, he had no qualifications to mock Guo Ran. In the same realm, he wouldn't have been a match for Guo Ran. All you do is spout empty words. Die. The city lord stepped forward, shooting toward Guo Ran like a bolt of silver lightning, not giving him a chance to recover. However, just as his silver sword was about to strike Guo Ran, a large runic shield appeared in front of him. As a result, the attack only caused that shield to shatter. A scholarly man then appeared in front of him. Sha Chen had rushed over and blocked the city lord's attack. When the runic shield shattered, it erupted like a beautiful firework, sending silver light into the sky. The city lord's pupils constricted in astonishment. Sha Chen had dissipated his power into the sky without receiving even a bit of backlash. Such a marvelous technique was unlike everything he had ever witnessed throughout his long years of existence. At this moment, he put away any arrogance he had. Whether it was Guo Ran or Sha Chen, neither was capable of giving him a threatening feeling. But the fact that they could easily block his attacks made him feel wary. Go kill Long Chen. The city lord waved his sword to his people. As soon as he did that, Silver Moon City's hundreds of thousands of experts flooded toward Long Chen. Amongst them were two divine venerates with shocking auras. They were the city lord's left and right hands, and their power was second only to him. The two of them were charging ahead of everyone else. At this moment, two kinds of runes flowed on top of their bodies, and peculiar sounds emanated from their manifestations, reminiscent of the roars of ancient beasts. Seeing this scene, Sha Chen and Guo Ran were greatly shocked. Both of these divine venerates, who had joined the fray, were double supremes with supreme blood and supreme bones. If the two of them were double supremes, then the city lord had to be a double supreme as well. In other words, the current city lord had yet to use his full power. As a result, both Sha Chen and Guo Ran panicked. If they were to stop those two double supremes, no one would be there to stop the city lord. Just as the two of them were at their wits' end, two figures appeared and blocked the two double supremes. It was Li Qi and Song Mingyuan. The two of them had woken up just now and came charging over. Earth energy, malevolent spirit possession. When a giant beast appeared behind each of them, an ominous aura unfurled, accompanied by a low growl that reverberated through the air. It felt as though a bloodthirsty beast had set its sights on its prey. A rod appeared in both of their hands, enhanced by flowing runes on top. When the two beasts were drawn into their rods, the runes unleashed a burst of light. The next moment, with a resounding crash, Li Qi and Song Mingyuan smashed the rods at the two double supremes. Seeing this scene, the two double supremes felt as if a death god had locked onto them. With a howl, they also took out their weapons. Boom, boom. Upon collision, both of their weapons exploded and they shot back like shooting stars. They couldn't even receive a single attack from Li Qi and Song Mingyuan. Profound earth energy. The city lord's expression changed, reflecting a mix of concern and alarm. It was evident that both of his subordinates had suffered a significant injury. At this moment, the silver moon in his manifestation spun. When two different kinds of runes appeared in his manifestation, his aura instantly grew multiple times, becoming violent to the extent of shaking the world. His aura was now several times greater than those two double supremes. Try to receive my attack if you dare. The city lord snorted, his sword slashing through the air again. This time, the power of his sword was condensed to the pinnacle. As a result, a thin cut was left in the void, looking like a blade cutting paper. Sha Chen's expression changed as he realized that he couldn't disperse this attack's power. Unexpectedly, a spear tore through the void, blocking this highly condensed attack. The collision produced a whirlwind of power that blew through this world. A large figure then appeared within this shattered space, his bald head illuminating the scattered runes. When he showed up, his aura was like that of an ancient beast and his hunter-like eyes were eyeing his prey. The awe-inspiring attack from the city lord was unable to shake his figure. The Dragonblood Legion's first captain, Ji Yuyong, is here to exchange a few pointers. Chapter 3882 10,000 Dragons Roar at Heaven and Earth. When Ji Yuyong appeared, he was different from the other Dragonblood warriors, and it wasn't just because of his astonishing blood chi. His golden scales all had different runes in them. Each of his runes was like an erupting volcano, with violent power exploding out of them. Moreover, his power seemed to be limitless, to the extent that his aura even shocked the city lord. Ji Yuyong, with just a spear, stopped the city lord, like a mountain blocking the path of a river. Even with the city lord's mighty aura, he was still shaken by Ji Yuyong. Ji Yuyang's spear was blocking the city lord's silver sword. Both of their divine weapons creaked as they fought against each other. As a result, sparks and ripples were spreading in every direction. The clash was so intense that Guo Ran and Sha Chen were stunned. When did Ji Yu Yang become so terrifying? Wielding his spear with one hand, he easily stopped the city lord. It seems that Ji Yu Yang ran into his own opportunity during this time, sighed Sha Chen. Ji Yu Yang had always been a power fighter. In the Dragonblood Legion, other than Long Chen and Wild, his power was the greatest. Hence, now that he had undergone the baptism of the dragon blood and had condensed a heavenly Dao crown, his dragon blood battle armor far exceeded other people's. Brothers, you're not suited to solo fights. Leave him to me. Now that the Dragonblood Legion has gathered again, you have more important tasks to do. Ji Yu Yang turned around and glanced at the two of them, a warm and emotional smile gracing his lips. Everyone was reunited at last. It seemed like an eternity since their last encounter. They had so much to share, yet so little time to do so. All their profound emotions could only be expressed through meaningful gazes. Boss Ji Yu Yang is mighty. We'll leave this to you. Guo Ran laughed and flashed him a thumbs up. Between brothers, there was no need to say so many words. Just a single gaze was enough. Guo Ran and Sha Chen were in charge of commanding the entire Dragonblood Legion. While Guo Ran served as the general, Sha Chen was the formation master. Their primary strength lay in guiding the Dragonblood Legion's power, enabling them to unleash their greatest potential. Hence, engaging in individual combat really wasn't their forte, so they directly returned to the Dragonblood Legion's formation. Their objective was to consolidate the Dragonblood Legion's forces and ensure everyone acted as a cohesive unit, tightly bound together like an unyielding rope. Do you think you can block me? Dream on. The city lord seethed with anger, feeling deeply underestimated. His grip on the sword tightened, causing it to quiver. Boom! With an explosive sound, both of them retreated a few steps. No, I'm not going to block you, I'm going to kill you. This year, I've gone through trials of blood and fire, through pain that others cannot imagine. It was all for today, so that my power would be able to match my status as the first captain of the Dragonblood Legion. Boss often said that even going all out, you might not see results. But you cannot be discouraged because it just means that the time hasn't come yet. On the other hand, if you don't focus on improving yourself because you're waiting for some opportunity, then you won't have the power to grasp that opportunity. You'll only be able to watch as it slips away. That's why I spent day and night cultivating during this time, to the point that my master couldn't bear to watch me. My master even thought that I became bedeviled multiple times due to my fanaticism. But I firmly believed that my boss would be right, that my efforts would be repaid. Today, I've finally grasped this opportunity and completely transformed. As for you, you are simply the stepping stone to my return as the first captain of the Dragonblood Legion, said Ji Yu Yang calmly, his gaze fixed upon the city lord. Within his eyes, golden runes were flickering, representing two distinct dragon marks. Just keep talking like a madman. Do you think you can stall for time? How absolutely naive. The city lord didn't understand what Ji Yu Yang was saying. So, with a cold snort, the two kinds of runes in his manifestation merged together, forming a chain that wrapped itself around his silver moon manifestation. As two different currents of power merged, the crescent silver moon emitted a blazing light. The city lord's aura began to slowly rise like the tide. Although it wasn't rising very quickly, it seemed limitless. Everyone, go all out. Don't give them any chance to breathe, shouted the city lord. He once more attacked Ji Yu Yang with his silver sword. You're the naive one. In the 10,000 dragon devil nest, I experienced the pain of 10,000 dragons, devouring my soul, tempering my spirit. Within the 10,000 dragon pool, I experienced the pain of 10,000 dragons digging into my heart, tempering my body. I brushed against death multiple times, and all I was lacking was an opportunity. Now, the moment I have been waiting for has arrived. I have not only merged with the essence blood of the immemorial Dragon King but also its soul essence and undying will. Today marks my triumphant comeback as the first captain of the Dragonblood Legion, and you merely serve as my first blood. If I fail to kill you, how can I fit to be the Dragonblood Legion's first captain? How would I have the face to follow my boss? Ji Yu Yang's voice gradually intensified, resonating like a mighty dragon cry echoing throughout the 9 heavens, causing countless people to feel their ears ringing and their heads throbbing as if on the verge of splitting open. Brothers, I, Ji Yu Yang, have returned. I vow to not let you down anymore. The history of the martial heaven continent shall not repeat itself. I, Ji Yu Yang, finally have the power to block the wind and rain for you. Ji Yu Yang's voice quivered with a mixture of anger and sorrow, reflecting the profound helplessness caused by the devastating losses on the martial heaven continent. The memories of Ku Jianying, the old man, Ling Yunzi, and the other seniors who had fallen one by one weighed heavily on his heart. The sacrifices made by his brothers were killing him inside, akin to a venomous viper sinking its fangs into his very core. It was this pain that had driven him to cultivate like a madman. It was masochistic, but only by making himself feel pain could he feel a bit of peace. He refused to experience the same sense of powerlessness again. Thus, he forced himself to get stronger with every passing moment. It was now that the fury in his heart finally had a place to be unleashed. 10,000 dragons roar at heaven and earth. As Ji Yu Yang roared, his manifestation burst into existence. Dragons appeared behind him in a 10,000 dragon diagram. Those 10,000 dragons roared together, their dragon cries resounding throughout every corner of heaven and earth. His dragon scales trembled with great intensity, each one having a rune grow on it. Upon closer inspection, they appeared to be miniature dragons. When Ji Yu Yang raised his spear again, an overwhelming tremor shook the world. With unwavering determination, his spear stabbed forward, backed by the roar of 10,000 dragons. At this moment, this spear seemed to come from the depths of hell. The city lord was horrified to find that he was locked down by this terrifying attack. Chapter 3883 Malevolent Spirit Devours Souls. The current Ji Yu Yang was like a real draconic lifeform. As the image of the 10,000 dragons roared in his manifestation, his killing intent erupted. His spear then mercilessly stabbed toward the city lord, locking him down fully. The city lord's cultivation base was 2 major realms above Ji Yu Yang's. So, whether it was in terms of mental energy and spiritual strength, he far outclassed Ji Yu Yang. According to reason, it should be impossible for Ji Yu Yang to lock him down. However, Ji Yu Yang relied on his towering blood qi to suppress heaven and earth, using the most barbaric and unreasonable method to lock the city lord down. Ignorant brat, you dare! At this moment, the city lord was shocked and enraged. As the ruler of Silver Moon City, he had only solidified his position after slaying countless lifeforms. So, it was his first time being looked down upon by a junior. Without hesitation, he unleashed a surge of silver energy with his sword, clashing with Ji Yu Yang head-on. This confrontation was very simple and direct. As the silver light collided with the golden blood qi, the world underwent a transformation, awash in a captivating blend of gold and silver hues. The impact of their collision tore the void apart, and waves of energy surged through the heavenly daos, creating ripples that reverberated across the world. What a terrifying physical body! A life form from the dragon mammoth race cried out in shock. It too possessed an incredibly terrifying physical body, but its power could not compare to Ji Yu Yang's. Ji Yu Yang and the city lord clashed and once more retreated. In this exchange, neither of them had any advantage. With a light swing of his sword, the city lord created a blooming sword flower. Like a venomous serpent, his blade lashed out at Ji Yu Yang from every angle. This assault contained a myriad of variations, each strike infused with incredible malevolence. However, Ji Yu Yang didn't even look at this technique, his rumbling spear simply swinging through the air. Borrowing the momentum from their last clash, he smashed it at the city lord's head. Seeing this scene, the city lord was taken aback. Ji Yu Yang was clearly intent on dying along with him. A spear had a greater reach, so even though the city lord had attacked first, Ji Yu Yang's spear would definitely reach him before the sword landed. Knowing that Ji Yu Yang's spear would erupt with formidable force once it struck him, the city lord didn't dare to receive the terrifying attack with his body. As a result, his sword spun through the world, turning from a thrust to a downward slash. With perfect precision, his sword tip struck the point on Ji Yu Yang's spear that was the hardest to control, 2/3 of the way forward. Overwhelmed by the force, the city lord's sword yielded under the strain, visibly bending, and his body quivered in response. With a grunt, he was blown away. In the end, the city lord still underestimated Ji Yu Yang's attack. He had hoped to resolve Ji Yu Yang's attack with a special technique and then counterattack. However, due to switching from offense to defense so suddenly, he was at a disadvantage. After all, Ji Yu Yang's power was too condensed. Unable to properly disperse it, his power directly invaded the city lord's body through his sword, almost making him cough up blood. While the city lord was enraged, he also felt a burst of fear. Just now, he had thought about taking Ji Yu Yang's attack in order to eliminate him. However, if he had truly done that, he wouldn't have just risked being injured. An attack with such highly concentrated power would have wiped his Yuan spirit out along with his body. If you're so afraid of death, you'll definitely die today. Sigh, you don't even believe in yourself. No one can save you, sneered Ji Yu Yang. He then stamped on the air, shooting toward the city lord with his spear in hand. Hearing this, the city lord was incensed. Ji Yu Yang's words were like poison arrows piercing his heart. This evaluation was an insult. Ignorant fool, who do you think you are to dare teach a lesson to me? Shouted the city lord, while quivering in rage, his sword danced and thousands of sword images slashed toward Ji Yu Yang. Ji Yu Yang repeatedly blasted apart his attacks. Engaged in an intense fight, the two combatants unleashed torrents of wild qi, causing heaven and earth to tremble, as if on the verge of collapse. However, the two of them were relatively evenly matched. Golden blood qi and silver light repeatedly clashed, producing rumblings as if the laws of the heavenly Taos could not contain their power. This shocking battle left countless onlookers astounded, their jaws dropping in sheer disbelief. An immortal king is fighting a divine venerate, and the latter is a double supreme at that. Amidst the battle between Ji Yu Yang and the city lord, a sudden and thunderous explosion shook the air, seizing everyone's attention. A blood mist then filled the air. Intrigued by the sudden turn of events, they turned toward the source of the commotion and saw a shocking scene. They just barely managed to see an elder being blasted apart by Li Qi's rod. That elder was the city lord's left hand. After his body was destroyed, his Yuan spirit fled in terror. He had never dreamed that he would encounter such a terrifying youngster here. He had only managed to receive 3 blows before his physical body was unable to endure. City lord, save me. Even as he begged for aid, he didn't realize that his respected city lord was in an intense battle with Ji Yu Yang and had no time to bother with him. Malevolent spirit devours souls. After destroying his physical body, Li Qi didn't continue to attack, not even raising his rod. Instead, he formed hand seals, and that malevolent spirit figure behind him opened its mouth. That figure was like an ominous devil. When it opened its mouth, it revealed countless sharp teeth. Having lost his physical body, the assistant of the city lord suddenly felt a powerful suction drag him back. Even as he fled, space seemed to retreat and his Yuan spirit was slowly pulled toward a sinister mouth. He struggled with all his might, but he was only dragged closer and closer to that mouth, causing him to despair. Regretfully, all his struggles were useless. He was still sucked into that mouth. When that mouth closed, everyone saw his Yuan spirit collapse, devoured. The malevolent spirit's mouth then wriggled a bit as if it was chewing. Its crocodile-like eyes actually lit up as if it was enjoying the taste. Just then, the other assistant to the city lord screamed miserably. He wasn't even done begging for help before he was devoured by the other malevolent spirit. His physical body instantly exploded and blood mist came out of its mouth, his Yuan spirit directly swallowed. At this moment, the left and right hands of the city lord, 2 double supreme divine venerates, were slain just like that. Everyone was shocked. Were these people all monsters? As for the army of hundreds of thousands of experts that the city lord had brought with him, they were dumbfounded. Their city lord was now blocked by someone, while his 2 assistants were already slain. Having reached the Dragonblood Legion and seeing their murderous gazes, they instantly began to sweat. Li Qi and Songming Yuan formed hand seals, and the 2 big malevolent spirits behind them suddenly exploded, transforming into millions of smaller malevolent spirits that swarmed over the Silver Moon City's army. Chapter 3884 World Extermination Palm. Someone cried out. When millions of malevolent spirits swarmed over them, sharp pain racked their Yuan spirits. Moreover, they all had a bad feeling. An intense sensation of terror made them instinctively want to flee. Suddenly, heads began to explode. Their Yuan spirits were sucked out by a mysterious force and devoured by those malevolent spirits. Countless bodies crashed to the ground, creating a harrowing scene. However, people noticed that those who perished had weak Yuan spirits. Only people with weak souls had their Yuan spirits forcibly ripped out. Those with powerful Yuan spirits felt pain, but they were not substantially harmed. "Don't be afraid, work together and charge out," shouted one of them. Following his orders, the experts of Silver Moon City gathered. They prepared to charge out of this encirclement. However, the Dragonblood warriors didn't chase them. After all, They had to guarantee Long Chen's safety. As long as these experts stopped attacking him, everything was fine. Suddenly, the earth exploded and two giant hands reached out of the ground. Each palm depicted an image of a giant malevolent spirit. World extermination. Palm. Li Qi and Song Ming Yuan shouted in unison, and those giant hands immediately slammed together like swatting a mosquito. Swiftly, the two hands covered the sky, leaving the Silver Moon City's experts unable to react as they were crushed. Then the world became silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. Those two hands were like soaring mountains, boundlessly large, giving off an incomparably shocking feeling. People then saw fresh blood slowly pouring out of the two palms. Within the blood, special runes could be seen giving off various energies. That blood, the supreme blood, slowly merged into the earth, dyeing the land red. Everyone was silent, terrified by this attack. Looking at those hands, they shivered uncontrollably. When the hands slowly opened, people only saw some specks on them but not a single corpse. Hundreds of thousands of experts were slain just like that, leaving behind no corpse or Yuan spirit. In such a solemn situation, Li Qi and Song Ming Yuan suddenly clapped their hands in the air, causing everyone to jump. Just as they thought that the two were preparing some big move again, they realized that it was nothing more than a celebration of their victory. This technique had each of them controlling one hand, yet they executed the task perfectly. It was such flawless cooperation. Both of them were earth cultivators and had the same master. As a result, their combination technique was also flawless, stunning everyone. After seeing this scene, anyone else attacking the Dragonblood Legion fled for their lives. The only ones still fighting were Ji Yuyong and the City Lord. However, the City Lord was incensed at the moment. He had brought all the elites of Silver Moon City to fight for more primal chaos chi, but most of them were dead now. All of you can die. The City Lord let out a powerful roar, causing the silver moon in his manifestation to appear on his forehead. He was absorbing the manifestation into his body, resulting in it being enveloped in a radiant silver light. In an instant, his aura surged, doubling in strength. The next moment, he unleashed 18 sword attacks at once. However, Ji Yuyong forcibly received all of them and continued to force the City Lord back step by step. In the air, both sword chi and spear images raged ferociously, accompanied by the echoes of dragon cries that shook the sky. The 10,000 dragons in Ji Yuyang's manifestation seemed to come to life, starting to move. With each motion, dragon chi flowed into Ji Yuyang's body, causing his scales to ripple like the tide. His power then intensified crazily, growing beyond measure. You are the only one who's going to die. Do you want to absorb the surrounding primal chaos chi to fully merge your supreme blood and supreme bone? Keep dreaming, sneered Ji Yuyong. The power of 10,000 dragons flowed within his body, bestowing him with endless power. His spear danced in the air. The City Lord was shocked, never expecting this bald fellow to possess such power. Unbeknownst to him, Ji Yuyong had cultivated a secret art of the dragon race. As a result, on his own, he had absorbed almost half of that immemorial Dragon King's essence blood. Ji Yuyong had also assimilated fragments of that Dragon King's divine abilities. Though incomplete, it was enough to benefit him. With these fragments, he swiftly grasped certain divine abilities that had previously eluded his understanding. Because of the secret art of the dragon race, the essence blood of 10,000 dragons was flowing within Ji Yuyang's body. He had suffered unimaginable pain to absorb them, but to actually control them was another matter. That was because every dragon had its own will. It was very difficult to merge them all. However, after absorbing the essence blood of the immemorial dragon king, with its might, the essence blood of the other dragons could only submit. So, for the first time, Ji Yuyong was capable of controlling the full might of 10,000 dragons. Even the full power attacks of the City Lord didn't make him take a single step back. On the other hand, he was suppressing the City Lord. The City Lord felt like he might explode in rage. He had gone through 3 treasure lands on his way here and had absorbed a huge amount of primal chaos chi. If he could absorb the primal chaos source where Long Chen was, he would definitely be able to merge his supreme blood and supreme bone. The City Lord had indeed missed the best timing to merge his supreme blood and supreme bone, but that did not mean that it was impossible. Even though he had become a divine venerate, he could still merge the two. The only requirement was an astronomical quantity of primal chaos chi, tens of thousands of times more than what a normal person needed. For this one chance, he had waited tens of thousands of years. But then, On the verge of his success, some hateful bald fellow just had to block his path. This was his final chance, and if he missed it, he would no longer have any chance of merging them in his lifetime. If he couldn't fully merge his supreme blood and supreme bone, he would never be a true double supreme, forever incapable of unleashing the full potential of a double supreme. Thus, he urgently needed more primal chaos chi. But it wasn't just him. All the supremes in the 3,000 worlds wanted to absorb as much of it as possible. Ji Yu Yong perfectly blocked the city lord. No matter how the city lord tried, Ji Yu Yong remained steadfast and unyielding. Frustrated, the city lord could vent his fury through anguished screams. Just as they were fighting, a mocking voice suddenly pierced through the air, and the sky became shrouded by blood-colored clouds. The great lord of Silver Moon City can't even beat a member of the junior generation, someone who still reeks of his mother's milk. What a joke. Children of the blood race, teach this inferior human race what true power is. Successive experts emerged from within the blood-colored clouds, descending directly upon the Dragonblood Legion. Chapter 3885 Circular Slaughter Formation. At this moment, a battle chariot whistled through the air. A wizened elder was standing in front of it, overlooking the entire battlefield. He was no taller than 5 feet, skinny and small like a shriveled chimp. However, his aura was like the great sea of stars. Just by standing there, the world quivered because of his existence. His aura was even stronger than the city lord's. This was a terrifying expert of the blood race. The laws, the 10,000 Taos, swirled around him, as if linking him to all of heaven and earth. The city lord's expression sank in response to his mocking, but he didn't say anything. He just continued fighting Ji Yu Yong, as if he hadn't heard the provocative words. Seeing him not respond, that elder of the blood race was very pleased. On the war chariot, he ordered the millions of blood race experts to crash down on the Dragonblood Legion. Inferior human race, you are only fit to crawl beneath the mighty blood race. If you don't want to die, then scram, shouted the blood race's elder. In response to his words, 2 giant hands exploded out of the ground, not giving the elder any time to defend himself before being smashed. The impact caused heaven and earth to tremble. That elder along with tens of thousands of the blood race's vanguard were caught within those palms. The hands were closed, yet they continued to quiver as if some immense power was resisting them. This was a competition of power. Explode. A furious howl could be heard from inside. Following that, those 2 hands exploded into flying bits of earth. When the elder flew out of the grasp of those 2 hands, everyone saw that he was in a wretched state. He was covered in blood, and that mighty war chariot of his was gone. Idiot, if you didn't detonate your iron blood war chariot, you'd be dead right now. Your foolishness cost you the lives of tens of thousands of your people. As expected, the blood race really is a low-grade race. The Lord of Silver Moon City took this chance to mock that elder. The 2 were actually mortal enemies, competitors on the same level. Having fought openly and secretly for countless years in the 3,000 worlds, both of them had taken countless casualties among them. As a result, the city lord naturally wouldn't warn him about how powerful these youngsters were. Seeing the elder be so arrogant as to not even activate his protective divine light, the city lord already knew how he would fare. The blood race's elder was infuriated at his losses. Those 2 hands had come too suddenly, and his arrogance had clouded his mind, making him too overconfident and not prepared for combat. If he hadn't detonated this priceless treasure of his, he would be dead now. Only then did the realization dawn upon him as to why the city lord had remained silent in the face of his taunts. It was to make him suffer alongside him. The more he thought of that, the angrier he became. Ignorant junior, you dare to attack this city lord? Die. Blood Domain 10,000 Tao Merger. When the blood race elder's manifestation burst into existence, a blood-colored domain appeared with 2 kinds of twisting runic chains, unfurling violent power in all directions. He was another double supreme divine venerate. A blood-colored spear materialized in his grasp, and with a great force, he stabbed it toward the Dragonblood Legion. The rest of the blood race's army followed behind him like a roaring dragon. A withered monkey also dares to be so arrogant. Have a taste of my rod. Li Qi sneered and stepped forward. When he did so, the malevolent spirit manifestation behind him roared. Li Qi's body shook intensely as his rod clashed with the incoming spear. The impact forced him to stagger backward, taking 3 swift steps. Also, each step resonated with such force that the earth quivered, leaving behind giant footprints. He was dispersing all that power into the ground beneath his feet, and this allowed him to endure less power. As for the Blood Race Elder, he was startled as his blood chi was flipping inside of him. Just as he was shocked, another rod silently attacked him from behind, making his expression change. He had no time to turn around, so he simply swung his spear behind him. Song Mingyuan appeared, and the attack that he had prepared for a long time sent the elder flying. The latter smashed toward the ground like a meteorite. Earth Rock Art. Li Qi then formed hand seals, and the soft earth instantly began to shine, creating a giant millstone, which was sleek and glossy like iron. With just a look, everyone knew that it clearly had shocking hardness. Just then, the elder smashed into its surface. With a heaven-shaking explosion, that giant millstone shattered and smashed deep into the earth. From this, it could be seen just how much force the elder had been struck by. The elder bounced off that hard millstone. In the air, he coughed up 3 mouthfuls of blood. Perhaps Song Mingyuan's attack wouldn't have caused much damage to him if he had simply struck the ground. But when he instead struck that solid stone, there was nowhere for his momentum to dissipate. All of that force simply tore through his body. However, he was truly worthy of being a mighty expert on the level of a city lord. His physical body was frighteningly powerful. If it was anyone else, they would have been like an egg striking rocks just now. Not even their bones would have remained. The 2 giant hands once more appeared. Upon seeing this, the elder's soul almost fled in terror. His blood chi was in chaos right now, and he was unable to concentrate his power. If he was struck by this move again, he would definitely die. Those 2 hands slammed together, but blood chi burst out of the elder's body this time. By the skin of his teeth, he escaped through a crack. He had just escaped when 2 rods smashed toward him, not giving him a chance to recover. Li Qi and Song Mingyuan repeatedly struck him. Although the elder fought with all his power, he was repeatedly forced back. In just a few moves, he was sent flying by a strike to his leg from Li Qi. Song Mingyuan was about to follow up, when another member of the blood race charged over, blocking his attack. He was another double Supreme Divine Venerate. He had been leading the blood race's army's assault on Long Chen, but seeing this elder in crisis, he came to save him. However, blocking Song Mingyuan's attack caused him to cough up blood and be blown back. Clearly, even amongst double Supremes, there were great differences in their power. His power was a far cry from this elder's. The elder finally had a breather. At this point, another 3 elders came charging over, so now 5 double Supreme Divine Venerates were closing in on Li Qi and Song Mingyuan. However, Li Qi and Song Mingyuan's cooperation was flawless. Even against all 5 of them, the 2 were capable of doing both offense and defense. They came and went as they pleased, in control of the tempo of the battle. On the other hand, the 5 of them might lose their lives if they were unexpectedly struck by one of their attacks. With Li Qi and Song Mingyuan holding back the 5 of them, the rest of the blood race's army was pouncing on the Dragonblood Legion. Seeing them flooding over, Sha Chen's eyes were filled with blazing battle intent. Brothers, it's time to find that familiar feeling. Get into the circular slaughter formation. Chapter 3886 respectfully sending you on your way. Following Sha Chen's orders, over 2,700 Dragonblood warriors switched from an absolute defense formation to a killing formation. It was like a closed flower was instantly blooming. Each the inside, the middle, and the outside had 900 Dragonblood warriors, moving back and forth. They were like giant gears spinning, grinding down the blood race's experts. The Dragonblood warriors moved through the battlefield at high speed. Like spinning saw blades, they tore through their enemies. It was the same formation and the same people as before. However, after undergoing through their new life in the immortal world, these Dragonblood warriors were no longer the same. They had experienced trials and pain during this time. Hence, their light was sharper, stronger, and more ruthless than ever. They had even more confidence in themselves now. The blood race had been planning on using their number superiority to instantly crush them. But in the blink of an eye, hundreds of them died. In front of the Dragonblood Legion, they were weaker than sheep and could only be slaughtered. In just a moment, someone realized that things were different from their expectations. They were simply dying on contact. This offensive formation was sharp and unbreakable, something that they couldn't suppress with mere numbers. However, just as they wanted to retreat, they found that there was no leaving once they were in. The surrounding space twisted and the currents outside refused to allow them to escape. Most terrifying of all were the Dragonblood warriors. Like three coiling dragons, they dominated this space. Every group of 900 Dragonblood warriors was its own force, and touching a single one of them was equivalent to touching the combined force of 900 Dragonblood warriors. That power made their enemies despair. The Blood Race's army could only cry, already despairing without any ability to resist at all. They could only watch as they were mercilessly slain. Only the Blood Race experts that had yet to charge into their midst were unaffected by the invisible flows of space. They could flee, but the rest were slain in just a few breaths' time. Millions of experts were crushed in the blink of an eye, and only over 100,000 survived. Right now, the Blood Race's experts were dumbfounded and terrified. Their current enemies were definitely not humans, but rather devils, monsters, or Death Reapers. After their offensive formation did its part, all the Dragonblood warriors, as well as Sha Chen and Guo Ran, were incredibly excited. Their blood was boiling with excitement as they had found again the old feeling of fighting together to their heart's content. For over a year, they had been fighting for themselves. Now, they had all grown stronger, and this newfound strength combined them into a solid, unyielding rope. Even they were amazed and afraid of their new power. The proudest and most emotional of them all was Sha Chen. Just now, he had just divided the Dragonblood warriors into new groups and subdivisions. He then distributed new runes to them and told them to get accustomed to their new positions and the people beside them. Unfortunately, the Blood Race's experts immediately came, and they didn't have any time to practice. But in an instant, they could showcase a staggering level of synergy within their newly formed teams. This achievement filled Sha Chen with an immense sense of pride. Clearly, the Dragonblood warriors were capable of tacitly working together on a profound level. It was as if this synergy had been branded into their blood and souls. A mere gesture or glance could convey unspoken thoughts among them. This tacit cooperation was something that had been tempered through countless life and death battles on the martial heaven continent. It was something that would never fade away. Just as the Dragonblood warriors drove off the Blood Race's army, countless powerful auras emerged, coming from every direction, signifying the arrival of more city lords. Just based on the auras that they could sense, there were at least dozens of them. Ha ha ha, the ancestral dragon scale. A little human wishes to consume the ancestral dragon scale. Don't fantasize like that, this treasure isn't something that you can touch. A boisterous laughter echoed from a member of the beast race, his entire body enveloped in scales with eagle-like wings sprouting from his back. Notably, a long tail, several times the length of his body, extended from his hip region. That thin tail was like a whip, but its tip was a silver-gray bone spur that gave off a chilling sharp light. This was a life form that they had not seen before. His body gave off an immemorial aura, and there were countless demonic beasts behind him. The inferior human race thinks they can touch a sacred object. Hee, humans really do have the greediest hearts. But you'll have to spit out whatever you swallowed. Another commanding voice rang out from an enormous terrifying expert. His bronze skin was covered in runes and his voice was like a drum, capable of shaking people's souls. One expert after another appeared, each possessing auras on par with the Lord of Silver Moon City and the Blood Race's elder. In fact, some of their auras surpassed the two of them. It was unbelievable that dozens of experts on this level would appear at once. Their attention was drawn toward the immemorial dragon corpses, yet their eyes were ultimately fixated on the dragon scale eggshell enclosing Long Chen. Each of them harbored a fervent desire to possess it. These people all came from different powers and races. But they all knew that their primary objective was to break that golden eggshell around Long Chen. Seeing so many terrifying experts appear at once, Ji Yuyong, Li Qi, Song Mingyuan, and the others hastily pulled back and prepared to face them. How laughable. Seeing this scene, that unknown life form with the long tail sneered. His tail then whipped through the air in a strange arc at Ji Yuyong. With a forceful stomp, Ji Yuyong created two ripples in the void. The world trembled as a result, and in this exchange, that unknown life form was blown far into the distance by Ji Yuyong. So the human race actually produced someone on this level. But it means nothing as I will not give you any chance to grow. All of you will die today. Another powerful expert charged forward, immediately launching a sharp killing blow right at the start. You're the ones who are going to die. Once boss comes out, not one of you will live to escape. Roared Ji Yuyong while stabbing his spear forward. Due to just having fought off the other life form, Ji Yuyong was at a disadvantage here. This time, he was the one blown back. Heaven Earth Spirit, shield heaven and earth. All of a sudden, the earth rippled under the command of Li Qi and Song Mingyuan. With great coordination, they quickly summoned a thick earthen wall, effectively blocking those experts outside. However, that wall was forcibly blown apart. "They're not going to give us time to strengthen it," shouted Song Mingyuan. Before the earth wall's power was fully condensed, it was already shattered. It couldn't block the attacks of this many experts. Inferior human race, priceless treasures aren't something that you can touch. As the earth wall shattered, a figure flew through, seemingly teleporting right before the Dragonblood warriors. Wearing a fierce smile, he swiftly formed hand seals, causing blood-red light to condense in his hands. A horrifying pressure quickly spread from his body, infecting the surroundings. "Inferior, are you talking about yourself?" An icy voice rang out at this moment, accompanied by a sword that slashed through the air. Just like that, sword chi sliced through this figure from the crown of his head to his crotch, cleaving his body in two. A subtle quiver coursed through his now divided body, his expression contorting into one of sheer terror. Following that, his body slowly fell apart, two halves falling to the ground. Even the light that he had just condensed in his hand was perfectly split in two like a neatly cut up fruit. As his body and divine light were impeccably severed in two, the true form of a handsome man was revealed on the other side. With starry, cold eyes, he stood resolute, his presence exuding an air of icy detachment. Long Chen's subordinate, the Dragonblood Legion's fourth captain, Yu Zifeng, is here to respectfully send you on your way. After saying that, Yu Zifeng stepped forward. His sword slashed toward another City Lord level expert who had just charged forward. Chapter 3887 Unrivaled Sword Cultivator. Yu Zifeng's arrival instantly revitalized the Dragonblood Legion. He was a peerless sword cultivator. Even Long Chen had personally admitted that in terms of pure attack power, Yu Zifeng was number one in their legion. At this time, Yu Zifeng's robes fluttered gently along with his black hair. With a sword in his hand, he was walking gracefully through the air. He appeared the same as back then. However, his aura had changed. It was sharper and fiercer, no longer reserved, just like an unsheathed sword. Even the 10,000 daos would be cut apart by his sharpness. When his sword fell, there were no ripples in the void, no awe-inspiring explosions. It looked just like a simple sword, but it cut apart the laws of the cosmos and shattered the boundaries of spacetime. People's perception itself even seemed to falter, as if heaven and earth had been cut apart, leaving their senses disoriented. That expert before him cried out in shock. Sword cultivator. Every expert wished to avoid facing sword cultivators the most. They were the most unfathomable existences with unmatched power. As the world's most illogical existence, their killing power couldn't be judged by cultivation base and realm. Furthermore, there were huge differences between sword cultivators. An ordinary sword cultivator might only count as above average amongst others in the same realm. In a clash in the same realm, that sword cultivator would only have a higher chance of victory. However, there were also some absolutely terrifying existences amongst sword cultivators. They were able to disregard cultivation bases, disregard realm differences, and disregard the very boundaries of the heavenly daos. They were beyond the suppression of the laws, beyond all limitations. When that first expert was slain, his very technique was sliced along with him, leaving countless people horrified. Hence, the next target hesitated for but a single moment, pondering whether to block or flee, when Yu Zifeng's sword mercilessly fell. That expert took out a giant shield at this critical moment. However, his shield had just appeared when his body trembled uncontrollably. The shield was untouched, but he was already cut in two. Countless people were shocked now. That person's shield had clearly appeared in front of him, so why was he killed while the shield was undamaged? Could sword chi kill people through shields? No, that's the power to sever the laws of spacetime. A frightened cry suddenly rang out. Yu Zifeng had indeed not struck that person through the shield. He had first struck that person, and only then did the latter manage to raise this shield. In other words, Yu Zifeng's sword had transcended the limits of spacetime. When they saw Yu Zifeng's movements, it was already after he moved. His sword was above the laws. How can there be such a terrifying sword cultivator? People quivered with fear. Even the city lord level experts were afraid. For him to have transcended laws meant that by the time they saw him raise his sword, they would already be cut in half. Yu Zifeng suddenly took a single step, crossing the gap to strike another expert. Even though this expert was already fleeing, when Yu Zifeng's sword fell, this expert's body was still cut in too far in the distance. The trajectory and angle of Yu Zifeng's attack defied common sense, deviating entirely from his physical position. It was like whenever Yu Zifeng moved his arm, an invisible sword would just fly out and kill his opponent. That strange scene terrified countless people. Sword cultivators were unreasonable, completely illogical. They could not be judged according to the standards of the cultivation world. Yu Zifeng unleashed 3 blows, killing 3 people who were double supreme divine venerates. Moreover, they didn't even have the power to retaliate in front of him. Seeing this scene, the Dragonblood warriors cheered excitedly. These experts were finally afraid and switched to retreat, fleeing like they were avoiding the plague. A man with 1 sword scared off dozens of double supreme divine venerates. That scene was truly astonishing. Use numbers to crush him. Sword cultivators are completely focused on offense. Defense is his fatal weakness, so even an ordinary person's attack can kill him. Attack, shouted one of them, directing his army of hundreds of thousands. Sword cultivators were indeed terrifying. This was known to all. However, their weakness was also not a secret. Everyone knew that sword cultivators could only attack, not defend. The more terrifying the sword cultivator, the more their focus was on offense. That was what made their attacks like an unblockable heavenly blade. However, the heavenly Daos were fair. Such terrifying attack power resulted in a giant hole in their defenses because they sacrificed their defenses for an absolute offense. If they were struck by an attack, they could easily be slain. Hence, in a chaotic battle, if someone could grasp an opening, they could instantly launch a fatal blow. Kill that human brat, all of you, charge. If anyone dares to hold back, I'll kill you myself. The others also gave frantic orders, sending their disciples charging at the terrifying sword cultivator. Following that, those experts clenched their teeth and poured toward Yu Zifeng, crashing toward him like the tide. 10,000 swords execute immortals. Yu Zifeng let out a resounding shout. In that instant, he swiftly formed a seal with his left hand, while simultaneously lifting his right hand with the sword raised high. Like a blooming flower, countless sword images sprang forth, filling the air. After that, millions of sword images quivered before descending like the rain. The sword images instantly enveloped those attackers, tearing through weapons and armor. Nothing could stop them. After this one attack, countless lifeforms fell from the sky. Their bodies had bloody holes in them that didn't look too big, but the fires of their souls were extinguished. The moment they were struck, the will of the sword Tao crushed their souls. The human wave tactic failed, leaving the divine venerates in a state of shock and fury as their people died. This was definitely the most terrifying expert that they had ever seen. He can sever the laws of space-time, and the will of his sword Tao is invincible. Who can stop him? Demanded one of them with a mixture of fury and helplessness. Unless the merge of your bone and blood is complete, the only way to stop him is using a true heavenly Tao crown, which allows you to merge into the heavenly Daos. Only then can you face the ability to sever the laws of space-time, said one of them. However, they were all divine venerates. Although they possessed both supreme blood and supreme bones, at their realm, fully merging them required an enormous amount of primal chaos chi. Since that was the case, compared to these heavenly geniuses in the immortal king realm, they had little chance of actually accomplishing it. A sword cultivator, I want to see if you really are as amazing as the legends say you are. Just then, an arrogant voice rang out. Chapter 3888 Give you 3 moves. His voice resounded like thunder, reverberating through the air. At this moment, a sinister aura covered the entire world, overwhelming it with a violent power that made it hard to breathe. In the distance, a person with a dragon spear emerged. With every step he took, the earth quivered. It was like an immemorial demon god had come. This person was the one who had been here the longest, Long Kenian. He also had a dragon inheritance, and it was from the most treacherous dragon, the crafty ghost fox evil dragon race. The ghost fox evil dragon race was from the same branch as the dark evil dragon and the purgatory evil dragon. The evil dragon race had violent and dark blood flowing in their veins. They were naturally brutal and bloodthirsty. However, they also had their own pride and didn't play sinister schemes. It was only the ghost fox evil dragon that specialized in that. Legend had it that the ghost fox was the emperor race of the foxes in the desolate era. Although they were a beast race, they also possessed the power of the ghost Tao. In a battle against the evil dragon race, they were ultimately wiped out. However, before being annihilated, the ghost fox race laid down a curse, making the evil dragon race pay a terrifying price. It was a curse that would destroy the evil dragon race in the future. At the time, the evil dragon race didn't particularly care about the curse. It was only later, hundreds of thousands of years later, that mutated evil dragons began to appear amongst them. These evil dragons appeared no different from ordinary evil dragons at the start. But once they grew strong, the ghost foxes would awaken within them, and they would betray the dragon race. They were not just powerful, but also crafty. Some ghost fox evil dragons were even sitting in positions of power within the dragon race. Later on, they personally wiped out all their subordinates. Some ghost fox evil dragons might not be in positions of authority, but they secretly caused the deaths of their branch. The evil dragon had millions of branches, and every branch would produce ghost fox evil dragons. Because of them, the evil dragon race took immense losses during this period. In the end, the evil dragon race underwent a major cleansing, slaughtering countless members of their own race with the mark of the ghost fox on them. As a result, the powerful evil dragon race plummeted within the ranks of the dragon race, never to recover. Only at that moment did the evil dragon race come to a grim realization: the ghost fox race's curse was not just a scare tactic. It was merged into their bloodline. As the evil dragon race continued to reproduce, their bloodline was passed down and more mutated evil dragons appeared. They would awaken the curse of the ghost fox, giving them an intense desire to destroy the evil dragon race. The evil dragon race's biggest headache was that there was no way to resolve this curse. The only method was for the sacred dragon's holy light to cleanse their entire race. That would be the only way to fully remove the curse. However, every generation's sacred dragon was a high and mighty emperor. Existences like them did not deign to help the evil dragon race. Thus, the evil dragon race could only set up spies within their ranks to keep an eye on their members, catching any ghost fox evil dragons that were born. Despite that, every tens of thousands of years, a new calamity caused by the ghost fox evil dragons would happen. Every time, a storm of blood followed. Just like the evil dragon was the nightmare of many cultivators, now the ghost fox evil dragon became the nightmare of the evil dragon race. In Long Kenian's youth, he had a lucky encounter and found a ghost fox evil dragon on the verge of death. That ghost fox evil dragon had been hunted down by the evil dragon race's experts. Although it ultimately slaughtered its pursuers, it also was pushed past its limit. Seeing Long Kenian and finding his character was a good match for its sinister and vicious self, it found that despite being human, Long Kenian didn't reject its blood. Hence, it didn't give Long Kenian a chance to decline. It directly transferred its own bloodline power, magical arts, divine abilities, and ghost foxes will into Long Kenian's body. If it weren't for the ghost fox evil dragon being completely out of energy to the point that it couldn't simply take over his body, there was no way that this would have benefited Long Kenian. That ghost fox evil dragon knew that as long as the ghost fox's will was present, Long Kenian would go crazy as soon as he encountered any member of the evil dragon race. That was enough for it. After obtaining the inheritance of the ghost fox evil dragon, Long Kenian's power soared like a shooting star. Not one person could receive a single blow from him in the same realm, and that continued for many years until he encountered Sha Guhong. Only then did his undefeatable legend end. However, Long Kenian refused to accept this loss. In his mind, the reason he lost was because he hadn't fully drawn out all of his potential. His ghost fox evil dragon's supreme blood and supreme bone were in slumber, and he had to obtain enough primal chaos chi to awaken them. However, even after all his efforts, he was barely able to gather any primal chaos chi. With it, let alone merging his supreme bone and supreme blood, he couldn't even awaken his supreme blood, the simplest step. In the end, he sealed himself, waiting for his chance. As Long Chen triggered a change in the heavenly tomb, he caused the treasure lands to open. At the same time, Long Kenian sensed the call of dragon blood. When he came here and saw the sacred dragon scale, he wanted to absorb it, but he was repelled by its divine might. Hence, he couldn't absorb it. However, he found that the thing calling him was one of the immemorial dragons, not the golden dragon scale. To be precise, it was the corpse of a ghost fox evil dragon. Now, he had finished absorbing its essence blood. He was the first to arrive and already had the inheritance of the ghost fox evil dragon. As that immemorial dragon corpse had a high affinity with him, he naturally absorbed it faster than others. Other than that, the ghost fox evil dragon's aura was too special, leaving the others with no way but to absorb the primal chaos chi coming from it. Only he was capable of obtaining its acknowledgement. As he absorbed its essence blood, he also received the nourishment of primal chaos chi. Thus, he had finally achieved his goal and came out to attack Long Chen. Seeing Yu Zifeng blocking the way, making dozens of double supreme divine venerates flee, he directly challenged Yu Zifeng. At this moment, his powerful blood chi shook everyone, and his heavenly Dao crown had two different kinds of runes flowing within it. He has fully merged his supreme bone and supreme blood. He is a true double supreme, cried out a city lord enviously. Only when one had fully merged the bone and blood could one become a true double supreme. Furthermore, the synergy between the two was far from a mere addition, their combined power multiplied exponentially, potentially dozens of times. After all, Long Qian was an immortal king, the optimal realm for this merger. The amount of primal chaos chi that he required was less than 1/10,000th of what a divine venerate required. A true double supreme had finally appeared. At this moment, Long Qian's aura crashed down on everyone. The legends surrounding double supremes left everyone breathless, including the city lords who watched with a mix of anticipation and trepidation. Fortunately, Long Chen was the target, not them. Long Qian pointed his spear at Yu Zifeng. He coldly said, "I'll give you 3 moves. Go ahead and attack." Chapter 3889 Treacherous Long Qian. A giant dragon with foxy eyes appeared in Long Qian's manifestation, looking nefarious. A dragon's eyes were usually circular, but these peculiar ones were long and narrow, its gaze alone containing a dark aura of hatred and maliciousness. It was like those eyes were filled with a desire to destroy the entire world, and people couldn't help being afraid when looking at them. 2 divine radiances intertwined atop this dragon, representing the power of Long Qian's supreme blood and supreme bone. In contrast, others around him were surrounded by 2 kinds of runes as well, yet they remained separate and unable to converge. Within Long Qian's manifestation, however, these 2 energies seamlessly melded together, resembling flowing currents, proof that he had fully merged his supreme blood and supreme bone. At this moment, Long Qian pointed his spear at Yu Zifeng, and his aura emanated a reserved intensity, akin to a crouching tiger waiting to launch the killing blow. Sword cultivators are like unsheathed swords, no one can stop them. As they have severed their path of retreat, they will fearlessly face even the most formidable opponents. They are also willing to face certain death, knowing that to do otherwise would shatter their Dao heart, rendering them unworthy of the title, Sword Cultivator. "So I wonder, do you dare to fight me?" asked Long Qian provokingly. Within the 3,000 worlds, Long Qian was the first to fully merge his supreme blood and supreme bone, and the first thing he did after that was to challenge Yu Zifeng. Brimming with anticipation, everyone looked at Yu Zifeng to see his response. However, Yu Zifeng was just standing there, without a single ripple on his handsome face. His gaze was still calm, seemingly indifferent, as if nothing could shake him. To the surprise of all present, Yu Zifeng gradually sheathed his sword. This unexpected action left everyone in a state of bewilderment. A sword cultivator was said to be the proudest cultivator in this world. They were unafraid of any challenge and cultivated another kind of undefeatable Dao. Hence, they had to maintain a clear Dao heart at all times. Otherwise, if their Dao heart was clouded, they would forever lose the heart of the sword Dao. For someone like Long Qian to challenge him, how could Yu Zifeng possibly decline? However, against all expectations, he actually sheathed his sword. What childish provocations, what crude acting. Do you want me to charge into your obvious trap? Yu Zifeng looked at Long Qian. His gaze was cold, and his voice was even colder. Moreover, those eyes of his were so clear as if they could see through all falsehoods in this world. Upon being stared at like that, Long Qian's heart shuddered. But he managed to maintain a composed expression. So a sword cultivator is simply this. Those legends about a sword god are truly just stories for children. The sword god is a fake covered in dogshit. In an instant, a wave of trepidation washed over the hearts of everyone present as they gazed at Long Qian with sheer horror. It had to be known that while the legend of the sword god had nothing backing it, it was a sacred existence to sword cultivators. Numerous legends circulated about the sword god, each with its own variations. Consequently, many people doubted whether or not the sword god ever existed. But to sword cultivators, the sword god was their faith. To question the sword god was to challenge the core of their faith. As a result, anyone who dared to show disrespect toward the sword god would be hunted down by all sword cultivators. It was considered the gravest blasphemy within their ranks. Had Long Qian gone crazy? No one knew how many terrifying sword cultivators existed within the 9 heavens and 10 lands. He was clearly asking to die. Let alone a little immortal king like him, even divine venerates wouldn't dare to speak like that. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings as all eyes remained fixed upon Yu Zifeng. Much to their astonishment, he remained remarkably composed, devoid of any visible signs of anger. However, his gaze turned even colder, piercing through the onlookers. Though his sword was sheathed, his hand clung firmly to the hilt, a subtle indication of his unwavering readiness. You are a second-rate expert, as true experts disdain using such schemes. My boss said that those who scheme like this lack confidence in themselves. Someone who lacks confidence will waste their energy on thinking up schemes. Thus, some people may appear to be smart schemers, when in reality, they are the epitome of foolishness. On the other hand, some people may look foolish outwardly but possess true wisdom within. You shouldn't have said that. By blaspheming the sword god, you have fully sealed your own fate, leaving me with no choice but to end you. Yu Zifeng looked at Long Kenian apathetically. Kill me, ha ha ha. Long Kenian raised his head like he had just heard the world's funniest joke. Big words. If you have guts, come over here and fight. Let's see what dogshit the blessing of the sword god is. Long Kenian even added further provocation, enraging the Dragonblood warriors. They were all well aware of Yu Zifeng's unwavering faith in the sword god. This Long Kenian's mouth was just too filthy. On the other hand, Yu Zifeng ignored this provocation and slowly closed his eyes. The world turned silent, as if all sound had suddenly vanished, being sucked away without a trace. At the same time, Long Kenian's hair stood on end. His very soul trembled, as though some ancient beast had fixed its gaze upon him. All of a sudden, Yu Zifeng opened his eyes, revealing 2 piercing sword-like runes in them. There was no flowing blood qi, no rumbling of the heavenly Taos, and no manifestation. But all the murderous aura within heaven and earth seemed to gather within Yu Zifeng. Yu Zifeng's sword then came out of its sheath like a dragon cry, filled with a murderous feeling. A ripple of radiant light cascaded forth from the sword, swiftly descending toward its target. Yu Zifeng then moved along with his sword, directing its target not toward Long Kenian, but toward a specific point in front of him to the left. With a heaven-shaking explosion, the void was torn apart, exposing countless chains. They were like a net protecting Long Kenian. What treachery! He set up a trap beforehand. Raged a Dragonblood warrior furiously. Long Kenian had intentionally provoked Yu Zifeng just to make him run into this trap. Those chains were originally invisible, impossible to sense. If it weren't for Yu Zifeng's attack, no one would have noticed their existence. However, when Yu Zifeng's sword struck them, they instantly shattered. In front of Yu Zifeng's sword qi, unbreakable chains were cut through like mustard leaves, incapable of blocking his sword at all. At this moment, Yu Zifeng appeared in front of Long Kenian. He then swung his sword 3 more times, and 3 nets of chains were shattered, startling everyone. Long Kenian was quite the schemer. How had he set up such a trap without anyone noticing it? This trap had escaped everyone else's senses, but not Yu Zifeng's. Just as the final net was destroyed, a spear silently pierced toward Yu Zifeng's back, making everyone jump. Long Kenian had clearly been in front of him. Zifeng, watch out! Sha Chen and the others cried out. Chapter 3890 Unstoppable Sword. Everyone's warning was too late. Yu Zifeng's back was already pierced by that spear. However, to everyone's surprise, after his body was pierced, it dissipated like smoke. A sword then struck the master of that spear from a bizarre angle, exposing it. It was another Long Kenian. A clone art. This clone also dissipated as Yu Zifeng's sword slashed through its fading image. Just as everyone thought that this attack had no effect, they saw blood in the distance. The clone, which had already fled and dodged Yu Zifeng's attack, was still injured by his sword qi. There was a large cut in its chest. Long Kenian's clone roared furiously with a voice that was not human. It was a dragon's roar that contained furious dragon might. So you absorb that dragon's essence, blood and soul, and this clone is a puppet condensed from its dragon soul with your dragon blood as a foundation. As long as your dragon blood continues to exist, it will live forever. But so what? If this is your trump card, you won't survive 3 moves, said Yu Zifeng. He stepped forward, vanishing. His speed seemed to have escaped the limitations of spacetime. People barely saw a glimpse of his sword as it slashed toward Long Kenian. You keep talking big, how shameless. Long Kenian roared furiously. His traps had no effect on Yu Zifan, and he was even looked down upon. This was a huge insult to him. Evil dragon protection, dragon bone golden body. In a sudden eruption of power, golden bone armor burst out of Long Kinian's skin. The bone plates swiftly assembled, enveloping him in complete protection. Every bone plate gave off a terrifying aura, akin to a scaled armor made from world domain divine items. When this armor appeared, his aura instantly erupted to a new level. The supreme bone is summoned as a bone armor. His supreme bone is actually defensive. Every person's supreme bone had different abilities, with some emphasizing offensive prowess while others prioritized defense. Moreover, they had a vast array of attributes, offering endless special abilities. On the other hand, supreme blood was something that could be directly summoned to increase one's power. But the supreme bone could only bring out its true potential once it was merged with the supreme blood as a foundation for its power. The potential for diverse and extraordinary powers seemed limitless. When Long Kinian's bone armor appeared, streaks of lightning appeared in the sky and crashed down upon him. Heavenly lightning tempering armor. A chorus of startled cries rang through the air. It was believed that when powerful magical arts and divine weapons were born into this world, they would inevitably attract the wrath of heavenly lightning. The existence of some supremely powerful armor and armored magical arts would be viewed as a direct challenge to the heavenly Taos and draw down heavenly punishment. If they could not endure the might of the heavenly Taos, they would be destroyed, and the person who tried to summon them would also be slain. At this moment, spears of lightning crashed down with shocking auras. Each of them was practically equivalent to a full power attack of a city lord. However, unexpectedly, those lightning spears would simply explode on contact with this bone armor, unable to cause any damage. After 36 bolts of lightning failed to damage the bone armor, a new layer of resplendent light appeared on it. The bone armor finished the tribulation. It has obtained the approval of heaven and earth. What can possibly break it? A city lord cried out in shock. It was their first time seeing such a terrifying defense. Yu Zifeng was now right in front of Long Kinian's true body, his sword descending with formidable force. At the same time, Long Kinian's clone also attacked Yu Zifeng's back. Startled cries rang out. What was Long Kinian intending? Was he really going to receive Yu Zifeng's attack with his bone armor? If Long Kinian could block Yu Zifeng's attack, then Yu Zifeng would be met with the fatal strike of his clone. But if Long Kinian failed to block it, his true body would be slain while his clone would persist, still capable of killing Yu Zifeng. This was the unique characteristic of a dragon blood clone. It had its own consciousness and could even survive after the true body died. In this situation, regardless of the outcome, it seemed inevitable that Yu Zifeng's fate would be sealed. However, Yu Zifeng showed no sign of giving up. Seeing this, everyone instantly understood that a sword cultivator possessed their own pride and confidence. If Yu Zifeng retreated, it would become a setback to his Tao heart. As a sword cultivator, he couldn't fear death, nor could he do anything to ruin his Tao heart. Long Kinian had taken note of this point before setting up this trap for him. However, Yu Zifeng was still indifferent. Without the slightest ripple in his eyes, his sword slashed toward Long Kinian's head. All of a sudden, Long Kinian made a move. He raised his hand, and to everyone's surprise, a dragon spear appeared in his grasp. The very same dragon spear that was originally held by his clone now resided in his hand. Holding his spear horizontally, he directly clashed with Yu Zifeng's sword. As a result, a wave of sword chi exploded, tearing through heaven and earth, causing a black crack to spread all the way to the end of the world. That black crack continued through Long Kinian's spear and into his body. His bone armor became covered in cracks as well. Long Kinian coughed up blood. In an instant, his bone armor's divine light turned dim, and he was almost slain. Seeing this, the spectators' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. It had to be known that Long Kinian's battle armor hadn't even been shaken by heavenly lightning, showcasing its astonishing defensive powers. But now, it was almost destroyed by one strike of Yu Zifeng's sword. Sword Soul, Long Kinian retreated far into the distance, staring at Yu Zifeng in shock and disbelief. His bone armor was covered in countless cracks, and his dragon spear now had a peanut-sized nick in it. This one blow had almost crushed him alongside his weapon. Yu Zifeng's sword possessed a supreme will, a kind of energy containing his full mind and spirit. It was something that transcended all laws. When Long Kinian blocked that sword, his soul almost crumbled, as if his soul was fleeing for its life. Hence, he was shocked, angry, and terrified. Just now, If he hadn't absorbed his clone's power at the last minute, this attack would have wiped him out of existence. That was the first move. Here comes the second. Yu Zifeng's sword trembled. In a seamless fusion of sword and man, he transformed into a shooting star, shooting toward Long Qinian with unmatchable speed and precision. Chapter 3891 Splitting Sharpness. Yu Zifeng achieved absolute unity with his sword, transcending his physical form. His figure then vanished, leaving nothing but the ethereal embodiment of his sword. When this sword slashed through the air, the 10,000 Daos crumbled in front of it. Long Qinian was engulfed by an extraordinary sense of terror, realizing that he had severely underestimated Yu Zifeng. He had never encountered such a terrifying sword cultivator before. When Yu Zifeng vanished, an inexplicable phenomenon unfolded. In an instant, all presence and existence vanished as well, leaving behind an eerie emptiness. All that remained seemed to be Long Qinian alone, and the sword slashing down upon him seemed completely unstoppable. He actually felt despair well up within him. Long Qinian knew that his will was already suppressed by Yu Zifeng's sword Dao. He had already lost, and the price of loss was death. Ghost Fox Sacrifice. Blood Bone Heavenly Burial. In a sudden surge of blood, crimson streams gushed out of Long Qinian's body. His manifestation then trembled, and the bone plates on his body shifted and stacked on top of each other, transforming him into a giant dragon. This giant dragon was the Ghost Fox Evil Dragon. Long Qinian had actually sacrificed a portion of his supreme blood and supreme bone in order to summon the heroic spirit of the Ghost Fox Evil Dragon. As this Ghost Fox Evil Dragon unleashed a thunderous roar, a wave of unimaginable power swept through the surroundings. Countless individuals experienced excruciating pain as if their heads were splitting apart. Their ears ruptured, causing blood to pour forth, rendering them deaf, unable to hear anything anymore. Evil Dragon Sphere. Long Qinian's face was pale while standing atop the Ghost Fox Evil Dragon's head. As he formed hand seals, his aura merged with the Ghost Fox Evil Dragon. The jaws of the Ghost Fox Evil Dragon opened wide, and within its maw, a colossal sphere began to form. This sphere pulsated with two distinct streams of energy intertwining within it, and the sheer magnitude of this power reverberated through the heavens, causing even the stars themselves to tremble in response. What kind of power is this? Even city lords cried out in shock. They had never seen such a terrifying move before. With a resounding roar, Long Qinian's hand seals changed. He then forcefully slammed his hands on the dragon's head. Instantly, blood-colored marks spread across its massive head, and that sphere shot out with endless destructive energy. Meanwhile, Yu Zifeng was still merged with his sword, his power unwavering. Spots of light appeared on the edge of his sword, resembling a constellation of stars. In front of countless experts, Yu Zifeng pierced into that giant sphere just like that. With a heaven-shaking explosion, that giant sphere was pierced through, sending shockwaves rippling in every direction. Amidst the chaos, a ray of sword chi continued to surge toward the Ghost Fox Evil Dragon. Everyone was stunned by this. Had this terrifying attack stopped Yu Zifeng or not? The sphere of light remained, but Yu Zifeng's sword chi had pierced through it to strike the Ghost Fox Evil Dragon's head. That sphere and the Ghost Fox Evil Dragon's head exploded at the same time, unleashing massive mushroom clouds that billowed into the sky. However, the aftermath lingered, as if time itself had slowed down, gradually dissipating the remnants of the devastating impact. Although that sphere of light had been pierced, Yu Zifeng's attack was incredibly condensed, so it continued to strike the Ghost Fox Evil Dragon at almost the same time. That was why everyone saw two giant mushroom clouds explode at the same time. In the surroundings, fragments of the Grand Dao runes became visible. They also saw heaven and earth torn asunder and wild chi waves surging forth. Countless experts were blown away by these chi waves. Even the city lords were unable to stand at the core of this tempest and were forced to retreat. These astral winds were like blades, forcibly ripping a layer of earth out of the ground. The immense power caused even the surrounding 18 dragon corpses to be blown far into the distance. When the dragon corpses were moved, it revealed the underground primal chaos sources. Observing from above, the scene resembled a circular formation of 18 springwater mouths surrounding the area where Long Chen stood. With the displacement of these 18 dragon corpses, a torrent of boundless primal chaos chi surged forth, filling the surroundings with its raw and untamed energy. Previously, these sources had been suppressed by the dragon corpses and flowed out slower through them. Hence, without any obstruction, the primal chaos chi soared and this world instantly became a sea of primal chaos chi. Seeing this scene, everyone was delighted. They didn't even need to do anything. Just standing there, they were absorbing endless primal chaos chi. As they absorbed this primal chaos chi, they looked at the battlefield. They saw Yu Zifeng calmly standing there, looking the same as ever with his hair and robes fluttering lightly. Other than his face being slightly pale, it seemed that he was fine. Heavens, sword cultivators really are unnatural monsters. He's fine even after such a terrifying attack. The city lords were especially shocked when they saw this. Even for them, if they were struck by such an attack, not even a trace of them would exist afterward. Standing in front of Yu Zifeng, Long Qinian coughed up blood, each spurt accompanied by the emergence of a dense blood mist. That mist then scattered in the wind, transforming into runes that flowed around him. What shocked the onlookers was the fist-sized hole in his chest. Through that hole, it was possible to see a ghost fox evil dragon crazily raging in his manifestation. When Yu Zifeng's sword quivered, the void trembled along with it. He then looked at Long Qinian coldly. That was the second move. You said that you'd give me 3 moves. Then I promise that if you can receive my third move without dying, I'll let you live. Yu Zifeng's voice was completely apathetic from the start. Regardless of Long Qinian's provocations or the emergence of his formidable trump cards, Yu Zifeng remained as calm and serene as a bottomless well. This profound apathy exuded an aura of an unfathomable existence. His sharp gaze in particular felt like it could pierce through all fabrications in this world. It was a gaze that others didn't dare to look directly at, as if a single gaze could pierce through the secrets deep within a person's heart. Yu Zifeng's sword then pointed at Long Qinian. When the sharp will of the sword Dao locked onto him, Long Qinian instantly felt like he had become immortal. It was as though his clothes were stripped from him, and he was tossed into the ice and snow. That icy feeling then spread throughout his whole body, leaving even his soul numb. Long Qinian was horrified, unable to think what had gone wrong. He had obtained the inheritance of the ghost fox evil dragon. After that, with an ocean's worth of primal chaos chi, he had merged his supreme blood and supreme bone. He had thought that he was unrivaled within the same realm, that he would sweep through the 3,000 worlds. He had even been planning on getting revenge on Sha Guhong after leaving this world. Then, he would step into the peak of his life, becoming the master of the cosmos. However, his dreams hadn't even started before he encountered Yu Zifeng. With 2 emotionless blows, Yu Zifeng shattered his confidence along with those dreams. Yu Zifeng actually called himself a subordinate of Long Chen. In other words, he was weaker than Long Chen. Now, Long Qinian couldn't even beat Long Chen's subordinate. Long Qinian took this as a wordless insult. Long Qinian suddenly roared like an injured beast, full of anger and resentment. He refused to accept this cruel reality. His manifestation then exploded, transforming into fragments that merged into his body. His aura, which was originally starting to weaken, once more reached its peak. It was unknown what secret art he had used to instantly recover his lost energy. Come, let me see just how strong this attack of yours is, shouted Long Qinian. When people heard this, they shook their heads. Long Qinian had lost, having accepted his defeat in his soul. He had already lost the courage to compete with Yu Zifeng. Right now, he was only thinking about receiving Yu Zifeng's attack to stay alive. It could be said that Yu Zifeng had shattered his confidence with 2 attacks along with his ambitions. Yu Zifeng snorted and raised his sword. But all of a sudden, his gaze turned cold. He stamped on the air and then vanished. What shocked everyone was that Yu Zifeng didn't attack Long Qinian. Instead, he appeared by Long Chen's side and swept his sword out. A dagger somehow appeared in the air, striking Yu Zifeng's sword. As a result, the void exploded and a figure was forced out. Chapter 3892 Masochist. Sha Chen and Guo Ran cried out furiously. Their worst fears had become reality. The fearsome assassin, Ji Wuming, had finished his merger. Before this, Ji Wuming already had high talent in controlling spacetime. So, now that his supreme blood and supreme bone had merged, his assassination arts were unstoppable. Even Sha Chen's formation had lost effect against him. He had managed to slip through them and get close to Long Chen without any of them being aware of it. Fortunately, Yu Zifeng was here. Otherwise, if they allowed Ji Wuming to get to Long Chen, the consequences would be too terrible to imagine. When Yu Zifeng's sword stopped Ji Wuming sneered, his body slowly fading. Like a drop of water falling into the sea, not a trace of him could be found. Yu Zifeng's expression changed ever so slightly. When Ji Wuming vanished, Even his sword Dao failed to lock onto him. He could no longer track Ji Wuming. "Protect boss," shouted Sha Chen. The Dragonblood warriors retreated, holding a tighter encirclement around Long Chen. They didn't know if being this close would interfere with his absorption of the dragon runes, but there were no other solutions. Long Chen's safety was more important. Ji Wuming's voice began to ring out, coming from every direction. "Interesting. So what, if I aim to kill Long Chen, you can protect him, but if I aim to kill someone else?" Suddenly, Yu Zifeng vanished again, his sword piercing toward the void and at a figure that appeared for only a flash. This time, Ji Wuming wasn't aiming for Long Chen but a Dragonblood warrior. As for that Dragonblood warrior, he didn't even sense anything. Ji Wuming's ghost-like movement art was chilling. "Idiot, if you have guts, come out and fight," shouted Guo Ran furiously. "Only an idiot would say something so idiotic. My goal isn't to be number one. I only want that dragon scale. Hehe, as long as I kill Long Chen, all the energy that he absorbed will be released. All his efforts will have been for nothing. I want to know, how much power does an already injured sword cultivator have to be able to stop me? You should know that the initiative is in my grasp. As for you, you are forced to defend passively. You're using up far more energy than me. How many of my attacks can you block? I can fail countless times, but if you fail once, it means that one of you will be slain." Yu Zifeng once more attacked, accurately blocking Ji Wuming's next attack. The two of them were so fast that others only saw sparks fly. They didn't even get a glimpse of Ji Wuming this time. People looked at Yu Zifeng in shock. Sword cultivators were said to be the bane of assassins. Assassins could accurately kill their targets in one blow without them even being aware of it, but sword cultivators were the only exception. Sword cultivators had frighteningly sharp senses that could render the concealing techniques of assassins ineffective. The latter might not even be able to get close before being slain. Even so, Yu Zifeng was facing no ordinary assassin but the Bloodkill Hall's greatest heavenly genius, someone who had merged his supreme blood and supreme bone, along with the spatial and temporal energy. However, even this terrifying assassin was blocked by Yu Zifeng, unable to harm anyone. People were amazed by both of them. "Let's see how you will guard this." Just then, Long Kenian grasped his chance and came charging over with his dragon spear. Although he didn't know Ji Wuming, the enemy of his enemy was his friend. As long as Long Kenian could hold back Yu Zifeng, even for just a moment, Ji Wuming would instantly kill Long Chen. Long Kenian admitted that he wasn't a match for Yu Zifeng, but he refused to accept this lying down. He would rather gamble, speculating whether Yu Zifeng would dare to focus his full power on him or if Yu Zifeng would prioritize dealing with Ji Wuming instead. Guarding until you see the Yama King should be no problem. Suddenly, a large figure appeared in front of Long Kenian and tossed something at him. It was a human head with an expression of furious resentment. It belonged to the Lord of Silver Moon City. As for the one blocking Long Kenian, it was Ji Yuyong. He was covered in blood and had dozens of small wounds on his body. It seemed that he had paid a price to kill the Lord of Silver Moon City. But shockingly, even though he was covered in wounds, his aura was even stronger than before. He was like an injured wild beast. They were always the most dangerous once they were injured. "Which trash are you to dare to block my path?" Scram! Long Kenian roared furiously, not viewing Ji Yuyong as a serious opponent. He then stabbed his spear at Ji Yuyong. To everyone's surprise, Ji Yuyong simply stood there, neither dodging nor blocking. As a result, Long Kenian's dragon spear directly stabbed through his shoulder. Sha Chen, Guo Ran, and the others were dumbfounded. They didn't understand why Ji Yuyong didn't block this attack. Was he already out of energy? Even Long Kenian was startled. What was this bald fellow doing? He. Ji Yuyang's laughter resonated, emanating a somber and eerie tone. Blood then slowly trickled down from his wound. When 10,000 dragon runes appeared in his eyes, his face reflected the visage of a fiendish being. "Good, just like that, just like that. I'm close, keep going." Ji Yuyong suddenly took a step back, pulling the spear out. After that, he pointed at his own chest, indicating for Long Kenian to keep stabbing him. "Are you a masochist? You know you can't sue me, right?" Long Kenian was dumbfounded. He had never witnessed someone so crazy. "If you don't come, let me." Without hesitation, Ji Yuyong fearlessly moved forward and allowed the spear to stab into his chest. More blood then gushed out of the wound. Everyone just stared, thinking that he had gone insane. Suddenly, an explosion shook this world, causing everyone's heart to tighten. It felt like someone had just viciously squeezed their insides. He, finally it's enough. Ji Yuyong looked at the spear inside of his chest and laughed sinisterly. As the runes in his eyes weaved together, they were no longer the eyes of a human, but those of a fiend. The next moment, another explosion erupted and countless heavenly geniuses coughed up blood. They didn't even know what they were injured by. People only looked around in terror, not knowing what was going on. The spear in Ji Yuyang's body shook, almost forced out of his body. At the same time, Long Kenian's palms met with an intense backlash. He almost lost hold of his dragon spear. Ji Yuyang's strange eyes were staring at him, making his hair stand on end. For some reason, an intense sensation of terror climbed within him. What kind of monster are you?" shouted Long Kenian. As another explosion erupted, Long Kenian grunted and was blown back along with his spear. The sheer impact caused his feet to dig into the void, leaving behind a trail of smoke as he fought to regain his balance and stabilize himself. When the spear was forced out of Ji Yuyang's body, people could finally see the bloody hole in his chest. They then saw the source of that explosive sound, his heartbeat. Finally, success. Wrath of 10,000 dragons dies the world. 10,000 dragon armor. Ji Yuyang roared, his voice piercing the clouds and splitting rocks. As the 10,000 dragons in his manifestation roared, the sky changed color. Chapter 3893 Contemptible Ji Wuming. The roars of 10,000 dragons shook the world, seeming to come from the distant past and yet still containing endless killing intent. At this moment, the 10,000 dragons in Ji Yuyang's manifestation were flying, filling the sky. As for his scale armor, it was now covered in images of various dragons. Ji Yuyang appeared to possess immense power, as if the strength of 10,000 dragons resided within him. This was a true dragon blood battle armor, surrounded by blood chi that erupted with fierce intensity. Witnessing this spectacle, Long Kenian was left dumbfounded. But he was not the only one. Sha Chen, Guo Ran, and the other dragonblood warriors shared the same astonishment. Their gazes fixed on Ji Yuyang, but they couldn't recognize him. Presently, Ji Yuyang emanated an overwhelming killing intent, his presence reeking of raw brutality and an insatiable thirst for blood. Moreover, his eyes appeared as if multiplied by 10,000, each layering upon the other, casting a foreboding and ominous gaze. Excellent, I've finally ignited the wrath of the 10,000 dragons. Now, the battle can really start. Come, the first captain of the Dragonblood Legion would like to ask for some pointers. Ji Yuyang's voice was raspy like a dragon cry, containing immense fury. As countless runes slowly spun around his spear, people were mesmerized by it, witnessing the boundless energy brewing within. Only now did people understand why Ji Yuyang was covered in wounds. He had accumulated these injuries to ignite the wrath of the 10,000 dragons. He had fought the Lord of Silver Moon City, but the city lord was too weak. Even when Ji Yuyang wanted to accumulate injuries, the fight was unable to stimulate the fury of the 10,000 dragons. Thus, he allowed Long Kenian, who innately possessed dragon blood power, to injure him. Even better, Long Kenian also had the inheritance of the ghost fox evil dragon, who was not only the enemy of the evil dragon race but also a humiliation to the entire dragon race. The dragon race was far too prideful to accept such schemers into their ranks, as they relied on power to resolve their conflicts. However, the ghost fox evil dragon shattered that norm, resulting in the wrath of the 10,000 dragons. As a result, when Long Kenian's power entered Ji Yuyang's body, the effect was 1,000,000 times better than the city lord's attack, helping Ji Yuyang quickly reach the necessary level. This was Ji Yuyang's ultimate trump card. However, he only knew of this move and had never managed to activate it, until now. As he successfully summoned and donned the 10,000 dragon battle armor, the power of 10,000 dragons flowed through his body. He then smashed his spear at Long Kenian. In response, Long Kenian fiercely swung his spear as well, triggering a tremendous explosion that reverberated through the surroundings. After that, the sky was engulfed in giant ripples, while the sheer force of the impact sent Long Kenian flying. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Although Long Kenian had been beaten by Yu Zifeng, they had all borne witness to his power. Moreover, Long Kenian had used a secret art to raise his power to his peak in preparation for receiving Yu Zifeng's final blow. Hence, it could be said that the current Long Kenian was no weaker than when he fought Yu Zifeng. In fact, he might be even stronger. But even in that state, he was blown away by Ji Yuyong, leaving the people dumbfounded. With a forceful stomp on the air, Ji Yuyong shot after Long Kenian, generating a blazing tempest. He suddenly appeared right in front of Long Kenian and then unleashed a storm of attacks. Long Kenian let out a fierce roar, desperately attempting to block Ji Yuyang's relentless assault. But despite his valiant efforts, he was still forced back. Within a matter of mere moments, he was propelled beyond the horizon, disappearing from sight. Yet, the remnants of their battle were still felt, as the reverberations of their earth-shattering chi waves resonated in the air. Meanwhile, Yu Zifeng slashed his sword once more, blocking Ji Wuming's next assassination attempt. Just as Yu Zifeng successfully blocked Ji Wuming's assault, Guo Ran and Sha Chen swiftly joined the fray. Their weapons and talismans exploded at Ji Wuming's location, but to their surprise, Ji Wuming had already vanished. They couldn't harm him at all. As for Yu Zifeng, his face was growing paler. To spread his mental energy throughout the entire battlefield was extremely taxing. Furthermore, he had just used up a great deal of energy fighting Long Kenian. Ji Wuming just had to casually attack, but Yu Zifeng was constantly using up a great deal of energy to block him. If this continued, Yu Zifeng wouldn't be able to last much longer. But there was no other solution. Other than Yu Zifeng, no one could stop Ji Wuming, who could control space and time. Anyone who was sneak attacked by him would almost certainly die. Just then, the divine venerates in the surroundings also noticed this. There were over 1 trillion people here now, all staring at the golden egg that Long Chen was in, unable to wait any longer. In the end, someone roared and took the lead to charge over. Following that, tens of thousands of divine venerates and 1 trillion heavenly geniuses crashed forward like the tide. In response, Li Qi and Song Mingyuan swung their weapons. To people's surprise, even after experiencing such a bloody battle, both of their auras had only grown stronger. Even city lords could not receive an attack from them. The malevolent spirits in their manifestations devoured the Yuan spirits of experts, growing stronger as they absorbed more. Thus, Li Qi and Song Mingyuan also got stronger. Despite both of them successfully repelling waves of foes, the sheer number of enemies was just too overwhelming. Wanting to be the final lucky victor, these lunatics wanted to tear a piece of meat out of Long Chen. At this moment, Guo Ran and the others couldn't bother with anything else and just entered their killing formation. Even knowing that there was a terrifying specter like Ji Wuming in their midst, they could only do this to protect Long Chen. Their killing formation slaughtered all these experts as they met. Even with a numbers advantage, these experts were unable to break through the blockade of the Dragonblood warriors. Yu Zifeng slashed his sword, once more blocking the ephemeral Ji Wuming. However, this time, the one to be sent flying wasn't Ji Wuming but Yu Zifeng. This was already his 17th time blocking Ji Wuming, and the amount of energy Yu Zifeng had used up to keep track of him nearly equaled the energy he had exerted while engaging Long Kenian in combat. On the other hand, Ji Wuming barely used up any energy at all. This was an extremely unfair competition, but the battlefield had never been fair. You really are powerful. A sword cultivator in possession of such stamina is beyond my expectations, making me feel uneasy. You are an even greater threat to me than Long Chen, so I should kill you first. Ji Wuming suddenly appeared and pounced on the tottering Yu Zifeng. Seeing him in trouble, Sha Chen and Guo Ran immediately flew over. Don't fall for it, his target is boss, shouted Yu Zifeng. He wanted to block Ji Wuming, but the world suddenly spun around him. He was at his limit. Just like that, Ji Wuming passed through the blockade of the Dragonblood warriors like a ghost. Looking at Long Chen in the egg, he smiled sinisterly. His dagger then stabbed toward Long Chen's head like a bolt of lightning. Yet, just as his dagger moved, his expression abruptly changed. It was as if a jolt of electricity had struck him. His body inexplicably vanished, and he gave up on this assassination attempt. When Ji Wuming reappeared, he was already outside of the battlefield. But when people saw him clearly, they cried out in shock. A deep bloody cut could be seen on his neck, like a sharp blade had cut across it, almost cutting off his head. "Who's there?" shouted Ji Wuming furiously. Just then, ripples appeared in the void before Long Chen, and an indistinct figure slowly emerged from within those ripples. A pretty youthful maiden, appearing no more than 13 years old, emerged from the rippling void. Adorned in black leather armor, she stood before them. As if to answer Wuming's shout, her lips parted, and with deliberate slowness, she uttered 3 words. Dong Ming Yu. Chapter 3894 Dong Mingyu vs. Ji Wuming. When Dong Mingyu appeared, her appearance remained identical to her presence on the martial heaven continent. Clad in skin-tight black leather armor, she resembled a sleek leopardess exuding a distinct air of danger and allure. She was like an elf of the night. Her very appearance caused the world to darken a bit, as if the curtain of night was on the verge of descending. All of a sudden, the world was filled with a shadowy feeling. You are Dong Mingyu, the Shadow Sect's Dong Mingyu. Ji Wuming's pupils shrank immediately. The name, Dong Mingyu, had been mentioned to him by Enputa on multiple occasions. Enputa had repeatedly told him that she was the only person in the same realm capable of killing him. Previously, Ji Wuming hadn't cared particularly about her. But with the opening of the 3,000 worlds, Enputa had sternly warned him to be careful of her. Only then did Ji Wuming get a sense of how serious this was. When that dagger appeared in front of his neck, he didn't sense it coming at all. If he hadn't merged his supreme blood and supreme bone, causing his control over space and time energy to rise to a new level, his head would have left his body. Ji Wuming was a powerful assassin, the future master of the Bloodkill Hall. He was viewed as the best successor by Enputa. In fact, his talent in the assassination field might even surpass his master's. His control over space and time made his perception shockingly sharp. A sharp perception was many times simply a matter of innate talent, making it difficult to enhance through external means. With that powerful perception, others couldn't sneak attack him. Moreover, an assassin with sharp perception would always have the initiative, able to advance and retreat up to their own will. They were essentially unbeatable. However, today, that sharp perceptiveness failed him. Dong Mingyuan's dagger had silently cut his neck without him realizing it. Furthermore, the angle from which Dong Mingyu's attack came was extremely bizarre. Luckily for him, he had directly used his spatial energy to teleport rather than instinctively retreating. If he had retreated, that dagger would have spun and cleanly cut off his head. Thinking of that, he became covered in a cold sweat. That particular instance marked the closest he had ever come to the brink of death. Little Yu, upon seeing Dong Mingyu standing before Long Chen like a protective god, Sha Chen and Guo Ran were delighted. She had actually managed to drive away Ji Wuming. Dong Mingyu nodded toward them. Looking at Yu Zifeng, she said, "I'm sorry for being late. Leave this one to me." Yu Zifeng nodded. As a fellow assassin, Dong Mingyu was the ideal match for Ji Wuming. If Yu Zifeng was in his peak condition, he wouldn't fear Ji Wuming. But Ji Wuming was too contemptible, aiming at everyone, forcing Yu Zifeng to defend passively. It had to be known. That sword cultivators specialized in the offense. So, defending was naturally Yu Zifeng's greatest weakness. Upon uttering those words, Dong Mingyu turned toward Long Chen who was inside the golden eggshell. Ripples danced in her beautiful eyes, causing her icy countenance to melt and transform into a gentle and warm smile. To her, Long Chen embodied hope, illuminating her world like a beacon of light. He represented a promising future, a radiant world that contrasted with her previous darkness. "As long as I'm here, no one can hurt you," whispered Dong Mingyu. She then turned back to Ji Wuming. "My oath starts with you. I'll use your blood to bear witness to my oath." HMPH, big words. It just so happens that I want to experience the Shadow Sect's assassination arts. Today, in front of everyone, we'll see just who the true king of assassins is, replied Ji Wuming coldly. "No, I'm not competing for the title of king of assassins with you. Our Shadow Sect only views you as prey. You are my first target, and after I kill you, I have an appointment with your master. So, are you ready?" Dong Mingyu's smile vanished as soon as she turned from Long Chen, returning to her former iciness. All her emotion had vanished and what remained was an apathetic desire to kill. The ignorant are always unafraid. Today, I'll see just how much ability you have. Ji Wuming vanished. There was no longer a trace of him. Even if you have a supreme blood and a supreme bone, even if you've merged the two together, and even if you have talent in the law of space and time, you don't know the true Tao of assassination or the fear in human hearts. Without it, you will never be a decent assassin. It seems that my master overestimated you. Dong Mingyu shook her head in the face of this sudden vanishment. Suddenly, her dagger made a light cut, making ripples in the void. Dong Mingyu's body then entered those ripples like they were a spatial gate. In the next instant, a powerful explosion erupted in the distance, and Ji Wuming's figure was blown out of the void. Dong Mingyu's body was half outside the spatial gate, while the other half materialized in front of Ji Wuming. A vast expanse of thousands of miles separated the two halves. This astonishing spectacle left even the city lords dumbfounded, for they had never beheld such a mesmerizing display of movement art. Ji Wuming's expression contorted with surprise as his spatial technique proved ineffective against Dong Mingyu. Bewildered, he couldn't fathom how she had done this. He even speculated that it might have been a stroke of sheer luck or a blind guess on her part. However, he didn't dare to try it again. If he guessed wrong, then displaying the same technique in front of Dong Mingyu would be courting death. An assassin's prowess extended beyond the mastery of assassination arts. They also needed to be able to assess the battlefield, swiftly deducing the best attacking style for any situation. Suddenly, Ji Wuming's left and right hands lit up. Runes then materialized on top of his palms, causing the world around him to ripple like water. Reality itself seemed to invert, as time and space intertwined and twisted in mesmerizing fashion. At this moment, Ji Wuming unleashed the full power of his supreme bones at once. His figure swayed and fragmented, splitting into two, then further dividing into four, and finally expanding into 8 distinct embodiments. 8 Ji Wuming materialized simultaneously, their auras indistinguishable from one another. It was evident that this display surpassed mere image reflections or spiritual avatar techniques. These were genuine clones, each embodying his true essence and prowess, making it virtually impossible to discern the original among them. Prepare to witness my self-created 8 slaughter clone technique. Each of the clones possesses 90% of my peak combat power. Other than my master, no one has ever lived to see it. With this technique, I've killed 9 of the Shadow Sect's experts, and you shall be the 10th. Said all 8 Ji Wumings. All 8 of them suddenly vanished. However, they had just vanished when a dagger pierced through the void. A horrifying sight unfolded as Ji Wuming's head flew into the sky along with a spurt of blood. Chapter 3895 Clash of Assassins. The 8 Ji Wumings had just materialized before everyone's eyes. However, before anyone could comprehend what was happening, one of his heads was already decapitated, leaving everyone stunned. As one body and one head fell from the sky, space twisted and Dong Mingyu's small figure slowly appeared. At the same time, Ji Wuming's lifeless body underwent a transformation. It swiftly became stiff, resembling a desiccated corpse. All signs of vitality had vanished, leaving behind a stark and lifeless figure. The 8 Fate Soul Lasting art is the most basic assassination art. But if you yourself are not strong enough, will 10,000 of you be worth anything? To waste so much energy on clones in pursuit of only staying alive, you have deviated from the path of assassination. Merely focusing on survival without inflicting harm upon your enemy won't let you attain the Grand Tao, said Dong Mingyu. Her dagger flowed and rippled like water, concealing its sharpness. Yet, an aura of sheer terror emanated from it, as if it possessed the capacity to sever a neck with a single swift stroke. Ji Wuming had just summoned his clones and Dong Mingyu swiftly killed one, startling everyone. But to their astonishment, 7 Ji Wuming materialized simultaneously from different directions, launching coordinated attacks on Dong Mingyu. It appeared to be a formation technique, rendering her defense futile. No matter how Dong Mingyu blocked, she would be struck by at least one of them. This technique seemed unbeatable. However, 7 of them simply passed through Dong Mingyu, stunning everyone. Her body was like water, their attacks unable to damage her. Not good. Ji Wuming's expression suddenly darkened. At this moment, a dagger silently appeared, cutting off one of his clone's neck. Another clone was slain. Your foolishness is shocking. For me to say that it is the 8 Fate Soul Lasting art proves that I understand it. The 8 Fates correspond to the 8 gates: body, life, pain, limit, vision, death, terror, and opening. Since I have immediately killed your life gate clone, you won't have any chance of winning. After that, you decided to foolishly abandon the 8 Fate Soul Chasing art, switching to the 7-star God Slaying art. It is completely out of place. What do you mean, your own 8 Slaughter clone technique? You merely added something to the 8 Fate Soul Chasing art. That counts as creating your own technique. You are just like your master, idiots who think themselves smart. In pursuit of the peak, you abandoned your foundation. In the end, you become foolish flowers that only admire themselves. Dong Mingyu snorted and then vanished. Enraged by the insult, Ji Wuming's fury surged within him. With a roar, his 6 clones merged into one entity as he stabbed his dagger into the void. Dong Mingyu appeared once more. When the 2 daggers collided, a chilling wave of cold air rippled outward, causing anyone within its reach to experience a sharp pain within their souls. The frigid killing intent almost ripped their very souls out of their bodies. At this moment, milky white mist flowed out of Ji Wuming's manifestation, transforming into a pair of giant hands that were covered in spatial and temporal runes. Those two clones will not recover without at least 3 to 5 years of work, am I right? But I suppose it's not a problem. You'll die soon anyway, so there's no need to consider such an issue. Dong Mingyu's expression was still indifferent, akin to a death god who only cared about reaping lives. She seemed devoid of any emotions. Bullshit, I have countless trump cards up my sleeves, more than enough to kill a slut like you. Ji Wuming roared furiously, his visage contorted with overwhelming rage. Those clones were nourished with his blood and effort. While he had managed to recover the essence blood and soul essence of his slain clones, it would definitely take a few years of nourishment and effort before he could use them again. Following Ji Wuming's roar, his manifestation unleashed a blaze of divine radiance. As those two hands formed a hand seal, a surge of majestic energy came spurting out of his dagger, akin to a star exploding. The impact sent Dong Mingyu flying back. Having lost his rationality and cool, Ji Wuming stepped into the void, hurtling toward Dong Mingyu like a luminous streak. In an instant, he materialized behind Dong Mingyu like a phantom, driving his dagger with incomparable speed into her heart. Blood spurted forth, but shockingly, it wasn't Dong Mingyu's. It was Ji Wuming's blood that marked the tragic exchange. The struck Dong Mingyu was nothing more than an illusion. In a startling turn of events, the true Dong Mingyu had materialized behind Ji Wuming like a specter, her dagger stabbing a deep cut into his shoulder. Her expression was cold. After this attack, her dagger spun in her hand. She held it straight rather than backward, slicing it at Ji Wuming's neck. Ji Wuming had originally lost himself in his rage, but this one strike was like a bucket of cold water over his head, instantly clearing up his thoughts. During the exchange, when he struck Dong Mingyu's after-image, he immediately had a bad feeling and retreated, which allowed him to avoid being struck in the head. That was why her dagger struck his shoulder. Dong Mingyu was just too fast, her techniques coming out in a never-ending stream. Even Ji Wuming's spatial and temporal energy was unable to keep up with how quickly she switched techniques. Dong Mingyu's dagger then struck Ji Wuming's neck a second time even as he retreated. This time, her dagger also failed to achieve its goal, only leaving a large cut that wasn't fatal. However, this sight still left people's hearts pounding wildly. Both of them moved incredibly quickly, and such a rapid close-range fight could be decided in one move. The person who reacted the slightest bit slowly would be killed. Whether it was the heavenly geniuses or the senior divine venerates, they had never seen such a clash of assassins before. Moreover, Dong Mingyu and Ji Wuming were peak-tier assassins. Their speed, moves, and movement arts were all terrifying. Ha ha ha, Ji Wuming suddenly laughed. His fury and terror completely vanished, as if everything before this had not happened. He then rubbed the blood on his neck and muttered to himself, as expected, there is always a heaven beyond the heavens. Thank you for teaching me this lesson today. My master was right, my greatest shortcoming was that I didn't have a true opponent on my path of growth, resulting in me being too conceited. I needed a true grindstone to temper my sharpness, to grind away my fretfulness. Only then can I truly reach the next level. Now, my grindstone has finally appeared. After killing you, I will no longer be the old Ji Wuming. Ji Wuming was originally enraged after being repeatedly injured, but he instantly calmed down. This sight left countless people stunned, including old monsters that had lived for countless years. They asked themselves whether or not they could enter such a state so quickly, to control their own anger and fear swiftly. This youngster before them was truly terrifying. You are wrong. I am not your grindstone. You are simply my prey, or perhaps I should say that your head is a challenge letter to your master, said Dong Mingyu indifferently. Oh, is that so? Then you'll be disappointed. Suddenly, the two hands in Ji Wuming's manifestation repeatedly formed mystical hand seals. When they spread, a gate appeared between them. Endless faith energy then poured out of it, causing the entire world to shake. Chapter 3896 Ji Wuming's most powerful state. When the faith energy gushed out, a milky white light filled the world, bending the very laws of heaven and earth. The faith energy then spread rapidly, causing a profound change wherever it touched. In an instant, countless experts gasped for air, overwhelmed by the immense power of the faith energy. The faith energy was like water pressing down on them, turning this world into something else. They could not breathe nor absorb any energy here. It was as if they had lost the support of heaven and earth. Hence, everyone within the range of the faith energy fled for their lives. Within this region, their life and death was in Ji Wuming's hands. It was like a single thought from Ji Wuming would be enough to kill them in this terrifying faith domain. Dong Mingyu, in order to express my respect for you, I've decided to face you in my strongest state, said Ji Wuming within his 30,000-mile faith domain. Although you will die, you can die honored. Although you will die, you can die honored. Ji Wuming's voice echoed throughout heaven and earth countless times. At this moment, he seemed to be the heavenly god of this world. His words were the law, and nothing could resist him. Watching this scene, everyone was amazed and terrified at the same time. Although the 3,000 worlds also had god cultivators with faith energy, they had never even dreamed of seeing someone possessing such concentrated faith energy. This faith energy was so concentrated that it dyed this world, taking control of this world's laws. It was like the world had been possessed by it. The Bloodkill Hall's followers are spread throughout the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and no one knows just how much faith energy they've accumulated over countless years. All of this faith energy is Enputa's. As Ji Wuming is just his disciple and cannot directly mobilize it, it must have been bestowed to him by Enputa, meaning that this should be no more than 100th, or perhaps 1,000th of Enputa's faith energy. But it is already so immense. God cultivators really are enviable, sighed one expert. God cultivators others couldn't help being jealous of them. Faith energy was the result of specks of sand being concentrated into a soaring tower, and the one who stood at the peak of this tower controlled all of its power. Ji Wuming wasn't even the master of this tower. But just because he was Enputa's disciple, he could use a portion of his faith energy, and this portion was enough to make countless experts feel despair. As the faith energy raged, outside of the domain, people could see countless fragments of the heavenly Tao's being absorbed by it. As this faith domain was constantly growing, the earth slowly collapsed, as if the weight of this domain was unbearable. The current Ji Wuming was no longer someone other supremes dared to even look at. Merely casting their eyes upon him induced unease in their very souls, as if they were committing a blasphemous act against a deity and would be struck by some terrifying karma. Even Sha Chen, Guo Ran, and the others stood in stunned silence. Having traversed through the 9 underworld island with Long Chen, Guo Ran, and Sha Chen had come into contact with Liao Benkang's faith energy domain. However, shockingly, Ji Wuming's faith energy was many times stronger than Liao Benkang's. That was incomprehensible to them. It was worth noting that both the 9 Underworld Hall and the Bloodkill Hall boasted numerous disciples and shared a comparable history. They were expected to be relatively evenly matched. But Liao Benkang was a true Hall master, while Ji Wuming was only Enputa's personal disciple. How could a disciple have so much more faith energy than a Hall master? Sha Chen and Guo Ran were unaware that by destroying the star-peering heavenly mirror, the 9 underworld islands' faith energy was destabilized, resulting in Liao Benkang not being able to draw out his full power. On the other hand, Ji Wuming was Enputa's most favored disciple, his successor. In order to be safe, Enputa had placed his Divine Radiance brand on Ji Wuming. It was due to this that Ji Wuming was capable of unleashing so much faith energy. Furthermore, the purity of his faith energy was 10 times greater than Liao Benkang's at that time. Thus, Sha Chen and Guo Ran were stunned by the difference. Will Mingyu be alright? Guo Ran was worried. When he looked at Long Chen, he saw that not even the first rune was fully absorbed yet. It wasn't truly a case of Long Chen being too slow at absorbing it. Rather, all of them felt like time was going so slowly that it was standing still. The overwhelming nervousness in the air turned every breath into a simmering torture. As for Mo Nian, his divine palace was simply sitting there. He also showed no signs of coming out. Behind them, Yu Zifeng was recovering, sitting in the air with his sword resting on his knees. His eyes were closed in meditation as he rapidly recovered his energy. Just now, he had used up all his energy to block Ji Wuming. All of them were nervous inside. If Yu Zifeng hadn't been exhausted, with his unmatched sword Dao, even faith energy was nothing more than a transient cloud that could be easily pierced through. Other than Yu Zifeng, the only one who could fight Ji Wuming was his fellow assassin, Dong Mingyu. But Dong Mingyu didn't have faith energy. The only solace they found was in Dong Mingyu's unwavering indifference. She appeared completely unperturbed, as if everything unfolded precisely as she had foreseen, including the formidable faith domain that enveloped them all. I was waiting for this. My master told me that I was not permitted to kill you within my first 3 moves. I had to give you enough space to show off. She said that I had to kill you in your strongest state, or I'd be punished when I got back, said Dong Mingyu lightly. Ha ha ha, Ji Wuming laughed furiously. Despite having subdued his rage, these audacious words were so arrogantly delivered that they carried a profound insult within them. Kill me in my strongest state? Are you trying to make me laugh to death? Sneered Ji Wuming. Is it laughable? If I didn't agree to this, when you tried to attack Big Brother Long Chen, I could have killed you 3 times over. I was even hesitating over whether or not to abide by this agreement with my master. After all, the battlefield is no game. However, I still chose to listen to my master. I didn't know why she wanted to do this, but now I do. She wanted me to accumulate experience. It's all preparation for me to kill your master, Enkuda, said Dong Mingyu. Nonsense, raged Ji Wuming. Even he could no longer remain cool in front of all these insults, so he charged at Dong Mingyu. His faith energy domain was like a sea crashing down on Dong Mingyu. The true clash of assassins started now. Chapter 3897 Silence of the Night. Faith energy covered the world, instantly devouring Dong Mingyu. At that moment, Dong Mingyu raised her dagger. To their astonishment, Ji Wuming's dagger materialized right before Dong Mingyu, despite him still standing in his original position. It was only when their daggers collided that Ji Wuming's figure revealed itself, appearing before Dong Mingyu from nowhere. Time domain, an expert cried out in shock. Within the faith energy domain, Ji Wuming's time domain started to show its power. When he attacked, he was a hair faster than what people saw. In other words, there was a delay between his actions and what others actually saw, posing a lethal threat to an ordinary expert. It stood as an inviolable law, an unstoppable force beyond anyone's control. However, Dong Mingyu was somehow able to accurately stop an attack that surpassed time. You have 2 supreme bones capable of controlling time and space. But it's too bad that your control is merely superficial. The profundities of time and space are something that you cannot grasp. Did you think disturbing spatial and temporal fluctuations would count as full control? You're wrong. Time and space are relative concepts. It would work against laymen, but against assassins, with our sharp senses, we can grasp the changes to the flow of time and space. Thus, your time and space energy is useless against me. I can fully grasp the fluctuations of your control. If spacetime is water, then I am a fish. If the water flows calmly, that's nice. If it starts growing chaotic, that's fine with me too. I will simply adapt. Did you think you could use water to drown a fish? Asked Dong Mingyu indifferently. What nonsense. As long as the water current is chaotic enough, how will a little fish resist the flow? You will be crushed by the water pressure, retorted Ji Wuming darkly. That's correct, but with your crude control over spacetime, you are unable to harm me. Since the quality is lacking, you are trying to use quantity to win. But that is a fantasy like a fish climbing a tree. Dong Mingyu shook her head. Cut the crap, we'll see the truth right now. Ji Wuming shouted furiously. All of a sudden, he vanished. Dong Mingyu only snorted in response. Without even looking back, Dong Mingyu swiftly altered her grip on the dagger, clutching it in a reversed position, and swiftly swung it backward. As a result, her dagger accurately and perfectly blocked Ji Wuming's ephemeral attack. The effortless manner in which she accomplished this left onlookers astounded. Ji Wuming's body flickered and vanished. He unleashed dozens of attacks in a row. However, Dong Mingyu's body didn't even move. Like a beautiful dance, she blocked all of Ji Wuming's attacks with her dagger. The sound of daggers clashing was like a beautiful melody. But everyone knew that it was an overture of death where one mistake would be fatal. Dong Mingyu appeared graceful as her dagger danced around her. Her moves were all clearly seen by everyone. However, Ji Wuming was striking like lightning and retreating like a phantom, leaving behind countless afterimages. He was fierce and sharp. From a distance, it looked like a fairy was fighting an invisible devil. Every attack was fatally dangerous, causing the hearts of the spectators to race with intensity. It's already been 81 moves. My master shouldn't blame me if I kill you now. Dong Mingyu's gaze suddenly turned cold. When she finally made her real move, an unknown black energy began to spread from her body. The next moment, Ji Wuming's dagger quivered as if drawn by some terrifying force. His dagger's immense power dissipated like a clay ox falling into the ocean, vanishing without a trace. At the same time, his body contorted as it was pulled by an unseen force. Without hesitation, he unleashed his spatial energy to flee. Even though he immediately retreated, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. He had been cut once again. Ji Wuming was shocked, but even more, he was incensed. This was his third time having his throat cut, an absolutely unbearable humiliation to a peak assassin like him. However, before he could even do anything in his rage, Dong Mingyu's dagger fell on him again. Dagger images filled the sky, piercing toward him like a tempest. Ji Wuming hastily blocked, but Dong Mingyu's attacks were too fast. Some were fakes, while some were fatally powerful. There were several times that Ji Wuming was injured when he tried to block a fake. At this moment, there was no time for him to counterattack. He could only rely on his instincts to block and stay alive. In just a moment, he was covered in blood. However, it went without saying that Ji Wuming was powerful. Every time, he managed to avoid getting struck in a vital spot. Although he was repeatedly injured, they weren't serious injuries. Faith energy condensed into armor. An assassin wearing armor. Master is right, your Bloodkill Hall is a disgrace to the assassin world. The 9 Underworld Hall is much stronger than you, said Dong Mingyu coldly as she attacked. There were several times when Dong Mingyu's attacks almost left serious injuries, but an invisible armor would draw the dagger away from his vitals. Thus, Ji Wuming looked to be badly wounded, but those injuries were unable to pose any substantial damage to him. This invisible faith armor was his life-protecting trump card. Bullshit. Assassins are willing to use any means necessary for their goal, and the goal of an assassin can only be one thing. That is to eliminate their target. No matter how great your assassination arts are, if you can't kill your target, you are still nothing more than useless trash. Shouted Ji Wuming furiously. Assassins are assassins, not rogues. If you are an assassin, you must have an assassin's professionality and integrity. Assassins must have their own rules and bottom lines, or they will be no more than coarse butchers. You have no faith, yet you gather faith energy. You are a conman. Your master Enputa is the greatest conman of all, tricking followers into giving him their faith energy to strengthen himself. While using rules to bind his followers, he follows no rules himself. He is shameless to the peak. That is why your master is called the base-killing god, sneered Dong Mingyu. TCH, what do you know? What nonsense, raged Ji Wuming. He respected Enputa the most, and these insults were even more infuriating than when she insulted him. Nonsense. Haha, you must not know. My life was almost ruined by him, as the old me was one of his followers. I believed in that sanctimonious fellow and almost brought about my own demise. Fortunately, Big Brother Long Chen used his kindness to rouse me from his con. He opened a window for me that let me see the light. At that time, I swore to destroy the Bloodkill Hall so that its poison would never harm anyone again. Today will be my first step. I'll use your head as a challenge to Enputa. Dong Mingyu's voice grew increasingly frigid, accompanied by a deepening density of her killing intent. Suddenly, she swiftly formed one-handed seals, an ominous sign of impending danger. Silence of the night. In an instant, this world became covered in darkness. Within this darkness, an eerie and absolute silence prevailed, stifling any semblance of sound. Chapter 3898 Fairies Appear. When the curtain of night descended, this world became covered in endless darkness. The night devoured every trace of light and sound. In an instant, a wave of terror surged through them. Within this enveloping darkness, they couldn't see or hear anything, making them feel like they were sinking into the depths of despair. Devoid of light and bereft of hope, they couldn't even sense their own existence, evoking primal panic that seized their very core. Fortunately, this dark world only appeared for an instant. People's vision quickly recovered as did their hearing. They then saw endless darkness flow by them toward Ji Wuming. As the dark domain crashed against Ji Wuming's faith domain, the milky white light was devoured by the darkness. The two domains then merged together. The dark was no longer pure dark, and the light was no longer pure light. Instead, it was a gray domain. This gray domain was like a solid barrier that others couldn't see through. Amidst the engulfing darkness, the only audible sounds were the clash of two divine weapons, the reverberations of Ji Wuming's furious roars, and the chilling sound of a dagger slicing through flesh. This giant gray domain materialized as a manifestation of the collision between dark energy and faith energy. Within its boundaries, the sound would intermittently dissipate, leaving an eerie silence that enveloped the world. At times, the darkness would obscure all visibility, rendering everything shrouded in obscurity. But people could see faint glimpses of two figures locked in a fierce clash. What a terrifying dark domain! When they were enveloped by that dark domain, they felt like they had died. That feeling of powerlessness and despair made them feel minuscule. After the darkness passed them, they felt like they had escaped death. It was like they had already died and were revived. It was something that they would never be able to forget in this lifetime. Peak assassins are truly terrifying. In front of them, all others are lambs for the slaughter with no power to resist, sighed one city lord. These divine venerates were all figures with status and prestige in the 3,000 worlds. They had lived for countless years, experiencing countless battles. However, they had never seen such terrifying assassins. Originally, they had been slumbering, waiting for the eruption of the 3,000 worlds. By relying on the superiority of their cultivation bases, they had been planning to crush the juniors, which allowed them to absorb more primal chaos chi and fully merge their supreme blood and supreme bone. Then they would be true double supremes and dominate the 3,000 worlds. However, now it seemed that they had been too naive. In times of destiny, great geniuses always rose. As for them, they were products of an abandoned era. This eruption of the 3,000 worlds was for the junior generation, not for them. For them to become double supremes was a million times more difficult, as they had missed the best time to merge their supreme blood and supreme bone. Even if they did manage to merge them, it still wouldn't be such a perfect merge like Ji Wuming's. In other words, even if they became double supremes, even if their realms were two major realms greater than these newcomers, in terms of combat power, they would still be a level lower. This was fate, and it could not be changed. Sometimes, once you missed something, it would never come back. Even if you fought for it with your very life, some regrets could not be made up for. They sighed over how powerful Ji Wuming was, as well as how unfair life was. If they were in the immortal king realm, they would be born at the right time for the eruption of the primal chaos chi and soar above the 9 heavens. It should have been them. HMPH, I refuse to believe in fate. As long as you can grasp an opportunity, anyone can become a peak expert. Do you know how many tens of thousands of years have waited for this opportunity? Even if I die today, I'll fight. I would rather shatter as jade than live as some useless roof tile. I would rather die in a blaze of glory than live a life of mediocrity. What right does a little human have to touch the bloodline inheritance of the sacred dragon? Since the heavens have revealed the treasures, they are up to everyone to fight for. If you're afraid of death, then crawl back into your turtle den. I'm going forward, shouted a demonic beast. After saying that, he actually charged at the Dragonblood Legion. Due to Dong Mingyu's appearance, they had all stopped fighting. However, now, more and more experts were drawn here. All kinds of powers, all kinds of heavenly geniuses, and all kinds of old monsters were now present. Following that one roar, countless people echoed his sentiment and charged as well. They were like a tsunami crashing down upon the Dragonblood Legion from all directions. These were all powerful experts, either old monsters of the level of city lords or outstanding members of the junior generation. Most terrifying of all were the newcomers that had merged their supreme blood and supreme bone. Those who dared to charge over were all extremely confident in themselves. They had immense power. As they unleashed their manifestations, a terrifying pressure emerged. Millions of experts crashed down like an avalanche. They were going to use all their power and break through the Dragonblood Legion's defenses in the most direct and explosive manner. Not good. Our formation won't hold against such a charge. Guo Ran and Sha Chen's expressions instantly changed. What they had been worried about had occurred. If so many attacks came at once, it would only be a simple clash of power against power. Now, the advantage they held in formation and strategy was rendered obsolete. There was no way to stop such an onslaught. Brothers, there's no other way. We can only risk our lives and protect boss till the bitter end. Guo Ran clenched his teeth. Just as the old man said, in front of absolute power, all schemes were useless. In such a dire predicament, no amount of intelligence or strategy could provide any assistance. Heavenly Rainbow Dao Slash. Suddenly, a majestic and beautiful voice rang out. A 7-colored sword then descended from the heavens, splitting the world in two. This giant rainbow sword was like the blade of a heavenly god, blowing away countless lifeforms directly. The rainbow sword left a deep ditch in the earth. Within the crevice, vibrant rainbow flames blazed relentlessly, their intensity igniting the very heavens above. As the flames engulfed the surroundings, space itself contorted and twisted under their scorching influence. At this moment, a beautiful figure appeared. Clad in a long dress, her long black hair fell naturally past her shoulders. With a rainbow sword in her hand, she appeared akin to a celestial fire fairy descending from the heavens. When they saw her, all the Dragonblood warriors protecting Long Chen were filled with disbelief. They had personally witnessed the Pill Fairy dying in order to save Long Chen. Now that they saw her again, they couldn't believe their eyes. Earth Surge Golden Lotus. Before they could even exchange greetings with the Pill Fairy, another resounding cry reverberated through the air. In an instant, the earth erupted, unleashing a dazzling display of golden divine radiance that illuminated the entire sky. Golden lotuses then burst forth from the ground, enveloping countless experts in their ethereal embrace. Countless powerful experts found their way blocked by those golden lotuses, so they began to attack them. However, in a sudden turn of events, the lotuses raised their stamens, unleashing a barrage of golden swords that pierced through the bodies of the hapless experts. Countless experts simply exploded upon contact with the golden swords. What terrifying metal energy! Guo Ran was stunned. Those golden swords easily pierced the protective divine light of even double supreme divine venerates. He had never seen such a terrifyingly sharp metal energy before. Following that, a grand woman in a golden dress, her hair elegantly styled in a high bun, descended from the heavens above. Her holy radiance illuminated this entire world, akin to a golden war goddess. May I ask who you? Guo Ran cupped his fists toward her. Suddenly, Guo Ran's vision flickered, and before him, another person appeared. Startled, he jumped in shock, for this person had seemingly appeared out of nowhere, without any prior indication. Guo Ran hadn't sensed him at all. Boss Guo Ran, you are definitely Boss Guo Ran, right? Asked this youngster standing in front of Guo Ran excitedly. Xianxia, you fool, hurry up and help, shouted the woman covered in golden divine radiance. Oh, I'm coming. After that, the youth rapidly formed hand seals. As 3 flower pupils appeared in his eyes, the world before him twisted. Get out of here, heaven and earth contorted, causing the experts approaching from the opposite direction to vanish instantaneously. Seeing this scene, Guo Ran and Sha Chen only stood in stunned silence, their jaws dropping in disbelief at the bewildering sight before them. Chapter 3899 Mysterious Staff. The Pill Fairy intercepted the advancing force on one side, while the Golden War Goddess stood resolute, preventing their advance on the other side. In another direction, this juvenile-looking youth unleashed a single pupil art, causing all the experts in that vicinity to seemingly evaporate into thin air. The battlefield, once teeming with enemies, instantly felt emptier. 3 people unleashed 3 attacks to stop the enemies on 3 sides. Although there was still a large group of experts that got through, the Dragonblood warriors were fearless. As long as those experts weren't concentrated together, it was manageable. However, despite the arrival of these 3, the powerful experts were not dissuaded. Every time they looked at the dragon scale, their eyes reddened and they charged forward recklessly. The Dragonblood Legion had to go all out to stop them. I am Guo Ran. Junior brother, you are? Asked Guo Ran. Ha ha ha, I'm Bai Xiaola. This is my big sister Bai Shishi. We all follow Boss Long Chen. Bai Xiaola turned back to Guo Ran after using his pupil art. I follow myself. Don't spout nonsense. This woman was Bai Shishi. She had gone with Bai Xiaola to a treasure land where metal chi gathered, and it was just what Bai Shishi needed. Originally, Bai Xiaola was thinking of looking around more to see if there was a place more suitable for him to condense a heavenly Dao crown, but Bai Shishi wanted to go into seclusion, so he had to stand guard over her. After that, when the huge disturbance erupted, Bai Xiaola used his 3 flower pupils to see what was going on there and immediately wanted to rush over. However, Bai Shishi was at a critical juncture, so he couldn't leave alone. When Bai Shishi finished, the 2 immediately charged over. They only coincidentally arrived together with the Pill Fairy to resolve the trouble. Bai Xiaola stuck out his tongue. Ignore her. In any case, we're all on the same side. What is going on with Boss? Bai Xiaola waved his hand to Long Chen, who was encased in a dragon scale egg. Boss Long Chen is currently absorbing the true dragon runes inside the dragon scale. He has already finished the first, and there are 7 more. We have to stand guard until he's done, said Guo Ran. Amidst the rumbling, Bai Shishi and the Pill Fairy began fighting off those countless experts. One was in control of the heavenly rainbow flame, and the other was in control of sharp metal energy. Neither of them was afraid of fighting groups. They had huge area of effect attacks that completely stopped their enemies, relieving the pressure on the Dragonblood Legion. From their positions, they were affecting the entire battlefield. The ones who went past them also didn't dare to go all out for fear of those 2 collapsing on them. Then they would be pincered and truly doomed. With Yu Qingxian and Bai Shishi joining in, the tempo of the battlefield slowed down. In this situation, the Dragonblood Legion's formation was extremely effective. Even with endless enemies, as long as they didn't concentrate all their attacks on the Dragonblood warriors at once, there was nothing to be afraid of. As the Dragonblood Legion unleashed their killing formation, a mesmerizing display of divine light danced around them. In the next instant, sword chi erupted like a tempest, accompanied by resounding dragon cries that reverberated through the battlefield. The Dragonblood warriors, fully harnessing the power of their dragon blood energy, experienced a profound resonance within their bloodlines, elevating their collective coordination to an unprecedented level. Over 2,700 Dragonblood warriors were stopping an endless tide of experts on the level of city lords. The full might of all 2,700 of them merged perfectly, and after forcibly stopping the first wave, they took command of the tempo and counterattacked. Their slaughter formation was like saw blades for flesh. Countless experts were directly blasted apart by their brute power, and countless fragments of divine weapons flew through the air. However, those weapons belonged to both their enemies and the Dragonblood warriors. After their weapons exploded, the Dragonblood warriors switched to whatever weapon they could grab. Fuck, if my brothers could use the divine weapons that I forged, these fellows would be worthless against them. Seeing the Dragonblood warriors using random weapons, Guo Ran felt terrible inside. Some of the Dragonblood warriors were using swords and sabers. However, some of those sabers were already broken, and some warriors were even more pitiful. One in particular was only using half a rounded mace as a weapon. Now, the Dragonblood Legion was like a group of impoverished bandits. They were using whatever they could get their hands on. Their weapons didn't suit them, causing their combat potential to be much lower than it could be. That made Guo Ran, as the general, feel extremely bad. Every single Dragonblood warrior was an elite trained through countless battles, the killing gods of the battlefield. Even in the immortal world where there were countless heavenly geniuses and supremes, their light was not covered. It didn't matter what opponent they faced. The Dragonblood warriors were always the bravest, craziest wolves. They didn't know fear and never ran away from a fight. Even without suitable weapons, they still maintained their complete formation, crazily slaughtering their enemies. As a result, crimson blood rained down from the heavens. Luckily, without powerful weapons, they still had the powerful dragon blood battle armor, which invoked a potent dragon blood domain. Within this domain, their power flowed easily as if an invisible dragon was swimming around them protectively. Even after fighting for so long, instead of succumbing to fatigue, they only grew fiercer, as if their power was inexhaustible. Gather up and kill those two women before charging again. Don't waste time with a battle of attrition. After seeing that they were unable to break through the Dragonblood Legion's formation even after attacking for a long time, someone gave an order. The skilled experts could see that the Dragonblood Legion's formation could only be destroyed if they launched an instantaneous attack that overwhelmed them. Otherwise, they would just be sending themselves to their deaths. Just then, a huge group of powerful experts appeared in the distance, akin to a black cloud coming their way. There were hundreds of thousands of them. Those are. Sha Chen was surprised when he saw them. Those were the people that Bai Shala had made vanish. Sorry, I can't kill so many of them at once, so I can only use the spatial energy of my pupil art to transport them away. Furthermore, I can't send them too far. They've come back, said Bai Shala apologetically. Pupil art, you know pupil arts, Aya, this thing is for you then. Guo Ran slapped his leg and suddenly took out a staff, handing it to Bai Shala. Boss said that he was saving this for a brother who knew pupil arts. He must have meant you. This staff was none other than the artifact left behind by the Heavenly Eye Elder. Prior to his departure, the Elder had bestowed two invaluable treasures upon them, his 6 Dao Heavenly Eye and this remarkable staff. Bai Shala reached out and touched it. The moment he did so, the entire staff transformed into runes, which then flowed and formed a spatial gate. As the spatial gate opened, a pair of giant eyes appeared within it. The moment those eyes manifested, an icy chill permeated the air, causing a bone-deep coldness that seemed capable of freezing one's very soul to appear. Brat, you wish to form a contract with me. As the master of those eyes spoke, its voice shook the 9 heavens, changing the very color of the sky. Chapter 3900 Violet Pupil 9-Tail Demon Fox. When those eyes appeared, Guo Ran and the others' hair stood on end. Those were the eyes of the devil, filled with bloodthirst. It was like this life form only lived for slaughter. Bai Shala's jaw dropped. He had no idea what had just happened. Why are you wasting my time? If you want to form a contract, then bring out your spiritual seal. Fuck, I really regret fighting to get here first. I ended up running into a useless oaf. If you refuse to make a contract this time, you can just say that you give up. This contractual ceremony will then be abolished. A month later, you can restart it and will have another chance to make a contract, said the Master of the Eyes impatiently. I'm not prepared. Bai Shala was quivering in fear in front of those eyes. He didn't even know what to say. Hurry and accept. Guo Ran could see that this life form was regretting coming for Bai Shala. It clearly wanted to leave, so Guo Ran hastily urged Bai Shala on. That life form unleashed a deafening roar, and its pupils contracted into minuscule dots. Guo Ran, at that moment, felt indescribable anguish, as if his very soul was on the verge of being torn apart. A terrifying presence descended upon him like an unstoppable tsunami, overwhelming him with its immense might. Suddenly, the sacred might of a dragon rippled outward, blasting back the life form's power. It tore through the void inch by inch. That life form seemed surprised. Only then did it take note of Long Chen, who was wrapped in a dragon scale. At this moment, Guo Ran was startled and enraged. Fortunately, Long Chen was right behind him, so this life form had disturbed the dragon scale, causing it to resolve its pressure on Guo Ran. Otherwise, he might be in a bad state right now. Courting death, are you? Disturb my boss and I'll kill you. What, are you looking down on us? Since you've come, do you regret it? Shala, form a contract with it. If it doesn't submit, boss will help you put it in its place. Raged Guo Ran. Alright, I'll form the contract. Bai Shala nervously took out his spiritual seal. Brat, you won't regret it, demanded the life form coldly. Bai Shala clenched his teeth. He didn't know anything himself, but he trusted Long Chen and everyone beside him. That life form stared at Bai Shala and then Long Chen, who was wrapped in a golden egg. In the end, it took out a rune and placed it on Bai Shala's spiritual seal. The moment the two seals met, the void began to shake. After that, the spatial gate slowly moved until it was behind Bai Shala. Originally, Bai Shala's manifestation had a pair of 3 flower patterns in it. That was a projection of his 3 flower pupils. In the midst of it all, the eyes within the spatial gate merged with the 3 flowers, transforming into a remarkable pair of double eyes. When those 2 eyes merged, the spatial gate exploded and a towering figure tore out of the void, shaking the world with its wild aura. This creature was a terrifying embodiment of power. Resembling a fox, it possessed 9 tails, each with its own colors, almost looking like the plumage of a peacock in full bloom. The desolate beast of the era of legends, the 9-tailed demon fox. When this life form revealed itself, a city lord cried out in horror. Its pupils, they are violet. It can't be. The legendary emperor of the 9-tailed demon foxes, the violet pupil 9-tailed demon fox. So the legends of that era are true. There really is such an existence. A voice quivered. The crowd stood in disbelief, their eyes wide with trepidation, as the existence they had only heard of in ancient tales revealed itself before their eyes. The era of legends was a vague time. All kinds of stories and paintings from that era were handed down through generations, attempting to capture its essence. However, they remained fragments of the past, lacking clarity and definitive origins, making it challenging to trace their true roots. Like whispers in the wind, the tales of that era carried an air of uncertainty, leaving gaps in the understanding of history. Even though the skepticism lingered, the allure of stories persisted among the people. The divine beasts depicted within those tales, in particular, inspired vivid imaginations, leading to the creation of vibrant images. Hence, the sudden manifestation of an actual violet pupil 9-tailed demon fox held a profound visual impact, leaving countless individuals captivated by it. If the violet pupil 9-tailed demon fox truly existed, then didn't it mean that many other legends could appear in this world at any moment? A desolate chi swirled around it, causing countless experts to feel like their hearts would explode. This was a beast that had walked out of the era of legends. It was terrifying. Brat, I have formed a contract with you. But if you're too weak, this would be blasphemy to my violet pupil 9-tail race. According to our contract, I can kill you to escape the bindings that hold us together, said the violet eye 9-tailed demon fox, its voice icy cold without any emotion. However, when it looked through the battlefield, its violet pupils emitted a demonic light. It was like a beast eyeing endless prey. Bai Shala was still horrified by what he had summoned, so he didn't even know what to say. He had never imagined that he would gain such a terrifying contractual divine beast. Fuck, so weak, what can I do in this state? The violet cupel nine-tailed demon fox looked down at the little fellow in front of him a bit irritably. Use your pupil art and the mnemonic I gave you to merge your power with mine. Let me see what kind of level we can reach when our powers merge. Oh, only then did Bai Shala form hand seals. As divine light flowed in his eyes, the void shuddered. After that, the violet cupel nine-tailed demon fox's enormous figure rapidly shrank until it was only 300 meters tall. What is this? The violet eye nine-tailed demon fox seemed enraged, as if it was going to explode. It glared at Bai Shala in such a manner that Bai Shala thought it was going to eat him. What do you mean, what is this? Stuttered Bai Shala in terror. How can our merged power be so weak? It's not even 1,000th of what mine was. How can you be so weak? Roared the violet cupel nine-tailed demon fox. A wild chi wave then blasted away Bai Shala. When others merged with me, the result was far beyond 1 + 1. As for you, rather than increasing my power, you've only weakened me. What is the point of this? Bai Shala was shaken by this roar, his mind crumbling. As a result, he could only stare in terror at the violet cupel nine-tailed demon fox and had no idea what to say. Brother, calm yourself. I follow my boss, and I'll grow quickly. Give me some time, please. I'm weak now, but I'll get stronger, said Bai Shala while trembling with fear. Many people thought that such gutless words would cause the violet cupel nine-tailed demon fox to be further enraged, but unexpectedly, it looked toward Long Chen and suppressed its anger. Merge with my spiritual body. I want to test your pupil arts. As Bai Shala's hand seals changed, he vanished, reappearing on the violet cupel nine-tailed demon fox's head. After that, the aura of fox and man became one. The violet cupel nine-tailed demon fox's body suddenly vanished. It reappeared on the battlefield, unleashing a sharp claw that tore through the void. Chapter 3901 Regret. As a monster of legends was charging over, countless people fled in terror, not daring to fight it directly. In front of this unknown existence, they were all terrified. As a result, the ones attacking the Dragonblood Legion fled like the tide. However, when the violet cupel nine-tailed demon fox's claw fell, those people were dumbfounded. This legendary existence's attack wasn't as powerful as they had imagined. A dozen powerful experts were enveloped by that attack, and just as they thought that they were definitely dead, they actually managed to block it. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this result. Was this not the legendary violet cupel nine-tailed demon fox? Or was the legendary demon fox not as powerful as they had imagined? Was it just an exaggerated legend? As those dozen powerful experts defended with all their power, the violet cupel nine-tailed demon fox was actually knocked back. It staggered, forced to retreat a few steps before managing to regain its footing and stabilize itself. Fuck, working with you has weakened me countless times. I can't even kill a group of insects now. The violet cupel nine-tailed demon fox roared furiously, its killing intent erupting. That terrifying killing intent did not match its power level. What violet cupel nine-tailed demon fox? It's nothing more than a bedtime story. Slaughter this violet cupel nine-tailed demon fox, and our names will ring throughout history. One of those powerful experts shouted and actually charged forward. However, he had just moved when the violet cupel nine-tailed demon fox bizarrely appeared behind him. With a clench of its claws, he was turned into a blood mist. You little ants dare to say that you will kill me, roared the violet cupel nine-tailed demon fox. After killing that powerful expert, it vanished once more. When it reappeared, it was hundreds of miles away. It was actually capable of teleportation. Once again, a dozen experts were struck by its claws. However, they were not killed and merely blown away. Other than spatial movement, do you have no other powerful techniques? Why are you only using this one technique? Demanded the violet cupel nine-tailed demon fox. It was speaking to Bai Shala. I don't know how to use them, admitted Bai Shala timidly. Fool, I really regret it now. I shouldn't have accepted you as master. Your spiritual strength is weak. Let me take charge. Just support me, barked the violet cupel nine-tailed demon fox. Yes, Bai Shala directly agreed. He then just lay on the violet cupel nine-tailed demon fox's head, seemingly falling into a deep slumber. A deafening roar erupted from the violet cupel nine-tailed demon fox, reverberating through the air. From its gaping maw, a sinister ripple blasted outward. Just like that, anyone caught within the path of this ripple met a grim fate, disappearing without a trace. In an instant, the violet pupil nine-tailed demon fox eradicated hundreds of thousands of experts around it, leaving behind only a haunting emptiness. The horrifying power displayed by the fox sent shivers down the spines of all who witnessed its devastating attack. What a garbage technique! What's the point of just transporting people away? Muttered the violet pupil nine-tailed demon fox to itself irritably. Just then, a terrifying expert came charging over. This was a peak expert who had merged his supreme blood and supreme bone. Violet pupil nine-tailed demon fox. My heavenly Qilin leopard race will accept you. Heavenly Qilin leopard race, you aren't even fit to carry the shoes of my violet pupil nine-tailed demon fox race. Scram! Shouted the violet pupil nine-tailed demon fox. It opened its mouth and shot out a sphere of light. The sphere of light tore through the void, blasting that heavenly genius away. But it seemed that it didn't cause any substantial injuries to him. You really piss me off. I'm weakened to this extent. What's the point then? Brat, wake up. I've decided to terminate our contract. We'll both take back our spiritual seals, roared the violet pupil nine-tailed demon fox. Hearing this, the slumbering Bai Shala instantly woke up. He worriedly said, Don't. Since we've become companions, we can't just leave. We have to accompany each other in life and death. After merging with the violet pupil nine-tailed demon fox, Bai Shala found that it was incredibly terrifying. But because his power was limited, it was unable to excavate its full potential. As a result, having gained such a terrifying companion, Bai Shala refused to let it go even if he had to be beaten to death. No matter what, he had to keep it by his side. Accompany each other for what? Your 3 flower pupils are so weak. If you were just limiting my power, that would be one thing. But you don't even know many pupil arts. What's the point of being with you? Demanded the violet pupil nine-tailed demon fox. My boss will help me improve my pupil arts. Cried out Bai Shala, and your lack of techniques. Retorted the violet pupil nine-tailed demon fox. My boss will teach me those too. Said Bai Shala shamelessly. Bullshit, your boss doesn't know pupil arts. You can't trick me. I only accepted you to use your pupil arts to awaken my sealed bloodline. But you are worthless and can't help me. This contract is supposed to be mutually beneficial, but right now, I can't gain anything. It's a waste of time. So, I've decided to terminate the contract. We can go separate ways, and you can find someone more qualified than me, shouted the violet pupil nine-tailed demon fox. Bai Shala hastily said, My mother is an expert in pupil arts. It's just that my cultivation technique isn't high enough for her to transmit her superior pupil arts to me. If you stay with me, once we're out of the 3,000 worlds, I'll definitely work hard at cultivating pupil arts. You'll be able to benefit then. I don't believe you. You are trash, and I'm not gambling on this. The contract has yet to be fully locked down by the heavenly Taos, so we can still part ways here. But if more time passes, this contract will be set in stone and it will no longer be possible to part. I'm not taking that risk, said the violet pupil nine-tailed demon fox frostily. No, I refuse to rescind the contract. Bai Shala's voice trembled, tinged with a hint of desperation and sorrow. He couldn't bear the thought of relinquishing his contract with the fearsome violet pupil nine-tailed demon fox. However, no matter how he begged, the violet pupil nine-tailed demon fox refused to agree. It urged Bai Shala to do this voluntarily, or it would be forced to kill him in order to terminate the contract. Hey, don't you only want Bai Shala to control stronger pupil arts? What about the Heavenly Eye race's pupil arts? Are the pupil arts of the 6 Tao Heavenly Eye acceptable? Shouted Guo Ran suddenly. What? The violet pupil nine-tailed demon fox was stunned, staring at Guo Ran in shock. Are you telling the truth? Do you have the inheritance of the 6 Tao Heavenly Eye? I don't, but my boss does. That's the same as Bai Shala having it. If you don't believe me, you can check my soul. The memories are there, said Guo Ran confidently. The violet pupil nine-tailed demon fox stared at Guo Ran for a moment before its body suddenly quivered. An expression of wild delight appeared on its face. All right, then I'll accept your boss as master. You, Bai Shala almost wept. TCH, do you think you're worthy of my boss? My boss has already formed a lifelong contract with another, and there's no room for a second. Guo Ran snorted with disdain, his voice dripping with mockery and scorn. Hearing this, the violet pupil nine-tailed demon fox hesitated. After a long moment, it finally said, Fine. For the inheritance of the 6 Tao Heavenly Eye, I'll accept this brat. Yes, Bai Shala was overjoyed. With such a powerful comrade, He felt like his future was full of light. However, Bai Shaola's celebration was abruptly cut short as the void collapsed, unleashing a torrent of ominous black qi. In an instant, a razor-sharp claw tore through the ruptured space, hurtling toward Bai Shaola with malicious intent. This attack came out of nowhere, and so suddenly that no one could react in time. Chapter 3902 Unbeatable Xiang. The earth quivered as the sharp claws tore through its surface, leaving behind a trail of destruction. In an instant, giant cracks spread like a spider's web, fracturing the once undisturbed land. At this moment, a figure wrapped in black qi appeared before their eyes. With wings resembling those of a bat and the devil qi that overflowed out of them, his existence shook the 10,000 daos. Guo Ran and Sha Chen's hearts quivered with a mixture of fear and disbelief as they looked at Xiang. The body of an immemorial winged devil that he possessed now had a devil qi swirling around it. It seemed that he had taken full control of this corpse. Xiang's claws tore through the void as quickly as lightning, not giving Bai Shaola or the violet pupil nine-tailed demon fox any chance to react. However, this attack still missed. Bai Shaola and the violet pupil nine-tailed demon fox vanished right before the attack landed. Golden horn winged devil race. Who do you think you are? In front of my violet pupil nine-tailed demon fox race, you can only prostrate beneath our feet. The violet pupil nine-tailed demon fox appeared in the distance with Bai Shaola, glaring at Xiang furiously. However, Xiang ignored it and just looked at Long Chen. A sinister smile appeared on his face. Long Chen, your death is at hand. Xiang's wings shook, causing a surge of black qi to come out from his body. He then shot toward the Dragonblood Legion's defenses like a black meteor. As Guo Ran cried out, all the Dragonblood warriors ignited their power in perfect synchrony, their energy surging. With the support of their collective power, Guo Ran crossed his sabers and unleashed a dual saber strike at Xiang's head. The strike blew Xiang's body back, leaving an immense cross-shaped hole in the void. Within that ruined space, fragments of spacetime swirled and flew about. Everyone who saw this scene was flabbergasted by the world-destroying power of all the Dragonblood warriors. Seeing Guo Ran manage to blow away the indomitable Xiang, Bai Shaola cheered. However, his cheers quickly turned silent. Within that ruined space, black qi gushed out once again, and Xiang flew out of it. Everyone could see black blood leaking out of the giant cross-shaped mark on his chest. That attack had struck him directly. However, that was all. This mark was no more than an inch deep. Startled cries rang out. Against all expectations, Xiang had used his physical body to withstand this devastating strike, emerging with only the slightest trace of injuries. His physical body must be countless times stronger than world domain divine items. Interesting. You can actually damage this body. But so what? The immemorial winged devil's body is unimaginably powerful. Now that it has been nourished by primal chaos qi, I'm in full control of it. Even if you exhaust yourselves hitting me, you can't kill me, Xiang laughed sinisterly. He once more shot toward them. How arrogant. Then let me experience the power of your so-called immemorial devil corpse. As a cold and clear voice rang out, golden light fell from the sky, accompanied by a golden sword that slashed through the air. Bai Shishi had come. A golden lotus unfurled behind her, enveloping her in its divine radiance. With her special heavenly Dao crown, she appeared like a golden war goddess. Also, the golden sword that she was wielding was precisely the one that Long Chen had daringly stolen from the ghost ship. As this sword's ancient runes lit up, all the metal energy of the world seemed to merge into it. In front of this gleaming sword, Xiang raised his fierce claws. As the two formidable forces met, a magnificent burst of divine light erupted, resembling the explosion of the sun. Both Bai Shishi and Xiang retreated at the same time, being evenly matched in this exchange. Corpse Devil Spirit Awakening. Devil Blood Ignition. With a disdainful snort, Xiang formed hand seals swiftly, unleashing countless strange runes that manifested across his body. These eerie runes then writhed akin to a swarm of restless maggots, which imbued him with an unprecedented concentration of corpse devil qi. Xiang once more attacked, his claws dancing through the air. Facing these attacks, Bai Shishi swung her sword, and with an explosive sound, she tumbled back. She was actually unable to stop the current Xiang. Don't fight him directly. His corpse came from a heavenly tomb. It was a king of the immemorial era, and it might have been in existence above a divine venerate in its life. However, although he can control this corpse, the amount of power he can control is definitely limited. We can search for a weak point and an opportunity to counterattack," shouted Sha Chen. Having been in the heavenly tomb, he was clearer than anyone on just how terrifying this corpse was. An opportunity to counterattack? How laughable. This corpse has no weaknesses. Shi Yong laughed and chased after Bai Shishi. Heavenly rainbow flying star. Just as Shi Yong lunged toward Bai Shishi, the pill fairy gracefully descended from above, enveloped in rainbow flames that danced around her. She was like a rainbow flying through the world. Upon sensing her, Shi Yang's wings slammed down around him. Those wings were like a shield, blocking the pill fairy's attack. Hence, when the rainbow flames blasted him, he was merely knocked back several steps. However, even as Shi Yong retracted his wings, the vibrant rainbow flames persisted, stubbornly burning on. The intense flame energy clung fiercely to his wings, refusing to be extinguished. The heavenly rainbow flame really is powerful. But this golden horn-winged devil was a master of flame energy. "Your flames are unable to harm me." Shi Yong laughed. Even as his wings burned, he ignored it and shot straight at Long Chen. "Fuck, I'm really pissed by your arrogance." Filled with fury, the violet cupel nine-tailed demon fox let out a roar and suddenly appeared in front of Shi Yong. Its 9 majestic tails blazed with an ethereal light, while its razor-sharp claws descended swiftly with unwavering precision. As their claws collided, a shower of sparks erupted, illuminating the space between them. The forceful impact then reverberated, causing a powerful shockwave that sent the violet cupel nine-tailed demon fox flying backward. "If I wasn't limited by that brat, do you think you could receive 3 blows from me?" Driven back by the forceful blow, the violet cupel nine-tailed demon fox seethed with increased fury, yet it found itself unable to do a thing. "Trash, even if you all come at me together, you won't be able to stop me from killing Long Chen," Shi Yong sneered arrogantly. Provoked by this arrogant declaration, Bai Shishi's anger flared. She then pointed her sword at the sky, and a ray of sword chi soared into the dome of the heavens. The next moment, the earth split open, and a dazzling golden light erupted from the depths, flowing into her sword. As this light was absorbed, the ray of sword chi grew larger, exuding a sharp aura that stabbed people's souls. Heaven-splitting slash. At this moment, Bai Shishi's eyes were filled with golden light. With a cold shout, her sword slashed down. The void let out a tearing sound as this sword broke all shackles of heaven and earth. Upon facing such a terrifying attack, Shi Yang's expression finally changed. Chapter 3903 Wang Tianyao attacks. This sword had sucked away all the metal energy of the world, emitting an incredibly ancient aura. It was as though a dormant beast had been roused from slumber, and this sharp aura was the fearsome fangs of this beast. With each swing, it effortlessly cleaved through the sky, shattering the very foundations of the 10,000 Daos. I refuse to believe a little immortal king can shake an immemorial devil corpse. As Shi Yong slammed his hands together, the bat-like wings on his back lit up, folding defensively in front of him. But everything he did was useless. When the golden sword fell, it still sliced through his wings, his blood spraying through the air. As the gigantic wings fell to the ground, most of the black runes on them shattered, dissipating into heaven and earth. As for his body, it tumbled back into the distance. With a final stamp in the air, a long line of ripples appeared beneath his feet. After he had stabilized himself, people saw his current appearance and were stunned. As half of those wings had been severed, the shortened wings didn't match the rest of his body, looking almost comical. To their surprise, there was also a line of blood on his head. Bai Shishi's sword chi hadn't just severed his wings but also harmed his body. However, after passing through his defense, her sword chi was clearly weakened and unable to cause a substantial injury. What a pity. Seeing this scene, Guo Ran and Sha Chen both felt a wave of regret. Bai Shishi had such a terrifying power, but they had wasted this chance. If they had worked together, with her terrifying offensive power, they would have had a large chance of killing Shi Yong. Shi Yang's corpse was too powerful, exceeding the scope of their understanding. Although he was unable to unleash this corpse's divine abilities, just its physical body wasn't something that they could deal with. Ha ha ha, unexpected, how unexpected. Someone could actually sever my wings. How shocking. Shi Yong looked at his severed wings in shock. However, he then clapped and praised her. But so what? No one in the 3,000 worlds can stop me. This attack severed your wings, and the next one will cut off your head. Bai Shishi raised her sword again. Shi Yong sneered disdainfully, the attack just now sucked away almost this entire world's metal energy. Where are you going to get more energy? Furthermore, did you think that severing my wings would weaken me? How naive. Xianxia then formed hand seals, and black chi swirled out of his severed wings. In front of everyone's stunned gazes, his wings quickly regrew. He practically recovered in an instant. Everyone was dumbfounded by this. How could this be? How did Xianxia possess such a terrifying recovery ability? This was an immemorial devil corpse. My corpse devil Dao's inheritance isn't something trash like you can imagine. Having used primal chaos chi to fully merge with this body, even if I can't activate its divine abilities, just its physical body alone is enough to crush you. Xianxia laughed and flapped his recovered wings, charging forward with brute force. In response, Bai Shishi furiously raised her sword again. But this time, Guo Ran shouted, "Don't be brash. This fellow definitely has a weakness. Only a well-timed attack can kill him, otherwise, you're just wasting energy." None of them understood the corpse devil Dao, and in particular, this was an immemorial devil corpse. They had to find its weak spot first before attacking. "Who are you calling brash?" raged Bai Shishi. Bai Shala said, "Ignore her. Her head sometimes gets muddled. When that happens, she won't listen to anyone, not even her father and mother. Only boss is an exception." After hearing this, an understanding expression appeared on their faces. At this time, the pill fairy moved forward. She was more cool-headed than Bai Shishi, so her sword merely danced, unleashing a net of flying rainbows that interrupted Xianxia's assault. Her flying rainbows were made of the heavenly rainbow flame, capable of locking down the space around Xianxia. Facing this obstacle, Xianxia's claws tore through the void and the flames. But this net of the heavenly rainbow flame still caused his speed to plummet. It was like he was stuck in a swamp where all movements became difficult. Even so, Xianxia furiously pushed through, using his wings as blades. He then stamped through the air, reaching for the pill fairy with his claws. However, a sword struck Xianxia's claws at this moment, sending sparks flying in the air alongside Xianxia. Bai Shishi had joined forces with the pill fairy. "Thank you for your help, big sister." Seeing her come to her aid, the pill fairy smiled gratefully. "You're the big sister," replied Bai Shishi. After saying this, she suddenly blushed, feeling embarrassed and vexed. With one sentence, she had set their status. The embarrassed Bai Shishi couldn't even look at others. With nowhere else to vent, she turned her wrath on Xianxia, her sword dancing through the air. On the other hand, the pill fairy was flabbergasted, not understanding what Bai Shishi's words meant. Bai Shishi's expression suddenly grew odd after saying that, and she was attacking Xianxia like he was the murderer of her father. Also, the pill fairy noticed all the people around Long Chen staring at her with complicated emotions. It was like they knew her. However, she didn't have time to ask questions. She also shot after Xianxia, joining forces with Bai Shishi. Even with both of them working together, Xianxia was just too powerful. He was constantly getting closer to Long Chen. As the two of them were unable to stop him, Guo Ran and Bai Shala decided to join the fray. Bai Shala and the violet pupil nine-tailed demon fox would join forces to attack. But after every attack, the violet pupil nine-tailed demon fox wanted to curse furiously. It was weakened gravely, unable to even unleash its own power due to the limitations of Bai Shala's cultivation base and skills. Fortunately, its physical body was also terrifying. Just by relying on that, it could clash with Xianxia directly. Even if it couldn't beat Xianxia, it wasn't afraid of being injured. With their combined might, Xianxia was unable to press on and harm Long Chen, so he was incensed. For him, the violet pupil nine-tailed demon fox was the greatest hindrance. Seeing his fury though, the violet pupil nine-tailed demon fox seemed to feel much better and worked even harder at stopping Xianxia. The unhappier Xianxia was, the happier it was. Seeing them all join forces to stop Xianxia, the surrounding experts saw their chance. Hence, they collapsed on the Dragonblood Legion once more, starting another chaotic battle. "Bastards! It's useless even if you stop me. Others will still eliminate Long Chen," roared Xianxia. Perhaps his mouth was prophetic. As soon as he said this, thunder shook the world. With the lightning weaving together, it was like a heavenly tribulation was descending. Within this lightning, they saw a streak of lightning shooting toward Long Chen. From within the Dragonblood Legion, Zhang Lei's expression changed. "Watch out, that's Wang Tianyao. Wang Tianyao, will kill you today, Long Chen." A thunderous roar reverberated. Even before his voice spread, a lightning-clad figure already appeared in front of the Dragonblood Legion with incomparable speed. However, Just as he reached them, a black meteor fell from the heavens and perfectly struck Wang Tianyao. With a heaven-shaking explosion, the sea of lightning was blown apart. The world darkened as an enormous figure covered the sky. Chapter 3904 Meng Qi arrives. At this moment, a brilliant bird cry rang out. It was a sound that seemed to come from all the way back in the desolate era. It penetrated people to the depths of their souls, awakening their most primal fear. This was an absolutely enormous beast, but it was so fast, akin to a bolt of lightning. This divine bird had spat out a black ray of divine light that sent Wang Tianyao flying back. And before he could react in any way, a heaven-covering wing slammed down upon him. Before the wing landed, its berserk power already caused the void to collapse and astral winds to unfurl. Seeing this scene, countless people fled in terror. Facing this attack, Wang Tianyao shouted and took out an ancient tower. As the tower rapidly grew, it was like a mountain protecting him. Wang Tianyao had possessed two priceless treasures. One was his lightning sword, the wild blade. The other was this lightning tower. Since the wild blade had been taken by Lei Linger, now he only had this tower. But this tower was also an exceedingly terrifying divine item with immense power. At this moment, the tower's lightning surged out, blocking this giant wing. The impact caused the world to shudder. The next moment, both the giant bird and the tower were knocked back. The tower smashed into the ground, directly blowing apart some experts that couldn't flee in time. Even city lords were as weak as ants in front of this power. As for the divine bird, its wings slammed into the air, and it instantly stabilized its body. Only then did people see that it was a black, sparrow-shaped bird. Only its wings were covered in silver feathers. Cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow. Or is it a mutated species? Exclaimed the violet pupil nine-tailed demon fox. When this divine bird descended, people saw a beautiful woman standing atop it. She was so beautiful that it looked like she had walked out of a painting, possessing a grandeur that made her seem transcendent, untouched by the mortal world of dust. The entire world became a wonderland due to her very existence, as she possessed a fantasy-like splendor around her. Bai Shishi considered herself peerless in terms of looks, but when she saw this beautiful woman, she couldn't help feeling inferior. This woman was like beautiful jade untouched by a single impurity. It was like all the world's beauty was concentrated in her. Big sister Meng Qi. When that peerless beauty appeared, Guo Ran, Sha Chen, and the rest of the Dragonblood Legion unleashed heaven-shaking cheers. Suddenly, the divine bird that she was on vanished, transforming into a beautiful maiden who appeared to be around 13 years old. Clad in a black dress whose sleeves possessed a silver light, her deep eyes were filled with delight. Guo Ran and the others instantly recognized her. Although her appearance had changed a bit, they still recognized her aura. Meng Qi didn't seem to hear everyone's cheers. Instead, she was staring in disbelief at the pill fairy. Xianxia, is it really you? Meng Qi was filled with so much emotion that her voice quivered with a sobbing tone. Big sister, do you know me? The pill fairy stared blankly at the peerlessly beautiful Meng Qi. Meng Qi smiled. Her eyes were wet, but her voice was delighted. That's not important. What's important is that you are you. Just as the pill fairy was distracted, Shi Yong found an opportunity to charge through their blockade. He shot toward Long Chen. A cute cry rang out. After that, an enormous figure descended upon Shi Yong like lightning, its wings slashing toward him like a blade. It was Cloud who had shot over instantaneously. Shi Yong was sent tumbling back by her. As for Cloud, she also staggered facing Shi Yang's power. However, all on her own, she had managed to force Shi Yong back, showing a display that was enough to shock everyone. Cloud then spread her wings, and her claws struck Shi Yong like lightning, leaving Shi Yong feeling shocked and enraged. Long Chen's side was gaining more and more experts, and all these reinforcements were incredibly powerful. He was getting uneasy. Hence, he attacked Cloud frantically. After exchanging a dozen blows, Cloud was gradually forced back. This immemorial devil corpse that he was controlling was just too powerful. After all, Cloud was only in the immortal king realm and was naturally at a disadvantage. Cloud suddenly opened her mouth, unleashing a ray of black light that directly struck Shi Yong in the chest. As a result, Shi Yong felt an irresistible force send him flying. Shi Yang's body was blasted back by the black light, leaving a long ditch in the ground. Any experts in his path were directly crushed. Since Cloud couldn't beat him in terms of the physical body, she directly switched to unleashing one of her divine abilities. Caught off guard, Shi Yong was sent flying. When Shi Yong stood up once again, he coughed up blood. For the first time ever since controlling this corpse, Xiang coughed up blood. Guo Ran and the others were surprised by this and overjoyed. Cloud was truly terrifying, being able to directly harm Xiang at his core. It had to be known that even Bai Shixi's attack that had severed his wings couldn't harm his core. Even with so many people attacking him together, just to find his weakness or to exhaust him, they had been unable to succeed. Unexpectedly, it was Cloud's attack that was the first to truly injure Xiang. Good job, Cloud, kill that fellow, Sha Chen cried out in delight. As long as they could eliminate Xiang, everything would be easier. Cloud let out a loud bird cry. In an instant, her enormous figure appeared in front of Xiang, her claws reaching toward him like hooks. Cloud let out a torrent of attacks, forcing Xiang back repeatedly. She would occasionally spit out more rays of divine light, and Xiang tried to dodge them but couldn't. As a result, he was quickly covered in various wounds and constantly spitting out blood. Unexpectedly, Cloud's innate divine ability was able to seriously harm Xiang. It seemed that his devil corpse was perfectly countered by Cloud. Xiang roared furiously, but he had no way to counterattack. Although he was in control of this corpse, with his cultivation base, he couldn't activate its divine abilities. He was only capable of fighting with the most basic physical attacks. On the other hand, Cloud's attack contained a special bloodline power, causing damage with every blow. Now, Xiang began to panic, but he couldn't think of any solution. Most infuriating of all, despite her enormous size, Cloud wasn't clumsy at all. She was as quick as lightning. Not being able to run from her or beat her, Xiang could only grit his teeth. At the core of the battlefield, Wang Tianyao had reached the Dragonblood Legion with his lightning tower, planning on directly barging through. But at this moment, a pair of snow-white, slender hands directly landed on the lightning tower. Chapter 3905 Golden Bell. She is blocking a divine weapon with her bare hands. Startled cries rang out. This lightning tower was bigger than a mountain, and in comparison, Meng Qi was as small as an ant in front of it. Meng Qi was like an elegant fairy with immortal qi swirling around her, looking as though a strong breeze might blow her over. Hence, when the lightning tower violently crashed toward her, Guo Ran, Sha Chen, and the others' hearts instantly clenched. To their surprise, the moment Meng Qi's hands pierced the endless lightning surging out of the tower, a giant golden bell appeared behind her. When her hands touched the tower, that golden bell's originally dim runes suddenly blazed with light. After that, the bell rang with a deep and sonorous sound that spread far and wide, enveloping the entire battlefield. It was a beautiful sound that intoxicated people. In an instant, all the noises in heaven and earth faded. Only the sound of the bell continued to hang in the air. As for Wang Tianyao, he was originally pushing the tower. But all of a sudden, his body shook and he coughed up blood. A figure identical to him looked as if it was going to leave his body. Wang Tianyao was shocked. That was his Yuan spirit. This one ring of Meng Qi's bell almost made his Yuan spirit escape his body. Panicked, Wang Tianyao then grabbed his Yuan spirit and spat out some blood onto his hands. After forming hand seals, he successfully dragged his Yuan spirit back into his body. At the same time, countless experts on the battlefield plummeted from the sky, akin to droplets of falling rain. Their Yuan spirits still hung in the air, while their bodies were now soulless objects. Of the trillions of experts on the battlefield, a full tenth had their Yuan spirits removed from their bodies. The others were stunned, having never encountered something so terrifying in all their lives. In an instant, the sound of that bell caused those with weak spiritual strength to have their Yuan spirits leave their bodies. As for the slightly stronger experts, they felt their Yuan spirits trying to leave, so they used all their power to keep them in. Only those with powerful Yuan spirits felt their souls slightly shake. They temporarily lost consciousness, but that was it. However, the sound of the bell continued to hang in the air. Other than the people on the side of the Dragonblood Legion, even city lords felt their heads buzzed as if they had been struck in the head. In that instant, countless experts attacking the Dragonblood Legion died. The Dragonblood warriors took this chance to slaughter them. As those people had yet to recover, they were annihilated. This is our chance. Li Qi and Song Mingyuan, who were in the midst of combat with those experts, shouted at the same time. They directly gave up on the counterattack and formed hand seals. After that, the malevolent spirits behind them rapidly grew. Both of the malevolent spirits then opened their mouths wide and inhaled. In an instant, those Yuan spirits felt a terrifying suction, involuntarily flying over toward those mouths. Those Yuan spirits screamed and struggled, but those malevolent spirits had a special devouring power for Yuan spirits. No matter how the latter struggled, it was useless. Millions of Yuan spirits directly flowed into their mouths. As those malevolent spirits absorbed millions of Yuan spirits, their auras rapidly grew, rippling and growing like an angry sea. After devouring them, they returned to Li Qi and Songming Yuan's manifestations. Both of their auras also multiplied in power instantly. These two malevolent spirits were spiritual creatures that Li Qi and Songming Yuan were raising, and they specialized in devouring Yuan spirits to cultivate. Back then, their master had helped both of them choose some life spirits to merge in their manifestations. There had been countless powerful spiritual creatures for them to choose from, and these two had been the worst of all of them. But Li Qi and Songming Yuan had immediately set their sights on them. These two malevolent spirits had been inside their sect for countless years, and no one had wanted them during that period. That was because their growth was too slow and the conditions for their growth were too harsh. Thus, no heavenly geniuses wanted them. However, for Li Qi and Songming Yuan, those two malevolent spirits might have been made for them. These malevolent spirits were powerful, allowing them to make up for their slightly lacking offense. For others, these malevolent spirits grew too slowly. But for the two of them who came from the Dragonblood Legion, that was no problem. Wasn't it just devouring Yuan spirits to grow? The Dragonblood Legion always had endless enemies and countless battles. Why would they worry about there not being Yuan spirits to devour? Those two malevolent spirits had been ignored for countless years, suffering from the arrogance of others. Hence, after taking Li Qi and Songming Yuan as masters, they were instantly won over. In fact, when the malevolent spirits were still weak, Li Qi and Songming Yuan fed them their own soul essence to strengthen them, not doubting them at all. As a result, those two malevolent spirits were now fiercely loyal to the two of them. Another reason malevolent spirits weren't usually chosen was because they could devour their masters. But Li Qi and Songming Yuan were the most outstanding experts in the Dragonblood Legion, and affected by Long Chen, they chose to firmly believe in their comrades. Trust had to be mutual, so they would accompany each other in life and death. It was due to this treatment that the two malevolent spirits were loyal to death toward them. With their spirits connected, they fought flawlessly together. After absorbing so many Yuan spirits, they directly converted that into their own power. That was one of the most terrifying abilities of malevolent spirits. At the same time as their power crazily grew, half of it was transmitted to their masters, causing Li Qi and Songming Yuan to grow stronger as well. Little brats, come and face your deaths. With their power soaring, they blasted away the opposition. They swept through the enemy experts, going back and forth through their midst before returning to the Dragonblood Legion. Originally, in order to lighten the pressure on the Dragonblood Legion, the two of them had gone out as the vanguard, blocking experts from different directions so that the Dragonblood Legion wouldn't be surrounded. This way, the enemy's attacks wouldn't be fully concentrated, and the Dragonblood Legion would be able to withstand the impact of millions of experts attacking them. However, that had actually put them in an awkward spot. They had been surrounded and unable to move freely. But now that they had absorbed so many Yuan spirits and their power had grown, their enemies could no longer stop the two of them from returning to the Dragonblood Legion's side. They were able to control the tempo of the battlefield there. At this time, the battlefield was in chaos as that one move from Meng Qi terrified everyone. The sound of her bell was practically the reaper of lives, causing those with weaker Yuan spirits to quiver in terror. A full tenth of the experts on this battlefield were wiped out in an instant. Although they were the weakest of them all, it had to be known that those that dared to set foot onto this battlefield were no weaklings. As for Wang Tianyao, he was also horrified. Just now, he had been the one to bear the greatest impact of that attack, and his Yuan spirit had almost left his body. If that had happened, he would definitely be dead. With so many experts around, they wouldn't give him any chance to merge back into his body. He was now covered in icy sweat. This beautiful woman in front of him actually had such a terrifying move. Suddenly, the lightning tower rumbled and flew toward Meng Qi. "What do you think you're doing?" Wang Tianyao shouted in shock and fury, as he found that his lightning tower was actually not listening to his orders. Chapter 3906 Powerful enemies appear. People were startled. Just as they thought that Wang Tianyao was using the lightning tower to attack Meng Qi, Wang Tianyao suddenly cried out in a panic. Wang Tianyao roared, forming hand seals and spitting out blood onto his palm. As a result, the lightning tower quivered and paused in the air. To deal with him, Meng Qi changed her hand seals, spreading invisible spiritual strength toward the tower. After that, the heavenly Tao crown behind her head glowed brightly, and the golden bell quivered. It was like an invisible hand was pulling the tower, causing it to shudder. Lightning raged within and around it, but it didn't unleash any attacks. It seemed confused. Seeing this scene, Guo Ran was the first to react and directly attacked Wang Tianyao. If Wang Tianyao couldn't control the lightning tower, then this was the best chance to kill him. When Guo Ran arrived, Wang Tianyao summoned a lightning shield that blocked his attack. However, Bai Shaola and the violet pupil nine-tailed demon fox rushed over as well, followed by Bai Shishi and the pill fairy. Against them all, Wang Tianyao's lightning shield instantly shattered. Seeing them coming, Wang Tianyao roared furiously and spat out more blood onto his hand seals. The lightning tower finally escaped Meng Qi's control. It then appeared in front of Wang Tianyao and smashed toward Guo Ran and the others, exuding lightning that formed into a giant net enveloping all of them. Be suppressed. Wang Tianyao was enraged. His wild blade had been taken by Lei Linger, and he was thinking about how to get it back. But then, Meng Qi's powerful spiritual strength actually disturbed his control over his lightning tower. If he hadn't used up a huge amount of his supreme essence blood to control the lightning tower, he might have lost control over it. But with the support of his supreme essence blood, this terrifying lightning tower was unleashing a terrifying power. As the streaks of lightning weaved together, Guo Ran and the others were instantly caught. As space collapsed, their bodies began to shrink. They were pulled toward the tower. But all of a sudden, a giant golden bell struck the tower, and its clear sound once more rang out. As a result, the tower's lightning net instantly exploded, which let Guo Ran and the others then regain their freedom and leave the range of the lightning tower. They felt a burst of fear after escaping. This lightning tower possessed a terrifying power of law. Just now, their cultivation bases seemed to be sealed by some mysterious power, making them unable to unleash their own power. Suddenly, the void shook and the figure of a woman materialized. When she saw Long Chen, her killing intent instantly exploded. The nine underworld Luaka, another terrifying assassin had come. HMPH, Long Chen's life is mine. I'll kill anyone who dares to touch him. Another arrogant voice rang out. At the same time, a myriad of flames descended from the heavens, causing the temperature of the world to instantly soar. Yin Changsheng had also come. Now, he had a heavenly Tao crown on the back of his head, and his faith energy filled the space around him. After that, the world shook as another figure emerged. This enormous being's presence alone caused the very land beneath him to quake with each resounding step, and his blood chi was akin to a raging sea filling the sky. This was the underworld eye giant that Long Chen had encountered during his tribulation. Before the surrounding experts could snap out of their surprise, the sound of 10,000 beasts roaring rang out. Another powerful expert came, with the aura of 10,000 beasts on his body, his gaze sharp and incisive. The nine underworld Luaka, Yin Changsheng, the underworld eye giant, and this terrifying beast cultivator all appeared at once. Other than them, there were also many unfamiliar faces around. They were all peak experts with powerful blood chis and electric gazes. The incoming experts were those who had just finished absorbing the primal chaos chi in their own treasure lands. For them to come only now, it meant that their treasure lands had an insufficient concentration of primal chaos chi, thus needing a prolonged period for absorption, or they had such immense potential that they required a larger amount of primal chaos chi and time to condense a heavenly Tao crown. Long Chen's life is mine. I will kill anyone who interferes, shouted the nine underworld Luaka. With a single step, she materialized in front of the Dragonblood Legion, thrusting her sword. From the outside, it looked like a simple and direct attack, but the tip of her sword actually quivered and unleashed a sonic boom. In this critical moment, a golden sword cleaved through the air, aiming at the nine underworld Luaka's back. The nine underworld Luaka was too fast, leaving Bai Shishi with no chance to intervene. Hence, she could only attack her in an attempt to save the others. Slut! Scram! This interference enraged the nine underworld Luaka. Her sword spun, directly striking Bai Shishi's sword, instantly ruining Bai Shishi's sword balance. At that moment, the nine underworld Luaka vanished. Bai Shishi's expression changed, and without hesitation, a golden shield appeared in her left hand. The shield had just started to condense when it was shattered by a sharp sword piercing toward her throat. It was unbelievably fast, but just as this sharp sword was about to reach her throat, a golden light flashed in Bai Shishi's eyes. A palm-sized golden lotus then materialized in front of her throat. When the 9 underworld Luaka's sword struck that golden lotus, sparks flew through the air, and the impact caused the 9 underworld Luaka to stagger. As a counter, Bai Shishi swung her sword at the 9 underworld Luaka's waist, cutting her in two. However, just as she was cut, her figure vanished. When she reappeared, she was already miles away. Bai Shishi's move was beyond the 9 underworld Luaka's expectations. Her killing sword had locked onto Bai Shishi, so she had thought that she could kill Bai Shishi with this blow. Fortunately, Bai Shishi was capable of shrinking her manifestation and condensing it in front of her, transforming it into an unbreakable lotus. Bai Shishi's sword then slashed her waist. Although the 9 underworld Luaka used her movement art to dodge immediately, the slash still left a cut on her waist. Slut, you're courting death. Asura doppelganger. The 9 underworld Luaka split in two and attacked Bai Shishi at once. Facing this terrifying assassin, Bai Shishi's golden sword danced. However, she was unable to counterattack and could only passively defend because the 9 underworld Luaka was just too fast. Her two figures could mimic the attacks of thousands of people at once, filling the world with illusory images. Suddenly, sword light flashed and a head flew into the air. Just like that, all the illusory images surrounding Bai Shishi vanished. Now, only one 9 underworld Luaka remained, much to Bai Shishi's astonishment. Yu Zifeng was standing in front of Bai Shishi, looking at the 9 underworld Luaka coldly. You're at a disadvantage against an assassin. Leave this one to me. Will you be alright? Bai Shishi couldn't help asking as Yu Zifeng had just exhausted himself in an exhausting fight. He hadn't fully recovered yet. I've recovered 80% of my power. It should be enough to deal with her. As Yu Zifeng pointed his sword at the 9 underworld Luaka, a sharp aura locked onto her. You dare to look down on me? Courting death. Enraged beyond measure, the 9 underworld Luaka's disheveled hair billowed around her in a chaotic frenzy. A strange mark then appeared on her forehead. In an instant, her aura became frighteningly cold, as if she had been possessed by a devil god. Chapter 3907. You should die instead. An illusory figure appeared behind the 9 underworld Luaka, so indistinct that it wasn't possible to tell if it was male or female. However, it exuded immense desolate chi, and its eyes glowed with divine light. That light seemed to pass through space-time, seemingly looking through from the depths of hell, causing people's souls to shake. Asura storm slash. As the 9 underworld Luaka shouted, she pointed her sword at Yu Zifeng. An icy and sinister aura then radiated from her, transforming her into a being utterly detached from humanity. When light slashed out of her sword, it pierced through space-time, unleashing a slicing sound akin to the sound of the very laws of heaven and earth being sliced apart. However, in front of this berserk attack, Yu Zifeng looked completely indifferent. Without any manifestation supporting him, no raging gusts or bloodline pressure could be seen around him. But when his sword shone with divine light, it was as though it had come alive, its sharp aura causing the heavens to quiver. Rather than retreating or blocking, he thrust forward into her attack. When the sound of their swords clashing rang out, the surrounding space collapsed and exploded, forming a giant black hole around them. When power is compressed to the limit, it can actually cause such destruction. This black hole was like the gaping maw of a monster and drew everyone's attention. Even heavenly Dao runes were being absorbed by it, forming a terrifying vortex. However, that terrifying black hole didn't seem to affect Yu Zifeng or the 9 underworld Luaka. They both were unleashing killing blows with their swords. One was a peak assassin and the other was a peak sword cultivator. As top-tier sword users, their attacks struck like lightning, unleashing hundreds of moves in an instant. As a result, sword images filled their battlefield, covering up their bodies. As soon as you make a single mistake, you'll never recover. The 9 underworld Luaka's voice rang out from the sea of swords. Since I set foot on my Dao, I've never made a mistake. It didn't happen in the past, and it won't happen now. As for you, once the power you're drawing on is exhausted, you will fall to my sword, responded Yu Zifeng coldly. The black hole surrounding them expanded continuously as they unleashed a ferocious onslaught of attacks. After that, cracks resembling streaks of black lightning also spread through the air, but in truth, they were the spatial cracks generated by the force of their sword strikes. As Yu Zifeng fought the 9 underworld Luaka, Wang Tianyao, the underworld eye giant, Yin Changsheng, and the mysterious beast cultivator all charged at Long Chen. Meng Qi, the pill fairy, Bai Shishi, and Bai Shala moved to stop them, handling one of them each. You want to buy time for Long Chen? Keep dreaming. Yin Changsheng sneered at the pill fairy in front of him, completely ignoring the flame of nets she summoned. Just as he was about to strike her net, his body became illusory and passed through her blockade like it was nothing. The pill fairy's expression changed. Yin Changsheng was also a flame cultivator, and he knew that the pill fairy's heavenly rainbow flame was difficult to deal with. As a result, he refused to fight her directly, instead using his faith domain to pass through her blockade. The Dragonblood Legion won't let you be so arrogant. Dragonblood / Guo Ran let out a furious roar, and all the Dragonblood warriors' power concentrated in his blades once more. A mantis trying to stop a chariot, you don't know your own power. Do you take me as the old Yin Changsheng? Sacred Flame God Slaying Spear. Yin Changsheng smiled in the face of the Dragonblood Legion's combined power. He simply thrust his spear, and a giant flame spear shot out like the spear of a god. Facing the impact head-on, Guo Ran felt like he had been struck by a god's hammer, causing him to cough up blood. But he wasn't the only one suffering. Every Dragonblood warrior also coughed up blood alongside him, having to bear the backlash together. His attack contains sacred qi. The concentration of his faith energy surpasses even that of Ji Wuming. Warned Sha Chen, he then sent his talismans shooting at Yin Changsheng. Seeing the talismans, Yin Changsheng merely sneered and swung his spear, crushing those talismans. The space around those talismans then twisted and turned. You want to transport me away? With that little bit of power, you must be dreaming. If I want to kill Long Chen, no one can stop me, sneered Yin Changsheng. Shut up, Long Chen's life is mine. The 9 Underworld Luoka let out a furious roar. However, she was blocked by Yu Zifeng and unable to charge over, enraging her. Now, a golden bell was blocking Yin Changsheng's path, so he smashed his spear at it. To his surprise, the impact of the collision sent him falling back, causing him to stumble and grunt. At the same time, as his spear made contact with the bell, countless people on the battlefield cried out in horror. As expected, after the golden bell was struck, countless people on the battlefield stiffened, and their yuan spirits came flying out of their bodies. In a chilling spectacle, 2 giant malevolent spirits materialized and inhaled like whales, devouring all the yuan spirits. This combination attack caused waves of lifeless bodies to fall from the sky, transforming the once densely packed battlefield into a desolate landscape. Tens of millions of experts had their yuan spirits stripped out of their bodies and then devoured by those malevolent spirits. This attack surpassed even the viciousness of Wang Tianyao previous strike, both in its sheer brutality and its expansive reach. It instilled unparalleled terror within the hearts of those who witnessed it. The World Domain Divine Item, the Soul-Reaping Golden Bell. You are from the Heavenly Soul Hall. Yin Changsheng's expression changed as he recognized this divine item. Correct. Meng Qi slowly descended from the heavens, blocking Yin Changsheng's path. Ha ha ha, how unexpected. The Heavenly Soul Hall that never sticks their hands into the affairs of the mundane world has actually lowered themselves. Unfortunately, your status is unable to scare me off. Even if the Heavenly Soul Elder personally came, it would be useless. If I, Yin Changsheng, want to kill someone, no one can stop me. Declared Yin Changsheng. Long Chen is my beloved, and I will protect him. You cannot harm him unless you walk over my corpse, said Meng Qi, her beautiful face full of determination. These words drove countless people mad with jealousy. How good was Long Chen's character? How could he make such a peerless goddess willing to sacrifice her life to protect him? Yin Changsheng let out a furious roar. As his faith energy tumbled forward like raging waves, his spear stabbed toward Meng Qi. Meng Qi drew a resolute breath as she summoned the golden bell before her. The next moment, she pressed her hands on the bell, and a blood-colored rune appeared on her forehead. Seeing this, countless experts fled for their lives. If this attack landed, who knew just how many of them would survive? I think you should die instead. Considering how ugly you are, what's the point of living? Just as Meng Qi was condensing her full power, a lazy voice rang out. A ray of light then struck Yin Changsheng's spear. Chapter 3908 Mo Nian steals from the Master. The ray of light shimmered with a brilliant golden color, surrounding an arrow with an array of runes around it. Upon contact with Yin Changsheng's spear, the arrow erupted into a powerful explosion. The force of the explosion forced Yin Changsheng back, disrupting his attack and leaving it in ruins. Emerging from the dissipating smoke, the figure of Mo Nian appeared before him, looking poised and ready to fight. The current Mo Nian had a heavenly Dao crown on the back of his head. As for the palace in his manifestation, it now exuded a titanic strength. Every blade of grass, every inch of the palace looked real, as if the manifestation was its own world that had covered up the real world. The palace gave off sacred light that enveloped Mo Nian, giving him a graceful and majestic appearance. He now seemed to appear even more transcendent and noble. However, that stubborn, fearless, and arrogant smile on his face and the wretchedness in his eyes ruined the overall image. Yin Xianxia furiously shouted, "Mo Nian, you street rat, you stole from me last time. I'll be taking your life as repayment." As Yin Xianxia laid eyes on his mortal enemy, intense anger welled up within him, causing his eyes to turn a fiery shade of red. The next moment, he unleashed the power of his faith domain, manifesting it like a mountain to crush Mo Nian beneath its weight. The moment Yin Xianxia launched his attack, a disturbance rippled through the void. Unexpectedly, Mo Nian already appeared beside him. With lightning-like speed, his shovel mercilessly struck Yin Xianxia's face from a bizarre angle. As a result, before Yin Xianxia could fully release his power, he was already sent flying through the air. "Ha ha ha, success, success. I've finally learned Long Chen's trump card. Ha ha ha, as expected, without killing intent, it isn't easy to sense, ha ha ha." After Mo Nian used his shovel to slap Yin Xianxia away, everyone was stunned. This attack was completely sudden and outside everyone's expectations. Guo Ran, Sha Chen, and the others also felt Mo Nian's movements to be a bit familiar, seeing that his angle was very similar to Long Chen's divine face-slapping art. Right now, Mo Nian was dancing in excitement, as if he had just learned some peerless technique, leaving people flabbergasted. Yin Xianxia felt a stinging pain on his face. This attack might not be fatal, but it was unbearable, not due to the pain, but because of the naked humiliation. Thus, Yin Xianxia's faith domain erupted like raging flames. Furiously clenching his teeth, he shot at Mo Nian. To his surprise, Mo Nian abruptly appeared beside him again, smacking a shovel at his face once more. But this time, Yin Xianxia was the one sending Mo Nian tumbling back. "Oh, what's going on? Why didn't it work this time?" Mo Nian cried out dispiritedly. "Die!" Yin Xianxia furiously pressed the attack against Mo Nian. Hey, slow down a bit. I'm still not used to this technique. Brother, give me some face. Let me try it a few more times. No, just once, a single time." Mo Nian repeatedly retreated in front of Yin Xianxia's furious attacks, but his mouth didn't slack. "Go fuck yourself, you little." Yin Xianxia cursed him furiously with a torrent of abuse. Even after fighting countless heavenly geniuses and killing countless monsters, he had never encountered such a shameless opponent before. Just as Yin Xianxia was cursing, Mo Nian's shovel whistled toward him. Yin Xianxia hastily dodged, but as a result, the shovel hit him on his head with an explosive sound, leaving him dizzy, stars spinning in his eyes. A large lump then swelled out of his head. "Damn, I missed," Mo Nian cried out, feeling vexed. He was intentionally angering Yin Xianxia to create opportunities for himself. After all, he wasn't Long Chen. This was just a technique that he had copied from Long Chen. As his combat experience was not as great as Long Chen's and he didn't specialize in close-quarters combat, despite having trained in this technique secretly, there was still a definite skill gap between them. The first time was a success because it was unexpected. In their previous fight, Mo Nian had intentionally kept some distance to make Yin Xianxia think that he would never suddenly appear beside him. The second time, he did it intentionally to anger Yin Xianxia, but Yin Xianxia was still a powerful expert, so Mo Nian naturally didn't succeed in using the same technique twice in a row. This technique was a casual blow without the intention of physically harming the opponent, so its power was very limited. After all, its effectiveness lay in its mental damage. For Yin Xianxia to be struck again, his fury instantly exploded. Countless spear images then shot out of his spear, forcing Mo Nian back. Almost struck by his spear several times, Mo Nian cried out, "Hey, brother, that time didn't count. Slow down a bit and let's try again. All I'm asking for is one more slap. I won't let you lose out, I have money right here. Name any price. My family business is doing well, and I'm not lacking money." In response, Yin Xianxia's spear unleashed a tempest of attacks, akin to a flower of spear images blooming. Each thrust carried an overwhelming surge of faith energy that could reduce anyone struck by it to mere dust. To Yin Xianxia's surprise, his overwhelmingly powerful domain, which was capable of rendering others immobile, didn't seem to affect Mo Nian. Mo Nian was easily dodging and taunting Yin Changsheng. Although he barely dodged several times, from the start, Yin Changsheng was unable to even touch his hair. Frustration consumed Yin Changsheng as he clenched his teeth tightly in anger. Finally, after dodging hundreds of times and being surrounded by Yin Changsheng's attacks, Mo Nian had no choice but to put away his shovel. He then took out his bow and used the string to block one of Yin Changsheng's attacks. The string merely quivered, and borrowing its elasticity, Mo Nian neutralized Yin Changsheng's attack. After that, Mo Nian flew back and raised his bow. An arrow shot out like a streak of lightning, reaching Yin Changsheng in an instant, but it was blocked by Yin Changsheng's spear. Since you want to fight properly, let's fight. I heard from Long Chen that you have a spiritual beast. Summon it, let me see how strong you are together, said Mo Nian solemnly. I don't need to summon it against you. Yin Changsheng waved his spear and pointed it at Mo Nian with a sneer. However, he suddenly felt a gust of wind. Once again, a shovel swiftly struck him in the face, interrupting his intended action. This time, the shovel landed solidly, causing Yin Changsheng to be like a spinning top thrown into the distance. Idiot, I offered you money, but you refused. Well, now I'm not giving you any money for this. Hee, how's that, bite me. Mo Nian smiled at him. When he took his combat posture, it was a con just for this opportunity. Mo Nian waved his butt at Yin Changsheng in the distance while showing off his shovel. That appearance of his was definitely enraging. I'll go all out against you. Yin Changsheng was so furious that his eyes turned red, looking like an ominous devil now. Mo Nian had successfully driven him mad. Supreme blood, heavenly deity possession. In an instant, the aura of Yin Changsheng's supreme blood erupted. Flames tinged with a deep crimson hue ignited around him, exuding an intense and ominous presence. Is he mad? He's burning his supreme blood. Shocked cries rang out. Burning his supreme blood was a self-destructive technique that exacted a toll on his life force and longevity. At this moment, an enormous figure appeared behind Yin Changsheng, and a berserk divine might crashed down, making the heavenly Tao's wail. It was like this world was about to be crushed. Mo Nian, I will rip the skin off of your body and crush your bones to dust. As Yin Changsheng's aura grew explosively, even his voice changed, resonating with a bloody feeling. Yin Changsheng then stepped forward. Heaven and earth collapsed beneath his feet as he shot at Mo Nian. Chapter 3909 Flying into a Rage. When this figure appeared behind Yin Changsheng, a wave of divine might raged in the air. After that, Yin Changsheng's bloodline fluctuations and his every breath resonated with such force that the heavenly Taos themselves trembled in response. When his spear pierced through the air, it locked down heaven and earth, tearing through space straight at Mo Nian. What is this? Is it the master of your sacred pill hall? Mo Nian shouted as he stared at that giant figure. But just as the spear was about to reach him, his figure swayed and the spear passed by him. Seeing this, countless people cried out in shock. This spear of Yin Changsheng had locked down heaven and earth with such power that even people outside the battlefield could sense that terrifying lock. But Mo Nian dodged it just like that, completely unaffected by it. Yin Changsheng let out furious roars and repeatedly attacked, but each of his blows missed. Mo Nian was like a slippery fish. Despite clearly being locked down, he kept easily dodging. It made no sense according to the standards of the cultivation world, causing Yin Changsheng to feel like he might explode in fury. Hey, can I ask you a question? Is this fellow the master of your sacred pill hall? Hey, don't look like your dad just died. Can't you speak? Asked Mo Nian as he repeatedly dodged. That tone was like he was chatting with a friend. Fuck off. Yin Changsheng cursed. He had never cursed someone so much in this lifetime. He had always thought that cursing was a display of weakness, the meaningless howls of the weak. But today, he found that cursing Mo Nian was the only way to cause any harm to him. Wow, your mouth is quite dirty. Did your parents feed you crap growing up? Scolded Mo Nian. If you have guts, fight me directly. Howled Yin Changsheng. Fool, you will never know how badass your grandpa Mo is. Have you not heard? Mo Nian clapped his forehead like he was annoyed. As he dodged, he said, I forgot something very important. Can you pause for a moment? Ladies and gentlemen, young and old, fall back. I'm going to start showing off now. Listen to this. The limitless palace in front of the limitless mountain, the limitless trees before the limitless gate, the dreams of heavenly geniuses vanish without a trace as soon as they encounter Mo Nian. Go fuck yourself. Yin Changsheng was purple with rage. Mo Nian was constantly dodging his attacks with an elusive grace akin to wisps of smoke, and none of his attacks had any effect whatsoever. Mo Nian was treating him like a monkey to be toyed with while chanting such a thing for everyone. For Yin Changsheng, this act was even more enraging than when Mo Nian smacked him in the face with his shovel. Yin Changsheng cursed all the way to Mo Nian's 18th-generation ancestors, leaving countless people on the battlefield dumbfounded. They had seen plenty of random lowlifes shouting curses on the streets, but they had never seen such a heavenly genius cursing like them. The sound of a spear booming through space and raging curses mixed, covering all of heaven and earth. Yin Changsheng cursed with every attack, and he seemed to have gotten used to it. Now, his attacks grew fiercer, his curses sharper. In the distance, heavenly geniuses wearing the robes of the sacred pill hall were dumbfounded. Yin Changsheng was a godlike existence in their hearts, but he actually knew how to curse like this. They stared at him oddly, filled with disbelief. They had yet to receive any orders from Yin Changsheng, so they didn't dare to make any brash moves, simply hiding in the distance. Not far from them were countless experts from the devil race, blood race, demonic beast race, giant race, underworld race, and others. This place had drawn countless people from various races, but most of them were only watching from a distance, not going into the core of the battlefield. The core of the battlefield was filled with experts as well, but they were random cultivators or people from weaker groups, akin to a bunch of rabble. The truly powerful races and groups were only watching right now. As Mo Nian fought Yin Changsheng, Meng Qi, Bai Shishi, the Pill Fairy, Bai Shaola, and Guo Ran had started fighting the underworld eye giant, Wang Tianyao, and the mysterious beast cultivator. They worked together to keep these three back. Yu Zifeng and the 9 underworld Luaka were still evenly matched, both of them unleashing waves of sword qi that tore through heaven and earth. No one dared to get close to their battlefield. As for the Dragonblood Legion, countless people were assaulting them with no regard for their own lives. From time immemorial until now, treasures were always capable of driving people mad, and crazy people were the most frightening existence because they were unafraid of death. Now, the lunatics simply wanted to tear an opening in the Dragonblood Legion's blockade and charge through. They all thought that they would be the ones to tear through and obtain the dragon scale. However, they didn't realize that as soon as one of them made an opening in the Dragonblood Legion's defenses, countless spectators would flood over them. They would be drowned by those powerful experts and wouldn't have any chance. Alas, once a person was driven to this level of madness, they wouldn't have this level of rationality. The only thing that they were thinking about was the treasure, everything else was unimportant. More and more experts arrived on the scene, each exuding a progressively more intimidating aura. They were all monsters, existences that led their own races. Just like the others, they didn't directly join the battlefield but simply watched, making sure to keep an eye on the situation. They occupied favorable positions and waited for their chance. Not good. More and more people are coming. There's nowhere to hide, nowhere to run, cried out Bai Shaola as he watched the sea of people grow. Useless brat, why hide, why run? If you're so afraid, why even come out? Cursed the violet pupil 9-tailed demon fox. It was extremely dissatisfied with its contractual partner. But there are too many enemies. We're capable of fighting outnumbered 1 to 100, 1 to 1,000, but now it's going to be 1 against 1,000,000. Quibbled Bai Shaola. There were truly a frightening number of enemies now. Furthermore, they were growing increasingly powerful, staring at Long Chen like hungry wolves stalking their prey. Bai Shaola had never been in such a terrifying situation, so he was naturally panicking a bit. Fool, no matter how many ants appear, can they bite an elephant to death? Shut your mouth. Stop speaking, you're embarrassing me, shouted the violet pupil 9-tailed demon fox. But I am a bit afraid. The violet pupil 9-tailed demon fox wanted to slap him, but it endured. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, you won't die. Focus on the battle at hand and concentrate your spiritual strength. When the moment comes, I will need your power. Bai Shaola was reinvigorated by this, and he concentrated on working together with the violet pupil 9-tailed demon fox. Suddenly, 4 explosive sounds rang out from the east, south, west, and north. As 4 world-shaking auras could be sensed, all the experts shook and looked in those 4 directions. Divine venerates that have fully merged their supreme blood and supreme bones. When they saw the 4 figures coming, countless people cried out in shock. Chapter 3910 Old Double Supreme Monsters. For a divine venerate to merge their supreme blood and supreme bone was 1,000,000 times more difficult than it was for an immortal king. But someone had actually succeeded. Furthermore, it was not just one person. 4 people succeeded at once. It was like they had discussed things beforehand and agreed to come at the same time from all 4 directions. "Switch to defense," shouted Sha Chen. The 2,700 Dragonblood warriors coughed up blood at the same time, unable to stop the attacks from these 4 peerless experts. As a result, their formation instantly collapsed. Those 4 were old monsters with white hair. In the 3,000 worlds, they could be considered living fossils. They had endured for countless years just for this chance. Sha Chen went all out to block one of them, only to be blown back by a single attack. He appeared incredibly weak compared to this elder. Apparently, this elder was not at all weaker than Xianxia, the 9 underworld Luaka, or Ji Wuming. Meng Qi, Bai Shishi, the Pill Fairy, and the others hastily tried to assist. However, they were too far, had no time, and were dealing with their own powerful opponents. Thus, they turned pale with fright. Just as the 4 of them reached out for Long Chen, a coffin appeared, opening and swallowing Long Chen inside of it. The 4 of their attacks then struck the coffin at the same time. As a cold shout rang out, those 4 terrifying monsters grunted and tumbled back. Sha Chen cried out in delight. Mo Nian had appeared above Long Chen and used this ancient coffin to protect him. It's a sign of respect to bury people vertically. Mo Nian smiled after protecting Long Chen in his coffin, but he quickly felt that he had misspoken. Cough, a misunderstanding. Just then, those 4 old monsters roared and charged back. They were divine venerates whose supreme blood and supreme bones had merged, so they were unstoppable. "Protect boss." The Dragonblood warriors roared and gathered once more, preparing to protect Long Chen. But all of a sudden, Mo Nian pointed his bow at one of those old fellows. As he pulled back his bowstring, the mysterious palace in his manifestation twisted, giving some mysterious power to his bow. Limitless Cloud Piercer. At this moment, Mo Nian's unrestrained brashness was gone. His expression was solemn, and his aura had even grown more dignified. When Mo Nian let go, the arrow instantly crossed through heaven and earth, creating a straight line of pure death. Seeing such a terrifying attack, that old monster blocked with all his power, but his defenses were like paper in front of that arrow. As a result, he was blasted out of existence along with his weapon. A dark residue, akin to a black line, lingered in the world where the arrow had passed. Then, in an instant, it erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, causing the fabric of heaven and earth to collapse. Startled cries rang out. They had just seen 4 double supreme divine venerates appear and dominate the battlefield, and Mo Nian instantly wiped one out. His manifestation contained sacred energy. Although Mo Nian's energy just now was bizarre, it seemed to contain some kind of sacred energy, which could be considered faith energy. At that moment, people understood why Mo Nian wasn't affected by Yin Changsheng's faith domain. So he also possessed such a power. Mo Nian, I'm right here. Anyone who wants to die should come right now. Borrowing the intimidation effect after killing the terrifying old fellow, Mo Nian raised his bow arrogantly, looking down on all the heavenly geniuses present. While Mo Nian's words scared off the others, he couldn't scare off the furious Yin Changsheng. With his spear, he pierced toward Mo Nian. How many times can you unleash a technique that extracts the power of your manifestation, huh? Shouted Yin Changsheng. This time, Mo Nian didn't dodge. He swiftly and accurately swung his bow to intercept the tip of Yin Changsheng's spear. As a result, his spear bent under the impact, and a spring-like force sent them both flying. After perfectly receiving Yin Changsheng's attack, Mo Nian sneered with contempt, I don't know how many in total, but it should be no problem to slaughter 80 idiots like the last one. Keep bragging. If you can unleash such an attack 10 times, I'll eat everyone's shit. Wagered Yin Changsheng. No wonder your mouth is so smelly. It really was from eating shit. Such a gamble is meaningless. To you, eating shit must be no different than eating a feast, said Mo Nian with a comprehending nod. Die. Yin Changsheng exploded with rage. In an instant, the figure behind him trembled, and his spear radiated a scorching blaze of divine light. With his divine might rapidly intensifying, Yin Changsheng launched into another fierce attack, channeling all his power into the strike. Seeing this phenomenon, everyone was trembling. This was the same move that Mo Nian had just used to kill that double supreme divine venerate. So, Yin Changsheng was also capable of unleashing such a move. Just as everyone thought that a heaven-shaking exchange would occur between the two of them, Mo Nian's figure swayed, and he barely dodged in time. Going through Mo Nian, Yin Changsheng's spear blasted the void apart, as if the very world was torn through by it. Unfortunately, its power was shocking, but it didn't strike its target. Yin Changsheng almost spat out blood. He had never expected that even after extracting the power of his manifestation, he would be unable to lock down Mo Nian. Just as he was thinking of finally determining who was stronger, he ended up wasting all this energy. "Aya, is your vision that bad? You missed even at this close range." Mo Nian laughed after dodging, adding salt to the wound. "Let's see how you dodge now." Yin Changsheng suddenly turned his attention to Long Chen and the coffin he was in, charging toward it. "So you want to play this game? So naive. Why don't you try and hit it?" Mo Nian looked at him derisively, having an arrow on his bow pointed at Yin Changsheng. The power of his manifestation then flowed into his bow. At that moment, Yin Changsheng's hair stood on end. He was already locked down. If he tried to attack the coffin, Mo Nian's arrow would definitely strike him. Naturally, Yin Changsheng wouldn't throw away his life just to attack this coffin. First of all, it was unknown if he could break this coffin in one attack. And even if he could kill Long Chen, this attack from Mo Nian would take his life. Shameless bastard. Feeling like he was going insane, Yin Changsheng stamped on the air and shot back at Mo Nian. Then, just as he predicted, as soon as he switched his target, Mo Nian put away his bow and continued dodging, refusing to fight him directly. Yin Changsheng cursed him furiously. After that, he shouted at those three old fellows to keep attacking Long Chen's coffin. But they had been subdued by Mo Nian's arrow, not daring to attack again. Yin Changsheng howled, "You idiots! What are you waiting for? If you just sit there, Long Chen will fully absorb the sacred dragon scale." Yet, to his dismay, his roar elicited no response, so Yin Changsheng gritted his teeth in frustration. "Flame Qilin, attack!" Suddenly, a flaming meteorite descended from the heavens, flying straight toward Long Chen's coffin. Within these flames was a mountain-sized flame Qilin. At this moment, its aura was actually even stronger than Yin Changsheng's. When the flame Qilin appeared, Mo Nian's expression changed. He had thought that the flame Qilin was in Yin Changsheng's spiritual space. Unexpectedly, it came flying out from a completely different direction. From this flame Qilin's powerful aura, Mo Nian knew that it had the ability to break the coffin. Thus, he wanted to stop it, but Yin Changsheng was already prepared and had fully sealed all his paths to Long Chen. Meng Qi and the others also tried to stop it, but their opponents unleashed a sudden assault, not giving them that chance. In the critical moment when the flame Qilin was about to reach the coffin, a sudden gust of wind swept through the surrounding area. From the depths of the void, a snow-white claw emerged, extending outward and forcefully striking the flame Qilin directly on its head. The impact caused the earth to explode and astral winds to rage in a furious tempest, leaving behind a trail of holes and scars. At the same time, the snow-white claw exerted an immense force, firmly pinning the flame Qilin into the ground, rendering it powerless to resist. Following that, an enormous wolf whose entire body was snow-white appeared. When everyone from the Dragonblood Legion saw this magnificent creature, an outpouring of jubilant cheers resounded throughout their ranks, shaking the very heavens. Chapter 3911 Little Snow Annihilates Qilin. When Meng Qi saw this snow-white wolf with a clump of fiery red fur on its forehead, she cried out emotionally. Little Snow was no longer the old Little Snow. Now, its body was larger than a mountain, and it possessed a supreme might. It was a wolf god that stood above all others, possessing an emperor Qi that looked down on the nine heavens. Millions and millions of wind blades flowed around it like ripples, and the laws of the wind element gathered around it, prostrating themselves. At this moment, Little Snow raised its head and roared, letting out a sound filled with ruler Qi, as well as many emotions. Little Snow. It really is Little Snow. All the Dragonblood warriors instantly thought of Little Snow when they saw its snow-white body. However, that Supreme Emperor Qi made them doubt this thought. They couldn't be sure. Yet, Little Snow's responding cry confirmed it for them. This giant terrifying snow wolf was Little Snow. Little Snow was back. Little Snow's claw was still pressing down on the flame Qilin, who was howling furiously, flames gushing out of its body. Although the earth was being ravaged by its struggle, it was unable to escape. However, Little Snow was ignoring that flame Qilin and instead just fixed its gaze on the coffin, a sense of warmth radiating from its eyes. Moon howling heavenly wolf. This is your boss's companion. The violet pupil nine-tailed demon fox looked at Little Snow and its pupils shrank in shock. I don't know. Bai Shala shook his head, unaware of Little Snow's existence. Suddenly, the earth quivered and Little Snow's giant body slowly rose. The flame Qilin was growing bigger. It's igniting its core runes, exclaimed Meng Qi as a warning to Little Snow. She knew that the flame Qilin was powerless to resist while it was being suppressed like this, so it actually ignited its core runes just to escape. Only then did Little Snow shift its attention away from Long Chen. Upon looking down on the expanding flame Qilin beneath its foot, the warmth in Little Snow's eyes instantly vanished, replaced with icy killing intent instead. Little Snow suddenly bit down on the flame Qilin's head. The flame Qilin let out a thunderous roar, fiercely resisting with all its strength. Berserk flames then erupted from its body, unleashing a scorching inferno that caused even heaven and earth to melt under its terrifying heat. However, Little Snow seemed immune to its flame energy. These flames weren't even able to scorch its white fur. Suddenly, a blood-colored moon materialized behind Little Snow. When this moon appeared, the world thrummed with a murderous aura. After that, the wind element energy around Little Snow grew active, sending astral winds raging. As a giant whirlpool appeared in Little Snow's mouth, all the world's wind energy was sucked into it, and the flame Qilin's terrifying power was gradually compressed. As a result, its body stopped inflating and began to shrink. The flame Qilin suddenly roared in terror as it found that it couldn't move. All its flame energy was sealed by some mysterious force. After that, Little Snow's body shook. The wind energy inside of its mouth shot along with the flame Qilin. People only saw a sphere of flame and wind energy shoot out into the distance. Startled cries rang out. This sphere was headed directly to where the Sacred Pill Hall's experts were gathered, so they fled for their lives. That giant wind and flame sphere exploded just like that. The sphere, with the flame Qilin at its core, was like a bomb. Terrifying flames borrowed the power of the wind to spread far and wide. As an enormous space was devoured by the flames, the Sacred Pill Hall's experts didn't even get a chance to make a grunt. The impact simply blasted them away, not even leaving their bones behind. Seeing so many of the Sacred Pill Hall's experts killed in that one attack, everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Rather than saying that these people were killed by Little Snow, it would be more accurate to say that they had died to the flame Qilin's self-detonation. Little Snow had controlled the flame Qilin, using its wind energy as the detonator to turn it into a bomb. As a result, this attack killed the flame Qilin along with countless disciples of the Sacred Pill Hall. It could be said to be the most terrifying attack to occur ever since the battle started. Flames still burned, scorching heaven and earth, and countless experts were slain. This scene left people stunned. They then looked at Little Snow and saw a blood moon hanging high in the air. Beneath it was a snow wolf looking arrogantly down on all life. That scene was unforgettable. Good. Very good. Ha ha ha. Unexpectedly though, after the flame Qilin was slain, Yin Changsheng actually laughed as if he was excited. That laugh made others think that he had officially gone insane. However, only Mo Nian grew even more vigilant. After the flame Qilin was slain, Yin Changsheng's aura actually changed, growing even more dangerous. Yin Changsheng's aura began to climb as though endless power was being injected into his body. The power of his domain grew, its range widening, and the figure behind him also grew more solid. He, Sha Chen and the others stared at Yin Changsheng in shock. I really have to thank you. You must not know, my family has a secret agreement with the flame Qilin race. When I was born, I was forced into a spiritual contract with this flame Qilin. I had endless talent, but this dumb beast kept slowing me down. Although most of my energy was sucked away by it, in all these years, this idiot never awakened the Qilin's divine abilities. Hehe, now that you've killed it, all of the power that it absorbed is coming back to me. I no longer need such a useless companion, ha ha ha. Yin Changsheng's laughter echoed, resonating with the rumbling of his manifestation and domain. As his aura swelled without bounds, transcending any limits, cracks began to appear in the void. Now, let's see if you can run again. Yin Changsheng smiled sinisterly and attacked Mo Nian with his spear. Chapter 3912 Life Sacrifice. Yin Changsheng's spear whistled through the air, hurtling toward Mo Nian with the ferocity of an enraged lion. Flames were dancing and flickering around its blade. In that critical moment, Mo Nian felt as though the very space around him had transformed into impenetrable iron walls, holding him captive. A powerful faith energy had locked him down, leaving him unable to dodge or escape. Mo Nian's bow quivered as he used it to block Yin Changsheng's attack, but he was blown back and coughed up blood. Mo Nian then stabilized himself and wiped away the blood from his lips. His gaze sharpened as he said, "So that's the case. Your companion spirit beast was just a pawn for you. Now that it's dead, you've taken back your power along with some interest. You've even gained the flame Qilin's core energy. With both your energy and its energy together, you can now truly control your faith energy." Yin Changsheng's faith energy came from outside of himself. As he wasn't a faith god, he was only borrowing this power. After all, considering how much weaker Yin Changsheng was than his god, even with all the faith energy at his disposal, he knew that he wouldn't be able to fully control it. While he could easily overwhelm ordinary experts with his faith energy, when it came to facing someone like Mo Nian, his lack of control rendered his faith energy almost ineffective. But now that the flame Qilin was dead, Yin Changsheng's power soared. Finally, he could control his faith energy, and this attack left Mo Nian with a significant injury. "You are right, my faith energy is my master's. However, now that I have merged the Qilin flame and my faith flame together, I can finally control more faith energy. Understand that all that awaits you now is death." After blowing Mo Nian away, Yin Changsheng didn't chase after him. Instead, he turned to Little Snow. "Brute, you killed my flame Qilin. Killing you will be my vengeance for it." To answer him, Little Snow opened its mouth and spat out a crescent-shaped wind blade. It was rapidly absorbing the world's wind energy to grow, akin to a heavenly blade slicing through the air. Yin Changsheng's spear quivered as it shattered the wind blade. When the wind energy exploded, its ripples struck the world like the tide. "HMPH, you could kill my flame Qilin due to the attributes of wind and fire. It was too careless. But your wind element divine abilities have no effect on me," sneered Yin Changsheng. Just as he said, the mountain fire only grew more intense when a powerful gust stoked it. But if the wind was concentrated, it could blow out the fire. Thus, the relationship between wind and fire was quite miraculous. Flame energy could be extinguished or blown out according to the will of wind energy. Thus, flame cultivators often didn't like fighting wind element experts. However, Yin Changsheng was not a pure flame cultivator as his flame energy contained faith energy. As a result, normal wind energy was unable to shake him. Unfortunately for him, he had barely spoken when his expression changed. A dozen wind blades were slicing through the air at him. The moment he blocked the first wind blade, Little Snow already spat out a dozen more. Yin Changsheng hastily swung his spear to block them, but he was shocked to find that these wind blades were growing stronger and stronger. Heaven and earth gradually became filled with whistling astral winds. A self-created domain. Yin Changsheng's expression changed once more. As Little Snow spat out more wind blades, the flame energy in the world grew increasingly powerful. The wind rose, disturbing the void. All the world's wind energy was slowly affected by Little Snow. After being set in motion, there was no stopping the current. As Little Snow continued to unleash wind blades, it was like stoking the fire. The flames grew increasingly intense as the astral winds formed a giant maelstrom around Little Snow. Yin Changsheng had shattered over 10 wind blades when a wind blade suddenly cut across his cheek, leaving a large cut on his face. Even his protective divine light was unable to block it. Yin Changsheng finally shuddered as he looked at the maelstrom around him. The next moment, he roared and stabbed his spear through this twisted space. After shattering some wind blades, the spear passed through the maelstrom and continued toward Little Snow. Yin Changsheng was finally afraid after he saw how terrifying this move was. Little Snow's maelstrom had yet to fully form but already possessed such terrifying power. If it fully formed, there was no way to imagine just how powerful it would be. Hence, without hesitation, Yin Changsheng unleashed the power of his manifestation in a full power blow to interrupt it. To everyone's surprise, it was Mo Nian's arrow that intercepted Yin Changsheng's attack. A rare serious expression could be seen on his face. "Little Snow, guard Long Chen. Leave this fellow to me." Little Snow was planning on fighting Yin Changsheng, but seeing Mo Nian come, it rushed to Long Chen's side. After all, countless experts were now assaulting the Dragonblood Legion, and Long Chen's safety was the most important thing. At this time, Meng Qi, the Pill Fairy, Bai Shishi, Bai Shaola, and the others had pulled back their defensive line. Rather than fighting for themselves, they had to focus on an absolute defense around Long Chen. Right now, an extremely brilliant golden light was coming out of Long Chen that even Mo Nian's coffin became see-through. They could see that Long Chen was absorbing the third true dragon rune. When Long Chen started absorbing the third rune, the remaining 5 slowly dissipated. People guessed that Long Chen had felt that he didn't have enough time, and so he had chosen to absorb the 3 most important runes, abandoning the other ones. By incinerating them, they aided his absorption rate. Based on his previous speed, he shouldn't have even finished absorbing the second rune by now. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, he was already on the third one. Once this rune was absorbed, Long Chen would probably come out. It wasn't just Meng Qi and the others who took notice. Countless experts also noticed this, and a sense of urgency gripped them, making their attacks become even more frantic. At this moment, Little Snow returned to the defensive line and began unleashing wind blade after wind blade. As countless experts were slashed apart by those giant wind blades, their blood filled the ground and air. Its killing power was astonishing. Suddenly, in the distance, a giant explosion occurred and another giant figure came tumbling out. When Meng Qi saw that figure, her expression completely changed. It was Cloud who was sent flying backward, her body bearing the weight of a grievous wound on her chest. It was vaguely possible to see the beating of her heart through it. "Everyone, watch out, Xianxia has changed," warned Cloud. Within the shrouds of ominous black qi, Xianxia's sinister figure materialized, leaving onlookers in awe. What astonished them even more was the fact that his aura had intensified several times over, surpassing his previous strength. The golden horn atop his head gleamed radiantly, resembling a resplendent sun. He seemed to have transformed into a different being. He killed countless experts of the devil race as a life sacrifice to him. Shouted Cloud, "Ha ha ha, all of you can die now. I'm no longer holding back." Xianxia laughed and unleashed a single claw. In that instant, a giant claw image covered everyone, and a sensation of death crashed down on all of them. Chapter 3913 Xianxia's terrifying trump card. Full defense. Sha Chen's expression changed. Xianxia had actually managed to activate the innate divine ability of this immemorial devil corpse. In other words, they were essentially fighting a supreme existence that came from the immemorial era. Earth Wall. Li Qi and Song Mingyuan's malevolent spirits dissipated, replaced by manifestations imbued with the weight of the earth. As these manifestations materialized, the ground trembled and massive walls of earth formed before them. However, even with their full power defense, Xianxia remained unstoppable as devilish energy surged from his wings, overwhelming their efforts and destroying the earthen walls. Golden Lotus manifests. Heavenly Rainbow slash. Everyone went all out against the current Xianxia. Ants trying to stop a cart, you don't even know just how weak you are. Xianxia laughed arrogantly. Those attacks struck Xianxia's body, causing huge explosive sounds to occur. But black runes flowed on top of Xianxia's body, completely blocking those attacks. They didn't harm him in the slightest. The blood soul power of 3 million devil experts was required to activate a portion of this immemorial devil corpse's runes. Although it's only the most superficial of the runes, this corpse is an unknown existence above divine venerates, not something that ants like you can resist. Thus, now I possess a completely impervious body. Xianxia directly received all their attacks and then shot toward Long Chen. The Dragonblood Warriors' formation was forcibly torn open, and the Dragonblood Warriors were blown back. There was no stopping the current Xianxia who was in control of an immemorial devil corpse. But all of a sudden, a sword slashed through the air at Xianxia's neck, forcing him to raise his wings to block it. His expression finally changed. The sword slashed onto his wings, leaving a bloody wound but not cutting through them. It was Yu Zifeng. He had abandoned his fight with the 9 underworld Luaka to come help. However, the current Xianxia had protective runes moving around him, so his sword was unable to cause a substantial injury. "You dare to ignore me!" The 9 underworld Luaka's furious roar rang out. But just as she shot over, she saw Long Chen in the coffin and changed directions to him. However, in an instant, her expression completely changed. Her momentum came to a sudden stop, and she shot back. But it was too late. A dagger had cut across her throat, leaving a bloody wound. The 9 underworld Luaka felt some goosebumps. If she had been the slightest bit slower in retreating, her head would have left her body. At this moment, Dong Mingyu's figure appeared. She shot after the 9 underworld Luaka, unleashing a barrage of attacks that repeatedly forced the latter back. Dong Mingyu's figure then vanished again, alarming the 9 underworld Luaka. She had no idea where she disappeared to. After that, an explosive sound rang out in the distance as two daggers clashed, forcing a wretched figure out of the void. This wretched figure was precisely the Bloodkill Hall's #1 genius, Ji Wuming. He was now covered in blood, with over 10 bloody holes in his body, looking like a mess. He was then forced toward the 9 underworld Luaka. The two of you can come at me together. Dong Mingyu was like a black leopard of the night, beautiful and dangerous. Even 1 against 2, her gaze was still sharp and apathetic, not seeming to be pressured at all. Arrogant girl, just how prideful was the 9 underworld Luaka? First, she was blocked by Yu Zifeng, and now it was a little girl. Furthermore, this girl wanted her to work together with Ji Wuming against her. It was an unforgivable insult, the greatest affront to her dignity. Don't be impetuous, her movement art is strange and specialized against us, shouted Ji Wuming. In his fight with Dong Mingyu, he came to understand just how terrifying the Shadow Sect's inheritance was. It was a perfect counter against him. In front of Dong Mingyu, he was unable to properly release his power. If he hadn't kept his calm and fought carefully the entire time, he'd have been killed already. When fighting Dong Mingyu, the worst thing you could do was to get angry. A terrifying assassin like Dong Mingyu would instantly grasp that opportunity to kill you. Shut up, you're the impetuous one, your whole family is impetuous. I don't need anyone's pointers, especially not yours, loser. Cursed the 9 underworld Luaka disdainfully. Idiot girl. His kind warning was countered with curses, making Ji Wuming furious. He then looked at Long Chen in the overall battlefield. After that, he decided to work together with the 9 underworld Luaka to go against Dong Mingyu. Dong Mingyu was swift like lightning yet also graceful like a flitting hummingbird. She attacked and retreated at will, and even 1 against 2, she was not at a disadvantage at all. While Dong Mingyu was fighting 1 against 2, forcing the 9 underworld Luaka and Ji Wuming back, the Dragonblood Legion was in peril. Even with all of them joining forces, Xianxia was too powerful. Having sacrificed the lives of his people to activate the runes on his devil corpse, he could now activate the devil corpse's divine protective light. With it being active, Yu Zifeng's sword qi was unable to cause any fatal injuries to his body. As for other people's attacks, they were unable to even leave a mark on his body. Just like that, Xianxia could just take everyone's attacks and get closer and closer to Long Chen. Most vexing of all was that the other experts that had been intimidated away now sensed their chance and charged forward. As a result, now the Dragonblood Legion didn't just need to deal with Xianxia, but also Wang Tianyao, the Underworld Eye Giant, and that strange beast cultivator. The 3 of them had been waiting for their chance. Once one of them got close to Long Chen, they would definitely launch a killing blow. The greatest threat right now was Xianxia. He had an unfathomable sinister smile on his face, which made the Dragonblood Legion feel like the real danger wasn't just what they were seeing. Suddenly, in the distance, the heavens exploded and a giant army appeared, all of them overflowing with devil qi. Those were the devil race's experts. Their gazes were empty, as if their souls were under control. Do you think this is all I have? This is just the start. Using my corpse Devil Dao's secret art, I have sacrificed the spectators. And now, my devil qi has infected the entire 3,000 worlds. All the devil race's experts in the immortal king realm and above have been summoned by me. Once I sacrifice their lives, I will fully awaken this immemorial devil corpse. They just sat back the entire time on the sidelines, and that's because they lack confidence. But I don't. Once this immemorial corpse devil is awakened, the 3,000 worlds will be mine. This entire world will submit to me. Xianxia lifted his head and let out a peal of sinister laughter, his hands swiftly forming hand seals. The next moment, those millions and millions of devil experts that were rushing over suddenly detonated, filling the sky with endless essence blood. Corpse devil sacrifice. Xianxia let out a roar and then charged into the sea of blood. As the runes on his body shone brightly, an ancient and ominous aura rose out of him, so powerful that it caused despair. Original devil seal soul purification. Suddenly, a ray of divine light descended from the heavens, akin to the sun illuminating the sea of blood. Chapter 3914 Kun 2. Meng Qi cried out in delight when she saw that distant figure. It was Yu Xiaochen. She had finally come to save them at this critical moment. Her devil-suppressing seal was shining brightly, its holy light causing the blood sea to boil and the essence blood runes to be erased. You're ruining things for me again. Just die. Xianxia howled furiously. Yu Xiaochen's devil-suppressing seal was greatly weakening the energy of his life sacrifice. With this, he wouldn't be able to fully activate this devil corpse. Xianxia then waved his hand, and a blood spear shot out of the blood sea. Block his attacks. Buy time for Xiaochen. Meng Qi was the first to charge out, her golden bell appearing before her. Even Xianxia didn't quite dare to fight this golden bell directly because it was a soul item, and every clash against it would hurt his soul. If he didn't treat it cautiously, perhaps his soul would be ripped out of this devil corpse. But as long as he avoided it, Meng Qi's attacks were unable to damage him. Just as Xianxia dodged Meng Qi's attack, Yu Zifeng's sword descended toward him. Realizing the threat posed by Yu Zifeng's relentless strikes, Xianxia instinctively wrapped his tattered bat wings around himself for protection. Despite the wings bearing numerous scars, Yu Zifeng's strikes failed to sever them, leaving Xianxia without any fatal wounds. At this moment, everyone's attacks fell on Xianxia, stopping him from attacking Yu Xiaochen. As a result, the blood sea was rapidly vanishing. Not good. In the distance, Xiaochen cried out. When everyone went to block Xianxia, the Underworld Eye Giant took this chance to charge forward. As the Dragonblood Legion was busy blocking powerful enemies on all sides, the Underworld Eye Giant managed to tear open a hole in their formation with a punch. The breach caused by that single hole shattered their defensive formation. With this opportunity, the Underworld Eye Giant surged forward, breaking through their lines. Wang Tianyao, the Beast Cultivator, and numerous other concealed experts also unleashed a frenzied charge, joining the chaos without hesitation. Qin Feng let out a roar. Long Chen had yet to awaken, so he was going to use his own body to stop them. Whether it was Qin Feng, Qi Yu, or the rest of the Dragonblood warriors, they all charged in front of Long Chen without waiting for Sha Chen's orders. Don't needlessly sacrifice your lives. As long as I, Mo Nian, am present, no one can harm Long Chen. Mo Nian, who was dealing with Yin Changsheng, suddenly appeared on top of the coffin. He put away his bow and sat down on the coffin, forming hand seals. In response, the coffin emitted a radiant wave of light, giving rise to a great barrier that enveloped it. Countless attacks from various experts bombarded the barrier, yet it held steadfast, impervious to their onslaught. Their attempts to break through proved futile as they were unable to breach its formidable defense. HMPH, this is an absolute defense. Even if I gave you 10 years, you wouldn't be able to break it, sneered Mo Nian arrogantly. However, inside, he was cursing anxiously. Long Chen, can you hurry up? I can't hold on much longer. Just then, a flame spear stabbed the barrier, causing it to shudder and be filled with cracks. Yin Changsheng naturally wouldn't let Mo Nian do as he pleased. Undeterred, Mo Nian simply changed his hand seals, and the cracks instantly vanished as if they had never appeared in the first place. TCH, that's all you have. Mocked Mo Nian while he cursed more inside. Suddenly, the skies grew dim and the earth plunged into darkness. An immense figure appeared, surpassing even Cloud in her cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow form. It was a figure that was essentially as large as an entire world. Its pair of golden wings then crashed down from the heavens, emitting a terrifying pressure that made this world about to explode, shaking everyone's soul with its apocalyptic aura. A kunpang, Mo Nian's expression changed as he recognized the origins of this enormous figure. This indomitable will that defied the constraints of heaven and earth, yearning to transcend their limitations, could only belong to a kunpang. Kun Tu's voice shook the world, akin to the furious roar of a heavenly deity, resounding throughout every corner of the 3,000 worlds. Kun Tu's heaven-shrouding wings fell upon the barrier. It was so enormous that the barrier appeared minuscule in front of it. When his wings struck the barrier, the impact tore the earth asunder, causing the heavenly Taos to collapse and fragments of spacetime to fly about. All of heaven and earth were almost destroyed by this one attack. Countless experts had charged forward upon seeing an opportunity. But when those wings fell, they were directly turned to dust. Other than Double Supremes, everyone else was wiped out. As for Mo Nian, he spat out blood as he received a backlash. His barrier was covered in cracks, almost shattered by this attack. Fuck, if it weren't for Long Chen, I'd show you who's boss right now. Raged Mo Nian. Defending passively like this put Mo Nian at a great disadvantage. Furthermore, Kun Tu's power was immense and concentrated, making it impossible for Mo Nian to simply guide the force around him. He could only receive it directly. Kun Tu's arrival had completely changed the battlefield. Countless experts could only stare at his enormous figure in horror. In front of Kun Tu, Even double supremes were quivering and completely subdued by his aura to the extent that they didn't even dare to breathe hard. When the Kunpeng arrived, the world submitted. The Kunpeng's unrestrained aura was something that even the heavenly Taos couldn't resist, so every other lifeform felt suppressed by his aura. This kind of suppression had nothing to do with the realm, bloodline, or soul. It was purely a matter of will. Any other lifeforms could only lower their heads in front of the Kunpeng. It didn't break. Then try another attack, Kuntu snorted. His claws ignited with power as he extended them downward. Brothers, don't just watch, help me out, shouted Mo Nian. Only then did everyone else react. All the Dragonblood warriors along with Meng Qi, the Pill Fairy, Bai Shishi, Bai Shaola, and the others gathered behind Mo Nian. With the help of some hand seals, their blood qi and spiritual strength entered his body. Kuntu's second attack landed with even greater force than the last. As a result, Mo Nian and the others quivered under the impact, yet their collective strength shielded them from harm as the force diffused among them. They won't hold out for long. Attack together, shouted Yin Changshang. Mo Nian's barrier was truly tough, and a single person couldn't break it no matter what. After all, Long Chen had reached a critical point, and they couldn't let him fully absorb that dragon scale. If everyone attacked together, Mo Nian and the others wouldn't be able to last much longer. It wasn't just Yin Changshang who saw this. The others also noticed and swiftly unleashed their attacks. With tens of thousands of double supremes attacking at the same time, the barrier was quickly covered in cracks. Chapter 3915 One-Shot Underworld Eye Giant. This isn't a solution, we're going to run out of energy soon at this rate, shouted Bai Shaola. Don't worry, as long as boss smoothly absorbs the dragon scale, everything will be settled. Just hold on, said Guo Ran confidently. However, there were too many attacks coming from the outside. The power of these attacks was being transmitted through the barrier and dispersed through their bodies. As for their own energy, it was being rapidly depleted. In just a few breaths' time, over half of their energy was used up. At this rate, they wouldn't be able to last for more than 3 waves of attacks. Then the barrier would shatter, and they would be out of energy, like sheep waiting to be slaughtered. However, they were already trapped, so they could only place their hopes on Long Chen. Scram, Long Chen's life belongs to me, Long Aoshan. Suddenly, a heaven-shaking roar rang out. Following that, the figure of the sun and moon lit up, and a 5-colored flag whistled over. The Sun-Moon 5-element flag. It's Long Aoshan. Mo Nian and the others cursed inside. At this critical moment, Long Aoshan had also come. The Sun, Moon 5-element flag slashed down, instantly piercing the barrier, making all of them cough up a mouthful of blood. The Sun-Moon 5-element flag was a peak divine weapon, containing the powers of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light, and dark. When these 7 powers were combined, they instantly pierced through the barrier created by Mo Nian's coffin. As the barrier was destroyed, countless experts flooded in. In their eyes, Long Chen had become a piece of rich meat that they had to get a bite of. In response, Little Snow unleashed a sphere of exploding wind blades, killing countless experts. Even double supremes were unable to block this attack. However, after unleashing this attack, Little Snow's aura plummeted. Due to working together with everyone to defend the barrier, it had exhausted its energy. This final blow was everything it had left. Mo Nian also moved to block Long Aoshan, only to be sent flying by the Sun-Moon 5-element flag. In order to protect Long Chen, Mo Nian had used up the most energy. As a result, he could no longer receive a single attack from Long Aoshan. Beside him, Meng Qi was blocking the Underworld Eye Giant's attack. But as she had used up too much spiritual strength, she was blasted out of the battlefield along with her bell. Chaos ensued as an overwhelming tide of experts surged from all directions, overwhelming Bai Shishi, the Pill Fairy, Yu Zifeng, and the others. Meng Qi shouted a warning at Bai Shishi. Her golden bell then left her, shooting out to guard Bai Shishi's back. It then blocked the sneak attack from the beast cultivator, saving Bai Shishi. Big sister, are you alright? Bai Shishi was in the midst of fighting the Underworld Eye Giant and hadn't noticed the beast cultivator approaching her from behind. Without Meng Qi's aid, she would definitely be seriously injured or dead. So when she saw blood dripping out of the corner of Meng Qi's mouth in her weakened gaze, she felt guilty and aggrieved. It's fine as long as you're alright. Meng Qi forced out a smile. She was already out of spiritual strength, so that blow had damaged her soul. It was painful, but she could still endure. Big sister, Bai Shishi felt even guiltier. Good sister, since we're sisters, we'll be sisters for life. Meng Qi seemed to see through Bai Shishi's thoughts and smiled. Bai Shishi nodded. Despite how prideful she was, after seeing Meng Qi, she was won over by that fairy-like aura of hers. In this world, Meng Qi was the only woman who could make her submit. Meng Qi suddenly turned in a certain direction and cried out. Yu Xiaochen hadn't gone to the barrier because she was the only one suppressing Shi Yong. However, there was also no one guarding her, so when Shi Yong launched an attack against her, she couldn't evade the blow, causing her to cough up blood. After that, the devil sacrifice technique that she had been suppressing broke free of her seal, making Shi Yang's aura grow explosively. Long Chen, you trash, it's time for you to die. The Sun-Moon 5-element flag pierced through the air at Long Chen, but at that moment, a rainbow radiance descended upon the world. The Pill Fairy clasped her hands together, rainbow flames burning on her forehead. For the price of burning her own life force, she summoned a shield for Long Chen. Qingshan, don't. Upon seeing Yu Qingshan summon a shield with her very life, Meng Qi's expression changed. She charged toward her recklessly. This scene made her think of the final battle of the Martial Heaven continent. It was just so similar. Was Yu Qingshan going to experience another reincarnation? As Meng Qi's voice pierced the air, it wasn't just her who reacted with alarm. Yu Xiaochen, Dong Mingyu, Guo Ran, Sha Chen, and Yu Zifeng all cried out and rushed over. They did not want that scene to replay. However, they were a step too slow. They could only watch as Yu Qingshan was once more dying. Just as the Sun-Moon 5-element flag was about to strike the Pill Fairy, a hand covered in golden scales caught it, causing the berserk Sun-Moon 5-element flag to grow still, its endless power vanishing. Why must you be so foolish? That attack could have taken your life. A gentle voice rang out beside the Pill Fairy's ear. Looking in delight, the first thing she saw was a warm pair of eyes. After that, tears slowly flowed down her cheeks. I don't know either, but I can't watch you die. I would rather die in front of you. The Pill Fairy now felt waves of fear coming over her. She was an alchemist, not a true flame cultivator, so her true strength lay in alchemy and not fighting. She had also known that this action of hers would cause her death, but she had been willing to do so. She didn't want Long Chen to die. Long Chen reached out and gently wiped away her tears, softly saying, "You've already sacrificed yourself 1,000 times for me. From now on, it's my turn to block the wind and rain for you. With me present, no one can hurt you. Just trust me." Looking at Long Chen's sincere and loving face, the Pill Fairy nodded. She seemed to have forgotten the surrounding battlefield, forgotten the endless fierce beasts attacking them. As long as Long Chen was present, she didn't need to be afraid. After the Sun-Moon 5-element flag was caught by Long Chen, Long Aoshan pulled it with all his might but was unable to even shake Long Chen's hand. After 3 futile attempts, he furiously summoned his manifestation. By summoning his manifestation, his power soared, but his hand suddenly shook. He could no longer keep a hold of the Sun-Moon 5-element flag as it was taken by Long Chen. Long Chen then flung the Sun-Moon 5-element flag away, which transformed into a streak of light shooting in a certain direction. In an instant, it pierced a giant figure rushing over, causing a rain of blood to fall. That huge figure then collapsed, its soul extinguished. To their surprise, this giant figure was actually the terrifying underworld Eye Giant. He was actually slain in one blow from Long Chen. Chapter 3916 True Power. After forcibly snatching Long Aoshan's Sun-Moon 5-element flag, Long Chen killed the underworld Eye Giant with it. It had to be known that the underworld Eye Giant was a terrifying expert with unrivaled power. His body was incredibly strong, and he also possessed the underworld race's divine abilities. Meng Qi, Bai Shishi, and the others had tried to kill him multiple times but to no avail. Yet, Long Chen, in a seemingly effortless manner, killed him the moment he emerged, leaving everyone in awe of his battle prowess. Witnessing this astonishing turn of events, Long Aoshan was alarmed, causing him to instinctively retreat. He swiftly flew toward the Sun-Moon 5-element flag and tightly grasped it, vigorously shaking off the blood that stained its surface. However, he didn't dare to attack again. With one attack, Long Chen shook the entire battlefield, causing the Dragonblood warriors to cheer. On the other hand, Meng Qi, Dong Mingyu, and Cloud wept after finally seeing his unrivaled form once again. Long Chen was still the old Long Chen. He had never changed a bit. Only Mo Nian complained, "You're busy flirting even after I suffered so much just to protect you." To think that a peerless hero almost got killed because of some egg. If it weren't for you, I'd have long since revealed my divine might and made them piss themselves as they fled. I've never suffered such a loss in this lifetime, so hurry up and clean up your mess. Killed because of an egg. Was that not precisely the case? If it weren't for protecting the egg that Long Chen was in, Mo Nian would have been able to fight freely, without any misgivings. Now that Long Chen was out and no longer needed protection, Mo Nian was the one out of energy, not even able to show off anymore. Thus, it was understandable that he was vexed to see Long Chen flirting with Yu Qingshan. Long Chen smiled and gently patted Yu Qingshan's shoulder. Stand to the side and watch. Leave things here to me. A gentle energy sent the pill fairy to Meng Qi's side. Long Chen then looked at Meng Qi, Cloud, Dong Mingyu, Yu Zifeng, Li Qi, Song Mingyuan, and all the other familiar faces. His eyes widened and he only nodded to them. There were no words, but this simple action caused a flood of emotions to surge in all of them. They understood. The next moment, Long Chen suddenly clenched the void, causing space to explode and a large muscular figure to be torn out of the void. The first thing that entered people's vision was a bright head. It was Ji Yu Yang. Ji Yu Yang thought that it was an enemy attack, so he was about to counterattack. But when he saw Long Chen, he was overjoyed. Ji Yu Yang's body was covered in countless injuries, his torn flesh revealing glimpses of bones and his aura growing chaotic. He had clearly pushed himself to his limit. But shockingly, his battle intent was still as strong as ever. He seemed like a fearless battle god. It was as though if someone wanted to stop him, they had to kill him first. That overflowing battle intent was shocking. Good job, brother. But now that I'm here, you don't need to force yourself this hard. You can just watch and cheer for your boss. Long Chen patted Ji Yu Yang's shoulder. Ji Yu Yang laughed and put away his spear, standing together with the Dragonblood warriors. He was still dripping blood, but he didn't mind. Excellent. Your luck isn't bad. You've merged with the ancestral dragon reverse scale and are finally qualified to fight with me. However, in the end, the ancestral dragon essence blood is not your own power. You are nothing more than an inferior human, so how much of its power can you possibly control? Hopefully, you don't disappoint me too badly. After all, I want to use the ancestral dragon essence blood to stimulate the Kunpeng's most primal bloodline. The Kunpeng race and the dragon race have always been synonyms for the world's greatest power, both number one from the era of primal chaos until now. But it's time for the world to know who is the real number one. Kun Tu transformed into a humanoid form and stood in the air, looking down on Long Chen. Both number one, you really are flattering yourself. There was a time when your Kunpeng race submitted to the dragon race as slaves, and it was only through this that you guys had a chance to recover. If you hadn't begged for mercy, the Kunpeng race would have been destroyed. But now, you actually say that you've always been tied for number one. How interesting. Does believing your own lies feel so good? Asked Long Chen. Shut up, shouted Kun Tu, a pair of giant wings appearing behind him. That was his manifestation. As his wings shook, heaven and earth collapsed. His sharp claws then pierced through the void at Long Chen. You dare to think that you are unrivaled after merely absorbing 3 ancestral dragon runes. Today, you shall meet your demise here. Arrogance, hypocriticalness, and ignorance have all been perfectly emulated by you. I only absorbed 3 ancestral dragon runes, but you are in such a hurry to stop me. You are simply afraid. You didn't even want me to absorb that 3rd rune, right? I thought that you wanted to use me as a whetstone. But it seems that you're afraid that this whetstone would be too tough and would destroy you. If you're afraid, you should be respectful. Instead, you act so overwhelmingly arrogant. Are you putting on a performance? What a hypocrite. Long Chen snorted and directly unleashed a punch at Kun Tu. Ha ha ha, well said, very well said. Fuck, the human race really is eloquent. You hit the nail on the head. That's right, infuriate these feathered animals, ha ha ha. The dragon expert's voice rang out in Long Chen's mind. Clearly, he was very satisfied with Long Chen's words. The dragon race and the Kunpeng race were old enemies. But once the Kunpeng race submitted to the dragon race, their enmity came to an end. After all, it was a natural law of the heavenly Taos for both races to fight for number one. There was no right or wrong here. But after the Kunpeng race submitted, they secretly schemed to target the dragon race, even drawing in other races in an attempt to destroy their master. They then covered up that history, wantonly slandering the dragon race. They actually twisted things and said that the dragon race had submitted to them back then. Hearing this, the prideful dragon race could not accept such a betrayal and insult. In their fury, their hatred for the Kunpeng race was carved into their blood and souls, and this enmity was passed down generation after generation. As a result, every time a pure-blooded dragon and Kunpeng met, there would be a battle to the death. When a fist and a claw met, the resulting impact surged like shooting stars, causing light and dark to flip and heaven and earth to switch places. This collision made countless people feel like the world was spinning around them. Gravity seemed to vanish as countless rocks floated into the air, but then they exploded when struck by the ripples. It was like this entire world was collapsing, causing countless experts to be horrified. That was because what Long Chen and Kun Tu were competing with was not the laws of heaven and earth but pure physical strength. The fist and claw were still linked, with more and more ripples coming out of them. As a result, terrifying apocalyptic power spread further and further away. If someone was struck by that power, not even a speck of them would remain. This was a power that they could not comprehend. So, this is the power of the Kunpeng race. It seems that you know nothing about true power. Long Chen suddenly raised his left hand and slapped Kun Tu in the face in front of countless shocked gazes. Chapter 3917 Dragon Roars at the Nine Heavens, 10,000 Spirit Burial. This slap landed solidly on Kun Tu's face, smashing his protective golden runes apart. Kun Tu was then sent flying, smashing into the ground. As a result, a bottomless ditch appeared and continued beyond the horizon. So that's the case. There has to be a rotation during the slap. This twist of the wrist causes the speed and power to rise greatly. Haha, I've learned it. Mo Nian was watching intently. He understood Long Chen far too well and had long since been waiting for this attack, so he saw it clearly. Now, he was sure that he could master this technique. You know nothing about true power. Ha ha ha, that's correct. Keep going. Beat him, beat them all. These feathered animals don't know how high the heavens are, exclaimed the dragon expert excitedly. Its level of excitement was as though it was the one who had just slapped Kun Tu. Furthermore, Long Chen's words were incredibly arrogant, incredibly domineering, but they were to the dragon expert's liking. It seemed that when it came to showing off, the human race had an immense advantage over any other races. Even the dragon expert knew that he was incapable of such a thing. Long Chen had just slapped away Kun Tu when black chi filled the sky, and violent devil chi crashed down upon everyone. Shi Yong had finally finished the corpse devil sacrifice after breaking Yu Xiaochen's seal. At this moment, countless runes were flowing on top of his body as he exuded an immemorial air. It was as if he was truly a devil god that had walked out of the immemorial era. I have finished the corpse devil sacrifice. It is time to settle all accounts. Shi Yang's wings quivered. With the slightest pressure from his claw, it felt like the world was going to be crushed. His power had transcended everyone's understanding. Settle all accounts. What are you going to use to settle those accounts? This corpse, even if you've activated the runes, its body has already stiffened. You can't unleash even a tenth of its power. Are you sure that you haven't grown tired of living? Sneered Long Chen. Even if it's just a tenth, it's enough to kill you, responded Shi Yong. He then attacked with his claw confidently. Is that so? Long Chen unleashed a simple punch. To their surprise, Long Chen wasn't shaken in the slightest, but Shi Yang's body was trembling. Both friend and foe were shocked by this spectacle. Shi Yong had sacrificed countless experts of the devil race for this overwhelming power, but he was unable to shake Long Chen at all. Suddenly, Shi Yang's wings swept through the air like lightning, slashing toward Long Chen's neck with incomparable speed. However, Long Chen ignored this attack. He simply raised his foot and unleashed a stamp at Shi Yang's armpit, causing black blood to rain down. Just like that, Shi Yong was sent flying with a miserable shriek. His arm was forcibly ripped out by Long Chen. Everyone, don't hold back. Kill him now, and perhaps we can force out his dragon blood. Once he has fully refined it, there won't be such a chance again. Shouted Ji Wuming. Forming hand seals, Enputa's figure appeared within his manifestation. This was no divine statue but Enputa himself. When Enputa appeared, Ji Wuming's faith energy instantly ignited, healing his wounds and returning his listless aura to his peak. The 9 underworld Luaka and Yin Changsheng also joined the fray after summoning their gods behind them. They had been holding back their strongest trump card this entire time. Now everyone realized that these people were all crafty. Despite looking enraged to the point of losing their minds, they had actually been holding back a bit to compete for Long Chen's dragon blood once he was slain. However, as a result of scheming against each other, they ended up letting Long Chen finish absorbing the dragon blood. If they hadn't been toying around like this, the Dragonblood Legion would not have been able to hold them back. Then Long Chen wouldn't have had a chance to absorb the dragon scale. Long Chen's power had now exceeded all expectations. If they still thought about holding back, they would definitely be beaten by Long Chen. Then, let alone obtaining the dragon blood, they might not even be able to protect their own lives. While Ji Wuming, Yin Changsheng, and the 9 underworld Luaka unleashed overwhelming faith energy, Long Aoshan, Kun Tu, and the one-armed Shi Yong came flying back as well. As for that crafty beast cultivator, he actually shot toward Meng Qi. With his lead, Wang Tianyao and some other powerful lifeforms also charged over with him. They all knew that Meng Qi and the others had exhausted their power to protect Long Chen. So, killing them now would be simple and would distract Long Chen. Countless experts were attacking, but some were growing restless in the distance, akin to vultures waiting for their chance to get a bite. Looking at such filth, Long Chen's eyes instantly turned ice cold. "This is because you forced me, so don't blame me." Long Chen turned to the violet-eye 9-tailed demon fox that Bai Shaola was sitting on. "I know that you have your trump cards. Can you protect my friends?" Looking at Long Chen, it very clearly spat out 2 words, "Don't worry." Its 9 giant tails suddenly rose, each with different runes on it. They were like 9 heavenly pillars that covered everyone. Before people understood what was going on, Long Chen raised his arms, and an enormous dragon appeared within his manifestation. The next moment, the sacred might of the dragon radiated, blasting away the clouds. It was possible to see the stars in the sky shaking as if they were going to fall at any moment. Long Chen's manifestation was enormous, but even it was unable to contain this golden dragon. Through the manifestation, people could only see its scales. Not even its dragon claws could be contained. They had never seen such an enormous lifeform before. It was like the manifestation was merely a window letting them see part of the dragon, causing people to fear it even more. Dragon roars at the 9 heavens, 10,000 spirit burial. Long Chen's voice shook the stars in the sky. It was as if every star in the sky was echoing his voice, which was akin to the imperial edict of a heavenly god. Not even the heavenly Daos dared to defy him. Following that, Long Chen raised his head and unleashed a brilliant roar that pierced through the heavenly Daos, past the 9 heavens. The stars then shook, alternating between going dark and blazing with light. Following that roar, the 10,000 Daos collapsed and the earth vanished. A ripple of death then spread in every direction. Long Aoshan, Kun Tu, Yin Changsheng, Ji Wuming, the 9 underworld Luaka, Shi Yong, Wang Tianyao, the beast cultivator, and all the others were blown away. As for the others, when this ripple of death struck them, they instantly turned to dust, their souls wiped out of existence. Seeing this scene, the experts in the distance instantly turned and fled for their lives. Regretfully, they weren't fast enough. This death wave covered the entire battlefield. In an instant, this battlefield that was originally filled with countless experts emptied. Chapter 3918 Annihilation. At the core of the battlefield, the violet-eye 9-tailed demon fox was under immense pressure. Its tails were shining brightly, but the barrier that it summoned was now covered in cracks. Despite this, it still clenched its teeth and persevered. Within its eyes, demonic violet flames burned intensely, casting an eerie glow. But Bai Shaola already fainted because of the roar. It was because the violet-eye 9-tailed demon fox had used up all of his spiritual strength and the power of his pupils to maintain the barrier. But even with all of that, it barely managed to withstand this roar. Now that the roar had passed, the violet-eye 9-tailed demon fox's barrier shattered and its aura instantly plummeted, becoming extremely weak. After that, the form of the 9-tailed demon fox began to fade away, unable to sustain its presence in this world any longer. It had exhausted all of its power and had no choice but to return to its original realm. As for Bai Shaola, he was still unconscious, his body limp in the arms of Guo Ran. Right now, the concept of heaven and earth seemed to fade away, leaving only a world of uncertainty and stillness. Underneath the endless starry sky, all that met the eye was a gaping hole, as if a piece of the world had been erased. However, above the void, all the experts floated in midair, their sense of trepidation lingering, as though the giant maw below them would swallow them whole at any moment. The once orderly heavenly Daos were in chaos, and countless shattered heavenly Dao runes were floating through the air. Yet, as these shattered fragments floated, a miraculous sight unfolded. The Laws of the heavenly Taos slowly began to mend themselves. The world, marred by scars, gradually embarked on a path of recovery. However, the experts on the battlefield were gone and would never return. All that remained of them were some dying yuan spirit fluctuations, and once the fluctuations were gone, all traces of them would be erased. A single roar had destroyed the very world, annihilating countless lifeforms, stunning the survivors. They didn't dare to believe their eyes. Long Chen was still in his roaring posture with his hair billowing around him, akin to a raging battle god of the 9 heavens. After that, the giant dragon rolling within his manifestation gradually settled, and everything became calm. Suddenly, Li Qi and Song Ming Yuan formed hand seals, and their malevolent spirits appeared. They then sucked in the broken fragments of yuan spirits that still hung in the air. Long Chen's devastating attack had decimated numerous experts, leaving behind a trail of incomplete yuan spirit fragments. As a result, the malevolent spirits found these fragments to be of significantly reduced value. However, considering the amount, these two malevolent spirits would advance to an unimaginable level once they had absorbed all the fragments. But then, these fragments quickly dissipated back into the heavenly Taos, making this a race against time. So, before the heavenly Taos fully repaired themselves, they had to absorb as much of the fragments as possible. Other than the people on the side of the Dragonblood Legion, the total of the survivors were just over 100, including Long Aoshan, Kun Tu, Shi Yong, Ji Wuming, Yin Changsheng, the 9 underworld Luaka, Wang Tianyao, and the mysterious beast cultivator. Those who could withstand the impact of Long Chen's roar were individuals who possessed strength just one level below that of Long Aoshan and his peers. Every single one of them was a formidable expert, armed with their own unique arsenal of skills and abilities. However, their terror grew crazily as they witnessed the devastating aftermath of Long Chen's single roar, which had decimated their entire group. Other than them, there was no one else left alive. The ancestral dragon roars at the 9 heavens. I didn't expect you to inherit this technique. However, this technique requires the support of a dragon scale, so after using it, you won't be able to use it again for a while. Let me see what other techniques you learned. In front of the incomparably domineering Long Chen, Kun Tu showed no fear, and battle intent flowed out of him instead. As divine light flowed within his golden eyes, he spread his wings. An enormous figure then appeared behind him. Ancestral soul support, Kunpeng blood sacrifice. Kun Tu's wings suddenly blazed like the sun, unleashing endless golden light. Those wings were so huge that they seemed to reach the sea of stars. The heavenly Taos, which were in the midst of repairing, were once more thrown into chaos when those wings smashed down. So what if I can't use dragon roars at the 9 heavens again? Why would I need such a technique to deal with you? Long Chen sneered and his golden dragon scales lit up. This was the dragon blood battle armor, the same one as ever. However, now there was a layer of sacred light over his scales, holy and noble, like something that could not be blasphemed. Meanwhile, Long Chen's power was now an unknown number of times greater than before, proof that the dragon expert's essence blood was absolutely terrifying. If it weren't for all the previous preparations, there was no way Long Chen would have managed to take command of it. The dragon blood surged through his veins, each drop containing an explosive energy, akin to a dormant volcano ready to unleash devastation upon the world. Long Chen sensed the blood's unruly nature, as if it had a will of its own, barely heeding his command. He knew that he had to unleash their power or he himself would explode. The contemptible human race isn't qualified to act arrogantly in front of the great Kunpeng race, even if you have obtained some ancestral dragon essence blood. Roared Kun Tu. If the human race is so contemptible, why do you take human form? Why don't you use your feathered animal form? Snorted Long Chen. As Long Chen unleashed a punch, the power raging in his body finally found an outlet to let it out. That feeling of release made his blood boil. All of a sudden, the sky turned ominous, enveloped in impenetrable darkness that swallowed every trace of color. Time itself seemed to grow chaotic. It was like everything passed in the blink of an eye, yet also felt very long. When people could finally see again, they saw Kun Tu's giant body being sent tumbling back by Long Chen's punch, causing a giant black hole to appear behind him. A powerful force then tried to devour Kun Tu. However, with his huge body, by spreading his wings, he escaped the pull of the black hole. At this moment, a 7-colored supreme blood unleashed a wave of light that concealed a flag. As the sun and moon flowed on top of the flag, the stars in the heavens quivered and supreme chi unfurled. Long Aoshan was also attacking. With his trump cards, he fully ignited his supreme blood and unleashed the greatest power from the Sun-Moon 5-element flag. With a force that caused the stars to shake and the 9 heavens to change color, the Sun-Moon 5-element flag tore through space, cutting heaven and earth in two. Long Aoshan was clenching his teeth furiously. He had originally thought that once he fully activated his supreme blood, his power would soar to the point that he could easily slay Long Chen. Unexpectedly, Long Chen encountered an even greater opportunity, causing his power to grow explosively. This then sparked envy and deep-seated hatred within Long Aoshan's heart. As someone very prideful, he considered joining forces with others to be a huge insult. "Let's see if you have that ability," Long Chen sneered with disdain. After that, his body twisted and his legs swung out like a whip. An even greater explosion erupted, shaking every inch of the 3,000 worlds. From above the heavens, it appeared as if the entire world was starting to tear. As a result, countless native lifeforms in the 3,000 worlds were staring in horror in this direction, not knowing what was going on. After kicking Long Aoshan away, Long Chen felt a sword targeting his back. He then snorted and reached out for that sword with his bare hand. However, just as his hand was about to grab the tip of that sword, a dagger appeared with a cold glint, stabbing for the back of his head. Chapter 3919 Give you a gift. Long Chen sneered. Ji Wuming's assassination arts might be terrifying to others, but they were nothing to him, especially after he had merged with the ancestral dragon essence blood. With this sacred halo of light in place, Long Chen viewed Ji Wuming's spatial arts as a joke. However, even before Long Chen could react to it, a small figure already charged over, stabbing a dagger toward Ji Wuming. Mingyu. Long Chen was startled as he felt that Dong Mingyu's aura was weaker now, less than a third of her peak. "Big brother Long Chen, I want this person's head. That is my agreement with my master." Dong Mingyu began to repeatedly force Ji Wuming back. Her position, angle of attack, and speed were all so perfect that Ji Wuming couldn't even counterattack. "But you," Long Chen was a bit worried. This was unfair, wasn't it? Dong Mingyu didn't need to force herself to this extent as he could deal with Ji Wuming. "Big brother Long Chen, trust me. This is the trial my master left to me, so I must accomplish this." Dong Mingyu's figure suddenly vanished. When she reappeared, she was already hundreds of miles away, her dagger striking like lightning. But to the people's surprise, Dong Mingyu's dagger was severed by Ji Wuming's dagger. "Mingyu, be careful, Enpuda is in another world sending power to him. The support multiplies his power, and his weapon also becomes sharper," warned Long Chen. Just then, Long Aoshan, Kun Tu, Shi Yong, Ji Wuming, Yin Changsheng, the 9 underworld Luaka, and Wang Tianyao attacked Long Chen all at once. As for the mysterious beast cultivator, he led over 100 peak experts toward Meng Qi and the others without any sense of shame. "Idiots, do you really think we're some soft persimmons?" Guo Ran furiously charged out. However, a ray of sword chi was even faster than him, slaying a double supreme heavenly genius instantly. Even in his weak state, Yu Zifeng's sword chi was still so sharp. Meng Qi, the Pill Fairy, Bai Shishi, and the others all attacked. The Dragonblood Legion once more entered their formation to face these experts. Ji Yu Yong then fought the beast cultivator. As they faced each other, the 10,000 dragons in Ji Yu Yang's manifestation roared at the 10,000 beasts in the beast cultivator's manifestation, unleashing a torrent of attacks at each other. Even an injured tiger isn't something a group of hyenas can bully. Dragonblood cross/. Guo Ran attacked and sent over 10 powerful lifeforms flying. At that moment, Little Snow unleashed a wind blade sphere that exploded amongst them. Cloud also returned to her true form, shooting out black streaks of light that directly split their enemies in two. While Meng Qi and the others were in a weak state, this time, they finally had the number advantage. As for their opponents, while they looked fine, they had just received Long Chen's dragon roars at the 9 heavens. Although they looked fine on the surface, they were actually injured inside. With both sides having their disadvantages, what they were competing with was their wills. As a result, in just a few exchanges, Meng Qi and the others slew dozens of enemies. Seeing this scene, those experts lost their courage and scattered, no longer even thinking about getting the ancestral dragon essence blood from Long Chen. They had only been thinking about killing a few of Long Chen's people as vengeance for their slain comrades. Then they would at least be able to give an explanation to their elders when they got back. However, the Dragonblood Legion was too powerful and had surpassed their expectations. After all, these people were from different races and powers. Without any sense of unity, they could be considered a rabble of forces. Thus, with a little show of power, they cowered and the battle ended in an instant. The beast cultivator saw this change. Although he had taken the advantage against Ji Yuyong, beating the latter wasn't a matter of 1 or 2 moves. Seeing the others run, he knew that he would be surrounded if he didn't retreat, so he immediately fled as well. However, just as he retreated, an earthen wall silently appeared around him, making him run into it head first. The beast cultivator had not expected a wall to suddenly appear like that. Although it wasn't thick, it was extremely tough, enough to make him dazed. Want to go? Leave your life behind first. Li Qi and Song Mingyu attacked with their rods. Having finished absorbing the Yuan spirit fragments hanging in the air, the malevolent spirits roared behind them. Now, within the entire Dragonblood Legion, they were the strongest existences. Just as the beast cultivator was dazed from slamming into the wall unexpectedly, an arrow directly pierced his head. The beast cultivator didn't even have time to react and was killed by this arrow. The attacker was Mo Nian. I didn't manage to do anything today. At least, 1 head will count. Mo Nian was as pale as paper, but he still gave off the indifferent air of an expert. As Mo Nian was the one who had summoned the barrier, he had suffered the most to keep it up. Furthermore, that coffin was a divine item nourished with his soul. So, when it was broken, his soul was also damaged. He didn't have much energy left. But seeing a chance to get ahead, he didn't hesitate, summoning what remained of his energy to directly eliminate one enemy, accomplishing a not too beautiful display of power. Just at this moment, everyone heard a crisp sound in the distance. Startled, they saw that Dong Mingyu's other dagger was also severed by Ji Wuming. An assassin often had 2 daggers, one in forward grip and one in reverse grip. They could then switch between them or fight with just one. After her first dagger was broken, Dong Mingyu did her best to avoid clashing with Ji Wuming directly, but after dozens of exchanges, she was forced to use her second dagger to block, resulting in it being broken as well. A line of blood appeared on her forehead. If she had been the slightest bit slower, her head would have been cut apart. Now you've lost your daggers, like a viper without its fangs. All that awaits you is death. Ji Wuming's attacks increased in intensity. Without any misgivings, he pressed her back. For an assassin, relying on outside power is the greatest tragedy. Dong Mingyu's expression changed slightly after losing her daggers. She then repeatedly dodged his attacks. Suddenly, a black streak of light shot toward Ji Wuming's back. Ji Wuming instinctively dodged, and the black light continued toward Dong Mingyu. "Mingyu, this is my gift to you," shouted Long Chen. Dong Mingyu reached out and caught a pitch-black dagger. Chapter 3920 Fighting Powerful Enemies. Dong Mingyu caught the dagger and smoothly used it, perfectly intercepting Ji Wuming's attack. Ji Wuming's dagger was covered in a layer of white light, representing his faith divine radiance, which effortlessly cut apart Dong Mingyu's daggers. However, now that she wielded the dagger that Long Chen had given her, that impervious, unstoppable light actually had a nick cut into it. It turned out that Dong Mingyu's dagger displayed great resistance toward faith energy. With the dagger in her grasp, Dong Mingyu was revitalized. She then executed a movement art, summoning multiple figures that swiftly unleashed a tempest of attacks toward Ji Wuming. Facing this, despite the support of his faith energy, Ji Wuming found himself retreating in a state of panic. His faith energy was terrifying, but no matter how great the power was, it was meaningless if it couldn't strike its target. Even with Ji Wuming's control over spacetime and his status as a double supreme, his movement art and speed were clearly a level lower than Dong Mingyu's. Thus, now that his faith energy was rendered ineffective, Dong Mingyu's onslaught left him gasping for breath and on the verge of coughing up blood. On the other side, Long Aoshan, Kun Tu, Shiyong, Yin Changsheng, the 9 underworld Luaka, and Wang Tianyao were still attacking Long Chen. All of them were unleashing their full power, burning their souls, igniting their blood, and summoning their faith energy. All kinds of trump cards were used at this moment. They knew that this was no longer a matter of maintaining their dignity or getting the dragon blood. If they were to lose today, with so many of them joining forces against Long Chen, their Dao hearts would be broken. If that happened, a heart devil would very likely emerge during their next tribulation. In fact, Long Chen might be replicated by the heavenly Daos to face them in their heavenly tribulation, and in the end, they would still die because of him. As everyone fought, Long Aotian and Kun Tu's power continuously rose, as if power was welling out of them limitlessly. It was as if they were using Long Chen to temper themselves, to grasp a better understanding of their own power. Not willing to be outdone, Shi Yong, Yin Changsheng, the 9 underworld Luaka, and Wang Tianyao unleashed a barrage of devastating techniques, showcasing their own formidable powers. Wang Tianyao in particular was attacking crazily. His lightning tower was unleashing rays of divine light, constantly interfering with Long Chen. In fact, he was trying to suck Long Chen inside the tower. Bad fellow, take this. Suddenly, Lei Linger appeared and attacked Wang Tianyao, using the wild blade in her hand to stab him. Contrary to everyone's expectation, seeing Lei Linger come out, Wang Tianyao was actually delighted. I was waiting for you. Lightning Sea's curse. Lei Linger then let out a startled cry. The wild blade actually escaped her control and flew toward Wang Tianyao. As Wang Tianyao firmly grasped the sword, a torrent of lightning erupted from its surface, illuminating the battlefield with its brilliance. At the same time, his lightning tower was rumbling along with him. When these two divine items formed a resonance, their berserk power flowed into Wang Tianyao, causing his aura to grow explosively. This tower and blade were a set of lightning divine items, one used for offense and the other for defense. Hence, it was only once Wang Tianyao had both of these divine items that he could unleash his full thunder force. Wielding the wild blade, Wang Tianyao let out a furious roar that summoned raging lightning, which actually forced back Long Aotian, Kun Tu, Shi Yong, Yin Changsheng, and the 9 underworld Luaka. As the wild blade slashed down, lightning unfurled and an ear-splitting explosion shook the world. Facing it, Long Chen unleashed a punch and was actually forced to retreat by the impact. With every step, the void beneath his feet collapsed. Long Chen, why don't you keep acting arrogant? This is my true power, and it is time for you to die. Wang Tianyao laughed almost like a madman. When his wild blade was snatched, he was incredibly aggrieved. Without it, he couldn't properly unleash his thunder force. Although the lightning tower was powerful, it wasn't a true offensive divine item, so using it to fight was naturally difficult. Now that he had finally reclaimed the wild blade, he could no longer suppress the furious rage inside of him. As lightning flashed beneath his feet, he shot at Long Chen alone. It seemed that he wanted a one-on-one fight against Long Chen. In front of the indomitable Wang Tianyao, Long Chen slowly raised his hand and beckoned slightly. Everyone looked at him oddly. Seeing this gesture, Wang Tianyao smiled sinisterly and then lit up the lightning runes on his sword and the lightning tower behind him. As his power crazily climbed, the two lightning divine items grew brighter and brighter. However, just as the intensity of their light reached its peak, both of Wang Tianyao's lightning divine items vanished. Wang Tianyao was dumbfounded. He was originally charging toward Long Chen confidently, so in an instant, he panicked when he found himself unarmed and defenseless. However, while he panicked, Long Chen didn't. Now, the hand that he had raised viciously struck Wang Tianyao in the face, sending Wang Tianyao flying like a shooting star that left behind a streak of lightning in its wake. Mo Nian and the others were also surprised and found it funny. This odd scene was truly surprising. Just how arrogant had Wang Tianyao been just now? But in the blink of an eye, he was sent flying miserably. It was quite the visual impact. Wang Tianyao, why don't you keep acting arrogant? This is my true power, and it's time for you to die. To everyone's surprise, Lei Linger held the wild blade in her hand, and a lightning tower materialized behind her. With a pleased expression, she spat back Wang Tianyao's words to himself. Struck by the wild blade, Wang Tianyao hacked up blood and was blown even further back. Bitch! Wang Tianyao roared crazily. You're the bitch. You're going to curse people just because you fell for their trick. What a bitch, what an idiot. Did you think that I would return the wild blade to you so easily? You're too naive. I just wanted the wild blade to commune with your tower so that they could both renounce the dark and join the light. Come to realize the truth, you bitch. Lei Linger shouted back at him before continuing to attack with the wild blade. Having lost his weapons, Wang Tianyao was forced back miserably, repeatedly coughing up blood. He tried to reclaim his divine weapons using secret arts multiple times, but in Lei Linger's hands, the wild blade and the tower didn't even seem to recognize him. No matter what technique he used, they ignored him. Wang Tianyao roared furiously, but mere roars couldn't do anything. He was forced back miserably by Lei Linger, unable to even counterattack. He wanted to run, but he was also unwilling to lose both of his peerless divine weapons. Thus, he was still doing everything he could to reclaim them. On the other side, with Wang Tianyao out of the picture, Long Aoshan, Kun Tu, Shiyong, Yin Changsheng, and the 9 underworld Luaka's attacks grew smoother as they fought Long Chen. Suddenly, Shi Yang's wings exploded, and countless black blood runes transformed into millions of corpse insects that burrowed into his body. As a result, Shi Yang's body cackled and creaked. Ha ha ha, it's finally complete. Although I lose the 2 wings, it's worth it to truly awaken this divine ability. Long Chen, take this. As Shi Yang raised his head and laughed, his immemorial aura erupted like a volcano. However, this corpse of his actually withered. Following that, a withered hand reached toward Long Chen. At the center of its sharp claws was a horrifying rune that looked like the eye of a devil. When it appeared, a terrifying deathly will instantly locked onto Long Chen. Chapter 3921 Double Kill. From the withered palm, a razor-sharp black sword materialized and shot forth with incredible speed. That sword was a condensation of all the life force of this corpse. This attack had sucked away practically all of this corpse's energy, making it Shi Yang's greatest attack yet. An insignificant technique, Long Chen sneered disdainfully. After that, a dragon mark lit up on his palm, and sacred light flowed out like a wave from it. That sharp sword made a strange sound when it struck Long Chen's palm, and it suddenly veered toward Yin Changsheng. Yin Changsheng had never expected Shi Yang's attack to not be a true physical attack and could actually be reflected. With no opportunity to evade, the black sword mercilessly impaled his chest. To his horror, the black sword didn't merely puncture his physical form but also tore through his manifestation, leaving a gaping hole. From within him, a sinister aura of decay and death, akin to a curse, surged forth as black chi. Yin Changsheng's anguished scream then pierced the air, echoing with the weight of his suffering. His body was rapidly rotting and his manifestation was crumbling. That ear-piercing scream persisted for a mere breath before coming to an end. Now, his flesh and blood were gone, leaving only bare bones that were marred with black spots and continued to rot. What a terrifying curse! Fortunately, my sacred energy counters it. Looking at Yin Changsheng's condition, Long Chen gasped. He possessed the ancestral dragon's sacred energy, and that was why he wasn't afraid of this kind of dark curse. Just now, Long Chen had simply deflected it to Yin Changsheng, thinking that it would cause some trouble for him. But unexpectedly, the curse had such a terrifying effect. Suddenly, Yin Changsheng's Yuan spirit burst out of his skeleton. But even then, black spots kept appearing on his Yuan spirit. Not even his Yuan spirit could escape this curse. The spots rapidly spread and multiplied. Even after igniting his core flame, Yin Changsheng was still unable to drive them away. He screamed in agony, "You bastard Shiyong, undo this curse." Unfortunately, Shiyong didn't even get a chance to reply before being blasted apart by Long Chen's punch. The black sword was supposed to be the deciding blow, so Shiyong had staked everything on it. As a result, his body was in an incredibly weak state after unleashing it, leaving him so weak that one punch from Long Chen blew his body apart. Shi Yang's Yuan spirit then came out as he tried to flee. As long as his Yuan spirit was not destroyed, he could find a new corpse to be reborn in and rise again. However, his Yuan spirit had just appeared when the long-waiting malevolent spirits inhaled. Li Qi and Songming Yuan had long since known that once these people died, their Yuan spirits would be nutrients for them. Hence, they had been waiting at the side. Shi Yang's Yuan spirit was devoured. But when it came to Yin Changsheng's cursed Yuan spirit, those two malevolent spirits were also afraid of him. They didn't dare to devour him as that curse was truly terrifying. Yin Changsheng was unable to endure the pain. With no hope of being saved, he self-detonated. "Idiot, the one to kill you was Shiyong. What does it have to do with me? Fortunately, my guts aren't small. Who are you trying to scare?" snorted Long Chen. No one had expected Yin Changsheng to be slain by Shiyong, and for Shiyong to stake everything on one failed gambit, that cost him his life as well. Now all that remained on Long Chen's battlefield were three people, Long Aoshan, Kun Tu, and the 9 underworld Luaka. With the deaths of those two, the world seemed much more tranquil. Long Aoshan, Kun Tu, and the 9 underworld Luaka stood around Long Chen, not immediately attacking him. They just looked at him coldly. "If the three of you run in different directions, I admit that with my current power, I can probably only kill one of you. Why don't you run and see who I prioritize first?" asked Long Chen lightly, clasping his hands behind him. Guo Ran and the others were recovering as they watched. Seeing him dispatch 2 peak experts so easily, they cheered. Any guesses on who boss will kill if they run? Asked Guo Ran. What's the point? None of the 3 will escape. Mo Nian shook his head. Really? That 9 underworld Luaka, she is clearly starting to gasp for breath. Amongst the 3 of them, she is the weakest. I feel like she'll be the first to run, said Bai Shaola. Bai Shaola had recovered a bit of his spiritual strength thanks to Meng Qi's aid. Although he was still looking pale, he was alright. Meng Qi was now holding Bai Shishi's hand. Bai Shishi had unleashed all her power, and her spiritual strength was slightly overdrafted. However, with her stubborn nature, she refused to let others see that. When Meng Qi first grabbed her hand, she trembled a bit. But seeing Meng Qi's warm smile, Bai Shishi reddened slightly and accepted Meng Qi's aid. As Meng Qi helped Bai Shishi recover, the pill fairy also gave her a medicinal pill. Bai Shishi then thanked her and consumed the pill. She felt immersed in sunlight when she consumed this pill, and her recovery speed soared. Bai Shishi looked at the pill fairy and blushed. The pill fairy was startled. She then looked at Bai Shishi blankly, not knowing why she was apologizing to her. On the other hand, Meng Qi smiled. We are originally one complete apple. After splitting apart with others, we'll feel bad about missing a piece. But when others give us a portion as well, you will find that the apple is no longer the original apple, but its flavor is even sweeter. The path of cultivation is filled with dangers. Even peak experts can't guarantee that they won't fall, so all we can do is walk together and treasure our time together. Wouldn't it be good for sisters to walk this path hand in hand? Meng Qi looked at Bai Shishi, her beautiful eyes filled with sincerity. Being stared at like this, Bai Shishi grew even redder. Meng Qi was just like a wise and kind big sister, and nothing could escape her observation. Moreover, being seen through by her didn't make people feel panicked, it actually made them feel steadier. Bai Shishi didn't dare to look straight into Meng Qi's eyes and simply nodded. Even then, this nod already made things clear. It was equivalent to abandoning the turmoil in her heart and putting down her prideful face. The current Bai Shishi knew why someone as outstanding as her mother would be willing to share a husband with someone else. Love was sometimes so unreasonable. No matter how stubborn you were, you could not resist it. You could only accept your fate. Sister, tell me, does that fellow have others as well? Whispered Meng Qi. Others? Bai Shishi was startled. Meng Qi smiled. That response already told her the answer. She then looked at that domineering figure in the distance, feeling relieved. At least, he knew to hold back, or their family would truly be chaotic. Meanwhile, Guo Ran and the others were betting. Mo Nian said that not one of the 3 would escape, while Guo Ran and the others were of the opinion that the 9 underworld Luaka was running out of power and would definitely run. Just as they were arguing intensely, neither side willing to submit to the other, Kun Tu actually shouted at the 9 underworld Luaka, "Scram! Stop wasting our time here. I'm about to go all out, so don't get slaughtered by me accidentally." Kun Tu slowly reached out and pressed his forehead. After that, he actually tore off the golden rune on his forehead. At this moment, Kun Tu's blood chi surged out violently, unleashing wild astral winds that ravaged the world. This sudden change made Guo Ran and the others' expressions contort with a mix of astonishment and concern. Chapter 3922, each harboring their own thoughts. It's a seal. He actually sealed his own power. Guo Ran couldn't believe his eyes. That heaven-shaking battle was fought while under a seal. In other words, Kun Tu had yet to reveal his true power. I knew it. Kun Tu and Long Aotian aren't even breathing hard. Neither of them has brought out their true trump cards, yet you still refused to believe me. Only Mo Nian revealed no sign of shock, as if everything was within his expectations. We weren't talking about Kun Tu and Long Aotian. We were saying that the 9 underworld Luaka was the weakest of the 3 of them, and that she would either run or die first. Guo Ran stubbornly clung to his analysis. TCH, I'm not criticizing you, but you are clearly lacking in terms of observation. However, don't worry, Big Bro will help you. Have you not noticed? Whether it was when that giant was slain, or when Shi Yong and Yin Changsheng were killed, none of the 3 twitched in the slightest. Where's Wang Tianyao? Mo Nian suddenly realized that he couldn't find Wang Tianyao. Everyone was startled. Wang Tianyao was supposed to be fighting Lei Linger, right? Where did they go? Looking around, they saw a lightning tower in the distance. Right now, Lei Linger was sitting on top of it, forming hand seals, seemingly absorbing power from within the tower. When they looked closely, they saw Wang Tianyao struggling within it. He had actually been drawn into the tower, and his core runes were being stripped off of him one by Lei Linger. Lei Linger had actually set her sights on Wang Tianyao's core runes. If she could merge with those runes, she would have the human race's aura. As the human race was the most spiritual of the 10,000 races, she would grow even more intelligent after absorbing these runes. Seeing this, people could no longer feel such intense hatred for him. There was even a touch of sympathy on their faces now. Just think about it, both of his divine weapons had been taken by Lei Linger, and even his core runes were being extracted by her at this moment. If the runes were taken, he would no longer be a supreme heavenly genius. Now, trapped in his own lightning tower, he had to fight for his life in despair. Most likely, even he himself knew what kind of fate awaited him. Oh, what was I saying just now? Mo Nian suddenly clapped his forehead, having forgotten the original conversation after this distraction. Something about us not noticing something, and that those three didn't react even after the others were slain. Reminded by Shaola, he had been listening very intently. That's right, do you not see? Kun Tu and Long Aotian's gazes are still apathetic. It is normal for powerful fellows to feel that way. But why is it that the 9 underworld Luaka can act the same way even though she is clearly weaker than them? Isn't that curious? Said Mo Nian. Curious. If her power is weaker, why doesn't she run? What is she waiting for? Asked by Shaola. Just because you look weak doesn't mean that you are actually weak. For example, you look weak, but to tell the truth, well, you are indeed weak, said Mo Nian. Of course, even if you are weak, if you summon the violet eye 9-tailed demon fox, you will still be a supremely terrifying fellow. If it wasn't being held back by you, it would have swept through this battlefield before Long Chen even came out. Only a handful of people here could beat it. After all, even in its weakened state, all on its own, it managed to protect us from Long Chen's roar. We all saw how much power it endured. Tell me, are you weak or strong? Asked Mo Nian. Then are you saying that she will also? Exclaimed by Shaola. Mo Nian shook his head. All I can say for sure is that she still has some trump cards up her sleeve. I can't say for sure what they are, but it seems that all three of them have the same thought. Once they're the last man standing, they'll unleash their greatest trump card to kill Long Chen. After all, they're very prideful. Even now, they are not afraid of Long Chen and want to beat him solo. This deduction shook people's hearts. Mo Nian was quite meticulous, and his analysis was very reasonable. Guo Ran and the others had been thinking too simply. If it really was as Mo Nian said, then the three of them were truly terrifying. Having just broken his seal, Kun Tu emanated an ever-surging aura along with earth-shaking blood qi. As a result, even from such a distance, everyone could feel an immense aura pressuring them. It was unimaginable how a person's blood qi could become so powerful that it suppressed the very heavenly Daos. Everyone, don't look down on our enemies. Focus on your recovery. These three fellows are very terrifying, so let's not let any accidents occur due to our negligence, said Yu Zifeng solemnly. Everyone nodded. Previously, they had used up all their energy to block the attacks of millions and millions of experts, so they were no longer able to help Long Chen. However, even if they couldn't help, they shouldn't be hindrances. If something happened and someone were to suddenly attack them while Long Chen was facing those three, it would be troublesome. Meng Qi then summoned a spiritual domain to help them rapidly recover. Regretfully, they had no wood element warriors here, or there would be no need for Meng Qi to do this. At the same time, they couldn't help finding it curious. There were only 2,700 Dragonblood warriors here. Where were the rest? They were also anticipating many other familiar faces, for example, Chu Yao, Lu Ruyan, Tang Wan Yi Ziqiu, Ziyan, Wild, and so on. If they had come to the 3,000 worlds, they definitely would have come here. Hence, the Dragonblood warriors were filled with questions, but now wasn't the time to deliberate on such things. They just focused on recovering as quickly as they could. Fuck, if I was in my peak condition, that Kun Tu would definitely be mine to kill. I'd then show the world the marvelous image of me shooting a Kunpeng down. Mo Nian felt super displeased when he saw Kun Tu's power soaring. He was also a peak expert. However, because of Long Chen, he had no chance to show off today. All of you can stop wasting time. Just bring out your full power. If I didn't have an agreement with a senior not to use any magical arts, I wouldn't have let you live this long. I'm supposed to beat you with only the physical body and the divine abilities of the dragon race. Furthermore, I have to beat you in your strongest state. I've been giving you plenty of time to store up energy. If you still don't make your move, don't blame me for not giving you the chance. In front of Kun Tu's seal release, Long Chen's expression was still calm, as if everything was within his expectations. Seeing Long Chen's act of arrogance, the three of them were instantly enraged. Long Chen, you're too arrogant. Today, I'll show you the true trump card of the Asura race. Even if I have to die, I'll drag you down with me. After saying this, the 9 underworld Luaka's face suddenly twisted. Her skin then split open, and fresh blood poured out of her body. Great Asura god, hear your descendants call. Hell of ceaseless pain, help me slay the blasphemer of the Asura god. Following her summons, the space behind her exploded and a mouth full of teeth devoured her. A strange life form that was wrapped in chains and wielding a sickle emerged. With the blue flames burning around it, it exuded a dark and sinister aura, causing the entire world's aura to change. When the people around looked at it, their souls felt cold, as if they had been dropped into hell. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.